Wang Hao, the illegitimate son of the Wang family, was born with 5 spiritual roots, a trait that drew disdain upon the arrival of a modern soul. He embarks on a journey to upend the world of cultivation using contemporary knowledge, igniting his path of revenge. Chapter 1. The 5 spiritual roots begin. The Lijiao Peninsula, once a desolate wilderness, gradually transformed into a flourishing hub thousands of years ago, serving as a gateway to the cultivation realm of the South Sea. To the north lies the Duanyuan mountain range, teeming with countless demonic beasts and rife with peril. However, danger often begets opportunity. The spiritual herbs and materials from the beasts attract a multitude of cultivators, leading to numerous hunting teams traversing the mountain. Tains at all hours. Qingyo Market, one of the supply points for these hunting squads, thrives amidst this activity. In a small courtyard adorned with red paper, an 18-year-old youth sat with a furrowed brow before a copper mirror in the main room. It's over. What a hellish start. 5 spiritual roots, worse off than the old demon Han. At least my looks are a smidgen better than the mediocre Han. The boy's name was Wang Hao. Indeed, he had just been swapped with a modern soul. Wang Hao was bewildered by the circumstances. After finishing work, he had casually eaten a few bites before diving into a gaming session with friends late into the night. He vaguely recalled someone saying, "This is so dull. I miss sneaking out to play online games back in school." Wang Hao had retorted, "What a waste. Is playing games like stealing vegetables really what a man should be doing?" After uttering those words, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and upon awakening, he found himself in this peculiar place. Before he could fully assimilate the memories of his former self, the courtyard door swung open, and a strikingly handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes strode in. With a cold snort, he remarked, "I cannot fathom how my father could produce such a worthless wretch as you. It would be one thing if you were lacking in talent, but to be so utterly unmotivated, stirring up trouble all day long." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the young man in confusion and asking, "You are my father? How outrageous! Have you truly forgotten your own father?" The young man, infuriated, struck Wang Hao with such force that he fell to the ground. "Ouch!" Wang Hao cried out in pain as he tumbled down, and with a surge of agony, memories of this young man flooded back to him. Indeed, he was his father, Wang Yinzhao, a core member of the Wang family, a foundational clan, and a skilled alchemist. The reason he appeared youthful was due to his pinnacle cultivation in qi refinement. The higher one's cultivation, the more impurities are expelled from the body, which naturally bestows a more youthful appearance. Wang Hao recognized that his own achievement of reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement at the age of 18, despite possessing 5 spiritual roots, was not merely the result of his diligent efforts, but rather the result of Wang Yinzhao's use of elixirs to elevate him. Having grasped this, Wang Hao cast a resentful glance at Wang Yinzhao, silently lamenting, "This is rather excessive, but having a father who can concoct elixirs is indeed fortunate. Now that I find myself in this new realm, with my inadequate talent, I must tread carefully around this father." Just as he was about to utter a few words to ease the tension, he observed Wang Yinzhao pull out a storage pouch from his robes, tossing it directly to Wang Hao while regarding him. With a complex expression, "In the past, I have wronged your mother, and over the years, I have endeavored to make amends. Unfortunately, things have not gone as planned, resulting in your stubborn disposition." Upon hearing these words and recalling the multitude of memories flooding his mind, Wang Hao felt a surge of dread. He feared that this father might indeed sever their father-son relationship. "It is true that I am an alchemist, yet I cannot afford to support such a prodigal child as you. Moreover, I must accumulate some wealth for your younger siblings." He sighed heavily, continuing, "This is the last gift I bestow upon you. I hope you will take heed in the day's talk." After uttering these words, he sighed once more and added, "I have resolved the matter with the loose cultivators. Do not pursue them further, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." Wang Yinzhao gazed at the familiar arrangements both inside and outside the room. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering the words to sever their relationship, but simultaneously made it clear to Wang Hao that he would no longer be there to clean up after him. Watching Wang Yinzhao storm out, Wang Hao struck the floor with frustration, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening here? What should I do next? I don't have a system. Wait, perhaps I do." As thoughts of a system crossed his mind, Wang Hao suddenly perceived a mirror illuminating in his consciousness, inscribed with words akin to a computer screen. Upon closer examination, he leapt to his feet in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lo and behold, it truly resembles a computer." Wang Hao eagerly began to explore this newfound discovery. Yet after thorough investigation, he realized it was merely a straightforward computer. It boasted numerous applications, including various office software, and upon opening a graphic design program, he found it strikingly similar to those from his former life. What use is this? Am I to create designs in the realm of cultivation? They utilize jade slips, which are far superior and swifter than any computer. Disappointment washed over Wang Hao, yet he continued to study it diligently. Indeed, Wang Hao discerned a peculiar distinction. This computer was intricately connected to his very being. His eyes functioned as cameras, his ears as microphones, and the information swirling in his mind could be readily accessed by the device. For instance, the imagery he currently beheld within the confines of the room was effortlessly uploaded to a mapping software, rendered in 3 dimensions, complete, with various functionalities for image enhancement and surveying. Yet, what use is this? What purpose does it serve? My days as an architect in the realm of cultivation. Well, it does hold some utility for those in the chi refinement stage. To elaborate, this computer serves as an enormous jade tablet, capable of meticulously recording everything Wang Hao perceives. It is deemed useful primarily for cultivators in the chi refinement stage, because foundation-building practitioners possess formidable spiritual awareness, allowing them to probe their surroundings with an efficiency several times greater than mere visual observation. Even a dual-camera setup would pale in comparison. Undeterred, Wang Hao continued his exploration. After all, given that he was despised by others, his demise within this room would go unnoticed. He resolved to utilize this time to uncover the true function of this newfound ability, as well as to gain a comprehensive understanding of this world before venturing out. Following the mapping software, Wang Hao then examined the detailed map of the area, which proved quite beneficial. It displayed an intricate layout of the entire Qingyo Square and its surroundings, revealing even the color patterns of a dog on the street with remarkable clarity. Markers resembling skulls dotted the direction of Duanyuan Mountain. And drawing from his experience in online games, Wang Hao surmised that these skull symbols indicated the precinct of demonic beasts in the vicinity, smaller skulls denoting low-tier beasts, and larger ones signifying those of higher rank. As for the accuracy of his conjecture, he would ascertain it through future explorations. The map possesses its own limitations. By integrating the original owner's memories, Wang Hao discovers that only the locations he has personally visited will be unveiled on the map, while others remain a blank expanse. Of course, it is unnecessary for him to traverse every location, akin to playing a game. Once he enters a specific area, the entire map will be revealed. For instance, regarding the map of Duanyuan Mountain, Wang Hao, upon probing his memories, finds that the original owner had not ventured into such profound depths, yet the map aura already displays this information. As he clicks on the familiar icons, Wang Hao realizes that these applications are, to varying degrees, interconnected with this world, serving a modest purpose but with significant limitations. The map assists him in avoiding demonic beasts and assessing road conditions. Yet such capabilities are also possessed by cultivators, whose divine consciousness can detect impending dangers. Various maps are sold within the market, with updates on the demonic beasts of Duanyuan Mountain occurring periodically. Some shops rely on the sale of these maps for profit, indicating that their utility is quite restricted. They merely offer a means to save a bit of money. Furthermore, Wang Hao's map updates in real time, allowing him to preemptively identify the presence of demonic beasts. In contrast, other cultivators without such maps must rely on their divine consciousness to sense the proximity of these creatures. Chapter 2. Past Lives and Present Existence. Wang Hao finally clicked on the icon labeled Penguin Farm, which sat in the center of the screen. However, knowing it was merely a game, he harbored no expectations. As anticipated, a familiar farming scene unfolded before him. 5x6 grid spaces, with only the first 2 plots cultivated. Was this meant to alleviate his boredom with a casual game? What he sought was cultivation, not leisure. Even a simple match 3 game would suffice. He opened his inventory to discover 2 complimentary seed packets. He scoffed. So what if they're called spiritual rice? It's still just a game. Despite his grumbling, Wang Hao's fingers worked swiftly as he sowed seeds, watered them, and checked their maturation time. Status: seed 47 hours and 59 minutes until sprouting. For a single plant, such a duration seemed excessive. Shouldn't it take only 2 hours? He rummaged through his inventory for items and recalled that there should be some fertilizer included. 2 days was a long wait, so he decisively opted for fertilizer to expedite growth. Here it was, ordinary fertilizer, which would reduce the growth time by 1 day. Usable only once per growth stage. He clicked to apply it. Status: seed 23 hours and 59 minutes until sprouting. There was nothing to be done but wait. Wang Hao sighed softly, contemplating his next steps. Although he had inherited the memories of the original owner, he was fundamentally a modern individual, unfamiliar with the nuances of cultivation. Therefore, he needed to familiarize himself with this world's operations, prepare, and practice his techniques. However, the primary task at hand was to digest the original owner's memories. With a thought, memories cascaded into his mind like turning pages in a book. No wonder Wang Yanzhao is so furious. This lad is truly a troublemaker. As a mere illegitimate child of the Wang family with 5 spiritual roots, he spends his days in Qingyou Feng bullying the weak and offending others, earning the disdain of many. Had it not been for Wang Yanzhao's protection, he would likely have faced dire consequences long ago. Just a few days prior, this scoundrel set his sights on a female rogue cultivator and dared to tease her. Although she feared the Wang family's influence, she was not intimidated by Wang Hao and, after a warning, managed to evade his advances. Yet, Wang Hao was undeterred. It is worth noting that despite his mediocre talent, the original host was no fool. He first sought to uncover the background of the female cultivator, discovering that she lacked any significant connections and was rather down on her luck. Having just arrived in Qingyou Feng in search of a place to settle, seizing this opportunity, he orchestrated a scheme. He offered her a room in his home at a relatively low rental price, and with Wang Hao pulling the strings, the unsuspecting female cultivator fell into his trap. He even went so far as to decorate the room, transforming it into what appeared to be a new abode. As soon as she stepped inside, he swiftly closed the door and, with a sinister grin, pounced on her. The outcome? Naturally, she was killed. Otherwise, how would Wang Hao have traversed into this world? Such talent. Truly a remarkable individual. In theory, this strategy could have worked. However, his impatience was his downfall. Had she moved in, given enough time, who knows what might have blossomed? After all, time can cultivate feelings, and sharing the same roof, being an illegitimate scion of the Wang family with striking looks, he could have held a certain allure for a rogue cultivator. Alas, is this really the time for such musings? Wang Hao lightly slapped himself, cursing the very essence of his being for leading astray a promising youth of the new society. As for the identity of the illegitimate son of the Wang family, it is indeed the stuff of a romantic drama. 20 years ago, Wang Yanzhao, a promising alchemist cultivated by the Wang family, arrived at the Wang family shop in Qingyou Square to hone his skills. His mother, Qin Xiu'er, was a rogue cultivator who made a living by hunting magical beasts in Qingyou Square. Consequently, she frequently needed to sell the materials from the beasts she hunted, along with some spiritual herbs and medicines, to the shop in exchange for the elixirs and talismans she required. Their encounters were frequent. One was handsome and dashing, while the other was stunningly beautiful, and naturally, feelings began to blossom. As a core member of the Wang family, endowed with both fire and wood spiritual roots, and being an alchemist, Wang Yanzhao had long been earmarked as a foundational seed. The family could never allow him to marry a woman of unknown origin. Furthermore, his engagement had already been arranged with a female cultivator from another foundational family, the Li family, in Qingyou Square. Thus, the Wang family intervened and summoned Wang Yanzhao back to their residence, believing that the impetuosity of youth would fade over time. Unfortunately, matters were not so simple. After Wang Yanzhao was confined by his family, Qin Xiu'er discovered she was pregnant. Angered by Wang Yanzhao's inability to resist his family's will, she left without a word, not informing either him or the Wang family, and gave birth to Wang Hao alone. When Wang Hao was 5, It was revealed that he possessed 5 spiritual roots, which dealt a heavy blow to Qin Xiu'er. Yet, she could not bear to abandon her child. In order to secure more cultivation resources for Wang Hao, she dedicated herself even more fervently to hunting magical beasts and gathering spiritual herbs. The heavens are unpredictable, and thus, it was fated that Qin Xiu'er, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi, would encounter calamity at the perilous Duanyuan mountain. When Wang Hao was merely 10 years old, the demon hunting team to which Qin Xiu'er belonged faced a formidable second-tier superior demon beast, resulting in near annihilation. Only 2 members returned, bearing the gravely injured Qin Xiu'er. That year, Wang Yinzhao had already married a cultivator from the Li family and was released, fortuitously encountering the grievously wounded Qin Xiu'er, whose life was ebbing away. Their tragic tale continued, yet despite her efforts, Qin Xiu'er could not be saved. In her final moments, however, she revealed Wang Hao's true identity to Wang Yinzhao, hoping he would bring the boy back to the Wang family to reclaim his heritage. Upon learning of his son's existence, Wang Yinzhao, even without Qin Xiu'er's plea, felt compelled to acknowledge Wang Hao as part of the lineage. Unfortunately, Wang Hao was reluctant. Having been raised by his mother, all he had heard regarding his father were Qin Xiu'er's bitter words. How could he possibly harbor a favorable impression of Wang Yinzhao? Wang Yinzhao's partner, Li Dashi, was already aware of the tumultuous affair between Wang Yinzhao and Qin Xiu'er. However, since the Wang family had resolved the matter, and due to familial obligations, he refrained from inquiring further about Qin Xiu'er. The sudden emergence of his son was not met with enthusiasm. The Wang family had no intention of causing discomfort to their newlywed daughter-in-law over a child deemed a waste with 5 spiritual roots. In light of this, Wang Yinzhao had no choice but to continue raising Wang Hao in the Qingniu market, conveniently overseeing the family's alchemy shop while keeping a watchful eye on him. As for Li Dashi, believing Qin Xiu'er to be deceased, he permitted Wang Yinzhao to care for Wang Hao, wary that any dispute between the couple could ensue, thus tacitly accepting the boy's existence. The situation became increasingly straightforward. Wang Hao attributed his mother's death to Wang Yinzhao, never bestowing a kind expression upon him. He would act contrarily to any educational advice offered by Wang Yinzhao, believing that if he were to excel, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Upon grasping these circumstances, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. How he wished he had traversed through time a few years earlier. Perhaps he could have capitalized on Wang Yinzhao's guilt to gain entry into the Wang family. Now, alas, any sentiment Wang Yinzhao held had dissipated, and starting as a rogue cultivator would prove exceedingly arduous, although Wang Hao had never practiced immortality. His extensive reading of novels had enlightened him to the tribulations faced by rogue cultivators. They possess neither heritage nor resources, relying solely on their own tenacity, with only a scant few achieving any notable success. Take, for instance, the South Sea cultivation realm, where dozens of nascent soul cultivators abound, yet none hail from rogue origins. Chapter 3. Analyzing cultivation data. Having comprehended his past experiences, he turned his attention to his cultivation status. His technique was a commonplace variety, the Changchun Gong, a wood attribute method. As a wielder of 5 spiritual roots, he was theoretically capable of practicing any attribute technique, including those of multiple attributes, with all 5 elements represented. He could learn various arts of cultivation, or so it seemed. Talent was essential. Possessing the corresponding spiritual roots was merely foundational. While this resolved the question of feasibility, the matter of actual learning remained distinct. Wang Yinzhao had once bestowed upon him a dual attribute technique, yet the original owner, in his folly, had declined it. According to the original owner's understanding, cultivators with multiple roots could indeed accelerate their training speed when practicing corresponding multi-attribute techniques, sometimes achieving speeds several times that of single-attribute techniques. With a steadied mindset, Wang Hao began to meditate and practice according to the original owner's memories. A warm current surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to form a complete circulation. As the cultivation technique commenced, Wang Hao sensed the surrounding spiritual energy gradually being absorbed into his body, resulting in a slight increase in his magical power. Upon introspection, he discovered that his dantian was enveloped by a wisp of thin green mist, yet this verdant haze was intertwined with strands of red, yellow, blue, and brown mists. A frown creased Wang Hao's brow. According to the original owner's understanding, the green mist represented what attributes spiritual energy, while the other colors corresponded to the remaining 4 types of energy. This phenomenon was quite ordinary, as he possessed 5 elemental roots, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy from all 5 elements. While this did not hinder his cultivation, it would affect the purity of his magical power. The reason the heavenly spiritual root could transcend limitations was that it was a singular attribute root capable of absorbing only one type of spiritual energy, resulting in exceptionally pure magical power. To comprehend this through the lens of a game interface, cultivation could be likened to the continuous expansion of one's dantian and meridians. If we established a maximum capacity of 100 for the magical power contained within the dantian during a particular stage, one could only transcend this limit once they reached that threshold, provided the energy corresponded to their cultivation technique. In the case of a wood attribute heavenly root, one would need to achieve a magical power value of 100 in wood attribute energy to break through, a feat easily accomplished by a singular attribute root. However, for those with multiple roots, the presence of other attribute energies was inevitable. The capacity limit of the dantian remained fixed. Even a trace of other attributes would preclude the primary attribute from reaching 100. The greater the number of roots, the more diverse the absorbed spiritual energy, resulting in a more heterogeneous magical power. For instance, a dual root could only achieve 99-100, a 3-root 98-100, while Wang Hao, with his 5 roots, could only attain 96-100. In order to achieve a breakthrough, practitioners with multiple spiritual roots commonly employ 2 primary methods. The first entails cultivating in an area rich in spiritual energy, fervently absorbing the essence to meet the threshold for advancement. In contemporary terms, this can be likened to compressing spiritual energy. How can one fit 110 milliliters of air into a 100 milliliter bottle? By increasing the pressure, the influx of spiritual energy into the dantian increases. Even if the energy is not 100 pure, it suffices to fulfill the requirement for a single attribute to reach a breakthrough of 100. The second method involves the use of medicinal pills, which similarly aims to enhance the quality of the spiritual energy within the dantian over a short period, enabling a single attribute to meet the breakthrough criteria. The challenge for Wang Hao lies in the greater pressure he must attain. While a practitioner with dual attributes may require just 1 pill to break through, he would need 4. This presents a further complication, as his dantian and meridians may not withstand such immense pressure and could rupture. To address this issue, some accomplished cultivators with multiple spiritual roots have devised multi-attribute cultivation techniques. Wang Hao speculates that if dual attributes were to be expressed numerically, the parameters would read 5050. Thus, as long as both types of spiritual energy reach 50, a breakthrough can be achieved. For 5 attributes, this would translate to 202-020-2020. This may also elucidate why cultivators with multiple spiritual roots progress through multi-attribute techniques at a pace surpassing that of single attribute methods. This revelation prompts Wang Hao to ponder another question. If a dual spiritual root practitioner can attain a breakthrough in dual attribute techniques by merely reaching 5050, does that not imply they surpass even the heavenly spiritual root in speed? Notably, practitioners are capable of simultaneously absorbing various types of spiritual energy during cultivation, eliminating the necessity to first refine one attribute to 50 before moving on to the other. Clearly, this is not the case. According to the original owner's recollections, those with a heavenly spiritual root typically achieve the consummation of their chi training and breakthrough to foundation establishment before the age of 20. In contrast, individuals with dual spiritual roots often do not reach this stage until after the age of 35, while those with 3 roots may take until their 50s or 60s, and those with 4 roots frequently do not attain full chi training until they are in their 80s or 90s. As for those burdened with 5 roots, They may find it exceedingly challenging to reach perfection even before the age of 120. Wang Hao, who practices a dual-element cultivation technique, serves as a prime example. Being endowed with both fire and wood roots, he achieved the consummation of qi training at the age of 38. However, this circumstance is somewhat misleading, as his progress was impeded by personal matters and his need to refine alchemical substances, which likewise hindered his cultivation. He had already reached the 8th level of qi training by the age of 20, surpassing the average dual-root cultivator, although he still lagged behind those with heavenly roots. Had he focused solely on cultivation, his advancement would likely have been even swifter. Wang Hao's eyes brightened with understanding. This implies that the speed of cultivation for practitioners of corresponding multi-attribute techniques may not be significantly slower than that of those with heavenly roots. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement, ceasing his meditative practice to open his computer and begin drafting diagrams. Ah, the joy of diagramming. Hypothesis 1. All cultivators absorb external spiritual energy at a uniform total rate. If we liken each individual's means of receiving spiritual energy to a conduit, it stands to reason that the cross-sectional area of all conduits should be identical. However, those with a heavenly spiritual root possess an entire conduit to themselves, while practitioners with multiple roots share this conduit among themselves. Hypothesis 2. The rate at which multi-root cultivators absorb single-attribute spiritual energy correlates with the number of their roots. On the screen, a large pipe materializes. A single-root cultivator possesses an entire pipe, whereas a dual-root cultivator must divide it into two, and a 5-root cultivator must partition it into 5 sections. If one were to cultivate a singular attribute technique exclusively, a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root could achieve complete mastery of qi by the age of 20, after 15 years of diligent training starting at the age of 5. In contrast, those with dual spiritual roots might take between 30 to 35 years, reaching maturity between the ages of 35 and 40. For individuals possessing 3 spiritual roots, the duration extends to 45 to 55 years, considering the potential obstacles faced by those with multiple roots. It stands to reason that the cultivation speed for a single spiritual root is approximately double that of a dual root, triple that of a triple root, and more than 5-fold compared to a 5-root practitioner. Taking into account the example of Wang Hao and his dual attribute technique, this hypothesis holds merit. In essence, if Wang Hao were to open all 5 of his spiritual root conduits, the flow would match that of a heavenly spiritual root. However, as he is currently practicing the wood attribute technique, Changqun Gong, he can only utilize a single wood attribute conduit, thereby limiting his cultivation speed to 1/5 of that of his counterparts. Securing the dual attribute technique held by Wang Hao is imperative. This acquisition would effectively double my cultivation speed, surpassing even that of a 3-root practitioner. If I were to adhere to the 15-year timeline for achieving complete mastery of qi, I would require 37.5 years. Presently, at the age of 18, even accounting for potential bottlenecks that may cause a delay of several years, I could still establish a foundation before the age of 60. Moreover, I have already reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, which presents a promising outlook for accomplishing my goal before 50. Wang Hao clenched his fist tightly, feeling the weight of this arduous journey. The prospect of foundation establishment is now within reach. Otherwise, given his innate aptitude and without the boundless supply of elixirs like that of the old Demon Han, achieving such a milestone would be utterly unattainable in this lifetime. Undoubtedly, there will be limitations. Otherwise, not everyone pursuing the appropriate multi-attribute techniques would be able to rival those with heavenly spiritual roots, would they? There should indeed be a conflict, as the 5 elements are interdependent yet antagonistic. If one possesses both water and fire spiritual roots and simultaneously cultivates the attributes of these elements within the Dantian, one might face a paradox. Water extinguishes fire, while fire causes water to evaporate. Adding a touch of chemical knowledge, one could consider that water, when subjected to high temperatures, decomposes into hydrogen and oxygen, potentially resulting in an explosive situation within the Dantian. Chapter 4. The Red Lotus illusionary with scripture, of course. All of this is merely Wang Hao's conjecture. However, based on the knowledge he has gleaned from the original body, it is quite plausible. Moreover, with the example of Wang Yanzhao as a precedent, he undoubtedly understands that cultivating dual attribute techniques can accelerate one's training speed. Otherwise, he would not repeatedly urge the original owner to change his cultivation method. According to Wang Hao's understanding, multi-attribute techniques are exceedingly rare in this world, and none have circulated in the market for wandering cultivators. At least, none exist in the vicinity of Qingyo Square. The Wang family must have obtained one by disturbing the grave of some eminent figure, or rather, by acquiring the legacy of an esteemed elder. Wang Hao finds himself uninterested in delving deeper into this matter. His sole desire is to obtain the techniques held by Wang Yanzhao. Did not this adoptive father provide him with a storage bag? Could he possibly bequeath the cultivation techniques to him as well? Wang Hao suddenly slapped his forehead, hastily rising from the bed to search for the storage bag left by Wang Yanzhao. There it is. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling as he recalled the method to refine the storage bag. Since Wang Yanzhao had erased his own mark, Wang Hao successfully refined the storage bag, leaving behind his own spiritual imprint within it. Wang Hao hastily delved into his consciousness to examine the contents of the storage pouch. The first thing that caught his eye was a small pile of shimmering spirit stones. Wow, 100 spirit stones. Isn't old Wang's annual salary around 30 spirit stones? With his earnings from the Wang family shop, it might exceed 50. Where did he acquire such a fortune? Is alchemy really that lucrative? I must learn the art of alchemy. He promptly slapped himself, realizing the folly of his thoughts. Am I out of my mind? Is alchemy so easily mastered? Old Wang possesses innate dual spiritual roots for alchemy. How can I compare to him? I need to seek out a technique. Among the items were several jade bottles, presumably containing the elixirs gifted by old Wang, a sword, a mid-tier first-grade magical weapon, and a shield, also a mid-tier first-grade defensive artifact. Old Wang is truly a decent fellow, someone to rely on. But what's this pile of charcoal and a cauldron doing here? Cooking? He noticed 3 jade slips, which he surmised were related to the aforementioned items. With a flick of his consciousness, he retrieved all 3 slips and eagerly held one to his forehead. Alchemy technique. Is that cauldron an alchemical furnace? Does old Wang truly hold me in such regard? Can a 5-element root, like me, even practice alchemy? I lack the capacity. I can't even grasp the principles of alchemy. He then picked up another jade slip. Introduction to first-grade talismans. Sighing, Wang Hao felt compelled to chastise himself further, berating the original owner for squandering such a good father and failing to consider his future. But what I truly desire is a dual attribute technique. With the last jade slip in hand, he realized he had no choice but to shamelessly approach old Wang for assistance. Wang had already prepared himself to weep bitterly before Wang Yanzhao, pleading pitifully. The Red Lotus illusory with sutra. This is it. Father, I shall love you forever. Wang Hao exclaimed with excitement. Do not be overly excited. Do not let joy lead to sorrow. He admonished himself as he cautiously began to explore the possibility of practicing it. The result was delightful, as long as one possessed a firewood spiritual root. It did not matter whether one had a dual or quintuple spiritual root, they could practice it. However, the technique only encompassed the first 2 levels, limiting cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refinement. According to the introduction of the text, the Red Lotus illusory with sutra consists of a total of 12 levels, allowing cultivation up to the late stage of nascent soul. Old Wang only provided the first 2 levels, presumably due to a lack of authority. It seemed this technique was a closely guarded secret of the Wang family, not to be casually shared with outsiders. Wang Hao murmured to himself. Being old Wang's son did not classify him as an outsider. Yet old Wang likely did not trust his character, fearing he might exchange it for spirit stones, hence only granting him access to 2 levels. A technique that only allowed cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refinement would fetch little in the market, and few would seek it. Techniques, scriptures, and methods are typically categorized in this manner. The further one progresses, the more limitations appear, and the abilities become increasingly feeble. However, this is not universally true. Only large sects tend to follow such a pattern, while many solitary cultivators name their techniques based on personal whim. Some smaller sects, in a bid for prestige, label their internal methods with grandiose titles such as Sutra or Classic, which is merely a form of deception. Generally, techniques inherently include abilities only at the foundation establishment stage, so the first two levels in Wang Hao's possession reveal little. Yet, did he have a choice? He did not. If he were not to practice the Red Lotus Illusory with Sutra, would he venture out in search of some fortuitous encounter? Given his cultivation level at the third stage of qi refining, which was primarily achieved through the use of medicinal pills, it is unlikely that he could contend with even a low-grade first-tier demon beast, let alone venture into the lair of some esteemed elder in search of opportunities. The Qingyo workshop is situated atop a second-tier superior spiritual vein. Due to the influence of Wang Yanzhao, Wang Hao's small courtyard is conveniently located not far from the center, where the spiritual energy is relatively abundant, sufficient for him to complete his qi refining training. Regaining his composure, Wang Hao glanced out the window and noticed that night had fallen, realizing he had spent an entire day in his room. He couldn't help but rub his stomach, acknowledging the reason for his hunger. Even in the pursuit of immortality, one must be well fed. Following his memory, he made his way to the kitchen, where two rice jars awaited him, one containing ordinary rice, while the other held only a thin layer of spiritual rice. Fortunately, the storage pouch given to him by Wang Yanzhao contained half a bag, designated as materials for concocting the pill of abstinence. Setting aside the matter of alchemy for the moment, he reflected that even with better cultivation techniques, it would take him 3 to 4 decades to establish his foundation due to his innate aptitude. Time was of the essence, as after the age of 60, the vitality of qi refining practitioners begins to wane, significantly diminishing the prospects for foundation establishment. Nonetheless, it must be said that medicinal pills can considerably reduce the time spent in arduous training. If one possesses true talent, it is not inconceivable to attempt such a path. After all, if the infamous Han Laoma could succeed, why could he not? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Wang Hao busied himself washing the rice and preparing it for cooking. Whether in his past life or this one, he was quite adept at cooking. In no time, a pot of steaming white rice and a dish of sautéed greens were laid out on the table. The meal was simple, yet each ingredient was imbued with spiritual energy, beneficial for a cultivator's practice, albeit in moderation. Indulging excessively bears no detrimental effects. However, Wang Hao currently finds himself unable to refine such an abundance of spiritual energy, leading to wastage. Under the care of Wang Yanzhao, Wang Hao primarily consumes ordinary rice throughout the year, indulging in spiritual rice only on days he chooses to cultivate. Presently, the price of spiritual rice stands at 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 caddies, and Wang Hao is capable of refining a single caddy of spiritual rice daily. This implies that if he were to exchange all the spirit stones provided by Wang Yanzhao for spiritual rice, it would suffice for approximately 3 years of his cultivation. Although spiritual rice is expensive, it is indeed worth its weight, as it enhances his cultivation speed, doubling the efficacy compared to merely refining the natural spiritual energy. Should he opt for medicinal pills, the effects would be even more pronounced, albeit at a higher cost. Thus, it becomes evident that the path of cultivation is not solely reliant on innate talent, but also on resources, wealth, companions, techniques, and land, with wealth reigning supreme. This elucidates why core disciples of prestigious sects can establish their foundation at a young age, while ordinary cultivators with similar talents may toil for years or even decades. Ordinary cultivators frequently lack the necessary resources for cultivation, and crucially, even upon achieving full mastery of qi, they possess neither the means nor the financial capability to acquire foundation-building pills. In the vicinity of Qingyo Workshop, the population of families and rogue cultivators surpasses 50,000. Yet the number of foundation-building cultivators is a mere handful. Most of these foundation-building practitioners hail from the 5 great families, with only 3 being rogue cultivators. The 5th chapter illustrates the difficulties the 5 great families encounter in acquiring foundation-building pills. Presently, the most stable avenue is to purchase them from the Qingyuan sect. To foster goodwill among its affiliated families, the Qingyuan sect sells one foundation-building pill to each of the 5 great families every 20 years, at a considerable price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. In a small clan, such as the Wang family, accumulating a mere 50,000 spirit stones over 2 decades is an insurmountable challenge. Thus, it often takes them 40 to 60 years to procure a single foundation establishment pill. In light of this, the Qingyuan sect frequently places foundation establishment pills up for auction, providing an opportunity for loose cultivators, which is one of the reasons so many of them congregate around Qingyu Square. Wang Hao shook his head. The prospect of foundation establishment was still a distant dream for him, and there was no need to dwell on the matter of foundation establishment pills just yet. After finishing his meal, he began to diligently study the Red Lotus Illusory with scripture, preparing to revise his cultivation technique. Altering one's cultivation method is a significant undertaking for any cultivator. Fortunately, as Wang Hao was still at a low level of cultivation, having only reached the first stage of the Changchun technique, the process was much simpler than for those in the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Thus, Wang Hao immersed himself in contemplation for 2 days, mentally simulating the process multiple times. He even utilized mapping software to create a diagram of the meridian flow, marking the core nodes, before daring to attempt to cultivate according to the principles of the Red Lotus Illusory with technique. It was his first experience in modifying a cultivation method, and had he known it would be such a time-consuming endeavor, he would have refrained from consuming spirit rice that night. The 2 days spent in silent meditation felt like a waste. Afterward, he became wiser and opted for regular rice to satiate his hunger. The new technique diverged significantly from the Changchun technique, save for a few major meridians, and progress was exceedingly slow. The process of developing new meridians was also excruciating. With sheer determination, Wang Hao persevered, and on the 9th day, he finally succeeded in circulating the Red Lotus Illusory with scripture for an entire cycle. Watching as the surrounding fire and with spiritual energy was drawn into his dantian, forming a yin-yang fish-shaped vortex, he let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had succeeded. First, he would prepare a pot of spirit rice to reward himself, then continue his training to solidify his progress. His dantian currently harbors a scant amount of spiritual energy, possessing merely the strength of the first layer of qi cultivation. However, his dantian has been expanded to the size equivalent to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation through the Longshun technique. By continuously operating his cultivation method and absorbing spiritual energy, he will swiftly restore his prowess to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. The duration required will not be extensive, akin to a practitioner who, upon exhausting their magical power, can recuperate through meditation over several hours. Yet, he is in the process of transitioning to a new cultivation method, and the unfamiliarity of its operation poses a challenge. Certain meridians, previously unexploited, are now being utilized, and developing these new meridians to withstand the 3rd layer of qi cultivation will demand a considerable investment of time. By the way, the spiritual rice cultivated on the farm should be ripe by now. It's time to observe any changes. Wang Hao harbored a flicker of anticipation for his unique advantage. With a mere thought, he accessed the farm, and indeed, the spiritual rice had matured. Upon clicking the harvest icon, he gathered a total of 200 pounds from 2 plots of land. Opening his storage, he sold 100 pounds, with the transaction settled in spiritual stones, priced comparably to that of the real world. Watching his balance transition from 0 to 10, Wang Hao excitedly licked his lips. Success hinged on this moment. He fervently attempted to communicate through his thoughts, eager to withdraw these 10 spiritual stones. Alas, it was futile, as no response ensued. Damn it. There's no withdrawal button. How frustrating. Unable to contain his exasperation, Wang Hao gradually composed himself and consoled himself with words. Perhaps it's due to my low level. The withdrawal function might require reaching level 5 or 10. After all, when engaging a game, one must possess patience. Thus, he cleared the straw from the 2 plots of land and opened his backpack, preparing to continue planting, only to discover that it was utterly devoid of contents. The 2 sets of seeds he had received were already exhausted. I must purchase more from the store, he exclaimed, clicking into the shop, where he was met with rows upon rows of seeds: spirit rice, spirit wheat, yellow sprout grass, spirit peach, spirit apricot. Even blood-red ginseng was available, a primary ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. As he perused further, Wang Hao's astonishment deepened. Not only was there blood-red ginseng, but also the core medicinal herb, condensed essence fruit, essential for Foundation Establishment. Flipping through the pages, he was even more taken aback to find seeds required for the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, these seeds were all in a locked state, seemingly not dependent on level unlocks. Several, such as spirit wheat and yellow sprout grass, were of the same first-tier inferior spiritual plants as spirit rice, if they were dependent on level unlocks. It would be illogical for spirit rice to be available while the others were not. Did this imply that he must find the seeds in reality? He realized he need not wait, for he indeed had some, albeit not of high grade. He possessed lower-tier seeds, such as broadleaf grass, commonly used by cultivators as a vegetable, akin to small bok choy from his past life. This was also a first-tier inferior spiritual plant, and he had planted it in his yard. He had plenty of seeds stored in his storage bag, yet he refrained from immediately using them. Instead, he made his way to the spiritual field in his yard. Though referred to as a spiritual field, it was merely 2 plots of land he usually utilized as a vegetable garden. As he approached the garden, he continued to observe the status of the seeds in the shop, only to find that they remained locked. Wang Hao contemplated reaching out to pluck a leaf, yet before his fingers could make contact, he withdrew his hand and turned towards the kitchen. He recalled that there were already 2 broadleaf herbs devoid of roots in the kitchen, and he reached to grasp them. The broadleaf herb seeds in the shop remained locked. Without roots, further cultivation was impossible, and thus, he returned to the vegetable garden. Without hesitation, he plucked a broadleaf herb. Instantly, the broadleaf herb seeds in the shop illuminated. Had he successfully unlocked them? Without dwelling on it, he noted that a single pack of broadleaf herb seeds required merely 1 spirit stone, and he promptly purchased a pack. The planting was a success. Status: germination phase, set to reach seedling phase in 23 hours and 59 minutes. As long as he came into contact with a living entity, there was no need for seeds to unlock, which was exceedingly convenient. If seeds were a necessity, it would be manageable for lower-tier herbs, but the higher-tier ones were scarcely available for sale. However, living spiritual plants were considerably simpler. The general market sold spiritual medicines complete with roots, often sealed in J-boxes. This practice was primarily for certain cultivators, such as alchemists or body refiners, who required specific herbs. High-grade spiritual medicines were challenging to gather, leading one to purchase what they could find. To preserve their medicinal properties over time, these were typically replanted after acquisition. Naturally, living spiritual plants commanded a higher price than mere medicinal materials. One should never assume that individuals would buy living spiritual plants solely to cultivate them until they bore seeds. While possible, it was unnecessary. The lower-tier spiritual medicines were of little value, and seeds had long since flooded the market. Conversely, the higher-tier varieties, which required cultivation periods stretching into centuries, posed an excessive time cost, one that only affluent families and major sects could afford to bear. Regrettably, the current farm merely serves as a simplistic game. What benefit is there in unlocking seeds? The spirit stones cannot be extracted. How splendid it would be if the spirit rice cultivated in the farm could be harvested for consumption. As Wang Hao finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared before him, revealing a cloth bag. Chapter 6. The Marvelous Uses of the Farm. Spirit rice? Wang Hao's mind went blank for a few seconds before he approached the bag to investigate. Indeed, it contained spirit rice, weighing approximately 100 pounds. His expression transformed with uncontainable joy. So this is the true purpose of the farm. It is quite similar to the spiritual planting spaces depicted in various novels. But my farm requires far less effort, as no manual labor is necessary. Simultaneously, he began to calculate in his mind. Typically, the yield of spirit rice ranges from 50 to 100 pounds per mu, largely dependent on the diligence of the cultivator. The profit margins are minimal, yet farming is a time-consuming endeavor. Many cultivators occasionally cast rain spells, neglecting weeding and pest control entirely. Under such circumstances, achieving a high yield is nothing short of a miracle. However, if a professional spiritual farmer oversees the cultivation, the yield would be significantly higher. The farm's capacity for maximum yield is comparable to a meticulously tended spiritual field. The growth cycle of spiritual rice on the farm is a mere 10 days, a fraction of reality. Currently, his 2 plots yield 200 pounds of spiritual rice in that time, valued at 20 spiritual stones. In a month, this amounts to 60, and in a year, 720. Such prosperity, even old Wang cannot match his earnings. Regrettably, he is unable to return to the Wang family. If he had a family to support him, he could cultivate the Wang family into a formidable force in the Qingniu Square market within just a few years. However, this calculation is flawed. Well-versed in the lore of cultivation novels, Wang Hao understands that the essence of cultivation lies in prudence. He knows that possessing a treasure can invite calamity. If he dares to sell spiritual rice in large quantities, he will inevitably attract unwanted attention, and old Wang will be powerless to protect him. Furthermore, according to the mechanics of the farming game, unlocking additional plots of land will require funds. It is likely that the land can be upgraded to higher tiers, such as red or golden land, all of which necessitates expenditure. Thus, in the short term, he cannot afford to alter the farm's output. His goal should be to expand his holdings further. It seems this has turned into a game of sorts. Nevertheless, it should be manageable for Wang Hao to consume some of the rice himself. Having transitioned to a dual-attributed cultivation technique and with an ample supply of spiritual rice, the time required to reach qi refinement completion has been significantly shortened, making foundation establishment a hopeful prospect. Wang Hao procured a portion of spiritual rice seeds and sowed them on the remaining acre. When he clicked on the 3rd plot of land, he discovered that unlocking it would cost 100 spiritual stones, which caused a slight furrow in his brow. That price is not insignificant. If he plants spiritual rice on both of his current plots, he will obtain 200 pounds in 10 days. After consuming 10 pounds, he will have 190 pounds left, which can be sold for 19 spiritual stones. To purchase 2 more seed portions, he would require 2 stones, meaning he can only accumulate 17 spiritual stones every 10 days. He would need to plant 6 batches of spiritual rice to amass enough stones to unlock the 3rd plot of land. According to the tendencies of the penguin game, the cost for unlocking subsequent lands will exponentially increase. To fully unlock 30 plots may take decades. Indeed, one must remain grounded. 30 acres of land, with a 10-fold acceleration of time, equates to 300 acres of ordinary spiritual farmland, which surpasses the modest Wang family with its solitary foundational cultivator. However, it pales in comparison to the more established foundational families, let alone the formidable mid-sized families and sects bolstered by golden core cultivators. Regaining his composure, Wang Hao prepared a meal using the spiritual rice produced by his farm, and then resumed his cultivation. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Sitting upon his meditation cushion, Wang Hao opened his eyes, having restored his cultivation to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, even surpassing his previous state. The red and green yin-yang fish energy sphere within his dantian had grown considerably denser. The penguin farm had already opened a 3rd plot of land, and the cost for unlocking the 4th was less than he anticipated, only 150 spirit stones. However, it would still require 6 harvests to unlock the cultivation of spiritual rice. Additionally, he created a panel for himself, primarily out of a whimsical desire. Without it, he felt as though he were not truly engaging in the game. Erase that thought. Cultivation. Checking the panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years. Cultivation. Qi refinement 3rd, layer 91. 5. Cultivation technique. 1st layer of the Crimson Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. Mana, 9090. Skills, alchemy. 1st rank low-grade alchemy, not yet initiated. Talismans. 1st rank low-grade talismans, not yet initiated. Spells. Fireball technique, not mastered. Binding technique, not mastered. Divine abilities. You have not yet mastered any divine abilities. Gazing at the panel, Wang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. With nothing mastered and no initiation, what was the point of this display? Yet, he also felt that omitting it would render the panel too simplistic, merely showcasing the 5 elements. The mana value of 90 was not arbitrary. It was the result of meticulous calculation, as he had not mastered any spells. He considered each strike from a first-rank low-grade magical artifact to equate to 1 mana point, allowing him a total of 90 strikes. Regarding the 91.5, following the third layer of Chi refinement, the 91.5 reflected the mixed nature of his mana, with only 90 being usable. However, once depleted, the other 3 types of spiritual energy within his Dantian remained inaccessible, hence the addition of 0.5. The question mark indicated his uncertainty regarding the maximum capacity of his Dantian at the third layer of Chi refinement. He was currently engaged in gradual cultivation to expand it. Nevertheless, he sensed that he was nearing the threshold of the 4th layer of Chi refinement. Reflecting on his previous mana conditions during the 1st and 2nd layers of Chi refinement, he had set the maximum capacity of his Dantian for the 1st layer at 50 and for the 2nd layer at 75. This led Wang Hao to discern a pattern, and he speculated that the limit for the 3rd layer would be 112.5. His panel, while seemingly lacking in utility, was indeed effective in monitoring the mana within his body. The computer was integrated with him, thus enabling this functionality. Indeed, this is the realm of cultivation, a pursuit often beyond the grasp of scientific explanation. To achieve refinement, one requires further empirical support. The initial stage of Chi training, known as the 3rd layer, is merely the beginning, while spells such as the Fireball technique and the Binding technique belong to the intermediate stage of Chi training. It is not that Wang Hao is unwilling to learn. Rather, he finds himself incapable of doing so. As for certain first-tier low-grade spells like the Rainfall technique and the Condensation finger, Wang Hao perceives little necessity in acquiring such knowledge, as he has no intention of becoming a spirit cultivator nor engaging in duels with others. Why waste precious time on such endeavors? He believes it far more prudent to dedicate his time to training and advance swiftly into the intermediate stage of Chi training. After extensive calculations and observations, he has determined that his current cultivation speed is approximately 0.18 per day. Without consuming spirit rice, it drops to 0.09. Clearly, he is not lacking in spirit rice, and he estimates that it will take him about 6 days to expand his Dantian capacity slightly. If he adheres to the maximum limit of 90 for the 3rd layer, he will require nearly 2 months to reach the pinnacle of that stage. However, he still possesses 2 bottles of Gathering Spirit pills left by Wang Yanzhao, each containing 10 pills. If not now, then when should he consume them? Taking the pills should accelerate his progress. It is no wonder that the original owner reached merely the 3rd layer of Chi training by the age of 18. With my transformation of cultivation methods and an ample supply of spirit rice, my training remains frustratingly slow. Having 5 spiritual roots is truly a hindrance. Wang Hao chuckled at his own predicament. He lacked nothing and had no need to venture out for supplies, choosing instead to continue his seclusion and training. After 2.5 months of incessantly consuming pills, Wang Hao finally approached the threshold of the 4th layer of Chi training. The effects of the Gathering Spirit pills proved to be quite satisfactory. While they did not quite double the benefits of a spirit rice, they came remarkably close. The efficacy of a spirit gathering pill is sufficient for him to refine for 6 days. Over the course of the past month, he has consumed 15 spirit gathering pills. In the Qingyo marketplace, a bottle of spirit gathering pills is priced at 30 spirit stones, resulting in a total expenditure of 45 spirit stones over 2.5 months. Do not underestimate the significance of 45 spirit stones. Wang Yanzhao, an elder of the Wang family, receives a mere annual family stipend of 40 spirit stones, of which 10 are attributed to his status as an elder. Generally, a late-stage Chi refinement cultivator only earns 30 spirit stones, while a cultivator in the early stages of Chi refinement is left with a meager 10 spirit stones for an entire year. Spirit gathering pills can only be purchased individually. Who would dare to consume them like candies as he does? As for the potential risk of pill poisoning, Wang Hao is no longer concerned. The old Demon Han has consumed even more without any adverse effects. His current status reads as follows. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years. Cultivation level, Qi refinement stage, 3-1-11-1-12. 5. Technique, first layer of the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. Mana, 111-111. Skills, Alchemy, first tier low-grade alchemy, not yet initiated. Talismans, first tier low-grade talismans, not yet initiated. Spells, Fireball Technique, not yet mastered. Binding Technique, not yet mastered. Divine abilities, you have yet to master any divine abilities. To achieve a breakthrough, he must elevate his firewood attribute spiritual energy by an additional one. 5. The effectiveness of one spirit gathering pill is no longer adequate. 2 would suffice, albeit with some risk. After all, he felt a significant swelling in his meridians and a subtle pain when refining just one pill. Taking 2 at once could very well lead to a rupture. Yet, in this world, is there truly anything devoid of risk? After Wang Hao arrived in this world, he devoted himself to solitary cultivation within his abode, unburdened by any attachments. Death held no fear for him. Perhaps it would even allow him to reunite with his companions for some gaming. Initially, he indulged in a hearty meal, but upon glancing outside, he resisted the urge to venture out and instead returned to his meditative state. After circulating his spiritual energy for a complete cycle, he resolutely consumed 2 spirit gathering pills. The potent essence surged within him, exploding in his abdomen, and with the operation of his cultivation technique came the accompanying sensation of tearing pain. Wang Hao emitted a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. He steeled himself. The technique was still in motion, and he had not yet succumbed. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the pain as the overwhelming potency coursed through his meridians, exacerbating the agony. Yet, he understood that as long as his technique continued to function, there remained a possibility of success. With each tear of his dantian and meridians, his endurance and capacity were simultaneously expanding. Sweat soaked his garments, dripping rhythmically onto the floor, while his visage grew increasingly grotesque and haggard. Nevertheless, he persisted. After 5 days, accompanied by a faint pop, a sudden lightness enveloped his dantian, while the pressure emanating from him began to rise. Finally, he relaxed his tightly clenched jaw. Wang Hao continued to operate his technique for another half-day, and upon witnessing the stabilization of his realm, he felt a sense of relief. Opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply and chuckled. Reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement is not so difficult after all. His confidence was not mere bravado. The process, though perilous and painful, had proven non-fatal, reassuring him for the path that lay ahead in his cultivation journey. It is said that there are 3 significant bottlenecks during the Qi refinement stage. The first hurdle is the transition from the initial to the intermediate stage, followed by the leap from the intermediate to the advanced stage, and finally, the ascension from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Having now surmounted the intermediate bottleneck, Wang Hao is poised to steadily cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He performed a simple cleansing technique on himself, exhaling a refreshing sigh, stretching leisurely, and murmuring to himself, "Now that I have reached the intermediate stage, I can indeed begin to learn some spells. Additionally, I should dedicate time to alchemy and talisman crafting. Moreover, with only 3 gathering spirit pills left, it is imperative that I venture out to procure a new batch." Wang Hao silently mapped out his plans. The alchemy furnace was provided by Old Wang, and the materials for the introductory fasting pills consist of spirit rice, which he does not need to purchase. However, Old Wang did not supply the talisman brush, perhaps because he lacked one himself or did not expect Wang Hao to master the art of talisman crafting. Nonetheless, familiarizing himself with the concepts of talisman creation and copying the inscriptions does not require practical experience. Ordinary paper and pen will suffice for this preliminary phase. He truly feels he possesses talent and can delay further purchases. Based on the potency of the gathering spirit pills, to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he will require at least 12 bottles of pills, amounting to 360 spiritual stones. Currently, he has only 113 stones, of which 100 were provided by Old Wang. indicating a substantial shortfall. It appears he must sell some of the spirit rice from his farm. Furthermore, he should seek additional spiritual plants, as relying solely on spirit rice yields insufficient income. The farmland is currently at the first level, unable to cultivate second-tier crops. However, there are still many beneficial options among the first-tier spiritual plants. Challenges such as difficult cultivation or high fertilizer consumption do not pose a problem for the farm, and Wang Hao can certainly explore these types of spiritual plants. In the farm, there are currently 4 plots of land. While the acquisition of a 5th will require some time to amass sufficient funds. However, Wang Hao is prepared to sell a portion of his spiritual rice, albeit reluctantly postponing his plans. Once he purchases more economically beneficial spiritual plants, the pace of his land cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, Wang Hao ventured out with his entire fortune, not wandering aimlessly, but occasionally stopping to examine unfamiliar items, such as shops selling magical artifacts, where he would invariably inquire about prices. Old Wang had only provided him with a defensive artifact, leaving him in need of an offensive one. The inferior flying sword had become inadequate following his advancement to the mid-stage of chi refinement, necessitating the purchase of a new one. Nevertheless, this remained a lower priority compared to spiritual plants and elixirs. Yet, since he had the opportunity, it was prudent to inquire about the prices he encountered. After a lengthy stroll through the market, Wang Hao garnered a general understanding of the pricing for ordinary first-grade mid-tier artifacts, ranging from 20 to 50 spirit stones, a sum he deemed reasonable. In contrast, acquiring a single bottle of gathering spirit elixirs could take an ordinary cultivator several years to save up for. After visiting several shops, he found himself particularly fond of a sword sold by a store under the Qingyuan sect, named the Crimson Gold Sword. Measuring 3 feet in length and 3 inches in width, its entire body is a deep crimson hue, boasting considerable aesthetic appeal, and priced at merely 30 spirit stones. To be candid, this sword did not possess any remarkable features. Wang Hao's preference stemmed from its visual allure and the fact that it was forged from crimson gold iron, a top-tier material of the first grade. Crafting a mid-tier sword from superior materials evidently indicated a lack of skill on the part of the blacksmith, suggesting that this sword was merely a practice piece. Nevertheless, the materials were undeniably substantial, rendering the Crimson Gold Sword far more durable than the average first-grade mid-tier artifact, with the potential to rival even first-grade superior artifacts in strength. Although Wang Hao lacked expertise in artifact refining, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the materials involved. The mere cost of the raw materials exceeded 20 spiritual stones, and when factoring in the consumption of spiritual carbon and labor during the refining process, 30 spiritual stones could be deemed a reasonable price. However, he remained unhurried. Upon completing his other tasks, should he have surplus funds, he would acquire the sword. To avoid drawing attention, Wang Hao sought out a clothing shop and purchased a complete outfit of black attire, complemented by a hat adorned with a long black veil to conceal his visage. This appearance was hardly out of place, as many wandering cultivators in the market donned similar garb. Wang Hao visited several shops dealing in spiritual rice, selling his stock in batches. After cultivating a 4th plot of land, he had successfully harvested 3 crops of spiritual rice, now amassing a total of 1,200 pounds. He sold just over 100 pounds of spiritual grain at each shop. This modest quantity did not attract undue attention. Ultimately, he calculated that he had sold a total of 110 spiritual stones. This was to be expected, as shopkeepers typically lowered their purchase prices slightly. Now, he possessed 220 spiritual stones. It was most advantageous to convert his wealth into cultivation resources, while spiritual stones could accelerate the cultivation process. Their efficacy paled in comparison to certain elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation level. Directly utilizing spiritual stones for this purpose was not the wisest choice, with the exception of high-grade spiritual stones. Upon arriving at the square of the market, Wang Hao was struck by the lively atmosphere. Previously, only wandering cultivators had set up stalls here, offering little of value. Wang Hao had come primarily to broaden his horizons. Nonetheless, he was open to the prospect of seizing an opportunity akin to those of the infamous Han Laoma. Upon inquiry, He learned that next year marks the day when the Qingyuan sect will sell the Foundation establishment pills. Various families and some capable rogue cultivators are eager to sell more items to accumulate spirit stones, resulting in the bustling scene of numerous stalls. If another year passes, as the date for the sale of the Foundation establishment pills approaches, the Qingyo market will undoubtedly become even more vibrant. The Qingyuan sect has already announced that a total of 7 Foundation establishment pills will be sold at the Qingyo market. 5 will go to the 5 major families, while 2 will be auctioned. If any family cannot afford them, they will be included in the auction. Under the allure of the Foundation establishment pills, the items currently available in the market are far superior to the usual offerings. For instance, first-tier spiritual herbs, as well as seeds for first-tier spiritual herbs, are typically sold by transient rogue cultivators, but now they are being offered by various families. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, the time traveler is the protagonist. And just as he dozed off, a pillow was delivered. Spiritual symbol grass, aptly named, can be used to make talisman paper. After inquiring about the price, he learned that a small bag of seeds costs 5 spirit stones, yielding approximately 20 or so seeds. He decided to purchase them to practice his talisman crafting skills. He also bought spiritual wheat seeds, as he had grown weary of rice after several months and sought a change in flavor. Additionally, he encountered qi blood ginseng, one of the primary ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill, which is the most common medicinal herb for such a pill. Only those that have matured to second-tier high quality can be used to refine the Foundation establishment pill, while first-tier ones are usually employed for brewing or crafting healing pills for the qi refining stage. Since he stumbled upon it, he certainly had to buy it. However, the price was exorbitant. 10 spirit stones only afforded him 3 seeds. He wished to obtain them for free, but the seller only allowed him to observe, providing no opportunity for him to take them without payment. However, he encountered several seeds of lesser value, which illuminated the first-tier seeds in the farm to a satisfactory extent, much to Wang Hao's delight. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a sapling of a fruit tree at a stall, which instantly caught his eye. The spiritual fruit could be consumed directly and possessed the ability to enhance one's cultivation, akin to the effects of medicinal pills, depending on the variety. Some were slightly inferior to gathering spirit pills, while others surpassed them significantly. The vendor was a male cultivator appearing to be in his 40s, and upon noticing the insignia on his robe, Wang Hao murmured to himself, "Isn't that the Wang family's robe? Old Wang wore something similar last time." The Wang family even sold fruit trees. This was indeed a significant investment. Given the importance of the item, acquiring a foundational pill would also benefit Wang Yanzhao. Contemplating this, Wang Hao felt a mix of emotions, joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that Wang Yanzhao was his biological father. Despite their strained relationship, he could still seek assistance in times of crisis, and his foundation establishment would ultimately benefit him. However, the concern arose from the possibility that once Wang Yanzhao established his foundation, he might be reassigned away from the market, making future encounters exceedingly difficult, as the other members of the Wang family would hardly acknowledge him. Sighing, he thought to himself that he was overthinking, as he would not need to rely on others if he improved his own cultivation. Shaking his head, he took a few steps forward. The vendor warmly called out, "Esteemed friend, feel free to choose whatever catches your eye." Pointing at the sapling, he added, "I must admit, I am quite taken with this particular tree. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Wang family specialty, the golden silk spiritual apricot tree, correct?" The golden silk spiritual apricot is a top-tier spiritual fruit of the first rank, quite esteemed among first-tier spiritual fruits, and is a rare find in the market. Wang Hao had never tasted the golden silk spirit apricot. Even the old Wang would require several years to yield a single fruit. The Wang family only harvested a batch of spirit apricots every few years, and in the marketplace, each one commanded a staggering price of 30 spirit stones, equivalent to an entire vial of gathering spirit pills. Given the hefty price, the efficacy was undoubtedly remarkable. It was said that its medicinal properties were gentle yet rich, surpassing even the Huanglong pill used in the later stages of qi refinement, all without the risk of pill toxicity. Though Wang Hao had no immediate use for this item, He contemplated planting it to nurture for the future, thus saving on spirit stones needed for purchasing pills once he reached the later stages of chi refinement. Moreover, the sapling of the spirit apricot tree appeared to be only 2 or 3 years old. Even if planted in a farm, it would take at least a year and a half for it to blossom and bear fruit. Upon hearing Wang Hao's intention to purchase the sapling, the cultivator from the Wang family displayed a look of delight and remarked, "Esteemed friend, you possess a discerning eye. This indeed is a golden silk spirit apricot. Since you recognize it, I shall refrain from further elaboration on its benefits. The price for this sapling is 100 spirit stones. What do you think?" Wang Hao chuckled softly and replied, "My dear friend, your business practices lack fairness. While the golden silk spirit apricot is precious, and 100 spirit stones might seem a bargain, this sapling's leaves are withered and its stature diminutive. It is evidently a rejected specimen. Surely, if your family's spirit plant cultivator had confidence in its viability, they would not offer it for sale. This price is rather." The Wang family cultivator sighed deeply and said, "Your insight is indeed sharp, yet the price is fixed. Were it not for the family's necessity to purchase foundation establishment pills for my second uncle, we would not part with it. I assure you with my integrity, this sapling is sound and will certainly thrive." With a flicker of thought, Wang Hao mused that old Wang was the second in line. Despite the apparent age of the cultivators, their familial rank did not necessarily surpass that of old Wang. He decided it was best to regard this as a benevolent act towards old Wang. "Very well, I shall take this sapling," he declared, producing spirit stones with a flourish to pay for it. With only a few spirit stones remaining and lacking the desire to linger further, he made his way towards the Wang family's apothecary. After all, one ought to support old Wang's business when purchasing elixirs. Wang Hao strode confidently into the Wang family shop, where he was immediately greeted with warmth by a familiar face, Wang Wenxin, who was a generation below old Wang. Should he return to the Wang family, he too would append an additional character to his name. "Esteemed friend, are you here to purchase elixirs or talismans, or perhaps to sell something? Our shop offers first-tier elixirs and talismans, and we are eager to acquire spirit herbs, providing favorable rates for bulk transactions," Wang Wenxin inquired. Wang Hao, donning a wide-brimmed hat, paid no heed to whether he was recognized and replied, "Please bring me 2 bottles of Gathering Spirit Elixir and 1 bottle of Yellow Sprout Elixir." Both the Gathering Spirit Elixir and the Yellow Sprout Elixir serve the purpose of enhancing cultivation. However, the former is suitable for early and mid-stage cultivators, while the latter is intended solely for those in mid-stage cultivation, boasting slightly superior efficacy. Upon hearing the request for 3 bottles of elixirs, Wang Wenxin's smile widened, and with utmost respect, he stated, "The total is 100 spirit stones, but as a courtesy, I shall offer you a discount, charging only 95 spirit stones. In the future, feel free to return to our Wang family shop. I assure you, you shall not be at a loss." Wang Hao then produced the spirit stones and handed them over to Wang Wenxin. Wang Wenxin's laughter was so exuberant that his eyes nearly disappeared. He handed the elixir to Wang Hao and produced an iron token, saying, "Welcome, esteemed friend. With this token, you shall be regarded as a valued guest of our establishment and enjoy exclusive discounts." Wang Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Your words are quite persuasive. If only you knew my true identity, you might reconsider those discounts." Turning away, he exited the shop, dismissing thoughts of the crimson gold sword. With only a few spirit stones left to his name, he mused that without his farm, he might not even be able to afford spirit rice. Chapter 9. Attempting alchemy. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, every interaction he had in the shop was keenly observed by Wang Yinzhao on the second floor. "Brother, are you at ease now?" inquired a young man seated across the table, who was Wang Yinfeng, a practitioner of 3 spirit roots at the 7th layer of Qi refining, and the 8th in the lineage of the Wang family. He was also an alchemist, albeit far less talented than Wang Yinzhao, only capable of producing first-tier elixirs. Conversely, after reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining, Wang Yinzhao had exhausted his cultivation potential and, focusing on alchemy, had recently advanced to a second-tier lower-grade alchemist 6 months prior. Wang Yinfeng had come to take over the shop in the market, while Wang Yinzhao prepared to return to the family residence to await the arrival of the foundation establishment pill. Wang Yinzhao sighed slightly. I hope he can persist longer this time. Eighth brother, I want to hide it from you. This lad has previously secluded himself for cultivation, but he could manage only 6 months at most. Wang Yinfeng replied with a smile. Brother, you have seen for yourself that nephew Hao has now reached the 4th layer of qi refining and is here to purchase elixirs, which surely signifies he has grasped the essentials. Besides, I shall be here to oversee things, so you need not worry. Wang Yinzhao nodded helplessly. He was at an impasse. He could not possibly protect Wang Hao for a lifetime, while Wang Hao appeared to have mastered his studies. What Wang Yinfeng was unaware of was that he had only left Wang Hao a mere 100 spirit stones, which he had spent entirely on medicinal pills. Once consumed, they would not suffice for him to advance to the 5th level of qi refinement. In the absence of pill assistance, with his 5 spiritual roots, Wang Hao would be subjected to a painfully slow cultivation process. Would he be able to endure such arduous training? Everything was entrusted to the 8th brother. There was no need for excessive supervision. Just ensure that he did not instigate any significant troubles that could jeopardize his life. Second brother, you overstate the matter. After all, he is of the Wang family bloodline. As his uncle, how could I allow anyone to endanger his life? After bidding farewell, Wang Yinzhao cast one last glance at Wang Hao's retreating figure before departing from Qingyou Market with the other family members. After advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Wang Hao's speed in refining medicinal pills significantly increased. The 3 bottles of pills would suffice for his cultivation for over 5 months. Moreover, he had acquired a considerable number of seeds during his time at the plaza, one of which was called the white jade watermelon. This particular crop was exceedingly taxing on land, as a single planting in a first-level spirit field would require a year for the soil to recover. Thus, while it could enhance cultivation, its cultivation demand was minimal. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it certainly did not compare favorably to planting other spiritual herbs for pill production. However, Wang Hao's farm was evidently unperturbed by this. The white jade watermelon had a short growing cycle, yielding a harvest within a year. Albeit with slightly inferior medicinal properties, each watermelon possessed about 80% of the efficacy of a gathering spirit pill, due to its substantial spiritual energy requirements for growth. A single acre could accommodate a maximum of 20 plants, with each plant producing only 1 watermelon. The benefits remain rather meager. The efficacy pales in comparison to the spirit-gathering pill, and the price is likewise inferior. Even with the enhancement of flavor, the income from a single acre at most yields 50 spirit stones. In contrast, cultivating spirit rice can generate an annual revenue of 30 spirit stones per acre, without the risk of depleting the soil's fertility. The choice is evidently clear. However, Wang Hao remains unfazed. He aims to minimize external purchases and reduce his presence, biding his time until the later stages of qi refinement. Although utilizing the white jade watermelon to assist in cultivation may be somewhat slower than the spirit-gathering pill, advancing to the 5th level of qi refinement within a year is certainly attainable. This pace of cultivation is already quite rapid, surpassing that of second-rate spiritual roots without the aid of pills, albeit still lagging behind those with superior innate talents. Wang Hao swiftly returned to his small courtyard, casually sowing the spirit plants and seeds he had procured into his garden, which, despite its modest size, was indeed a spiritual field. As for the farm, the seeds from outside could not be brought in, necessitating a second purchase at the marketplace. Such is the nature of the penguin game. Truly frustrating. Upon inspection, the price for the golden silk spirit apricot seeds stood at 30 spirit stones, which is exorbitant. Nevertheless, this perennial spirit plant, once sown, yields multiple harvests. With a lifespan of up to a century for a first-tier spirit plant, the golden silk spirit apricot could thrive in Wang Hao's farm for 10 years. The spirit apricot tree takes 15 years to mature, subsequently flowering and bearing fruit every 5 years, allowing for a total of 17 harvests. The golden silk spirit apricot trees from the Wang family typically produce only 5 or 6 fruits per tree. Thus, the yield in the farm should reach its maximum potential, likely exceeding that number, though it is unlikely to surpass 10 fruits. Upon clicking to sow the seeds, Wang Hao discovered 3 seeds arranged in a triangular formation within that plot of land. This indicated that 1 acre could yield 3 spirit apricot trees, a quantity adequate for his cultivation needs in the later stages of qi refining. Consequently, he planted 1 acre of white jade watermelon in the remaining 3 plots, while the other 2 were devoted to the most economically beneficial spirit talisman grass, aimed at maximizing the utility of the remaining land. Having completed these mundane tasks, Wang Hao devoted himself to meditation and cultivation for another month. The efficacy of the elixirs he consumed had diminished considerably compared to his earlier experiences at the 3rd layer of qi refining. During that phase, he utilized gathering spirit pills and could expand his dantian capacity in less than 3 days. Now, however, he required 5 days. Moreover, the speed of elixir refinement had accelerated. Previously, 1 gathering spirit pill took 6 days to refine, but now was reduced to 5. This unexpected shift rendered Wang Hao's earlier calculations futile, as the quantity of elixirs required for his breakthrough to the 5th layer had significantly increased. Although the white jade watermelon had ripened, Wang Hao felt little joy, for he had already refined one, and its effects were rather mediocre. Thus, the urgency of alchemy loomed large. The spirit stones from the farm were inaccessible, and the spirit apricots would take over a year to mature. Furthermore, even upon their ripening, would he not still require spirit stones for purchasing other essentials? Magical tools, talismans, and foundation establishment pills. Selling a substantial amount of spirit rice and spirit herbs would easily arouse suspicion and could jeopardize the secrecy of the farm. Conversely, selling elixirs would be far more advantageous, as spirit rice and herbs are not easily sold to loose cultivators. However, elixirs are universally required. As long as he prices them slightly lower than the shops, accumulating spirit stones would be a simple endeavor. With resolute determination, Wang Hao retrieved the jade slip left by Wang Yinzhao and began to examine it meticulously. Wang Yinzhao had bestowed upon him 3 recipes for first-tier elixirs: the entry elixir, the fasting elixir, the low-grade gathering spirit elixir, and the medium-grade yellow sprout elixir. These recipes are not particularly rare and can be easily found in the marketplace. Wang Yinzhao likely selected them due to their straightforward preparation, as even the medium-grade yellow sprout elixir requires merely 3 types of spiritual herbs. The process of alchemy can generally be divided into 3 stages. First, refining the spiritual herbs into medicinal liquid. Second, merging the components. And third, solidifying the elixir. With fewer required spiritual herbs, the challenges of the first 2 stages are significantly alleviated. The jade slip left by Wang Yinzhao not only contains the recipes and preparation methods, but also his personal insights gained from his own alchemical experiences, demonstrating his earnest effort. The fasting elixir comes in several varieties, yet Wang Hao, as a novice, opted for the simplest one, which requires only spiritual rice. After realizing that the white jade watermelon was unsuitable for his cultivation, Wang Hao ceased its cultivation. That plot of land is now dedicated to spiritual rice, yielding 100 pounds every 10 days, which is sufficient for alchemical purposes with careful usage. Furthermore, with the beneficial yield of spiritual talisman grass, he will soon be able to cultivate an additional plot of land, ensuring that the supply of raw materials is no longer a concern. During the qi refinement stage, alchemists generally prefer to utilize earthly flames for pill concoction. Unfortunately, the entire Qingyo workshop lacks such resources. To access earthly flames, one must venture to the Qingyuan sect, where the rental fees are exorbitant. Consequently, Wang Hao resorted to using spirit charcoal as a substitute. In Chapter 10, the completion of the pill, Wang Hao settled onto the meditation cushion, first gathering his breath to calm his mind. He then formed a hand seal, igniting the spirit charcoal, which immediately radiated brilliant light. A flame, akin to the thickness of a finger, leapt forth, yet this was evidently insufficient for alchemical processes. Wang Hao subsequently added 5 more pieces of spirit charcoal, resulting in 6 vibrant flames coalescing at the bottom of the alchemical furnace. As previously mentioned, the process of alchemy is not particularly complex. However, few possess the ability to successfully create pills. The successful formulation of pills requires a thorough understanding of material composition, temperature regulation, and timing, among other skills. The challenge of temperature control has eliminated the majority of cultivators, aside from a select few prodigious talents. The study of alchemy demands a significant expenditure of spirit stones, making it feasible only for affluent cultivators to bear the costs associated with learning this art. Within the vast Wang family, which enjoys 1/5 of the income from Qingyo workshop, only 4 alchemists have been cultivated. Setting aside distractions, Wang Hao continued his alchemical endeavors. The first step involved washing the spirit rice, followed by meticulously peeling each grain, a rather straightforward task. The second step required placing the peeled spirit rice into the furnace, where he would slowly extract its essence over a gentle flame. This stage was not particularly challenging either. However, Wang Hao soon discovered that the pot had begun to scorch. Was this his first encounter with such a mishap? His inexperience made it quite understandable, he reassured himself. With a reduction of a piece of spiritual charcoal and a slight decrease in heat, Wang Hao continued, only to find himself facing yet another challenge as the mixture burned once more. After lowering the heat again, he placed the meticulously prepared spiritual rice into the alchemical furnace. This time, to his delight, no scorched odor wafted forth. With a single hand gesture, he directed his focus towards the furnace, causing the lid to lift gracefully and settle securely in place. Though the lid obstructed the view, the consciousness of a cultivator transcends such barriers, allowing Wang Hao to observe the inner workings. He watched as the spiritual rice gradually melted under the intense heat, transforming into a thick, white liquid. As time progressed, the moisture within the liquid evaporated, leaving behind the essence, for which a delicate fragrance began to emanate. The first phase was deemed successful, according to Old Wang's notes. The next step involved increasing the heat while simultaneously rotating the essence to evaporate any remaining moisture, thus forming the elixir. With a change in his hand gestures, the flames enveloping the spiritual charcoal surged to more than double their size, engulfing the furnace in a torrent of roaring fire. As time slipped away, the aroma intensified, filling Wang Hao with confidence that success was within reach. However, a quarter of an hour later, the alchemical furnace suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a muffled thud, followed by a plume of yellow smoke rising ominously. Had the furnace exploded? Stunned into silence for a moment, Wang Hao brought the furnace closer for a thorough inspection. The sight that met his eyes was one of chaos. The interior was a mess, with numerous dark brown residues clinging to the sides, exuding an acrid, burnt scent. Wang Hao let out a sigh, pondering the difficulty of the task at hand. Shaking his head, he began to meticulously recall the steps of alchemy, strictly adhering to the notes left by Old Wang. However, Old Wang's instructions were rather abstract, merely indicating the states required without specific details. Wang Hao mused that if only there were concrete data, specific temperatures, and durations, he would surely be able to produce elixirs in no time. Unfortunately, these cultivators seemed oblivious to such concepts. The experiences of their predecessors served merely as a reference, and success depended entirely on the practitioner's insight. Wang Hao did not consider himself a genius. Hence, he resolved to practice diligently. He continued to cleanse the spiritual rice, controlling the heat to refine its essence. This time, there were no explosions, yet the temperature remained too high. When Wang Hao opened the alchemical furnace, he was greeted by a dismal sight of charred remnants. On the 5th attempt, insufficient heat resulted in failure, yielding only 3 soft, yellow, clay-like lumps. Finally, on the 6th try, he succeeded in forming an elixir, but the excessive heat left it with a burnt, inedible taste. Wang Hao sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, deciding to call it a day. Though he had not achieved success, he felt he was not far from it. At that moment, his magical energy was depleted, rendering further attempts impossible. Nonetheless, this afternoon of practice had allowed Wang Hao to accumulate a wealth of experience. He had become quite adept at the first step of refining the medicinal liquid, and since the purifying grain pill required only a single ingredient, he could skip the second step of mixing the liquids. After 4 failed attempts, he had grasped the necessary temperature range for forming elixirs. While he could not guarantee success on his next try, he was confident that with 3 or 4 more attempts, he would certainly achieve it. Wang Hao remained undeterred, reminiscent of the starship that failed dozens of times, always affirming, "At least we have gathered data." Wang Hao, dragging his weary body, hastily consumed a meal before succumbing to a deep slumber. Since his arrival in this realm, he had tirelessly devoted himself to cultivation, allowing himself a mere 2 or 3 hours of rest each day. However, this time he slept soundly through the night. During his slumber, he dreamt of having successfully established his foundation and mastered the art of alchemy, with a long line of individuals outside his door seeking his skill in concocting elixirs. The following day, Wang Hao refrained from further attempts at alchemy. Firstly, he had yet to fully digest the gains from the previous day, necessitating several reviews to extract valuable data for future endeavors. Secondly, advancing his cultivation remained his primary objective. He could not afford to lose sight of his priorities. Lastly, he had consumed a significant amount of spiritual rice the day before and needed to reserve some for sustenance, as the next batch of spiritual rice would not mature for at least another 10 days. Thus, 10 monotonous days of cultivation passed. On this particular day, after concluding his meditation, Wang Hao rose to inspect the farm. He discovered that the golden-threaded spiritual apricots had grown into 3 seedlings, while the spiritual rice was in a mature state. Upon clicking to harvest, he prepared for his second attempt at alchemy. During the past 10 days, he had also dedicated time to reflect on his previous experiences in alchemy, reviewing recorded videos on his computer and benefiting greatly from old Wang's notes and insights. This time, he felt confident in his ability to concoct a fasting pill. After centering his mind and calming his spirit, Wang Hao sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, exhaling a breath of stale air before commencing his work. He gestured with his hands to ignite the spiritual charcoal, preheating the furnace, and then proceeded to cleanse the spiritual rice, peeling and removing impurities to begin the refining process. Occasionally, he adjusted his magical energy output to regulate the heat. After a brief moment, the fragrance of the spiritual rice wafted through the air, indicating that its essence had been successfully extracted. Last time, Wang Hao executed this step with remarkable proficiency. After several reviews, this step felt effortless. The crucial moment lay in the subsequent condensation of the elixir. As Wang Hao caught a whiff of the rich aroma, he became increasingly cautious, his expression grave. He simultaneously urged the flames to elevate the temperature within the cauldron while meticulously controlling the medicinal liquid, ensuring it was both piled and rotated. This rotation was paramount in forming the elixir. Without it, the mixture would merely devolve into a heap of sludge. Though still possessing medicinal properties, it would be difficult to preserve. A quarter of an hour later, a resounding bang echoed as a burnt scent wafted from the cauldron. Had he failed again? Yet, Wang Hao remained undeterred, merely chuckling softly before continuing his alchemical endeavors. After 2 hours, he had exhausted 4 batches of elixirs, and now he stood at the critical juncture of the 5th. His complexion was pale, evidently due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on the cauldron. He could not believe that if the old demon Han could successfully concoct it, why could he, Wang Hao, not? 15 minutes later, Wang Hao completed the incantation, and the flames enveloping the cauldron instantly dissipated. With a flick of his wrist, the lid of the cauldron soared into the air before landing steadily aside. Wang Hao hastily approached the cauldron, where he beheld 2 yellow pills, each the size of a peach pit, lying quietly within. It was indeed the vitality-enhancing pill. Chapter 11. Wang Yinfeng. He chuckled, confident in his abilities. The data had been acquired, and with a few more familiarizations, he would stabilize the process. As for the success rate of elixir creation, that would improve gradually. Wang Hao picked up one of the yellow pills, inhaled deeply a few times, detected no unpleasant odor, and placed it in his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it transformed into a stream of essence that flowed into his abdomen. In the next moment, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being, accompanied by a slight fullness in his stomach. This diminutive elixir was sufficient to sustain a cultivator's energy for an entire day. Conventionally, a single furnace could yield 10 pills, Yet Wang Hao, in his inaugural success, achieved only a 20% success rate. A vial of the Pigu Dan typically contains 10 pills, priced at 3 spirit stones. Thus, his current yield was evidently a loss. Considering the 10 pounds of spirit rice required for a single refining session, Wang Hao first meditated for 2 hours to restore his spiritual power, subsequently refining 2 additional batches of pills, resulting in 3 and 2 pills respectively. 10 days later, as the spirit rice matured once more, Wang Hao resumed his alchemical endeavors, achieving 9 successes out of 10 attempts, with the last 2 yielding 5 pills each. At this juncture, he was no longer incurring losses in his pill making. However, factoring in the consumption of spirit carbon, he had not accrued any significant profit. To profit from the Pigadan, a success rate of at least 60% was imperative. After tidying up, Wang Hao bottled the Pigadan, amassing 4 vials from his 2 refinement sessions. He had no intention of consuming these himself and resolved to sell them instead, allowing others to assess their quality. As he prepared to venture out, Wang Hao took a portion of the white jade watermelon and spirit rune grass with him, deeming it more beneficial to sell them in exchange for gathering spirit pills. Given their negligible refining effect on him, donning his straw hat, he set forth towards the Wang family as apothecary. The goods he intended to sell were not substantial enough to warrant any subterfuge. Upon entering the shop, he discovered that Wang Wenxin was still on duty and directly inquired, "Do you accept spirit fruits and pills?" Wang Wenxin lifted his head and instantly recognized Wang Hao as the individual for the previous procurement of elixirs. Just as he prepared to welcome him, a sudden cough emanated from behind, and Wang Yanfeng approached. "Wenxin, you attend to the guests over there. I shall take care of this esteemed friend." Though puzzled, Wang Wenxin did not question his uncle, as Wang Yanfeng was his 8th uncle, and he stepped aside. Wang Yanfeng addressed Wang Hao. "Esteemed friend, there is a private room upstairs. Let us converse there." Wang Hao, unfamiliar with Wang Yanfeng and uncertain of his intentions, felt assured of safety within the marketplace and replied, "Of course. Please lead the way." Upon ascending the stairs, Wang Hao had yet to take a seat when Wang Yanfeng let out a hum. "You, young lad, are trying to conceal your identity despite coming from your family's elixir shop. What are you up to?" Noticing Wang Hao's puzzled expression, he added, "I am your 8th uncle, Wang Yanfeng, an alchemist, and I grew up alongside your father." "Oh, so you're my 8th uncle. How did you recognize your little nephew?" Wang Hao felt a sense of relief upon realizing he was among family. Even if his uncle harbored some discontent, he would not engage in any treachery. As they settled, Wang Yanfeng rapped on the table. "I recognized you the last time you visited. With that shabby hat of yours, how could you go unnoticed? I even visited your residence a few times, but seeing you cloistered inside, I assumed you were in seclusion and did not intrude." Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "After the event of last time, I felt too embarrassed to face anyone, so I purchased this hat. I apologize for the amusement it has caused you, uncle. The conical hat you possess may suffice to shield you from ordinary individuals. As we meet for the first time, and with your father's entrustment to look after you, allow me to present you with a gift." With that, he produced a black conical hat from his storage pouch. It was purchased many years ago, lacking in significant utility, yet it can effectively obstruct the spiritual probing of foundational level cultivators. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Wang Hao contemplated acquiring a transformation spell, and Wang Yanfeng's gift was indeed beneficial. "Thank you, Uncle Ba. Your nephew is truly honored. You, dear boy, display such decorum, which starkly contrasts with your father's descriptions." He chuckled, pointing at Wang Hao. "I wonder how you managed to vex your second uncle. He sighs heavily whenever your name is mentioned." A bit embarrassed, Wang Hao rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself that he couldn't be blamed for it. It was the fault of the original owner. He replied, "People must grow and mature. Now that I am 18, I am considered an adult. Moreover, my mother has been gone for many years. I must learn to live well. Your perspective is commendable. If your second uncle were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be pleased. But enough of idle chatter. Let us discuss the purpose of your visit." Wang Yanfeng shifted the topic with a question. Wang Hao, not wishing to prolong the conversation, produced the fasting elixir and 15 white jade watermelons. Recently, a friend sold these white jade watermelons to me. Regrettably, after refining them, I discovered their effects were quite poor, so I thought to exchange them for spirit-gathering pills. This elixir, however, is one I concocted myself. I seek your guidance, Uncle Ba. You can indeed refine pills. A look of astonishment spread across Wang Yinfeng's face, disregarding the white jade watermelons, as he directly took the fasting elixir, sniffed it, and swallowed a pill without hesitation. Indeed, the quality is quite commendable. You are the son of the second elder. It is hardly surprising that you possess the ability to concoct elixirs. This remark, however, did not sit well with Wang Hao, for the fasting elixir was the fruit of his diligent efforts and had little to do with the elder Wang. Well, perhaps it does, as the formula and notes were indeed provided by him. Nonetheless, it is essential to distinguish between the primary and secondary aspects. What does it mean to say that because he is his son, there is nothing remarkable about his alchemical skills? Wang Yinfeng then examined the white jade watermelon, stating, "This white jade watermelon has grown exceptionally well. It is of superior quality. However, it is not particularly suitable for cultivation during the mid-stage of qi refining. Here is what I propose. I shall exchange the watermelon and the elixir for 15 spirit-gathering pills. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? These watermelons, if sold in other shops, would fetch no more than 30 spirit stones, while the fasting elixir is priced at 3 spirit stones per vial. Clearly, the shop's purchasing price would not be so generous. Thus, the 8th uncle has been quite generous to him. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Uncle 8, Wang Hao said, not one to be ungrateful, as he hurriedly expressed his thanks with a respectful gesture. Now you can focus on your cultivation without further provoking your father's ire, thus justifying the care bestowed upon you by Uncle 8. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Hao departed the shop with the elixirs in hand. Subsequently, he sought a secluded alley and donned the hat gifted by Wang Yinfeng, replacing his own. After a few twists and turns, he arrived at the Danfu Pavilion of the Qingyuan sect, where he sold 20 pounds of spirit grass in exchange for 80 spirit stones. He then made his way to the weapons pavilion of the Qingyuan sect and finally acquired the coveted red gold sword. He was always destined to venture out for training, and it would be remiss not to possess a suitable magical weapon. Although he had gathered the majority of the spirit herbs required for first-tier elixirs, he still lacked several crucial auxiliary ingredients, most notably the main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, the benga, which he must obtain at the earliest opportunity. The Ningyuan fruit tree is a rare second-tier spiritual plant, requiring a century to mature, after which it blossoms and bears fruit once every 50 years. This sums up to a total of 150 years. In addition, the growth period on the farm spans 15 years. If Wang Hao waits until the late stages of qi refining to seek it out, it is unlikely to mature before he reaches 60. Most Ningyuan fruit trees are monopolized by powerful factions, making any attempts to covet them quite unrealistic. However, the South Sea has not been developed for long, and there are still many unexplored areas within the Duanyuan mountain where it is not impossible to find remnants. It is said that the Ningyuan fruit tree owned by the Qingyuan sect was obtained from Duanyuan mountain, and it was through this tree that the Qingyuan sect continuously flourished, ultimately rising to become the dominant power in the region. Chapter 12. Setting up a stall as spring gives way to autumn, a year has swiftly passed. During this time, Wang Hao has made considerable progress in his cultivation, approaching the 5th level of qi refining. Logically, he should continue in seclusion to attempt a breakthrough. However, the day of the foundational pill auction is drawing near, and the market has become quite lively. Wang Hao decides to venture out to partake in the excitement, hoping to gather some spiritual herbs necessary for concocting the foundational pill. Furthermore, the auction does not solely feature the foundational pill. Numerous other valuable items are also available, and he wishes to exchange some spiritual stones in advance to prepare himself. Over the course of a year, he has made little advancement in the art of talisman crafting. The reason for this stagnation lies in his lack of experience with the brush, both in this life and his previous one. The first hurdle of imitation consumes an inordinate amount of time, and time is precisely what Wang Hao lacks the most. Thus, he must temporarily abandon this pursuit. Should he find himself stagnating in the late stages of chi refining, he can simultaneously seek the spiritual herbs required for the foundational pill while practicing the art of talisman crafting. Although the art of talisman crafting eludes him, Wang Hao has made significant progress in alchemy. After achieving a success rate of 60% with a pill of abstinence, he began experimenting with the spirit-gathering pill. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded. Now, he no longer needs to purchase medicinal pills for his cultivation. The output from his farm suffices for his needs, and he has an ample surplus. During this period, he has accumulated over 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, which can be exchanged for nearly 1,000 spirit stones. His farm now boasts 9 plots of land. One is occupied by the golden silk spirit apricot, while 3 plots are devoted to cultivating the herbs for the spirit-gathering pill. The remaining 5 plots, apart from one occasionally used to grow spirit rice for his own consumption, are entirely planted with spirit talisman grass, taking advantage of its high yield to consistently expand his cultivated area. The cost of land cultivation has been steadily rising, with the price for the 10th plot set at 1,075 spirit stones. He has discerned the pattern, which resembles an arithmetic sequence. The cost for the nth plot equals the price of the previous plot plus 25 times n squared. Furthermore, after developing the 6th plot, he became eligible to upgrade to red land. The first upgrade requires 500 spirit stones, while the second demands 700. He has successfully upgraded 1 plot, yielding remarkable results, enabling the cultivation of second-tier crops and accelerating their maturation. Wang Hao conducted an experiment with spirit rice and concluded that it grows twice as fast as on ordinary land, equating to a time flow of 20 times that of reality. This revelation shifted his perspective. As long as the cost of cultivating new land exceeds the expense of upgrading to red land, it is far more economical to pursue the latter. Regrettably, he had previously been preoccupied with his alchemical studies and failed to notice this, resulting in a regrettable waste of spirit stones. Otherwise, he would now possess 3 plots of red land. After inspecting his belongings, Wang Hao stepped out. The biannual auction of foundation-building pills held considerable influence over Qingyo Workshop. A month prior to the auction, the foot traffic at Qingyo Workshop surged dramatically, escalating from a resident population of over 10,000 to nearly 50,000. The influx of visitors was not solely for the foundation-building pills. Rather, they sought to capitalize on the crowd to sell their own goods. Wang Hao first arrived at the Wang family apothecary, where he sought out Wang Yinfeng, selling him 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Beyond that, he hesitated, as his status as a mid-tier, first-grade alchemist posed no issues. But the origin of the medicinal herbs was another matter entirely. Wang Yinfeng, of course, offered him earnest encouragement. However, Wang Hao was not there for a lecture. He wished to accompany Wang Yinfeng to the auction. Thus, after careful consideration, he inquired, "Uncle, have the participants for the auction been decided?" You wish to attend the auction?" Wang Yinfeng lightly shook his head, chuckling as he reprimanded. "I was wondering why you came to see me today. It seems you had ulterior motives. I suppose I was mistaken in thinking you missed your uncle." Wang Hao quickly apologized. "Not at all, uncle. You know me well. I've been solely focused on my cultivation. I haven't left the house in a year. And as soon as I emerged, I came straight to you. As for the auction, I merely wished to broaden my horizons." Wang Yinfeng smiled and nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, your father previously reminded me to keep a watchful eye on you. Yet, you have not even stepped out of the door, sparing your uncle much trouble. Well then, I too must represent the Wang family store at the upcoming auction. You shall accompany me. The auction commences in 5 days. On that day, you are to remain indoors, and I shall send someone to summon you." "Thank you, uncle," Wang Hao replied, bowing in respect. He then added, "Uncle, the market is bustling at present, and I am eager to procure some spiritual herbs." Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Enough. You've been cooped up for over a year. Surely this is an old habit resurfacing? Go and explore the streets, but mind your temperament. Just avoid causing any disturbances. I shall certainly not trouble you." "Uncle," Wang Hao said apologetically before departing the shop. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a vast square filled with numerous stalls. Setting up a stall in the square incurs no rental fee, but at this moment, It was already bustling with activity, making it quite a challenge for Wang Hao to find an available spot. The stall showcased a myriad of goods, many of which were peculiar in nature. However, the majority consisted of first-tier spiritual rice, first-tier refining materials, first-tier elixirs, first-tier talismans, and first-tier spiritual herbs. Quality items were scarce and rather eclectic, requiring one to sift through them individually, a rather tedious task. Since he was inclined to seek out trouble, Wang Hao decided to let others come to him. After observing the trading dynamics among the scattered cultivators for a brief moment, he realized it resembled a marketplace from his past life, with the only difference being that currency had transformed into spiritual stones. However, a crucial aspect remained. Once a purchase was made, it was final. If you stumbled upon a bargain, count it as fortune. If you made a poor investment, do not seek recourse. After a thorough search, Wang Hao was unable to find an empty spot, so he reluctantly offered 2 spirit stones to a wandering cultivator to secure his position. He took out a sign he had prepared in advance and placed it before him, inscribed with the words, "Spirit Gathering Pills, exchanging for various first and second-tier spirit herb seeds or live plants." As soon as his stall was set up, inquiries poured in, and Wang Hao initially sold several bottles of spirit gathering pills at a low price. However, he soon realized that this crowd was merely interested in using spirit stones for purchases and showed little regard for the seeds. Consequently, he altered his terms to an exchange-only policy. The number of people surrounding Wang Hao's stall diminished significantly, and a few who felt they had missed out expressed their discontent. Yet, with the enforcement officers of the market observing from the edge of the plaza, they dared not act out, muttering under their breath before departing. "What is the price of your spirit-gathering pills, fellow cultivator?" A soft, melodious voice inquired, bringing a sense of comfort to the listener. Wang Hao looked up to find a young woman, around 17 or 18 years of age, standing before him, dressed in a yellow skirt. Her skin was as fair as snow, her face akin to a blossoming peach, and her eyes resembled clear, tranquil waters. It was the first time Wang Hao had encountered such exquisite beauty since arriving in this world, momentarily leaving him somewhat dazed. "Fellow cultivator, are you selling this pill or not?" The woman's expression tightened under Wang Hao's gaze, her tone turning somewhat frosty. Regaining his composure, Wang Hao quickly masked his emotions. He was no longer the same Wang Hao and could not afford such distractions, for women would only impede his cultivation speed. "Ah, indeed, they are for sale, though not at a cheaper rate than what one would find in a store. If the young lady possesses any rare spirit herb seeds or live plants, the exchange would be more advantageous." And how might one proceed with the exchange? The young lady pondered what kind of seeds she could produce. If they were of ordinary quality, there would be no need for exchange. Only those of considerable rarity would suffice, such as seeds related to foundational elixirs. Should she possess such precious seeds, they could be traded for elixirs based on their value. Rare specimens could command a higher price, Wang Hao elucidated. Chapter 13. The auction. Upon hearing this, the girl in the yellow dress thought for a moment, then produced a jade box, opening it to reveal a 20-year-old bloodroot ginseng. Despite its age, the bloodroot ginseng remained a first-tier spiritual herb, which was not what Wang Hao required. He had already acquired this item. By planting it in the red earth, he could harvest a century-old bloodroot ginseng in 5 or 6 years. A century-old bloodroot ginseng qualifies as a second-tier spiritual herb. However, to concoct a foundational elixir, one needs at least a second-tier superior quality bloodroot ginseng aged 200 years, necessitating a decade of cultivation. The girl in the yellow dress frowned slightly and retrieved another jade box. Upon opening it, she revealed a snow-white lotus flower, exuding a chill. The snow lotus? Wang Hao's eyes brightened. This snow lotus was an essential supplementary herb for the foundational elixir, precisely what he lacked. The snow lotus possesses the ability to calm the mind. The primary ingredients of the foundational elixir are potent and fierce, requiring supplementary herbs to mitigate these adverse effects. The snow lotus serves to stabilize a cultivator's spirit, preventing them from succumbing to madness. Wang Hao produced 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, stating, "The value of these 2 bottles is 60 spirit stones, which is more than sufficient to exchange for your snow lotus. which is not yet 30 years old. The woman shook her head, saying, while exchanging 2 bottles of elixirs for the snow lotus is indeed possible. You have just mentioned that the purchasing price will vary based on the rarity of the medicinal herbs. Is the snow lotus truly rare? What you lack is inherently deemed rare. With a sigh, she continued, well, you are quite beautiful, and your words carry weight. As Wang Hao silently grumbled to himself, he reluctantly produced half a vial of spirit-gathering elixir to finalize the transaction with the girl in the yellow dress. As afternoon faded into dusk, Wang Hao decided to pack up and depart. Throughout the day, he had acquired several unlit seeds from the farm, but most importantly, he had secured the crucial supplementary herb, the snow lotus, for the foundation establishment elixir, marking a significant harvest. With 4 bottles of the spirit-gathering elixir remaining, and the one sold to Wang Yanfeng, he had amassed a total of 500 spirit stones. With such wealth, he would dare to make purchases at the auction. 5 days swiftly passed, and as promised, Wang Yanfeng sent someone to summon Wang Hao. The two subsequently made their way to the Qingyun Pavilion, the venue for the auction. Uncle, why has the family sent only you to participate in the auction? Wang Hao inquired, perplexed. For the sake of the foundation establishment elixir. The family has drained its resources. There are no spirit stones left to buy anything else, Wang Yanfeng replied with a sense of resignation. I have come solely to bid on a few second-tier elixirs. It is not just my Wang family. I suspect the other 3 families will send few participants as well. Only the Cheng family, having not purchased the foundation establishment elixir this year, likely has their eyes set on other treasures. Casting a glance at Wang Hao, he asked, what are you looking to buy, young lad? Wang Hao, merely eager to broaden his horizons, possessed only a few hundred spirit stones. While he could afford first-tier items, he found himself woefully short for anything above the second tier. He shook his head and replied, there is nothing I truly require. However, my alchemical furnace is somewhat damaged. If possible, I hope to acquire a superior-grade furnace. A first-tier superior-grade furnace, you say? Why have you come to this auction? You should visit the shop at Qingyuan Gate. They should have what you need, albeit at a steep price, without at least 200 spirit stones. Do not even think about it. If you cannot find a suitable one this time, Uncle Ba can accompany you on a trip to the Qingyuan Gate shop later. 200 spirit stones for a first-tier furnace. How much more for a second-tier? Wang Yanfeng scoffed, what do you think? The family's second-tier, medium-grade alchemical furnace cost nearly 1,000 spirit stones to obtain. Moreover, a second-tier furnace is not simply a matter of wealth. Without connections, one can only rely on luck at the auction. As they conversed, they ascended to the second floor of Qingyuan Pavilion. This auction was not open to just anyone. Only late-stage qi refinement cultivators and members of the 5 prominent families were permitted to attend, which was precisely why Wang Hao needed to rely on Wang Yanfeng's presence. The auction hall was arranged in a rather unremarkable manner, shaped like a bowl, with seating for hundreds around the periphery. The 3rd floor contained private booths, accessible only to foundation establishment cultivators. This time, the Wang family had sent only Wang Yanfeng, who casually took a seat in the main hall. In the center of the hall, a circular wooden platform supported a rectangular auction table. As the auction had yet to commence, Wang Yanfeng was engaged in light conversation with familiar cultivators, while Wang Hao closed his eyes to rest. Almost everyone present possessed a higher cultivation level than he did, and with few acquaintances among his family members, whose esteem and status were regrettably low, none were inclined to engage with him. A quarter of an hour later, the clear sound of a brass gong echoed through the hall. The previously bustling venue swiftly descended into silence, with all eyes fixated on the circular platform. A slightly corpulent middle-aged male cultivator made his appearance on the stage. Under the gaze of several hundred spectators, he remained composed and at ease, clearly accustomed to such occasions. Esteemed companions, he began, I am Zheng Tong from the Qingyuan sect. It is my honor to preside over this auction. On behalf of the Qingyuan sect, I extend my warmest welcome to all participants. The rules of this auction are akin to those of others. The highest bidder prevails. Should one lack sufficient spirit stones, treasures may be used as collateral, and items can also be auctioned on the spot. Zheng Tong spoke calmly, his voice not loud. yet resonating clearly in the ears of each individual present. Wang Hao gazed up at the platform in confusion, pondering whether there were some kind of amplification device or formation at play. Let us get on with it. Enough with the rambling, he thought. What everyone is waiting for is the foundation establishment pill. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Silence, a bellowing voice commanded, reverberating painfully in Wang Hao's ears. A cultivator from the Qingyuan sect appeared on the stage, exuding a formidable aura that unmistakably marked him as a foundation establishment cultivator. He cast a cold glare at the previously laughing crowd and sternly proclaimed, "If you find this tedious, you are free to leave. Those wishing to participate in the auction must behave themselves." The crowd fell into an uneasy silence, none daring to provoke his ire. Satisfied with their compliance, the foundation establishment cultivator departed. Zheng Tong cleared his throat lightly, stating, "Without further ado, let us commence the auction for our first item." With that, he reached into his robe and produced a storage pouch, retrieving a 3-foot-long, first-grade superior quality sword. A first-grade superior quality flow cloud sword, crafted by the artisans of the Qingyuan sect, has a base price of 60 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10 stones each time. 60. 70. I bid 80 spirit stones. The atmosphere instantly became lively as the first item was indeed a first-grade superior quality magical tool. After several rounds of bidding, it ultimately sold for 120 spirit stones to a loose cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Zheng Tong smiled with satisfaction and proceeded to produce a 2-foot-long, pin-thick green bamboo, a second-grade inferior quality Qing lei bamboo, which is an excellent material for crafting talismans, though it is also suitable for other magical tools. The starting price is 100 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10 spirit stones. Second-grade materials are considered precious in the Qingyo market, leading to a surge in bidders until it was finally secured for 210 spirit stones. Subsequently, Zheng Tong continuously presented second-grade inferior quality materials, spiritual herbs, and even spiritual artifacts, all fetching commendable prices. Even Wang Hao, who owned a farm, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Observing Wang Hao's lackluster demeanor, Wang Yinfeng mistakenly attributed it to the absence of an alchemy furnace at the auction. Offering consolation, first-grade magical tools are typically sold at the Qing Yuan Pavilion. It is not unusual to not encounter them at an auction. Once it concludes, I will accompany you to purchase one. Wang Hao nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 14. Spirit Gathering Array. Zheng Tong then revealed a black array plate, a first-grade superior quality spirit gathering array, which requires merely 10 inferior quality spirit stones to activate. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage can enhance their training efficiency by 50% within it. The starting bid is 150 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10 spirit stones. A spirit gathering array? Wang Hao's eyes brightened. He realized that his current cultivation speed was still insufficient. Achieving the peak of Qi refinement would take him nearly 50 years. If he could acquire this spirit gathering array, he could save nearly a decade. What? You desire it? Wang Yinfeng's voice echoed in his ears. Though the spirit gathering array is splendid, it requires spirit stones to function, and a single replacement can only sustain it for a few days. It is not something us small family cultivators can afford. Even if we were to replace the spirit stones every 10 days, that amounts to 1 stone per day, totaling 365 stones a year, which ordinary cultivators cannot bear. However, Wang Hao believed he could manage. He must secure the monthly sale of a vial of spirit-gathering pills. Eighth uncle, I implore you to bid on my behalf. You are aware of my aptitude. With this array as assistance, I might have a chance to advance to the later stages of Qi refinement. How many spirit stones do you possess? Wang Hao extended 3 fingers. Wang Yinfeng, taken aback, remarked, Your wealth is not far behind my own. Very well, I shall assist you this once. If it is insufficient, your 8th uncle will supplement. But you must repay me with spirit-gathering pills once this is over. As they conversed, 7 or 8 individuals had already begun bidding, causing the price to double and rise to 200 spirit stones. Wang Yinfeng glanced at the eager Wang Hao and entered the bidding. 240. An immediate increase of 40 spirit stones did not deter the other bidders. 250. I bid 260. It was not until the price surpassed 300 that the number of bidders began to dwindle. 320. Wang Yinfeng continued to raise the bid. 330. A young man clad in a brown Taoist robe stood up. I kindly ask all fellow cultivators to grant the Zhao family some consideration. A solitary cultivator interjected with a scoff. Huh. At an auction, the highest bidder prevails. What is there to consider about face? 304. There are indeed affluent individuals among the solitary cultivators. Wang Yinfeng furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Hao, who signaled to continue raising the bid. 350. The Zhao family withdrew from the competition, prompting the solitary cultivator to raise the bid further. 360. 370. Wang Yinfeng spoke calmly, and the solitary cultivator hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. Zheng Tong, with a gleam in his eye, clearly delighted that the price had far exceeded the value of the spirit-gathering array, continued to stoke the fire. 370 spirit stones. This is the spirit-gathering array. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Once at 370, twice at 370 sold. The spirit-gathering array belongs to this esteemed fellow. Wang Yinzhao stepped forward to finalize the transaction, exchanging spirit stones for the array. As the dust settled, Wang Hao let out a heavy sigh, collapsing into his chair. With merely 500 spirit stones to his name, he had now spent more than half. Yet the prospect of accelerating his cultivation made it worthwhile. At this moment, Zheng Tong produced 3 jade vials, containing spirit-gathering pills that could be consumed during the early to mid stages of foundation building, each priced at 200 spirit stones, with a minimum bidding increment of 30 spirit stones. These were auctioned items provided by the Wang family, ultimately fetching prices of 300, 303, and 300 respectively. Following this, sets of offensive and defensive magical artifacts, as well as second-tier spiritual tools and spirit beasts were presented. However, Wang Hao had lost interest, as he neither had the means to utilize nor afford them. Why concern himself with such matters? After half an hour, they finally arrived at the grand finale. Zheng Tong cleared his throat, his voice rising a few notches. There are a total of 3 foundation establishment pills to be auctioned separately, with a starting bid of 30,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 500, 30,000, 31,000, 32,000. The atmosphere in the room became fervent, though most of the bidders were foundation establishment cultivators from the upper floors. Their identities unclear, whether they were from noble families or independent practitioners. After a fierce competition, the first foundation establishment pill was ultimately sold for 53,000 spirit stones. However, Wang Hao found it peculiar that Zheng Tong did not commence the auction for the second foundation establishment pill. Instead, he retrieved a storage bag from a servant. This senior cultivator, finding the spirit stones unsatisfactory, intended to auction off some items. 2 second-tier low-grade demon pills were then presented for separate auction, one of fire attribute and the other of wood attribute, with a starting price of 500 spirit stones. Second-tier demon beasts are capable of condensing demon pills, which can be used for alchemy or artifact refinement. However, not every demon beast possesses them, with only about 20% of second-tier demon beasts producing demon pills. It is only upon reaching the 3rd tier that one can guarantee the existence of a demon pill. After bidding, they were sold for 800 and 900 spirit stones, respectively. Zheng Tong then produced a white spirit egg, the size of a goose egg, with faint blue stripes, an unknown beast egg, likely from a second-tier demon beast, with an 80% vitality. There's a high probability it can hatch. If successfully hatched, it would make for an excellent guardian spirit beast, starting at 100 spirit stones. Zheng Tong's description caused many to frown, and one person inquired. It is both unknown and has only an 80% vitality. Should it fail to hatch or result in a first-tier spirit beast, will we not be incurring a significant loss? Indeed, 100 spirit stones is exceedingly exorbitant. Silence, everyone. Do you believe it is a loss not to purchase? Any further disruption to the venue will result in serious consequences. A foundation-level cultivator once again spoke to maintain order. The crowd fell into an immediate hush. After all, no 1's spirit stones are simply blown in by the wind. No one is willing to gamble on this. However, Wang Hao felt a stirring within him. He fully understood the immense assistance a fine spirit beast could provide to a cultivator. The sleeping king of souls, nurtured by the old demon Han, had saved the old demoness life on several occasions, despite mostly being in slumber. Noticing the lack of attention, Wang Hao decided to make a bid. 100 spirit stones. This caused Wang Yanfeng, standing nearby, to become quite anxious. In his effort to assist Wang Hao in acquiring the spirit-gathering array, his own pocket of spirit stones had already been depleted. Moreover, Wang Hao's 300 spirit stones had yet to be bestowed upon him. If he were to spend all his spirit stones on the spirit beast egg, what would remain for him? Recalling Wang Yinzhao's admonition to never lend spirit stones to Wang Hao, a shiver ran down his spine as he cast a wary glance at Wang Hao. You've been playing the innocent for nearly 2 years now. You're not scheming to ensnare your 8th uncle today, are you? 8th uncle? You're overthinking it, Wang Hao replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily clarified. I still possess 4 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. They are more than sufficient to repay you. 101. Others, seeing Wang Hao's bid, attempted to call out as well. 102. Wang Hao raised his bid by 10, maintaining a calm demeanor as if it were inconsequential. The other individual pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to raise the price. The surrounding crowd also displayed a lack of interest in participating, allowing Wang Hao to secure the spirit beast egg. He swiftly approached the platform, settled the payment of spirit stones, and tucked the spirit beast egg safely away. Wang Hao's spiritual stone had been completely exhausted, leaving him with no choice but to remain in the market for alchemical training for the foreseeable future. The subsequent auction of 2 foundation establishment pills did not generate much excitement. However, as time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Wang Hao discerned that many cultivators displayed unusual expressions, their eyes gleaming with resentment, likely contemplating nefarious deeds for the sake of treasure. This turmoil was of no concern to Wang Hao. After all, he intended to bide his time in the market for the next few years, confident that no one would dare to harm him there. Wang Yanfeng also noticed the unsettling situation. As soon as the auction concluded and the spiritual stones from the pill sales were settled, he hurriedly took Wang Hao away from Qingyuan Pavilion, returning directly to the 2nd floor of the Wang family's pharmacy. He instructed, stay here for a day. Once the attention has waned, you can return home. Wang Hao nodded, acknowledging his uncle's wisdom. Chapter 15. Practicing spells bring it here. Wang Yanfeng gestured with his hand. What? Spiritual stones? What are you pretending to be oblivious about? Your 8th uncle is counting on this meager fortune to find a partner, and you don't intend to deceive him, do you? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, his uncle had been a caring elder, and now his demeanor had shifted in an instant, as if he had transformed within a heartbeat. He retrieved his storage bag, counted out 200 spiritual stones, and produced 4 bottles of gathering spirit pills. This is all I have. The remainder will be returned once I refine more pills, he stated. Wang Yanfeng eagerly snatched the spiritual stones and pills, counting them greedily twice before stowing them away in his storage bag. Clearing his throat, he resumed a serious tone. By the way, where did you obtain such a considerable number of spiritual pills? In his early years, Wang Hao's mother frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts, leaving behind not only a considerable bounty but also valuable connections, with his nephew trading with those esteemed elders. Wang Hao, feeling somewhat evasive, silently chastised himself for his carelessness. He had presented a staggering 14 bottles of spirit-gathering pills before Wang Yanfeng, a significant sum indeed. He vowed to be more discreet in the future. Upon mentioning his mother, Wang Yanfeng's expression dimmed, recognizing that the Wang family had erred grievously in this matter. Not only had they torn apart a couple, but they also allowed their own bloodline to scatter. However, given that the decisions stemmed from the elders, he felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. Instead, his gaze towards Wang Hao softened with compassion, appreciating the hardships Wang Hao had endured over the years. When Wang Yanfeng first encountered Wang Hao, he had already undergone a soul exchange, leaving him unaware of the former Wang Hao's notorious misdeeds, which was why he did not disdain him. Wang Yinfeng still had to report the proceeds from the auction to the family and did not linger at the apothecary. After bestowing the spirit-gathering array to Wang Hao, he departed with several clan members back to the Wang family residence. Wang Hao spent the night resting in the apothecary, and the following day, after adorning himself in a disguise, he returned home. Upon arriving, he first tended to the farm before retrieving the mysterious spirit beast egg. He placed 10 spirit stones in a heap, setting the spirit beast egg atop them. With a decisive action, he bit his finger, drawing blood to inscribe an intricate crimson rune upon the surface of the egg. The egg emitted a faint spiritual glow, and the blood rune vanished. This method of establishing a preliminary bond with the spirit beast egg was taught by Wang Yinfeng, yet it required Wang Hao's meticulous care. Only when the spirit beast hatched and beheld Wang Hao as its first sight would their connection deepen significantly. Subsequently, Wang Hao began to arrange the spirit-gathering array. With the presence of the array plate, the setup was remarkably straightforward. He placed 10 spirit stones into the array plate, and a vibrant azure aura swiftly manifested, ultimately forming a hemispherical space for spirit gathering, approximately 2 zhang in diameter. Following the instructions meticulously, Wang Hao activated the array, and the surrounding celestial spirit energy was instantly drawn in, causing the aura within the barrier to visibly thicken, even generating wisps of mist upon the ground. Upon sensing the atmosphere, Wang Hao noted that the concentration of spirit energy was at least twice that of the outside world, making cultivation within this space incredibly advantageous. Without delay, he settled into a meditative posture to commence his training. A month later, bolstered by the spirit-gathering array and the spirit-gathering pills, Wang Hao finally achieved the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement, leaving him merely a step away from the 5th level. After a brief assessment and drawing from his previous experience, he felt confident in his progress. He replaced the spirit stones in the array and retrieved a bottle of Huangya pills, prepared for his breakthrough. He had stored this batch of pills for over a year, specifically for surmounting his current bottleneck. Renowned for their intense potency, the Huangya pills elicited a grave expression as Wang Hao consumed them. The pills were slightly bitter upon entry, but soon their medicinal properties surged forth, causing an abrupt escalation in the pressure within his dantian and meridians. The concentration of spirit energy within his meridians intensified, leading to a sensation of swelling discomfort. Fortunately, drawing from his past experiences, he remained composed. This sensation was considerably milder than the anguish of his previous meridian rupture. Success. Wang Hao endeavored to temper his elation, silently reciting the incantation to stabilize his newfound realm. As the cycles of energy flowed through him, the spirit energy was continuously refined into pure magical power. The magical energy was guided by the cultivation technique into the already abundant dantian, prompting its continual expansion and enhancing its capacity to withstand pressure. After a day, having incrementally increased his magical energy limit, Wang Hao finally ceased his cultivation. He opened his panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 20 years. Cultivation level, Qi training 5th layer 169, 253. Technique, 2nd layer of the Red Lotus Illusionary Wood Heart Sutra. Magical energy, 167. 167. 5. Skills, alchemy, intermediate grade 1st tier alchemy, talisman crafting, lower grade 1st tier talisman crafting, not yet initiated. Spells, fireball technique, not mastered. Binding technique, not mastered. Divine powers, you have yet to master any divine powers, as the data is not properly formatted and contains excessive decimal points. Alterations would require a complete reset, which is cumbersome. Thus, decimal points are omitted, and one should not take it too seriously. Glancing at the panel, though it remained somewhat crude, Wang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, as this was the fruit of over 2 years of diligent effort. With the enhancement of the spirit-gathering array, his cultivation speed surpassed that of cultivators with dual spiritual roots. He could achieve perfection in qi training before reaching 40. What more could he desire? At the 5th layer of qi training, it was time to allocate some of his efforts towards mastering spells. Since Wang Hao was practicing a firewood attribute technique, The most suitable choice would be spells of the same elemental affinity, allowing for a more intuitive application. As for other spells, he could procure talismans to address those needs, specifically the fireball technique and binding technique that he had already inscribed on his panel. As the names imply, the fireball technique serves as a long-range attack, launching a sphere of flame at adversaries, while the binding technique ensnares foes using wood vines. Moreover, there exists the defensive technique of the wood shield, the agile lightness technique for evasion and movement, and the essential traction technique for controlling flying swords. The indispensable earth escape technique is a necessity for a swift retreat. Although these spells are fundamental for a true wandering cultivator, acquiring them is no trivial feat. One must at least expend some spirit stones for purchase. However, Wang Hao does not fit the mold of a conventional wandering cultivator. His mother had accumulated resources, and old Wang imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to him. Regrettably, these are the only spells he possesses. He lacks others such as the fire rain technique, the earth wall technique, and the earth spike technique. Wang Hao has also established a practice framework for these spells. One must practice 100 times to reach the novice level, 1,000 times to master them, 3,000 times to attain proficiency, and 10,000 times to achieve mastery. Lacking talent, one must rely on diligence. He resolved to first master 6 spells at the master level before pursuing anything else, setting a modest goal for himself. After 3 days of relentless practice, he finally launched his first fireball. However, upon glancing at the mana consumption, his expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated such a swift setback. The fireball technique consumed 5 points of mana upon activation, and with his current mana total of 167, he could only practice 33 times. To replenish his mana fully, he would require at least 2 hours. Without affecting his cultivation, he could devote a maximum of 5 or 6 hours daily to practice, allowing for at most 2 sessions, totaling 66 attempts. To reach his goal of 10,000 attempts would take him 152 days. The 6 spellcasters require nearly 3 years. Damn, perhaps it would be wise to master the basics first. Just as this thought crossed Wang Hao's mind, he vigorously shook his head. Wang Hao, you must be more rational. While your cultivation speed has indeed accelerated, you are merely taking shortcuts. Your innate talent and comprehension are still significantly lacking compared to others. If you do not apply yourself diligently, do you intend to spend your entire life hiding within the marketplace? After scolding himself a few times, Wang Hao's expression once again turned resolute. He relentlessly struck the ground, and soon his small garden was left in disarray. He had contemplated practicing in the open spaces outside the marketplace. But without a guardian, what would he do if danger arose when his mana was depleted? It was safer to make do at home, and fortunately, his low-level spells did not cause significant disturbances. In a few days, he planned to purchase some earth wall talismans to transform the space, making it more conducive for his practice while also preventing any disruption to the surrounding structures. His life was a whirlwind of eating, sleeping, cultivating, and practicing spells. Once his medicinal pills were consumed, he would concoct another batch, and when he lacked spirit stones, he would quietly venture out to sell some goods. Wang Hao's life was both tense and orderly. Chapter 16. Arrival of Family Members. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the 23-year-old Wang Hao had become increasingly handsome, exuding a composed and capable demeanor. He opened his interface. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23 years. Cultivation level, Qi Refinement 6th layer, 299, 380. Technique, 2nd layer of the Red Lotus Illusory, Wood Heart Sutra. Spiritual power, 298, 298. Skills, Alchemy, 1st grade upper class alchemy. Talismans, 1st grade lower class talisman crafting. Spells, Fireball, master level. Binding technique, master level. Wood shield technique, master level. Traction technique, master level. Lightness technique, master level. Divine powers. You have yet to master any divine powers. Over the span of 3 years, he has steadily advanced in strength. Due to frequent practice of spells, his spiritual power has become more refined, making his breakthrough smoother than when he ascended to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. He has achieved mastery in 6 spells and elevated his alchemy to the 1st grade upper class. now capable of refining the Huanglong pill. Additionally, he has made initial progress in talisman crafting, though he can only draw some protective charms and cleansing talismans. To generate income, he must at least advance to the first-grade middle class to craft offensive and defensive talismans like the Fireball Talisman. In terms of his farm, he has developed 16 plots of land, surpassing half of his goal, with 8 plots upgraded to red soil. If he fully utilizes his farm for profit, even planting spiritual rice could yield 200 pounds monthly, equating to 720 lower-grade spiritual stones. If he substitutes with a more profitable spiritual talisman herb, this figure could double, and planting second-grade spiritual crops on red soil would significantly increase its value. Unfortunately, the Qingyo market cannot absorb such a large quantity of spiritual talisman herbs, and moreover, Wang Hao does not intend to do so. 80% of the farm's yield will be allocated for subsequent upgrades, 15% will be devoted to alchemy and talisman drawing, and the remaining 5% will be exchanged for spiritual stones. Despite this, Wang Hao still enjoys a monthly income of nearly 100 spiritual stones. A portion of these spirit stones was utilized to sustain the operation of the spirit gathering formation. Another part was allocated for the acquisition of talismans in preparation for his travels, while the remainder was entirely consumed by his spirit beast. 2 years prior, he had successfully hatched a spirit beast egg, which did not disappoint Wang Hao. It was a golden-eyed duck, a winged creature capable of flight. Given Wang Hao's limited understanding, he could not discern its potential for growth and was uncertain whether it could advance to the second tier. Even if it were merely a first-tier flying spirit beast, its worth exceeded 120 spirit stones. While chi practitioners are unable to fly, a flying spirit beast serves as a means of transportation and can prove life-saving in critical moments. The golden-eyed duck was not as demanding as the sleep king of the old demon Han, although it did have quite an appetite, waking Wang Hao each morning by tapping its food bowl to rouse him. Its incessant quacking was rather bothersome. Eventually, Wang Hao procured a spirit beast pouch to contain it during the day, ensuring it did not disrupt his rest. Moreover, the duck exhibited particular taste. It was disinclined to consume spirit rice, preferring meat and spirit fruits instead. The notion of a duck consuming meat struck Wang Hao as quite peculiar. The market at Qingyo lacked no supply of demon beast meat, though it was priced at over double that of spirit rice. The golden-eyed duck required nourishment every 3 to 4 days, consuming no less than 20 pounds at each feeding, which amounted to 40 spirit stones monthly, a burden too great for the average individual to bear. As feeding time approached, Wang Hao released the golden-eyed duck from the spirit beast pouch. Before him stood a duck, entirely black save for its golden eyes, nearly 5 feet tall. Upon seeing Wang Hao, it emitted a couple of affectionate quacks, nuzzling its head against him. The spirit beasts nurtured by one's own hands possess an innate affinity towards their masters. Conversely, those captured along the way are compelled to obey the cultivators solely due to the constraints imposed upon them. Once their levels surpass that of their masters, the risk of them turning against their masters becomes significant. However, the likelihood of such betrayal is considerably diminished when the spirit beasts are raised from infancy. Were it not for these limitations, many high-level demon beasts would have long been captured by influential sects to serve as guardians of their mountains. Spirit beasts enjoy a lifespan that far exceeds that of cultivators. Even first-tier beasts can live for 4 to 5 centuries, while second-tier beasts may thrive for a millennium, albeit their growth is correspondingly slow. The golden-eyed duck, having been nourished with demon beast meat by Wang Hao for 2 years, has increased in size but remains at the first-tier low grade, showing no signs of advancement. As a first-tier low-grade flying spirit beast, its carrying capacity is inadequate, rendering it unsuitable as a mount, and it currently offers no assistance to Wang Hao. Nevertheless, he remains hopeful for the day the golden-eyed duck will ascend to a higher tier. Wang Hao produced a substantial piece of demon beast meat, prompting the golden-eyed duck to flap its wings excitedly and emit a joyful call. "You little glutton, I hope you prove to be of great use in the future." The duck's quacking seemed to echo Wang Hao's sentiments as it responded with a few more calls. After Wang Hao fed it the demon beast meat, the duck, satisfied and full, frolicked around the courtyard in playful abandon. Allowing it to indulge for a while, Wang Hao eventually placed it back into its spirit beast pouch. At that moment, he noticed that the barrier outside had been triggered. Upon opening the door, he discovered two young individuals clad in the Wang family's ceremonial robes, one male and one female, both appearing to be no older than 20. The male was robust with prominent brows and large eyes, resembling a body refinement practitioner, while the female was petite, with a round face and large, sparkling eyes that exuded cuteness. "What brings you two to seek Wang Hao?" he inquired. The male monk appeared somewhat awkward, his lips moving silently for a long while before the young girl spoke first. "Elder brother Wu, we are all members of the Wang family. My name is Wang Wenmei, the ninth in line. You may call me Ninth Sister." She gestured towards the burly man beside her. "This is seventh brother Wang Wenji." Upon hearing Wang Wenmei's words, Wang Wenji lowered his head in respect, saying, "Greetings, Elder Brother Wu." "Elder Brother Wu?" Wang Hao was filled with confusion. In his earlier years, the Wang family had looked down upon his original self, and since his arrival, he had had little interaction with them. Aside from Wang Yanfeng, no one from the Wang family had taken the initiative to reach out to him. What was the reason for this sudden familiarity? The title of Elder Brother Wu corresponds to your rank as the fifth among the One characters, Wang Wenmei explained. One does not strike a smiling face. Since they had addressed him as Elder Brother, Wang Hao felt no need to show them hostility. The grievances lay with the former rulers of the Wang family and had little to do with these younger generations. However, he could not allow them to presume that they were part of the Wang family simply because they called him brother. He considered himself above such triviality. He thus inquired coolly, "What brings you both here to seek Wang?" The two seemed to have been instructed beforehand. Noticing Wang Hao's indifferent tone, they did not take offense. They clasped their hands and said, "Elder Brother Wu, our second uncle has now become a foundation establishment cultivator. Next month, he will hold a foundation establishment ceremony, and we have come to invite you to attend." The foundation establishment ceremony? Indeed, old Wang had successfully established his foundation. Wang Hao began to contemplate. He had already reached the 6th level of Qi training, and acquiring the subsequent techniques of the homely and illusory Wood-Heart Sutra had become an urgent matter. Certainly, he would want to see old Wang. This would be an opportunity. However, certain matters needed clarification to avoid falling into someone else's trap. Is the invitation to attend at old Wang's behest? Old Wang is none other than Wang Yanzhao. Wang Hao explained. The two were quite astonished, referring to their father as Old Wang, a figure they had never encountered before. After a moment of realization, they understood, it is indeed our second uncle who has sent us to invite fifth brother. In 10 days, the cultivators stationed in the market will return to the mountain for a rotation, and fifth brother can depart with them. Will eighth uncle also return to the mountain? Certainly. Eighth uncle has been close friends with second uncle since childhood, so he will naturally return to offer his congratulations. All right, I understand now. In 10 days, I shall head to the elixir shop to rendezvous with eighth uncle. My home is somewhat chaotic, so I shall not entertain you two. Please take your leave. With that, Wang Hao closed the door. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Wenmei awkwardly chuckled. This fifth brother is truly extraordinary. Wang Wenji, unable to contain his frustration, remarked, "Humph. Despite our courteous words, his attitude is truly." Seventh brother, tread carefully. Our second uncle is now a foundation establishment cultivator, and he holds fifth brother in great affection. I have said nothing offensive. It is he who displays a poor attitude. Wang Wenji pouted, ultimately refraining from uttering any harsh words. Wang Wenmei sighed and advised, "Seventh brother, try to place yourself in fifth brother's shoes. If you were in his position, abandoned by the family since childhood and surviving alone in this market for over 20 years, would you not harbor resentment? Alas, do I not understand? Yet, we have not wronged him. We are cultivators of the Wang family, supported by the family since childhood, with guidance from our elders in our training. Look at what fifth brother possesses. He doesn't even have a proper Taoist robe. How could he possibly harbor any fondness for us? The fact that he has not uttered any harsh words is already a sign of great magnanimity." Wang Wenmei recalled Wang Hao's tattered robe from earlier, sighing in contemplation. Wang Wenji fell silent as well, acknowledging Indeed, it is said that our fifth brother possesses 5 spiritual roots, yet I observed his aura just now. Clearly at the 6th layer of Qi training. He must practice diligently. Both felt a mix of sympathy and admiration, while simultaneously grappling with their own shame for not applying themselves to their cultivation despite their advantageous circumstances. Chapter 17. Wang family ridge. Upon returning to his room, Wang Hao remained unaware of their conversation. Had he known, he would surely have protested his innocence. In all honesty, Wang Hao was not seeking pity. He had devoted the past few years to honing his magical skills, and the wear and tear on his robe was an inevitable consequence. It was not that he lacked the funds to purchase a new one. He simply had not ventured out recently, and it was mere coincidence that he had crossed paths with them at that moment. Wang Hao was preoccupied with thoughts of gifts. While he could choose not to give one, it would imply he sought something in return. The golden silk spirit apricots from his farm had already yielded several harvests. To upgrade the red earth, he had sold a few batches, and now his warehouse brimmed with hundreds of them. However, these were commonplace in the Wang family and lacked novelty. Presenting them would be difficult in terms of explaining their origin. Moreover, the blood-red ginseng cultivated in the red earth had reached impressive ages, with the oldest patch boasting 50 years, qualifying it as a first-tier superior spiritual herb. Yet, it too was not particularly rare and was somewhat too familiar. Ultimately, he settled on a snow lotus, aged only 40 years. This rare spiritual herb was seldom seen in Qingyo workshop for years. A 50-year-old specimen could fetch over 100 spirit stones, rivaling the value of common second-tier inferior herbs. At this moment, Wang Hao felt acutely aware of his own limited knowledge, lamenting the squandered potential of 6 acres of fertile land. This realization only strengthened his determination to venture beyond the confines of the market. While survival in the realm of cultivation might be tenuous, the acquisition of resources was imperative. When the day arrived for his rendezvous with the Wang siblings, Wang Hao prepared to embark on his journey. To prevent the golden-eyed duck from causing a ruckus along the way, he resolved to satiate its hunger first. Releasing the golden-eyed duck, he retrieved several pieces of beastly flesh and tossed them onto the ground, which the creature devoured with remarkable speed. However, it remained unsatisfied, quacking insistently. Wang Hao then offered it several more pounds of beast meat, which finally appeased the duck, causing it to become lethargically drowsy rather than its usual boisterous self. Was this an omen of impending advancement? Wang Hao mused. The evolution of spiritual beasts differed from that of cultivators, as they primarily required sufficient nourishment to progress. He then extracted a red essence herb from his storage, a commonly used spiritual herb in the concoction of foundational enhancement elixirs. Although he currently lacked the recipe for such potions, the herb's raw consumption could yield over 70% of its medicinal properties for spiritual beasts. Presenting it to the golden-eyed duck, the creature opened its beak wide and swallowed the entire herb, blissfully closing its eyes in contentment. Satisfied with its condition, Wang Hao paid it no further heed, depositing it into the spiritual beast pouch as he made his way to the Wang family shop. Wang Yinfeng awaited him there, accompanied by Wang Wenmei and her brother. Their purpose in the market had been to deliver invitations on behalf of various families, and naturally, they would return together after fulfilling their duty. After exchanging greetings, the 4 of them boarded a horse-drawn carriage powered by a windrunner horse. As all 4 were Qi cultivators, they could not fly with swords, and the Wang family was not affluent enough to provide flying vessels or spiritual beasts for the Qi practitioners. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on the carriage. The wind-chasing horse, a top-tier spiritual beast of the first rank, possesses remarkable speed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, with exceptional endurance to match. The Wang family's domain, Wangjiao Ridge, lies a mere 5,000 miles away, allowing for a journey of less than 5 days. Along the way, Wang Wenmei was quite affable, sharing numerous tales about the Wang family's residence with Wang Hao, who, contrary to being aloof, engaged in amiable conversation, fostering a closer bond among the group. It is said that Wangjiao Ridge was formerly known as Woha Mountain, the territory of a second-tier superior demon tiger, which was ultimately slain by the ancestors of the Wang family. After establishing their lineage, The area was renamed Wangjiao Ridge, boasting a second-tier spiritual vein capable of sustaining 2 or 3 foundation-building cultivators and several hundred chi refining practitioners. However, exceeding that number would stretch its resources thin. Presently, the Wang family comprises 3 foundation-building cultivators, and it is anticipated that the spiritual vein may soon reach its limits, potentially prompting action from the family. Though this remains merely Wang Hao's conjecture, as it was Wang Hao's first venture beyond familiar grounds, he found himself intrigued by the outside world. The journey was filled with scenic views and delightful conversations, dispelling any sense of monotony. During this time, Wang Wenji inquired about enhancing one's cultivation, to which Wang Hao revealed the workings of the spirit-gathering array, along with his ability to concoct elixirs, explaining the swiftness of their journey. The siblings, having never ventured out for training, were easily captivated by Wang Hao's explanations. Wang Yinfeng, however, was more discerning. He recognized that the costs associated with the spirit-gathering array and elixirs were substantial, beyond the means of an ordinary individual. Yet, he surmised that it was either the savings left by Wang Hao's mother or perhaps funds provided by Wang Yinzhao, thus refraining from further inquiries. The geographical form of Wangjiao Ridge resembles a vast semicircle, stretching nearly 30 miles in length and 10 miles in width, with the terrain rising from south to north, reaching an elevation of over 400 zhang at its highest point. At the foot of the mountain stands a grand gate, and the Wang family had dispatched invitations a year prior. As the date approaches, guests have begun to arrive at Wang's Ridge, prompting the family to send representatives to the foot of the mountain to ensure no guest is neglected. A middle-aged cultivator at the 9th level of foundational cultivation, accompanied by 4 young disciples, stood vigilant at the mountain gate. Upon sighting the approaching carriage, the middle-aged cultivator proclaimed, "Guests have arrived. Let us tidy our attire and present ourselves with vigor, for we represent the Wang family." A swift azure steed pulled the carriage along the path, carrying 4 cultivators, who were none other than Wang Hao and his companions. "Elder brother, there's no need for formality. It's me," Wang Yinfeng called out from a distance. The middle-aged cultivator smiled upon hearing this. "Ah, it is my 8th brother. I thought it might be other guests. Oh, what is this? Are you disappointed to see me, elder brother?" Wang Yinfeng teased. "You rascal. After a few years of training, you dare to jest with your elder." His gaze shifted to the carriage, where he noticed Wang Hao and inquired, "Who might this be?" "This is the eldest son of our second brother, Wang Hao," Wang Yinfeng introduced, as he helped Wang Hao disembark. "Wang Hao, this is your uncle, Wang Yinzhou. Pay your respects." Yet, the warm atmosphere abruptly froze. Wang Hao instinctively darkened his expression, for this was the very man who had taken Wang Yinzhou away from the market years ago, leaving no word for Qin Xiu'er. Although Wang Hao did not inherit the original's emotions, he held a deep disdain for such individuals. Disagreeing with the marriage was one thing, but failing to communicate with the bride's family was entirely another. Wang Yinfeng suddenly recalled the situation with a start, slapping his forehead in regret. "Elder brother, I just remembered I have matters to report. We must take our leave. You carry on with your duties." With a glance, Wenmei and Wenji swiftly lifted one of Wang Hao's arms, helping him back onto the carriage. Without uttering a word, Wang Yinfeng delivered a firm lash to the swift horse. Only after the figures of Wang, Yinzhong, and others faded from view did he ease the pace of the carriage, sighing, "Wang Hao, your 8th uncle is not privy to the events of yesteryears, nor shall I pass judgment. However, it appears your second brother wishes for you to return to the family. If you aspire to dwell within the Wang clan, you must." Wang Hao raised his hand to halt him, stating, "8th uncle, I comprehend. Yet I have never harbored intentions of returning to the Wang family, nor will I reside in Wang Jiaoling." His purpose for being here was solely to pursue the subsequent cultivation methods of the Hong Lianhuan Mu Heart Sutra. As for everything else, he held little regard. Wang Yinfeng's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. "Alas, this matter is best discussed between you and your second brother. Drive on." The carriage came to a halt at a spacious plaza halfway up the mountain, where guests invited to the foundation-laying ceremony disembarked. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone inscribed with the characters Wang Jialing. Further up lay the sacred grounds of the Wang family, where horses were not permitted. One could see a series of courtyards constructed along the mountainside, shrouded in mist at the summit, obscuring visibility. A flight of stone steps led directly to the peak, lined with numerous pavilions that followed the contours of the mountain. Amidst the lush bamboo groves, babbling brooks, and cascading waterfalls, the scenery was enchanting, worthy of a five-star tourist attraction even on Blue Star. Chapter 18. The Five Great Families One May. Your eighth uncle has some matters to report to the clan master. Please take your fifth brother to the residence. Wenji, you go inform your second uncle. Wang Yinfeng instructed. Wang Hao, you should see your father first. Understood. Fifth brother, please. Thank you, ninth sister. As Wang Wenmei walked, she provided an introduction. Upon passing a platform, she remarked, Fifth brother, this is the training ground where the family members practice their spells daily. Occasionally, they also engage in friendly sparring. Our elders visit here every few days to offer guidance. When they traversed a grove of apricot trees, she continued, these are the golden silk spirit apricots. The family possesses 19 first-tier spirit apricot trees and one second-tier spirit apricot tree. Passing through a bamboo forest, she noted, this bamboo grove was planted by the first-generation patriarch during the founding of the Wang family. The oldest bamboo here is over 300 years old, classified as high-grade second-tier spirit bamboo. Moreover, the family S-school is located here. As she elaborated, Wang Hao gained a general understanding of the Wang family. The Wang family could only be regarded as a small clan, with fewer than 100 qi refinement practitioners. Many functions were not well defined. An authority was held by foundation establishment cultivators and a few senior elders. In a larger family, such a situation would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Ultimately, the two arrived before a quaint, ancient-style pavilion. Fifth brother, this is the residence that second uncle has arranged for you. Does old Wang also reside here? Wang Hao is actually inquiring whether Li Deshi and her children live there as well. Second uncle has already established his foundation and resides at the mountaintop. This place is not far from my quarters. If you ever feel bored, you are welcome to visit me. Also, many guests have arrived at the family recently, so there are certain areas within the family compound that are off limits. I understand. I will not wander about. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Then I can rest easy. Fifth brother, take a moment to rest. I shall take my leave. Thank you, ninth sister. Travel safely. Wang Hao entered the attic, where the furnishings were relatively elegant. After a long journey, he felt somewhat fatigued and decided to meditate for a while. After approximately the length of a stick of incense, Wang Yinjiao pushed the door open and entered. Noticing Wang Hao in meditation, he refrained from disturbing him and busied himself with brewing tea. It was only after Wang Hao completed a full cycle of his internal energy that he rose. Observing the complex expression on Wang Yinjiao's face, he felt no inherited emotions of hatred towards him. However, addressing him as father was indeed a considerable challenge. Initially, after his transmigration, he entertained this notion much like the online trend of calling someone daddy. But in reality, who would dare to call someone daddy? That would be utterly absurd. Though Wang Yinjiao was not detestable, Wang Hao regarded him as a scoundrel, one who compromised his conscience for the sake of cultivation. Wang Hao questioned whether he possessed such audacity. Wang Yinjiao filled his cup with tea and leisurely took a sip before speaking. Seeing your calm demeanor, it seems you have indeed devoted yourself to cultivation over the years. Have you come to a realization? Wang Hao cleared his throat and replied, Old Wang, just tell me what I must do to obtain the subsequent techniques. Wang Yinjiao spat out a mouthful of tea in surprise. What did you just call me? Well, Old Wang, is that a problem? Wang Hao felt a touch of embarrassment, but at this moment, he had no other option. Ah, it's fine, no issue at all. Let's keep it that way. Wang Yinjiao wiped his clothing, showing no concern over what Wang Hao chose to call him. Previously, Wang Hao had never referred to him as father, yet he was quite satisfied with this newfound attitude. In the past, they would barely exchange a few words before erupting into arguments. You have undertaken the cultivation of the Crimson Lotus illusory with scripture, and I trust you comprehend its merits. Such a technique, even my father cannot bestow upon you a foundational cultivation method. This implies that the third layer can indeed be conferred upon me? Precisely so. Wang Yinzhao poured another cup of tea, gently blowing upon it. Yet, do you not desire a foundational cultivation method? Do you not wish to establish your foundation? What must I do? Acknowledge your ancestral roots and become a core member of the family. Otherwise, even if my father is a foundational cultivator, he cannot circumvent the family rules. Wang Yinzhao added with a smile. The Crimson Lotus Illusory with scripture comprises 7 layers in total, allowing cultivation up to the golden core stage. How enticing, is it not? The requirements for a core member must be quite stringent. Wang Yinzhao replied nonchalantly. Given your current cultivation speed, coupled with your identity as an alchemist, it is not an insurmountable task. Provided you dedicate yourself to alchemy for a decade or so, the contributions you accumulate will suffice to exchange for subsequent techniques. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. Joining the Wang family did not seem unfavorable. Thus he nodded. Acknowledging my ancestry is agreeable, but I shall not remain within the Wang family. Wang Yinzhao smiled with satisfaction. That is perfectly acceptable. You may continue your life in the Qingyo market, while your position will be in the family as apothecary. Conveniently, as your 8th uncle returns, where you shall preside. Am I to oversee the apothecary at the mid-stage of qi refinement? Are you not far from the late stage of qi refinement? At least a year and a half is required. Precisely, the Qingyo market is relatively tranquil, and should any matters arise, there are foundational cultivators stationed to manage them. Your cultivation will be adequate. As he spoke, he tossed a token to Wang Hao. This is the management token of the shop. Henceforth, the elixir shop shall be under your jurisdiction. You have prepared this. Do you not require the consent of others? Consent for what? To acknowledge one's ancestry and return to the roots. Is there not a need for a ceremony? What ceremony? You are my son, and we have both consented. It is merely adding a name to the family tree. What do we need their approval for? Wang Yinzhao replied with an air of inevitability. Are foundational cultivators truly so formidable? Wang Hao suddenly realized that he had been outwitted by his father. Damn, this old rascal is indeed not simple. Enough, I must entertain guests, so I cannot linger. Here are the techniques for the 3rd layer, several elixir formulas. And my insights on alchemy, Wang Yinzhao sniffed the air lightly. The fragrance of at least 40-year-old snow lotus. Wang Hao accepted several jade slips from Wang Yinzhao while handing over a wooden box containing the snow lotus. A fair exchange, I comprehend. Wang Yinzhao chuckled in exasperation. You think this single snow lotus is worth my insights on alchemy, and you still call it a fair exchange? It seems your cultivation has improved over the years, as has your audacity. Indeed, it goes both ways. After bidding farewell to Wang Yinzhao, Wang Hao glanced at the golden-eyed duck, finding it already asleep. The next time it awakens, it should be a mid-tier spiritual beast. He continued his cultivation, having little interest in wandering outside. He merely wished to collect a seed from the bamboo grove before departing. 2nd-tier spiritual bamboo holds considerable value. 10 days later, the foundation establishment ceremony was officially convened. In the Qingstone Square of the Wang family, hundreds of wooden tables were arranged, each adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, attracting thousands of cultivators. Wang Hao and Wang Wenmei, along with other mid-stage qi refinement practitioners, occupied a central rear position, while the late-stage qi refinement practitioners sat in front of them. At the forefront were the foundation establishment practitioners and representatives from various families come to extend their congratulations. Many from the 5 prominent families of Qingyo Workshop, Li, Zhao, Cheng, and Lei, were present, each led by a foundation establishment practitioner. The harmonious coexistence of these 5 families was a consequence of a unique geographical position of Qingyo Workshop, bordered by the sea on one side and mountains on 2 others. While being encircled by demonic beasts, they faced periodic assaults from these creatures, as well as the catastrophic beast tides that occurred once every century. Notably, the timing of the tides from the sea did not coincide with those from the direction of Duanyuan Mountain. Despite these challenges, the 5 families mustered their utmost defenses for each beast tide, suffering significant losses, with several foundation establishment practitioners often perishing. In such a precarious situation, even if the 5 families occasionally experienced discord, they would prioritize the greater good, often trivializing their disputes. Rather than viewing the 5 families as united by shared interests, it would be more accurate to say they were compelled to band together for survival. Chapter 19. The contest of magic representatives from various factions gradually stepped forward to present their gifts of congratulations. Observing the multitude of tributes received by old Wang, Wang Hao was filled with envy, realizing the grandeur of the foundation establishment ceremony was not without reason. The gifts alone must amount to tens of thousands of spirit stones, equivalent to a year's yield from Wang Hao's farm. This grand ceremony was presided over by another Wang family foundation establishment practitioner, Wang Longyu, of the Long generation. The Wang family motto was to inherit the brilliance of the past, to extend the virtues of the Tao, to prioritize foundational learning, to aspire for excellence. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically marry and bear children at a later stage in life. The Wang family has a lineage spanning over 3 centuries, but it currently only reaches the Wu generation. The core strength lies predominantly within the Yin generation, while the Z generation is still in its nascent phase, lacking in practical experience. The current clan leader, Wang Guangyin, a member of the Guang generation, has reached the venerable age of 200. However, it is said that he sustained grave injuries during the last beast tide and has since withdrawn to recuperate, thus taking a step back from clan affairs. Wang Longyu, having completed the ceremonial offerings, clasped his hands and spoke loudly. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all for attending the foundation-laying ceremony of the Wang family. We have prepared refreshments. Please indulge at your leisure. With so many friends gathered to offer their congratulations, I kindly ask for your understanding should any hospitality fall short. My friend Wang speaks jest. Today, who has not witnessed the grandeur of the Wang family? Allow me to raise a toast to you, said Li Yaozu of the Li family, a smile gracing his features. Do not mistake the main event, my friend, interjected Lei Liheng of the Lei family. Today is the foundation-laying ceremony for Wang Yanzhao. Wang Dao, please partake in this cup. He raised his glass toward Wang Yanzhao, who, upon hearing this, smiled and responded with a toast of his own. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a corporate annual meeting, as Wang Hao sat comfortably in the back, savoring the exquisite food and wine. Wang Dao, mere drinking lacks excitement. With so many cultivators and young disciples present today, why not host a competition of skill to foster some friendly exchange? Suggested Zhao Gaofeng from the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Lei Liheng's eyes sparkled with interest. I wholeheartedly agree. However, if it is merely a friendly spar, it may lack engagement. Without incentives, the younger generation might not exert themselves fully. Why not have each family contribute a prize? Wang Dao, as the host, what are your thoughts? Wang Longyu smiled faintly and said, since you all are interested, I shall accompany you to the end. My Wang family will offer 3 vials of Huanglong Dan as rewards for the top 3 contestants, and 5 pieces of golden silk spirit apricot for the top 5. Furthermore, all 10 finalists will receive a vial of gathering spirit Dan. Wang Daoyu, your generosity is commendable. My Li family will also join in the festivities, offering 3 second-tier inferior spirit talismans for the top 3 and 1 first-tier superior spirit talisman for each of the top 10. The Li family, as kin to the Wang family, displayed great magnanimity. Well then, my Lei family shall present 3 superior magical artifacts as rewards for the top 3. The Lei family, known for their prowess in crafting, also exhibited considerable extravagance. Each superior magical artifact was valued at over 100 spirit stones, amounting to over 300 in total. My Zhao family will contribute 5 jars of first-tier superior spirit wine, Qi Xuanyang. In that case, my Chung family will offer 3 swift steeds, with the rewards established. Wang Yanzhao cheerfully declared, let us proceed to my Wang family's martial arts arena, which is spacious and equipped with restrictions, perfectly suited for combat. Each family should confirm their participants, while my Wang family will take responsibility for the scattered cultivators. With such generous rewards, many eagerly signed up. Old Wang approached him directly, saying, you will participate as well. I suppose I shall not miss out on this excitement, shall I? To be honest, my farm is already producing spirit apricots in abundance, and I lack the need for cultivation resources. I had not intended to join in. However, Wang Yinzhao's tone left no room for refusal. You must participate, and you must secure a place in the top 10. The steward of the market is not easily swayed, although your father has secured this opportunity for you. Should you fail to demonstrate sufficient strength, there will inevitably be dissent directed towards you. If you wish to cultivate in peace in the future, you must intimidate them with your prowess. Well, all right then, I shall do my best. Wang Hao could only acquiesce. The arena was already prepared, requiring no additional setup. A few foundation-building cultivators convened to discuss some regulations and promptly declared the commencement of the matches. The participants were predominantly mid to late-stage Qi practitioners, totaling 121, with the 5 prominent families contributing 70 of them. The Wang family, enjoying the advantage of hosting, had the highest representation with 20 competitors. The matches were organized in pairs, with random draws determining the contestants. The rules were straightforward. No talismans or artifacts exceeding the first-tier grade were permitted, and lethal force was prohibited. Victory was declared either by knocking the opponent off the stage or by submission. The competition area was divided into 4 segments, with simultaneous contests occurring across all 4 arenas. Wang Hao drew the number 9 and was assigned to the first arena in the 3rd match. He approached the first platform, where 2 cultivators were already engaged. One was familiar to him, Wang Wenji, while the other appeared to be a loose cultivator. A foundation-building cultivator acted as the referee, and a rudimentary formation was established on the stage to shield the audience from any residual attack effects. Without further ado, the 2 exchanged polite greetings and took their positions to commence their duel. Wang Wenji brandished a hefty black iron rod, swinging it with such vigor that the loose cultivator could only retreat defensively. Wang Wenji was indeed a body cultivator. Wang Hao had suspected as much upon their first encounter, and now he was certain. With a resounding crash, Wang Hao looked up just in time to see the loose cultivator's weapon shatter into 2 pieces, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Wenji, however, did not seize the opportunity to strike. Instead, he slammed the iron rod forcefully into the ground and inquired, "Shall we continue? Your cultivation is profound. I concede defeat." The loose cultivator's expression darkened. He had lost on the stage, his artifact was destroyed, and he felt utterly humiliated. The second match featured a young female cultivator from the Zhao clan at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, facing off against a male cultivator from the Lei clan at the late stage of Qi refinement. The disparity in their cultivation levels was overwhelming, and in an instant, the female cultivator was subdued, forced to concede defeat. When it was Wang Hao's turn, he ascended the platform, confronting an opponent clad in red robes, whose insignia indicated she was from the Li clan. With a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, she was not stronger than Wang Hao, which eased his apprehension. Having never engaged in combat before, his lack of experience weighed heavily on him. Had he faced a late-stage cultivator, he surely would have been eliminated in a single round. As they took their positions, the female cultivator fixed her gaze on Wang Hao and inquired, "Are you Wang Hao?" "Oh, you know me?" Wang Hao responded, as he could not recall any information regarding her. "My aunt is Li Dashi. What do you think? If you have any sense, you should concede quickly. Otherwise, I'll ensure you are utterly humiliated." Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear, I wonder if you've ever heard this saying? What? You are quite beautiful." Of course. But do you think flattery will spare you?" The female cultivator's face illuminated with pride at Wang Hao's compliment. "Then don't entertain any delusions." "Ha ha, how amusing." The crowd erupted in laughter. "You scoundrel. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence." The banter between them had grown so tiresome that even the referee could no longer tolerate it. "Very well, I shall begin." With that, Wang Hao retrieved an entire stack of talismans from his robe. These were the fireball talismans he had diligently amassed over the past 3 years. Old Wang had instructed him to break into the top 10, anticipating that his subsequent opponents would only grow stronger. Thus, he could not afford to expend excessive amounts of mana at this juncture. Dozens of fireballs shot forth, instantly raising the temperature on the arena. The woman in red, her countenance transformed, hastily conjured a barrier of water before her while brandishing a small shield, activating it to guard her. Had there only been a few fireball talismans, she might have managed to withstand the onslaught. However, the barrage consisted of dozens, each talisman valued at 5 spirit stones, resulting in a total expenditure of several hundred from Wang Hao. Boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted, propelling the woman away, her form crashing to the ground beneath the arena, flames still raging around her. The officiating judge immediately cast a spell to extinguish the fire. The once delicate features of the woman were now marred, charred and reddened, her crimson robes rendered shapeless, revealing glimpses of her form. As she overheard the spectators' pointed remarks, a wave of humiliation washed over her, and casting a fierce glare at Wang Hao, she hastily departed. Wang Hao emerged victorious, the result announced, and he descended from the arena to meditate and recuperate, observing the conditions of other arenas. In Chapter 20, You Are No Match for Me. Through watching others engage in battle, Wang Hao gleaned considerable insights. In truth, most qi refining practitioners possessed limited techniques, their moves rather mundane. Many victories were secured through sheer cultivation advantage, swiftly overpowering their opponents, while only a handful of matches were evenly contested, prolonging the struggle. It was also possible that everyone was holding back, reserving their ultimate techniques for the forthcoming grand battles. An hour later, the first round of duels concluded, yielding 61 victors. Another draw ensued, and fortune smiled upon Wang Hao as he drew a blank slip, thereby advancing directly into the top 31. In the third round, he drew the number 3, pitted against a late-stage practitioner from the Lei family, whose cultivation surpassed his own. You are no match for me, the Lei family practitioner proclaimed arrogantly, clad in a standard azure robe. How can one know without trying? Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. These young individuals seemed to outdo one another in their boastfulness. If that is your desire, so be it. The cultivator from a Lei family appeared incensed, raising his hand to summon 5 flying swords which surged toward Wang Hao, forming a complete set of magical artifacts. Wang Hao swiftly conjured 5 earthen walls to shield himself, and, feeling a twinge of unease, he activated a wooden shield spell, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. The 5 flying swords easily shattered the earthen walls. However, their momentum waned, failing to breach Wang Hao's protective shield. Having gauged their power, Wang Hao felt considerably more at ease. Is this all you've got? Who granted you the audacity to boast? Allow me to return the favor. Wang Hao unleashed a barrage of 30 fireball talismans, causing the expression on the Lei cultivator's face to darken immediately. He had not witnessed Wang Hao's performance in the first round of their duel, and during the second round, he had been absent. Nevertheless, upon his return, he had learned from others about Wang Hao's initial display. He had dismissed it, believing that Wang Hao would not squander so many fireball talismans merely to win a match, for those were all spirit stones. Yet, reality struck him hard. However, his methods were considerably superior to that of the female cultivator from the Li family. He brandished a small azure shield, which swelled in size with the wind, its imposing aura clearly indicating it was a first-tier superior defensive artifact. A resounding explosion echoed through the arena, although the Lei cultivator was thrown into disarray. He sustained little damage, save for his azure shield, which was significantly compromised, causing him considerable frustration. Wang Hao chuckled softly, retrieving another batch of fireball talismans and earthen wall talismans, counting them aloud in front of the audience at the arena. Stop. I concede. The Lei cultivator, filled with immense frustration, chose to yield, yet his resentful gaze clearly indicated that he did not truly believe he had lost to Wang Hao. Lei Liheng could not help but furrow his brow, saying, Wang Daoyu, it seems that the methods employed by your junior are somewhat beneath the dignity of a fair contest. Although Wang Yanzhao was also dissatisfied with Wang Hao's performance, he felt compelled to defend him. Within the confines of the rules, what is amiss? Noticing the tension between the two, Li Yaozu hastily intervened. Ah, dear friends, why must you allow such trivial matters to disrupt your harmony? It is merely a matter of victory or defeat, just a display of fireball techniques. Against more seasoned practitioners, it may prove ineffective. In the fourth round, Wang Hao faced a loose cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. This cultivator, having observed Wang Hao's previous battle against the Lei family, immediately took to the stage and produced a yellow flag, from which torrents of yellow sand surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. Seeing his opponent's passive defense, Wang Hao refrained from hesitation, unleashing 10 fireball talismans to test the waters. Unfortunately, as the 10 small fireballs entered the yellow sand region, they disintegrated swiftly, failing to graze even a single hair of the adversary. The loose cultivator sneered, "Feel free to reveal any other techniques you may possess. If you can only rely on talismans, it would be wise to concede." In response, Wang Hao waved his hands, and a colossal fireball materialized before him, its size at least tenfold that of the fireball talismans. As it grew larger, by the time it reached the loose cultivator, it measured an impressive 5 meters in diameter, radiating an overwhelming wave of heat. Boom! A massive crimson mushroom cloud erupted from the arena, capturing the attention of all. The yellow sand before the cultivator thinned considerably. "Fireball technique at its pinnacle," exclaimed a spectator below, unable to contain their astonishment. Who is this individual? First a series of talismans, and now the fireball technique perfected. Does he spend his days idly? Indeed, mastering a spell to the pinnacle of perfection allows for instantaneous casting and significantly enhances its potency. The advantages are well understood. Yet, who would embark on such a path? It entails wasting several years of precious time. With that time, one could simply earn spirit stones to purchase ready-made talismans. I have heard of certain Wang Hao, presumably a member of the Wang family, likely a core disciple. If only I had the support of family. It wouldn't take much, just a year, and I too could cultivate the fireball technique to its utmost perfection. Enough with the boasting. As a mere 4th-layer Qi practitioner, you would only be relegated to menial tasks within the family. Wang Hao drew back his hands as if to unleash a bow, and one fireball after another soared forth, crashing toward the opponent. Enormous fireballs rained down, their thunderous roars echoing as flames surged, accompanied by the faint cries of scattered cultivators. Wang Hao emerged victorious. The foundation-building cultivator on the sidelines hastily announced the outcome and swiftly cast a spell to extinguish the flames, rescuing the scattered cultivator from peril. Lo and behold, a 6th-layer Qi practitioner triumphs over an 8th-layer one. This disciple from the Wang family is truly remarkable. There is no comparison. Who knows if the Wang family is still recruiting? It is not just the Qi practitioners who are astonished. Even the foundation-building cultivators are left reeling. Wang Yinzhao's face beamed with delight. "Friend Lei, what do you think of my son's prowess? Is your Lei family practitioner still feeling aggrieved over the loss?" It is merely a matter of offensive capability. Had that scattered cultivator struck first, the vast disparity in strength would render a few earthen wall talismans utterly ineffective. Yet a victory is a victory, and a defeat is a defeat. What room is there for hypotheticals? Wang Yinzhao chuckled with pride. Wang Hao has triumphed in this match, securing a place among the top 8 and fulfilling the task set forth by old Wang. Consequently, he intends to fight as long as he can. Should he encounter insurmountable odds, he shall concede. Engaging in a desperate struggle is out of the question, as he has already expended over 500 spirit stones in his recent bouts, approaching a point where he can scarcely afford to continue. Yet, the prospect of not attaining one of the top 3 rewards fills him with a sense of loss. Thus far, he has only employed the fireball technique, keeping 5 other master-level spells concealed. Perhaps fortune may yet smile upon him. As the top 8 are gradually selected, only one rogue cultivator remains. Alongside 2 from the Wang family, 2 from the Li family, and 1 each from the remaining 3 clans. The other Wang cultivator is Wang Yinping, a member of the Yin lineage who is merely 30 years old, not significantly older than Wang Hao, and ranks as Wang Hao's 19th uncle. He possesses an 8th layer of Qi cultivation and excels in combat. The 2 from the Li family are named Li Durong and Li Dida, 1 male and 1 female. The male appears to be in his 30s, while the female, younger, seems to be around 20. However, these are mere appearances, as Wang Hao cannot discern their actual ages. Li Durong exudes a cold demeanor, yet her round face and charming dimples create a delightful contrast to her personality. Wang Hao merely glanced at her, devoid of any particular thoughts. He has observed her prowess in combat, and she is indeed a formidable opponent. Possessing a ninth layer of chi cultivation and wielding a long yellow ribbon as her weapon, often ensnaring her adversaries to the brink of suffocation. Wang Hao has no desire to provoke her. In the fourth round, Wang Hao faces Li Dida. He notes that before Li Dida ascends the stage, Li Durong seems to whisper something to him and casts a glance in Wang Hao's direction, likely conveying some tactical instructions. Indeed, after Li Dida ascended the stage and exchanged pleasantries, he launched a fierce assault. Armed with a folding fan, he waved it gently, unleashing torrents of flames with formidable ferocity. The earthen wall talisman in Wang Hao's possession proved utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught. Realizing this, Wang Hao refrained from a direct confrontation, employing agility techniques to dart around the arena, occasionally retaliating with fireballs. Alas, his efforts were in vain. The green jade pendant adorning Li Dida formed a protective barrier that effortlessly absorbed Wang Hao's fireball spells. For a moment, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. However, given the disparity in their cultivation levels, Wang Hao trailing by 2 minor realms, he would inevitably exhaust his mana, rendering him susceptible to defeat. After a period of skirmishing, Wang Hao discerned his opponent's tactics and recognized the need for a swift resolution. With a calculated strategy forming in his mind, he sees an opportunity during Li Didao's offensive to retreat to a corner of the stage. There, he rapidly conjured 5 colossal fireballs aimed at his adversary. Forcing Li Dida into a defensive stance, Wang Hao relentlessly increased the intensity of his assault, leaving Li Dida struggling to respond. Simultaneously, he extended a single finger to deploy a binding technique, restricting Li Didao's mobility. Ultimately, he summoned the Crimson Gold Sword, which, under the mastery of his gravitational manipulation, transformed into a radiant arc hurtling toward Li Dida. With his legs ensnared by Wang Hao's binding spell, Li Dida found himself immobilized and overwhelmed by the barrage of fireballs. He was rendered powerless against the Crimson Gold Sword, although a moment's respite would have allowed him to break free from the bindings and evade the impending attack. It was evident that time was not on his side. He could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through his protective shield, hurtling toward his chest. On the sidelines, Liaozu, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly intervened to dispel Wang Hao's entangling technique, promptly pulling Li Dida out of Wang Hao's attack range. He declared, "In this match, Wang Xiaoyu emerges victorious." Li Didao's countenance fell, filled with reluctance. Yet upon reflecting on the earlier circumstances, he acknowledged the futility of his victory and could only lower his head in resignation. "Wang Daoyu, your son is truly remarkable. Achieving perfection in 5 rudimentary spells is indeed a rarity. Once he advances in cultivation, he shall undoubtedly become the foremost among the younger generation." Liaozu could not help but express his admiration. Wang Yinzhao chuckled lightly. "Li Daoyu, you flatter me. It is merely a few elementary spells. Cultivation is the essence. My son, at just 24, has reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, yet cannot be compared to the prodigies of the Li family." Beside them, Li Durong cast a lingering glance at Wang Hao before stepping onto the stage, where within a few breaths, she defeated Wang Yinping, avenging Li Dida. The 4 strongest contenders emerged, with no loose cultivators remaining. The Lei family was eliminated, leaving only Wang Hao, Li Durong, Zhao Mingjian from the Zhao family, and Cheng Yinxue from the Cheng family. There was no need for further draws. It was decided that men would face men, and women would face women. Zhao Mingjian, possessing the 8th layer of chi refinement, brandished a sword and wore a yellow gourd at his waist, having previously vanquished a Lei family cultivator of the 9th layer. Indicating his formidable prowess, Wang Hao dared not underestimate him. It was known that Zhao was adept at wielding flying swords, and his gourd served both offensive and defensive purposes, harboring immense icy power. During the round of 16, Wang Hao had witnessed Zhao employ the gourd's chilling energy to freeze his opponent's magical instrument, effortlessly securing victory. As the match commenced, Zhao Mingjian seized the initiative, hurling a fireball talisman at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was compelled to evade defensively while simultaneously casting an earth wall talisman to erect a high barrier before him. The thunderous roar echoed as the earthen wall was battered by fireballs, yet it stood firm. Almost instantaneously, a flurry of sword lights surged forth. How audacious these sword cultivators are, to ambush an old comrade like me. Wang Hao dodged frantically, but was still struck by 3 beams of sword light. One was neutralized by his protective shield, another absorbed by the shield gifted to him by old Wang, but the last one found its mark, slicing a 3-inch gash in his arm. Had he not managed to evade at the last moment, that strike would have severed his entire limb. The sword cultivators are reputed to be invincible among their peers, and Wang Hao was now experiencing this firsthand. This, his first injury, ignited a flicker of anger in his usually good-natured heart. He resolved to retaliate in kind, hurling fireball talismans, falling rock talismans, ice arrow talismans, water dragon talismans, and golden light talismans without restraint, all the while feeling a pang of regret. For these were the fruits of 3 years of toil. A multitude of attacks rained down upon the arena. Even Zhao Mingjian, a sword cultivator whose agility surpassed that of his peers, found himself unable to contend with such an onslaught and was forced to unleash the icy breath from the gourd at his waist to envelop himself. Though several spells were mitigated by the chill, it proved insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Mingjian produced a blue orb, suspending it above his head, and began to chant incantations. The moment it was activated, the orb emitted a brilliant blue light, freezing everything around it, turning even the fireballs into ice flames, rendering them nearly impotent. Yet, the strain was evident on Zhao Mingjian's face, clearly exhausting a significant amount of his magical energy. Meanwhile, after casting his talismans, Wang Hao was far from idle, continuously employing the art of telekinesis to maneuver his sword in attack, occasionally unleashing fireball spells and binding techniques to restrict Zhao Mingjian's movements. In an instant, one side of the arena was filled with a whirlwind of dust and chaos, while the other lay in a frozen silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Zhao Mingjian's techniques were remarkable, possessing great power, yet they also exacted a significant toll. He dared not withdraw the gourd and the blue orb, for to do so would result in being engulfed by the ocean of attacks unleashed by Wang Hao. Trapped by his own web, Wang Hao let out a cold chuckle and engaged in a battle of attrition, continuously releasing talismans while wielding his sword in assault. Finally, just as Wang Hao's magical energy was nearing depletion, a sharp crack echoed as the blue orb above Zhao Mingjian's head shattered, unable to withstand any longer. With the protection of the blue orb gone, Wang Hao's frenzied assaults surged forth instantaneously. In a final act of desperation, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs, striking relentlessly against Zhao Mingjian's defensive barrier, which erupted in a cloud of steam as it weakened, ultimately shattering into pieces. Zhao Mingjian was sent flying, while Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. It was a true mutual destruction. Assisted from the arena, Wang Hao was quickly approached by Wang Yanzhao, who handed him several medicinal pills to heal and restore his energy. "Well done. I never anticipated you possessed such strength." Indeed, I too was taken aback. Perhaps it is not my prowess, but rather their inadequacy. Wang Hao reflected on his 6 years of experience, never feeling particularly exceptional. After all, he had merely practiced 6 perfected spells, something anyone could achieve, was it not? Those around him fell silent, rendered speechless by Wang Hao's audacious claims. Yet upon reflection, it was not unfounded. Several individuals of higher cultivation had been defeated, and thus any mockery directed at him was justified. You boast of your prowess. Yet can you best him? The young are often naive. I hope you will not take offense, esteemed guests. Wang Yanzhao felt compelled to offer words of reassurance. Wang Hao was utterly speechless. Indeed, it was their own inadequacy. He could not fathom how the progeny of prominent sects and illustrious families could be vanquished by him. Nonetheless, the rules favored Wang Hao. A cultivator in the late stage of qi refinement could effortlessly wield a second-tier, inferior magical artifact. Although the duration of this capability was brief, its potency could easily shatter Wang Hao's defenses. In such a scenario, even if Wang Hao possessed numerous hidden cards, he would lack the time to deploy them. However, while Wang Hao struggled, Li Daong found his match to be comparatively effortless securing victory in merely half a jaw stick's worth of time. Standing upon the arena, he called out to Wang Hao, "Is an hour sufficient for your recovery?" Although he had consumed a medicinal pill, Wang Hao's internal energy was only at half its capacity. Even if he were to be fully replenished, he had no talismans left to utilize. Thus, he declared, "There is no need for further competition. I concede. As I do not consider myself a worthy opponent against a celestial being." Wang Hao was indifferent to the allure of superficial fame. The reward for the top three were the same, and he had no desire to contend for the first position. Having already garnered attention by achieving consecutive victories against cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement despite being only at the 6th, he preferred to avoid the incessant scrutiny that would accompany such a title. After all, it is said that a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. In truth, Wang Hao was simply unable to compete and had no desire to endure further punishment. The disparity in their strengths was evident to all, and with Wang Hao's concession, no one dared to voice dissent. Li Daong, however, appeared somewhat reluctant, as if harboring a need to further humiliate Wang Hao to quell his own frustrations. With a fierce glare directed at Wang Hao, she asserted, "For today, I shall let it pass. When you reach the late stage of Qi refinement, we shall have a rematch." Upon returning to the place where the royal family members congregated, Wang Hao discerned that the gazes of those around him had drastically transformed from the past. Many regarded him with admiration. However, cultivators are inherently proud, and it would be improbable for them to immediately cast aside their dignity and fawn over him. Wang Hao, who detests trouble, found this preferable as it spared him the pretense of pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenji, who were well acquainted with Wang Hao, approached to extend their congratulations. Both were of similar age and cultivation level to Wang Hao, yet they had not surpassed the 3rd round, their combat prowess significantly inferior to his. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Wang Wenmei inquired, "Fifth brother, how did you cultivate those formidable spells?" Others also leaned in to listen, for no one ever turns down the opportunity to acquire cultivation insights. "It's nothing much, merely a matter of practice," Wang Hao modestly replied. 3 years ago, I commenced my spell training, practicing twice daily until my magical energy was entirely depleted. If you can persist for 3 years, you too shall attain great perfection. This, if one were to practice twice a day, it seems there would be little time left for cultivation. Wang Wenmei remarked, visibly troubled. As a cultivator of 3 spiritual roots, she still harbored hopes of establishing a foundation, yet she could not afford to squander substantial time on spell work. Wang Hao gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and continued, "Since I turned 18, I have slept merely 2 hours a night. The remainder of my time has been dedicated to cultivation. There are no shortcuts in the path of cultivation, only diligence. Have you ever seen the Qingyo workshop at the Hour of the Tiger? Fifth brother, is it true that with diligence, one can become formidable like you?" A little girl with horned braids asked, her wide eyes sparkling with wonder. Wang Hao secretly mused on the naivety of it all. Aside from diligence and innate talent, the most crucial element is resources. With boundless resources, even the most arduous path to foundation establishment can be traversed. This is the 15th Sisters Wenju, Wang Wenmei introduced. Wang Hao sighed, reflecting on his past beliefs. He once thought that even with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, no amount of effort could lead to foundation establishment. However, some matters require trying to ascertain their feasibility. He refrained from sharing his own example, as he currently only reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, which is still a considerable distance from foundation establishment. Instead, he recounted the tale of a senior named Han. Han, despite possessing inferior aptitude with only 4 spiritual roots, was undeterred by setbacks and harbored a profound wish for longevity from a young age. Wang Hao narrated the story of the old demon Han in broad strokes, ultimately concluding, the senior demonstrated through his experiences that poor aptitude does not equate to low achievement. In the pursuit of immortality, aside from talent and resources, the most vital aspect is the resolve of the heart. Fifth brother, what is the resolve of the heart? The young girl listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. You can simply comprehend the resolve of the heart as the reason for pursuing immortality. Once you grasp this, you will possess a steadfast resolve, guiding your objectives and actions, thus paving a smooth path in the journey of cultivation. Wang Hao, though lacking a true understanding of the resolve of the heart, found no hindrance in his ability to persuade others. Everyone relished a hearty tale. After all, so why not indulge in it? Then, fifth brother, what is your resolve of the heart? He turned his back, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon arriving in this world, he had solely focused on surviving and cultivating. He had not contemplated this matter. Yet, having boasted so boldly, the ladder was already propped up. If he ceased to embellish, the fall would surely be quite embarrassing. Nonetheless, storytelling was his forte. In the Qing Niu Fong, I perused several biographies and came to the realization that our existence is but a mere corner of the South Sea, which in turn is merely a diminutive segment of this world. We lack the esteemed sects and millennia-old clans that flourish beyond our shores. Thus, is it the aspiration of my elder brother to lead our Wang family into the ranks of such venerable lineages? Wang Wenju felt as though Wang Hao radiated brilliance, her admiration for him growing ever deeper. Ahem, Wang Hao could not suppress a cough. How noble my elder brother is. Yin Zhao. It seems that Wenhui harbors no resentment towards our family and manages to coexist harmoniously with his peers. Instead, it is we, the elders, who exhibit a touch of pettiness. Wang Long lamented. However, Wang Yin Zhao remained skeptical. Yet, Wang Hao's conduct in recent years has been commendable, and he has steered clear of trouble. As a father, he ought not to undermine his son. Thus he remarked, Hao has endured great hardship since childhood, and in his youth, it is only natural for him to have voiced grievances. Nevertheless, over the years, he has diligently pursued his cultivation and mastered the art of alchemy, frequently selling surplus elixirs to support the family. It seems he is indeed, as sixth uncle has said, yet he still possesses a hint of arrogance. That is of no concern. You should possess such fervor, with a steadfast heart and formidable skills in combat. He exhibits no significant faults in his dealings with others, and coupled with his alchemical prowess, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to manage the Qing Niufeng shop. You need not worry about the Elder Council. I shall speak with them on your behalf. Wang Yin Zhao bowed in gratitude on behalf of his nephew. Being of the same kin, and with Wenhui's capabilities, it is only prudent to employ him. To disregard him due to a few youthful grievances would be a disservice to our family. Wang Hao, having suppressed his true self for several years, could no longer contain his facade, unexpectedly earning the approval of Wang Longyu. Had he known this, he would have surely indulged in his pretense further. Meanwhile, Li Daong, Li Dei, and Li Qinxin, who had suffered defeat at the hands of Wang Hao in the initial round, were engaged in a discussion about him. Pointing at Wang Hao, Li Qinxin remarked, Aunt, that individual is truly your son, which means I ought to address him as cousin. Li Daong shot her a glare. What nonsense! Your Aunt Dei has only been married into the Wang family for a mere decade, and he is already in his 20s. How could he possibly be your aunt's son? Li Dei shook her head. Daong, Qinxin is not entirely mistaken. He is indeed Yin Zhao's child. Ah, so he's truly my cousin. He previously bested me so thoroughly. Aunt, could you not teach him a lesson? With that, Li Qinxin tugged at Li Dei's arm, pouting in a playful manner. On the arena, hesitation was not an option. Li Daong did not believe Wang Hao had committed any wrongdoing. If one sought vengeance, diligent training was the remedy. However, this individual had indeed overstepped. It was one thing to knock someone off the stage, but to scorch Qinxin's garments, causing her public humiliation, was utterly unacceptable. Sighing, Li Dei recounted the underlying circumstances to the two. It was not that Aunt was evading responsibility. Given the nature of their relationship, how could she dare to reprimand him? Upon hearing this, Li Qinxin responded, So he is merely a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Wild, hush! Are you attempting to incite conflict between our families? Li Daong promptly reprimanded, having learned of Wang Hao's background. Despite harboring no personal fondness for him, she acknowledged that lacking familial support, yet managing to dominate the younger generation of various clans was a remarkable feat if Wang Hao were deemed a failure. Then what could be said of the young members of the Li family? Chapter 23. foundation establishment, Elixir. Wang Hao continued to boast with the others for a while before retreating to his quarters to rest. The following day, he descended the mountain alongside Wang Yanfeng, heading towards the market. This time, they rode horses, significantly increasing their speed. Having secured third place in a recent competition, Wang Hao was naturally eager to ride his newly acquired steed, a swift stallion. Within 4 days, the two returned to the market. Wang Yanfeng remarked, "I can only stay for half a month. How much you learn depends on your own abilities." Wang Hao replied with a smile, "Indeed. I wouldn't dare to waste your time, uncle. I only ask that you assist me by introducing the channel for trading goods and the necessary connections." The Wang family's pharmacy, although referred to as a pharmacy, essentially functioned as a general store. Spanning an impressive 5 acres, it featured 2 storefronts on the street. The ground floor housed the main hall, while the second floor offered private rooms for receiving esteemed guests, where Wang Yanfeng often monitored the store's activities. Behind lay a spacious courtyard, as well as the living quarters for the Wang family members. Wang Hao planned to take over this establishment, as it was closer to the spiritual vein, boasting a richer concentration of spiritual energy, making it more suitable for his cultivation. However, with this opportunity came responsibilities. As the manager of the pharmacy, Wang Hao would likely find himself less free than before. Shortly after their arrival at the store, a visitor appeared, not a customer in the traditional sense, but rather an intermediary, tasked with facilitating business connections and collecting a commission. In the realm of King Niafang, there exists a multitude of wandering cultivators. With their sheer numbers, the likelihood of acquiring valuable treasures increases. However, many of these solitary practitioners harbor an innate distrust toward establishments, believing that larger shops exploit their customers, thus preferring to transact through intermediaries. One such individual is Chong Bao, a man in his 40s, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Should Wang Hao wish to procure spiritual herbs in the future, he will inevitably have to engage with Chong Bao. Wang Daoyu was rather inconsiderate, departing from the market without so much as a word to Chong. As soon as Chong Bao entered, he immediately inquired about this oversight. "Alas, I truly apologize. My family summoned me urgently, and I neglected to inform my esteemed friend," Wang Yanfeng said with a smile, offering his apologies. "I am not particularly concerned, yet several friends who are selling spiritual herbs are quite anxious. If you do not require them, I could recommend them to others." "How could that be? I have just arrived," Wang Yanfeng exclaimed, producing 5 spirit stones and placing them into Chong Bao's hands. "Please, do accept these for tea. Do not decline." Upon seeing the spirit stones, Chong Bao's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Rest assured, Wang Daoyu, you know my character all too well." At that moment, he noticed Wang Hao standing nearby and inquired, "And who might this esteemed friend be?" "Do not hurry off, for I am eager to introduce you. This is my nephew, Wang Hao. In the future, he shall manage this establishment," Wang Yanfeng remarked, casting a glance at Wang Hao. "Quickly, pay your respects. The success of our Wang family's business relies heavily on Chong Daoyu's guidance." Wang Hao nodded and replied, "I am Wang Hao, the junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Chong Bao hastily responded, "How could I presume to be an elder? Wang Daoyu is a scion of the Wang family, and as a mere wandering cultivator, how could I claim such a title? You and I are like brothers. He is my nephew, thus it is not inappropriate to address you as elder." Wang Yanfeng smiled and said, "In the future, I will trouble you, Chong Daoist, to take care of my nephew." Of course, Chong Bao replied, but internally he pondered the implications. Wang Hao was young and might very well bring some benefits in the future. However, being a member of the Wang family, he dared not take too much advantage. Bringing significant losses to the Wang family would be tantamount to courting death. "I actually have a substantial business opportunity to introduce to the Wang family," Chong Bao remarked, glancing toward the door. Wang Hao understood the implication and gestured, "Senior Chong, let us discuss this upstairs." Once they ascended, the 3 settled into a private room, and Wang Yanfeng inquired, "Brother Chong, please share the details of this grand business." "Ha. Naturally, a business that approaches the Wang family must involve spiritual herbs," Chong Bao replied with a smile, not keeping them in suspense. How about the spiritual herbs related to the foundation establishment pill? Is that grand enough? Wang Yinfeng's expression turned curious as he asked, there are a dozen types of spiritual herbs related to the foundation establishment pill, but most are rather commonplace. May I inquire which herbs you refer to? Chang Bao, with a smug smile, lowered his voice. One of them is the Lycium barbarum, which is one of the 3 primary ingredients for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao became suddenly excited. He had already gathered nearly all the auxiliary herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Finding the remaining ones would not be overly difficult, but he had never heard of the 2 primary herbs, Ningyuan fruit and Lycium barbarum. The foundation establishment pill requires 3 principal ingredients: Ningyuan fruit, the 200-year-old red blood ginseng, and the 300-year-old Lycium barbarum. The condensation fruit must be at least of the 2nd-tier superior grade. In other words, only fruits born of 2nd-tier superior grade condensation fruit trees possess efficacy. The higher the tier, the superior the quality of the foundation establishment pill. The primary function of the condensation fruit is to furnish ample spiritual energy for practitioners to refine their true essence, which is pivotal for foundation establishment. The blood-red ginseng serves as a restorative herb. During a breakthrough, practitioners inevitably experience ruptures in their dantian and meridians. And this herb aids in the repair of the damaged dantian and meridians. The glass borage, on the other hand, offers protective benefits. While its standalone consumption can be detrimental to practitioners, its intake during foundation establishment can temporarily harden the dantian and meridians, enabling them to withstand the immense surge of spiritual energy during this critical phase. Additionally, there are various auxiliary herbs, each serving distinct purposes. Some protect the meridians, others bolster vitality, and some enhance mental clarity. The inherent danger of the glass borage is evident in its effects. Hence, its age is crucial. If it is too young, its potency is insufficient. If too old, its efficacy may be excessive, leading to a failed foundation establishment. An optimal age of around 300 years is ideal for use. Even if one fails in foundation establishment after consuming the foundation establishment pill, its effects can still bolster the dantian and meridians, increasing the success rate of future attempts by 10%, and the body will not suffer severe damage. Conversely, to forcefully attempt foundation establishment without the pill is a gamble. Success may lead to favorable outcomes, but failure often results in death, or at the very least, significant damage to one's foundation and a drastic reduction in lifespan. May I inquire, esteemed elder, whether this glass borage is alive and its age? Wang Hao inquired, suppressing his excitement. Chang Bao replied, it is indeed alive. However, its age is somewhat lacking, only 80 years. 80 years? That renders it practically useless. I can only exchange it for spirit stones. Wang Yinfeng sighed. Wang Xindi, what significance does having 300 years hold? Can you still find the Ningyuan fruit? We have merely brushed past it, and a profit would suffice. Chang Bao chuckled lightly, having long since abandoned any aspirations of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Wang Yinfeng sighed, lamenting the arduous nature of foundation establishment. Before inquiring, do you know the whereabouts of the spiritual herb? Has it been harvested or not? Chang Bao replied with a smile. Rest assured, my dear brother, the herb has yet to be harvested. I am well aware of the price disparities and have advised accordingly. As for the location, that is a matter for both parties to negotiate. He gestured playfully with his finger. Wang Yinfeng produced 20 spiritual stones and handed them over. Upon successful completion, there will be this sum as well. Chang Bao nodded in satisfaction. I understand the rules. I shall summon someone immediately. You may commence your discussions. Once Chang Bao exited, Wang Hao finally asked, Eighth uncle, is there a significant difference between harvested and unharvested spiritual herbs? Wang Yinfeng explained, Indeed, it is a natural consequence. Those rogue cultivators employ crude methods, lacking any knowledge of spiritual plant cultivation techniques, often damaging the roots of the spiritual herbs. Even if they manage to keep them alive, it would require years of nurturing, and, at times, it could affect the medicinal properties. Thus, how could there not be a considerable price disparity? So, essentially, We are purchasing a location for the spiritual herb and will harvest it ourselves, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case. However, this only applies to precious spiritual herbs. Wang Yinfeng cautioned, Duan Yuan Mountain is fraught with peril, and these rogue cultivators are not to be trusted. Murders and thefts for treasures occur frequently. You must remember, do not risk yourself for a trivial profit. The implication of Wang Yinfeng's words was clear. When the potential rewards are substantial enough, it is only natural to disregard the dangers, such as the nature of capitalists throughout history. Chapter 24. Have I become cannon fodder? Within a mere cup of tea's time, Chang Bao entered accompanied by a middle-aged male cultivator. Daoist Wang, this is the seller, brother Jiang Chao. Daoist Jiang, please take a seat. However, Jiang Chao appeared rather anxious. Before even settling down, he hastily inquired, how many spiritual stones are you offering? Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng exchanged glances, and Wang Yinfeng extended 5 fingers, stating, if it concerns spiritual herbs, we can offer this amount. 500 spiritual stones? That is far too low. I require 800. This is the primary ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Jiang Chao exclaimed, visibly agitated. If the price is too low, I shall not sell. But it is only 80 years old. At most 600 spiritual stones. Jiang Bao Yin does it. Daoist Wang, he continued, Daoist Jiang has his difficulties as well. Perhaps you could increase the offer a bit. Wang Yinfeng pondered for a moment, then relented, very well, 700 spiritual stones, but no more. Chang Bao addressed Jiang Chao. 700 spiritual stones is quite a generous offer. You would not find a better price elsewhere. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chao acquiesced. I will wait for you at the entrance of the market the morning after tomorrow. With that, he bid farewell to Chang Bao and departed. From Wang Yinfeng, they learned that such transactions necessitate a confirmation of goods before payment, which is why Jiang Chao needed to accompany them. Otherwise, a loose cultivator could easily fabricate a story and deceive them out of several hundred spiritual stones, leading to chaos. Since I am here, let us go together this time. In the future, you shall manage the shop alone, but do take care. Yes, Uncle Ba, rest assured, I value my life greatly, Wang Hao thought to himself. For apart from the Ging Yun Gua, he had no intention of taking any risks. The arrangements were set, and the two began their preparations separately. They ventured into the heart of Duanyuan Mountain, requiring a substantial supply of talismans and medicinal elixirs for healing and detoxification. Preparations included various potions, such as the revitalizing elixir, the purifying elixir, and the crimson blood elixir. Though it would be ideal not to require them, the absence or insufficient quantity of these remedies could prove fatal. Such potions were readily available at the apothecary. One could simply note the account and return any surplus. However, the talismans needed to be procured from external sources. With the authority of shop steward, Wang Hao could act without hesitation, directly selling a batch of spiritual herbs to Qingyuan Pavilion and purchasing 100 talismans. Coupled with the superior magical artifacts won from duels and the second-tier inferior spiritual talismans, he felt a sense of security. 2 days later, Jiang Chao arrived as promised. And without further ado, the trio set off towards the Duanyuan mountain range. Spanning 1,000,000 miles, Duanyuan Mountain obstructed communication between the South Sea cultivation realm and the Xianyuan continent, hence its name. The Qingyo market was merely a small extension on its southern foothills, rumored to harbor 4th-tier demonic beasts, albeit only in the outskirts. Encounters with 2nd-tier beasts were rare. Before long, the three vanished into the dense foliage. Jiang Chao and Wang Yinfeng treaded cautiously, while Wang Hao remained unperturbed, having activated the map that revealed no skeletal markers of bosses in the vicinity. However, as they delved deeper, the surroundings began to shift. The vegetation grew denser, and wildlife became more prevalent. Though these were merely ordinary low-tier demonic beasts, which his map did not register, their increased numbers inevitably caused disturbances, potentially attracting even more beasts. Jiang, how much further do we have to go? Wang Yinfeng inquired after dispatching a pack of wolves. At least another day and a half of travel. Although the Qi cultivation practitioners cannot soar through the skies, their speed of travel can reach several hundred miles in a single day, allowing them to traverse nearly 1,000 miles in a day and a half. If they venture over 1,000 miles, they might encounter second-tier demon beasts. Wang Yinfeng expressed his concerns. Ah, my friend Wang, is that not stating the obvious? If there were no such risks, that precious glass grass would have been discovered long ago, and it would not have fallen to us, Jiang Chao replied confidently. Rest assured, I have traversed this path twice before without encountering any second-tier demon beasts. Wang Hao remained skeptical. His map indicated a green skull ahead, while first-tier demon beasts were represented by white skulls, suggesting the presence of at least second-tier beasts in that area. He pondered whether Jiang Chao was simply fortunate or if the demon beast had conveniently moved elsewhere. Luckily, Jiang Chao did not proceed directly, but chose to take a detour. Upon reaching a large river, he suggested they follow the current. My esteemed friends, there are numerous demon beasts in this river, so we must exercise caution and suppress our auras. With that, he leaped into the water. Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng exchanged glances before promptly following him into the river. The trio swam along the bank, and moments later, Jiang Chao resurfaced and utilized earth escape techniques to continue their journey. Wang Hao began to understand that Jiang Chao was quite capable. By submerging and resurfacing, he had successfully navigated around 2 clusters of minor demon beasts. One should not underestimate the tenacity of solitary cultivators. Even with Wang Hao's real-time map guiding him, he could not have chosen a better route. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of demon beasts increased, and since these creatures were active, encounters with them sometimes necessitated fierce battles. The trio exerted themselves to avoid entanglement, and by the time they reached their destination, they were utterly exhausted, both physically and spiritually, with little magical energy remaining. Jiang Chao pointed to a green, half-human tall plant behind a massive rock, exclaiming, "This is the borage. Now that we have arrived, may I receive the spirit stones?" Wang Yinfeng gestured for Wang Hao to assess the situation. Wang Hao cast a protective shield around himself, while simultaneously clutching a handful of talismans, aware that, typically, celestial treasures were guarded by beasts. However, the vicinity of this borage exhibited no such guardians, yet Wang Hao decided to add an extra layer of precaution. Upon a gentle touch, the farm icon illuminated, and Wang Hao smiled with relief, saying, "Eighth uncle, everything is normal." Receiving this affirmation, Wang Yinfeng produced 700 spirit stones. Jiang Daoyu, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. We hope to be contacted again regarding any news of spirit herbs. Jiang Chao accepted the spirit stones with a smile, replying, "As long as the Wang family offers a fair price, discussions regarding spirit herbs will be a breeze." He then requested Jiang Chao to wait a moment while he retrieved his tools to transplant the borage. Jiang Chao maintained a smiling facade behind Wang Yinfeng. Something felt amiss. Was it truly this smooth? Suddenly realizing the implications after acquiring the borage seeds, Wang Hao's heart raced. "Quick, lend a hand. Once we have translocated it, we can escape this cursed place." At that moment, Wang Yinfeng had already picked up a spirit shovel and started digging. "Eighth uncle, wait!" Wang Hao exclaimed, now fully aware of the danger, but it was too late. A formation activated. From a distance, Jiang Chao let out a sinister laugh, and with a flick of his hands, a transparent yellow shield enveloped both Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng. "Damn it, is this how my first outing ends? Encountering murder and treasure theft?" Wang Hao cursed in disbelief. Wang Yinfeng set down the spiritual shovel and exclaimed in anger, "Friend Jiang, we bear no enmity towards you. Why act in such a manner? Now that you have retracted the formation, I can assure you that nothing has transpired. Naive, do you truly believe I would relent?" Jiang Chao retorted. "Even with the formation's aid, you alone cannot contend with us. Turn back while you still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise." Wang Yinfeng continued to exchange barbs with Jiang Chao, while discreetly signaling Wang how to restore his spiritual energy in preparation for the impending battle. "And what of us?" Before he could finish, a woman clad in green and a burly man with a dark complexion emerged behind Jiang Chao. To dare ambush the cultivators of the Wang family is to court death. The Wang family shall not let you escape. The burly man chuckled. "Once this job is complete, I shall naturally depart from Qingyo Square, so there is no need for you to worry." Observing the banter from Wang Yinfeng, Wang Hao couldn't shake the feeling that their side was increasingly resembling a band of villainous young masters destined for sacrifice, while the adversaries were the true protagonists. His uncle was truly unreliable. Chapter 25. You dare indeed enough of the idle chatter. Let us act. These two are the managers of the Wang family's pill shop, and are undoubtedly laden with wealth. Jiang Chao urged, casting several fireballs towards them. Uncle, hold the line for now. I shall dismantle the formation. Wang Hao was determined to prevent Wang Yinfeng from uttering another word. The formation that ensnared them was merely a first-tier formation, the three talismans confining enemy array. While it might pose a challenge to other cultivators, for Wang Hao, who had mastered the fireball technique, it was simply a matter of unleashing a few more strikes. If a few were insufficient, then a dozen would suffice. Those who act decisively and speak little are the true protagonists. Wang Yinfeng's behavior was undoubtedly that of a mere pawn. He could not allow himself to be dragged down by him. Boom! A colossal fireball detonated against the protective barrier, instantly thinning it significantly. The effect was palpable. They pressed on. Uncle Ba held his ground as Wang Yinfeng raised a small orange shield to deflect the trio's magical onslaught. Witnessing Wang Hao's relentless assault weakening the barrier further, a glimmer of hope flickered across his face. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and exerting their full strength was imperative. The duo's magical reserves were nearly depleted, and they could not sustain this for much longer. Seeing their efforts rendered futile, and with the adversaries poised to breach their formation, Jiang Chao felt a surge of panic. He had exerted considerable effort to maintain the facade, yet his own magical energy was waning. Once Wang's duo emerged, they would undoubtedly target him first. Thunder rumbled as the trio's formation struggled against the beasts. However, facing fellow cultivators, breaking the formation was merely a matter of time. They were at an impasse, lacking spirit stones. Wang Hao unleashed a barrage of fireballs in rapid succession, followed by a fierce strike with the gale sword acquired through their duel. The yellow barrier shattered with a resounding crash. An upper-tier, first-grade magical artifact, indeed a tempting prize. The burly man with a dark visage remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with greed as he fixated on Wang Hao's gale sword. I'll handle this brat. That sword shall be mine, he declared, brandishing a long whip and lunging at Wang Hao. Jiang Chao, equally envious of the upper-tier artifact, lamented his dwindling magical energy, rendering him unable to assist the young woman in her struggle. The dark-faced man was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. In the past, Wang Hao might have turned tail and fled, but after his encounters at Wang Family Ridge, even an 8th-level core family disciple had fallen before him. Why should he fear a mere loose cultivator? With a sudden flourish, the burly man lashed out with his whip, the crack of the whip slicing through the air like a knife. Wang Hao immediately raised his sword to parry the attack. A sharp sound echoed as the whip struck his sword, causing it to emit a resonant hum. In their initial clash, the two contenders appeared evenly matched. However, Wang Hao's prowess lay not in mere physical combat, but in the mastery of 6 fully developed arcane arts. Impressive. Come, take another lash from me. The burly man with the dark countenance exclaimed with fervor. Yet, Wang Hao had little interest in indulging him further. Although Wang Yinfeng had reached the 7th tier of Qi cultivation, his lack of combat experience, coupled with his depleted magical energy, forced him into a position of passive defense against the attacks of the cloaked woman and Jiang Chao. Within mere moments, he found himself retreating under their relentless onslaught. Wang Hao knew he must first eliminate the dark-faced brute before coming to his aid. With a swift movement, Wang Hao evaded the brute strike, simultaneously unleashing dozens of talismans to create a barrage of magical attacks. He raised his hands gracefully, summoning 5 fireballs in rapid succession. The dark-faced man's expression shifted drastically at the sight, and he hastily brandished his whip in defense. With such feeble power, you truly dare to challenge me? Wang Hao could not suppress a chuckle as he activated his binding technique, ensnaring the brute's limbs. No, came the anguished cry of the dark-faced man as the colossal fireball engulfed him entirely. Brother, we must retreat. Jiang Chao cried out, a sense of dread washing over him. Sister San, we are no match for them. Let us withdraw. Without waiting for the cloaked woman's response, he attempted to escape the fray. But Wang Hao was not inclined to allow his retreat. Employing his summoning technique, he directed a flying sword to pursue Jiang Chao, while simultaneously casting several talismans to obstruct his path. In his state of panic and dwindling magical energy, Jiang Chao was unable to evade, and Wang Hao's sword swiftly claimed his life. The confrontation shifted from 3 against 2 to 2 against 1, sealing the fate of the cloaked woman. Witnessing Wang Hao's swift dispatch of 2 adversaries, Wang Yanfeng felt a surge of eagerness. He mirrored Wang Hao's tactics, scattering a multitude of talismans that created a cacophony of sound before deploying a net-like magical artifact to ensnare the cloaked woman. He then called out to Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, now is the time to strike." Wang Hao was rendered speechless. Only one person remained, and even 2 could wear her down. Why waste so many talismans? This 8th uncle was truly unreliable. Despite his grievances, he seized the opportunity, directing his flying sword to pierce through the woman's abdomen. The cloaked woman clasped her hands over the wound, her face etched with defiance as her eyes forever closed. Wang Yanfeng retracted his magical artifact, stepped forward, and shook his head in lamentation before saying, "Howard, behold how perilous Duanyuan Mountain is. Fortunately, 8th uncle accompanied you this time. In the future, do not venture into the mountains alone." How absurd. You were the one coveting the spiritual herb and decided to enter the mountain. It was I who broke the formation, and I who ended her life. Ahem, let's not dwell on such trifles. We must transplant the borage and depart hastily. At that moment, a roar echoed from afar. "This is bad. It's a second-tier beast. Run." Wang Yanfeng's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the roar. Without a thought for the survival of the borage, he hastily scooped it into his storage bag and turned to flee. Wang Hao felt his nerves fraying. The beast was likely lured by their earlier battle. He silently cursed himself for his carelessness. Had he kept a vigilant eye on the map, he would have noticed the beast's approach. In haste, he gathered the storage bags of the 3 burly men and chased after Wang Yanfeng. However, after only a brief run, Wang Hao discovered 2 second-tier beasts emerging from both the front and the right, while Wang Yanzhao pressed on heedlessly. Damn it, Wang Hao thought, exasperated. What a reckless fool. He had no choice but to swiftly step forward and block Wang Yanfeng's path. Run quickly. Why are you stopping me? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wang Yanfeng exclaimed, panic rising within him. Wang Hao, though infuriated, understood that this was not the time for anger. Running like that will indeed lead to your demise. You've provoked the nearby demonic beasts. What should I do? Wang Yanfeng's face was etched with anxiety. Follow me, and utilize the earth escape technique. Wang Hao called out as he descended into the ground, heading to the left. The terrain ahead was shrouded in ambiguity, the map displaying nothing but a vast expanse of white. However, he had no alternatives. To his front, back, and right lay second-tier demonic beasts. While facing a single beast might be manageable, there were 4 or 5 in this instance. With one cultivating at the 6th level of Qi and the other at the 7th, they lagged significantly behind the speed of the second-tier beasts. After running for a while, they were soon pursued by a low-tier white tiger demonic beast. The tiger beast slammed its claws against the ground, causing the 2 below to feel as if the earth itself were quaking. The surrounding soil relentlessly pressed against their protective barrier, and given enough time, they would surely be crushed underground. With no other option, they had to surface. As Wang Hao emerged above ground, the tiger beast let out a furious roar, unleashing a slicing wind blade toward them. In a hurry, Wang Hao conjured several earthen walls, yet the wind blade shattered through 3 of them before finally halting. Uncle 8, you go ahead first. I'll hold them off for a moment. Wang Yanfeng, realizing his combat capabilities were lacking, recognized that his presence would be of little help, forcing Wang Hao to stay behind. Now is not the time for hesitation. Wang Yanfeng was acutely aware of this. He also carried some borage with him and deemed it more vital to escape, hastily applying several lightweight talismans upon himself before swiftly departing. The tiger-like demon beast roared in fury, unleashing a flurry of wind blades directed at Wang Yanfeng. Wang Hao brandished the Gale sword to intercept the onslaught, shouting, "Little cat, do not be distracted. Your opponent is me. He hurled a fireball, but the agile beast deftly leaped aside, evading the attack. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang Hao as if mocking his audacity, it refrained from countering, observing Wang Hao from its elevated position as if to taunt. What techniques do you possess? Show me. Wang Hao welcomed the beast in action, allowing Wang Yinfeng to distance himself. Yet, impatience soon overcame the tiger-like demon. It lunged fiercely at Wang Hao, who activated his lightness technique to evade swiftly, circling around the creature while launching fireballs. Though the barrage failed to strike true, the resulting explosions singed the beast's fur, igniting its wrath. The demon commenced a relentless assault on Wang Hao, and despite his mastery of the lightness technique, he sustained several gashes from the beast's claws after several exchanges. However, the demon did not emerge unscathed. Wang Hao managed to retaliate, delivering a solid strike to its foreleg with his sword. After a dozen exchanges between man and beast, Wang Hao had only landed 3 hits, all superficial. Yet, as the battle continued, his already limited magical energy dwindled further, leaving him fatigued, while the tiger demon, relying solely on its physical prowess, remained largely unaffected in terms of spiritual energy. With the robust physique of a second-tier demon beast, it could endure high-intensity confrontations for a day or two. Wang Hao, however, could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. Moreover, this transpires in the Duanyuan mountain range, where other second-tier demon beasts lurk nearby, compelling Wang Hao to devise an escape plan. Extracting a vial of healing elixir from his storage pouch, he does not hesitate to swallow its contents without counting, feeling a semblance of vitality returning to his weary body. However, the tiger demon is not oblivious. Upon witnessing his consumption of the elixir, it launches an immediate attack. Wang Hao attempts to evade, but is unable to completely dodge the assault, resulting in his protective shield dimming significantly as he is sent sprawling through the air. Upon landing, he feels a discomfort in his chest and violently expels a mouthful of congealed blood. With no other options available, he resorts to his last resort, producing a talisman, which features a diminutive golden sword at its center, the second-tier golden sword talisman he had acquired previously. Without a moment's hesitation, he directs the talisman towards the tiger demon while simultaneously employing a lightness technique to swiftly distance himself. The tiger demon, eager to pursue him, realizes that the golden sword talisman has already locked onto it, the immense power emanating from it instilling a sense of peril that demands its full attention. Wang Hao's timing proves astute. Several other demon beasts are swiftly approaching from different directions. In the realm of second-tier demon beasts, there exists no notion of alliances. Upon encountering one another, they would instinctively engage in battle, allowing Wang Hao to slip away unscathed. Indeed, after Wang Hao's retreat, distant roars of fury from several demon beasts resonate in the air. Glancing at his map, he observes that 3 skull icons have converged. Prompting a chuckle, beasts will always be beasts. Mastering the art of evasion, Wang Hao surpasses Wang Yinfeng in speed, and after traversing over 50 miles into uncharted territory, he catches up with him. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Wang Yinfeng expresses his surprise. "Howard, where's the white tiger? Damn, could you not prioritize my safety for once?" Uncertain, it must have engaged with other demonic beasts. After unleashing the second-tier talisman, I dared not linger. Wang Hao glanced at the terrain, surrounded by dense forest. "Where's this place?" he inquired. "I'm not certain, but if we head east, we can exit the Duanyuan mountain range," Wang Yinfeng replied. "Isn't that mere platitude?" Wang Hao felt thoroughly disillusioned with his uncle. The issue lies in the fact that demonic beasts obstruct the eastern route. Do they dare to proceed? In this dense forest, Wang Hao found himself utterly at a loss. It was only when venturing out that he realized the limitations of his methods. If only he had a spirit beast or spirit insect to scout. The wretched map, as ever, proved to be a source of frustration. It only displayed the entire Area-S layout upon reaching core nodes, rendering it nearly useless. Moreover, it indicated that only demonic beasts of at least the entry level would be present. Yet, the forest teemed with creatures, including numerous venomous insects and snakes. Although they may not reach entry level, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. A single bite could spell doom for a cultivator if not treated promptly. Wang Hao sat cross-legged, beginning to replenish his spiritual energy. We cannot venture deeper. Who knows what we might encounter? We shall wait here. Wait? Wang Yinfeng questioned in confusion. Are we to wait for those demonic beasts to free their hands? What good will that do us? Wang Hao scoffed lightly as they battle amongst themselves. Even if they do not perish, they will surely suffer injuries. Perhaps we, as uncle and nephew, might seize the opportunity to acquire some second-tier materials. Uncle, the value of second-tier demonic beast materials is not to be underestimated. If there exists a demon core, a second-tier demon core would be worth at least 500 spirit stones. Furthermore, the claws, teeth, and bones of demon beasts serve as exceptional materials for weapon crafting. Equally valuable, beast hides can not only be fashioned into defensive spiritual artifacts, but also utilized for inscribing talismans. The blood of the beast can be transformed into blood ink. Second-tier beast meat, while not highly priced, 2 pound can fetch a single spirit stone, holds significant potential as second-tier demon beasts are of colossal size, some weighing thousands of pounds. The second-tier inferior white tiger, for instance, is estimated to weigh around 1,500 pounds. Discarding the valuable claws and hides, as well as the less prized internal organs, one could still yield around 800 to 900 pounds of pure meat, translating to 400 spirit stones. In total, the carcass of a second-tier demon beast could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Wang Yinfeng felt a surge of excitement. Having presided over the marketplace for several years, he had only amassed a few hundred spirit stones. If he could hunt a second-tier demon beast, he would gain thousands of spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "All right, I will follow your lead. However, we cannot wait here. It would be prudent for us to dig a cave underground to conceal ourselves, lying in wait until the commotion subsides before we investigate." Wang Hao nodded, acknowledging that in terms of outdoor experience, he was indeed less seasoned than Wang Yinfeng. With that, the two set to work, and in a short while, they had excavated a temporary refuge measuring 100 square meters, 30 meters below the ground. They sat cross-legged to rest while remaining vigilant of the sounds outside. In truth, Wang Hao only needed to monitor the skull icons on the map. Currently, 3 skulls were clustered together, and the demon beasts were still engaged in battle. They could hardly be sitting together for tea. Moreover, he needed to tally their spoils. In his haste, he had swiftly gathered the storage bags of Jiang Chao and the others, leaving him no time to inspect their contents. Randomly taking out 3 storage bags, Wang Hao effortlessly erased the marks of the 3 individuals and emptied the contents of the bags onto the ground. Alas, how impoverished, he mused, surveying the scattered assortment of items, most of which were mere everyday necessities, lacking in value. As for those who were rogue cultivators, they typically carried their possessions with them. Wang Hao discarded the useless pots and pans aside, organizing the other items categorically. The commotion drew Wang Yinfeng's attention, and upon discovering over 800 spirit stones, he scoffed. 700 of these were given to him by me. What does that imply? Do you wish to reclaim the 700 spirit stones? Wang Hao suggested. 8th uncle, we have already retrieved the borage. Thus, those 700 rightfully belong to Jiang Chao. Now that he is deceased, wouldn't it be more delightful for us to divide these spirit stones? Wang Yinfeng paused at this, for he was not an entirely selfless individual. In the world of cultivation, resources were paramount, and acquiring 400 spirit stones without effort was indeed enticing. Furthermore, they had contributed to the family by procuring the borage, which did not infringe upon family interests. Hence, he nodded, very well, the other items shall belong to you. After all, you are the one who dispatched him. Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction and resumed his examination of the remaining items. There were only 3 magical artifacts, 2 mid-tier first-grade swords and a superior first-grade whip, previously wielded by the burly man. Given that Wang Hao was not skilled in whip techniques, it would serve little purpose for him. He could only sell it. Even at base price, it could fetch nearly 200 spirit stones. The remaining miscellaneous items were even scarcer. There were merely a few medicinal pills, a handful of low-tier talismans, and the 3S cultivation techniques were of common caliber, suitable for exchanging within the family for contribution credits. The most significant gain was the acquisition of two arcane techniques, one being a body refinement method, known as the ice muscle and jade bone art. Regrettably, it only reaches the 6th level, permitting cultivation only up to the late foundation establishment stage. Upon completion, it substantially enhances physical strength and increases the probability of foundation establishment by 20%. This is easily comprehensible with heightened physical fortitude. The capacity to withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy is markedly improved, thereby diminishing the inherent risks during the foundation establishment process. Wang Hao was quite pleased, as he had been consuming medicinal pills for cultivation, occasionally causing damage to his body and meridians. An increase in physical strength would allow him to enhance both the efficiency and quantity of his pill consumption, thereby indirectly accelerating his cultivation speed. Furthermore, this technique also bestows a more delicate and fair complexion upon the practitioner. Although Wang Hao was already quite handsome, this effect was of little significance to him. The ice muscle and jade bone art came with several recipes. During the qi refinement stage, it primarily involved medicinal baths, while in the foundation establishment stage, it could be refined into pills to assist in cultivation. Wang Hao glanced over the required spiritual herbs. He possessed all necessary for the qi refinement stage. Yet he still lacked several rare herbs essential for the ice muscle and jade bone pill during the foundation establishment stage. This scarcity of body refiners is also attributed to the exorbitant costs involved. Just the materials for an initial medicinal bath cost 30 spirit stones, escalating to 50 for mid-stage and a staggering 80 for the late stage. A single preparation yields effects lasting merely 3 to 5 days. Thus, a year of such baths would demand 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. For the qi refinement stage, such financial resources are scarce. Naturally, only someone like Wang Hao, who treats pills as mere candies, would perceive it this way. Most body refiners would only indulge in medicinal baths at critical moments, relying on the practice of martial arts to bolster their physical strength in the interim. The other technique is referred to as the X-ray vision art, which, as its name suggests, serves as a method for reconnaissance. In combat, it can also be utilized to observe an opponent's vulnerabilities. These two secret techniques are neither rare nor common. Ultimately, their utility is what matters. Although my journey to the Duanyuan mountain range was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, it nonetheless exposed Wang Hao's singular approach to confronting adversaries. Had he successfully refined his body and harmonized both body and technique, he would have been far more adept in battle. Wang Hao replicated the two secret techniques and then handed them to Wang Yanfeng. Eighth uncle, these techniques are quite impressive. Please help me present them to the family in exchange for contributions. The family also possesses a means to acquire foundation establishment pills. Wang Hao seeks to accumulate more contributions, as it is prudent to be prepared rather than find oneself in an awkward position when the time comes to exchange for a foundation establishment pill without sufficient contribution points. Wang Yanfeng took a moment to examine the techniques, his gaze filled with intrigue as he looked at Wang Hao. Is this what you wish to cultivate? Are you contemplating returning to your former illicit pursuits? Eighth uncle, is this truly the impression I leave in your mind? Wang Hao replied, exasperated. I am merely considering the enhancement of the ice muscle jade bone technique to increase my chances of foundation establishment. You know well that I possess 5 spiritual roots. Even with the foundation establishment pill, my odds stand at a mere 60%, which is far too low. Is that so? Wang Yanfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps I should give it a try as well? I suspect you are merely tempted by the allure of those former pursuits. Wang Hao murmured quietly. After all, since he had submitted them to the family, it mattered not who practiced them, provided they were capable of bearing the consequences. Never mind. I can hardly bear the thought of consuming 2 spirit pills regularly. Coupled with this medicinal bath, I won't be able to save a single coin. Wang Yanfeng shook his head, expressing his regret. Wang Hao could not help but interject. Eighth uncle, consider this by practicing the ice muscle jade bone technique. You may catch the eye of a foundation establishment cultivator. In that case, wouldn't you swiftly rise to prominence through marriage? You impudent fellow! How could a member of the Wang family possibly become a son-in-law? Yet, he indeed feels a stir of ambition, having surpassed 30. It is high time for him to wed and beget offspring. Perhaps by cultivating the ice skin and jade bone technique, he might truly attract. The two remained underground for an entire night, and it was not until the following day that Wang Hao noticed one of the skulls flicker and vanish. This left him pondering. Has one perished? As long as a low-grade demon beast appears within the confines of the map, it should be visible. The sudden disappearance of one could only be attributed to death. However, the remaining two skulls persisted, and Wang Hao dared not approach to investigate. Another day passed, and Wang Hao observed the other two skulls slowly retreating in opposite directions. Their pace was rather sluggish, leading Wang Hao to surmise they were injured. Unable to contain his curiosity, he summoned Wang Yinfeng, preparing to inspect the situation. It appeared there was no commotion. After a careful assessment, Wang Yinfeng nodded in agreement. They proceeded cautiously to the site of the demon beast's skirmish, not daring to make a sound. After half an hour, they arrived to find a scene of utter devastation within a 5-mile radius. Trees were askew, the ground pockmarked, and vivid splashes of crimson blood adorned the earth. Wang Yinfeng's expression turned grave. The second-tier demon beast has departed, but the atmosphere here is saturated with blood, inevitably attracting other demon beasts. We must act swiftly. Wang Hao nodded, and the two split up, hastily gathering any valuable loot. The slain creature was a bear demon, its corpse reduced to a mere half. The remainder had either been devoured or scattered elsewhere. Nevertheless, the presence of the upper half of a second-tier beast body was of considerable significance, and the two men were quite satisfied. Although the flesh was scant, the valuable components, the skin, claws, and head, remained intact, making it likely to fetch around 1,500 spirit stones. Wang Hao gestured towards the bloodstains on the ground and remarked, "Uncle Ba, judging by these traces, the other two demon beasts have also sustained considerable injuries. Shall we pursue one of them?" Wang Yinfeng, preferring a cautious approach, replied, "Perhaps we should let it go. We have already gained quite a bit. Let's avoid any unnecessary complications." Wang Hao, tempting him further, said, "Uncle Ba, I'm not boasting, but I managed to hold my ground against that second-tier inferior white tiger for a brief moment and successfully escaped. Now, having battled for 2 days and being wounded, it may be vulnerable. Moreover, the direction it fled aligns with the path to the marketplace which we need to traverse. What harm could come from investigating? If we could acquire a complete second-tier beast body, we would be able to cultivate the ice skin jade bone technique." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfeng fell silent. This was not merely a matter of spirit stones. It also pertained to their path and potential companions, igniting a sense of longing within him. "Very well, let's take a look. However, if it becomes perilous, you must not act recklessly. Am I a fool who disregard my life?" The two swiftly dismembered the bear demon's body, stowing it in their storage bags before stealthily following the trail of the tiger demon. Their pace was unhurried. They covered no more than 100 miles in a day, with still 2,000 miles to the edge of the Duanyuan Mountains, and the journey remained fraught with danger. The trail was stained with blood, clearly indicating that the white tiger had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, it would not have bled for such an extended period. This revelation invigorated Wang Yinfeng, as the map indicated that the tiger's speed was diminishing, eventually coming to a halt atop a mountain peak. The two men followed the traces and ascended to the mountainside, where they discovered the tiger's lair, a vast cavern formed by a colossal rock nestled within the mountain. Wang Hao looked at Wang Yinfeng, signaling him to make a decision. It appeared that the white tiger was indeed gravely wounded. Otherwise, it would have detected their presence from such a short distance. "Let us proceed with utmost caution and enter together," Wang Yinfeng advised. They drew their talismans and magical artifacts, prepared for a sudden assault from the tiger, and ventured into the entrance. Inside lay a narrow passage, extending over 10 zhang, which abruptly opened into a spacious subterranean cavern, encompassing several dozen mu. The ceiling of the cavern was partially absent, allowing beams of light to pour in from over 20 zhang above, illuminating the area. The ground was uneven, strewn with sizable rocks, and surrounded by numerous first-grade spiritual herbs. Though not particularly rare, a few were indeed uncommon. As soon as they appeared at the entrance, the white tiger emitted a roar that echoed like thunder, sending a shiver through Wang Hao's very soul. Startled, both men were momentarily paralyzed by fear, quickly unleashing several talismans before employing a light body technique to flee. However, once they escaped the cave's mouth, the white tiger did not pursue them. Realizing the creature was incapacitated, they exchanged glances, silently agreeing to re-enter the lair. True to their expectations, the white tiger, having been severely injured, let out a final roar but had no further means to confront them, merely baring its teeth and hissing, attempting to intimidate Wang Hao and his companion. Chapter 28. The family female cultivator, the eye-side white tiger, Wang Yinfeng, spoke softly. "Oh, do you recognize this tiger, Uncle Ba?" Wang Hao was intrigued. His understanding of the cultivation world was still rather limited. "Indeed, I have seen it in the family's compendium of beasts. Before awakening its divine abilities, this tiger is indistinguishable from an ordinary white tiger. However, once it awakens, it can unleash ice-based magical attacks through its eyes. Anyone caught in its gaze will be frozen solid. This eye-side white tiger, upon reaching adulthood, is classified as a second-tier beast, and in its prime, it often attains the upper echelon of the second tier, with a significant chance of advancing to the third tier." Upon hearing Wang Yinfeng's explanation, Wang Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He had previously engaged in combat with this tiger. Had it awakened its powers, he would have surely met his demise. The two ceased their idle chatter and wielded their magical artifacts against the eye-side white tiger. Strangely, the tiger seemed immobilized, as if drained of energy, remaining still until they ultimately struck it down. As they approached for inspection, they discovered that hidden beneath the great beast's belly were two tiny cubs, merely the length of a human forearm, their eyes still closed, evidently born less than a month prior. The two men suddenly comprehended the reason behind the mother tiger's unwillingness to move. Struck by a moment of shock, they stood frozen in place. However, having already taken its life, Wang Hao refrained from uttering any sanctimonious words. Thus he said, "Uncle Ba, I shall take these two cubs outside. You handle the carcass." Wang Yinfeng nodded in agreement. As a spirit beast capable of evolving to the third tier, their nurturing potential was exceedingly high. Although the cubs had yet to open their eyes, they possessed a faint sense of awareness, making it inappropriate to deal with their mother's body in their presence. After Wang Hao carried the two little tigers outside, he noticed they were continuously mewling. Their mother had been away for quite some time, and upon her return, she was ruthlessly slain by the two men. It seemed the cubs were hungry. Being so small, they could consume nothing but milk. Yet how could Wang Hao possibly have such a resource? His farm was not suitable for raising animals. In desperation, he took out a golden silk apricot, squeezed out its juice, and after a moment's contemplation, diluted it several times with water. He then fashioned a funnel from leaves and slowly fed the mixture to the cubs. The two little tigers, drawn by the fragrant aroma of the apricot, eagerly crowded around, vying to lap up the juice that dripped from the funnel. Before long, they appeared satiated, adorably stretching and curling up to sleep beside Wang Hao's feet. Wang Hao possessed only one spirit beast pouch, which was already occupied by the golden-eyed duck. However, given the diminutive size of the two tigers, he surmised that temporarily placing them inside would pose no issue, and entrusted their care to Ye. Wang Yinfeng had efficiently dealt with the corpse of the eye-side white tiger and was now attending to several spirit herbs nearby. Wang Hao joined him to lend a hand and to gather seeds. Before long, both men departed the cave, satisfied with their efforts. The journey back to the market was uneventful, progressing smoothly. Upon returning to the shop, they finally felt a sense of relief. As Wang Yinfeng sipped his tea, he still bore the lingering anxiety of their recent perilous adventure. This time was indeed fraught with danger, but thankfully, our harvest was substantial. How do you propose we divide these spoils? Wang Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Let Uncle handle the corpses of the eye-side white tiger and the bear demon. You are more familiar with the market dynamics than I am. Let us split the spirit stones evenly. As for these two little tigers, I wish to keep one, while you may decide how to manage the other." Wang Hao currently utilizes the primary output of his farm for upgrades, feeling immense pressure in sustaining two spiritual beasts. However, parting with them entirely is a sentiment he finds hard to bear, as they are capable of advancing to the third tier. Wang Yinfeng remarked, indeed. I plan to cultivate the ice body jade bone technique. It is no longer feasible to maintain the spiritual beasts. I shall entrust the other one to the family as a guardian spirit beast, with the prospect of acquiring 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones soon. Wang Yinfeng wasted no time and declared, I shall contact the buyer right away. In comparison, Wang Hao, having encountered considerable wealth before, remained notably composed. He pondered whether these spirit stones would suffice for a year's cultivation of the ice body jade bone technique. Uncertain if they could indeed support his advancement to the third tier. Were any body cultivators to overhear his extravagant musings, they would surely scorn him mercilessly. Having spent 5 to 6 years in the market, Wang Yinfeng had developed a broad network. After a week of diligent effort, he successfully sold all the materials at favorable prices. Ultimately, the half-carcass of a bear demon and an entire eye-side white tiger garnered a total of 4,000 spirit stones, with each of the two men receiving 2,000. Additionally, the remaining materials, including the borage and the eye-side white tiger, would earn the family an additional 1,000 contribution points. Throughout this week, Wang Hao familiarized himself with the shop's operations. He had 2 assistants, both young members of the family with mediocre talents, one named Wang Wenxin, the 11th in line, and the other Wang Wenli, the 8th. The business was reasonably good, though not outstanding. While elixirs were in constant demand, Qingyou Workshop was not the sole provider. Larger competitors like Qingyuan Sect and Sihai Merchant Alliance consistently stocked second-tier elixirs. In contrast, the Wang family's apothecary offered only a limited selection of second-tier elixirs, and at times, they were out of stock, necessitating reservations. Even the first-grade elixirs possess a quality that surpasses others. The Wang family, while benefiting from lower prices, inevitably earns less. Additionally, there exists competition from several small alchemy shops. Although alchemists are few, the number of first-grade alchemists is relatively abundant, with many scattered among the independent cultivators. The competition is fierce and the supply is limited. Were it not for the significant consumption capacity of Qingyou Feng, the Wang family shop would have long since closed its doors. Old Wang appointed Wang Hao to oversee the shop, intending for him to earn contribution points. However, under the current circumstances, the annual contribution barely reaches 200 or 300 points, while a foundational cultivation pill requires 30,000 points, savings that would take a century to accumulate. This is already considered high. Ordinary clansfolk earn even less. For instance, those tending to the spiritual fields are fortunate to earn 100 contribution points in a year. To amass contributions, the quickest method involves hunting beasts and gathering spiritual herbs at Duanyuan Mountain, akin to what Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng have recently undertaken. If they had not sold their spiritual stones and instead exchanged everything for contributions, they could have each garnered 3,000 points. As the ratio of contribution points to spiritual stones is essentially 1-to-1. However, their recent endeavor was merely a stroke of luck. Hunting second-grade beasts is not an easy task. Furthermore, one cannot merely consider income without accounting for expenses. Wang Hao has already spent 400 to 500 spiritual stones on talismans, and with the cost of elixirs, the total expense amounts to 600 spiritual stones. Had they not followed that eye-side white tiger, their profits would have been negligible. After much contemplation, Wang Hao resolved to reform the shop's profitability while simultaneously seizing this opportunity to enhance his alchemical skills. Currently, his success rate in refining Huanglong pills stands at a mere 30%, and he is proficient only in this singular first-grade superior elixir. Can he truly call himself an alchemist? Although Lao Wang's notes are commendable, practical application is essential for transforming knowledge into personal ability. Furthermore, he could utilize this opportunity to sell a portion of the farm's produce to the shops, and then use the earnings to concoct elixirs for sale, thereby earning both spirit stones and contribution points, while simultaneously enhancing his alchemical skills. This would be a remarkable venture indeed. Determined to act, Wang Hao first sought out Wang Yinfeng, who was about to return to the family estate. Uncle Ba, could you please bring back 2 individuals for me? And what kind of individuals do you require? Preferably young, clever, and attractive female cultivators from our family. Wang Yinfeng's expression darkened abruptly, and he retorted, What are you planning? Is this not for the family business? Tell me, Wouldn't it be more pleasant to conduct business with a young and beautiful female cultivator? Wouldn't the success rate increase? Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfeng stroked his beard thoughtfully, recalling fondly his conversations with a charming maid named Xiaohong from the Sihai Merchant Alliance. Wang Hao, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that Wang Yinfeng, with his questionable mindset, often cast doubt upon him. After all, why couldn't they learn from the Sihai Merchant Alliance, which had already grasped such concepts? Wang Yinfeng nodded in agreement, yet expressed concern that adding 2 more individuals would escalate family expenses, which the elders might not approve of. Indeed, without sufficient funds, technology, or talent, how could one expect to request resources from above? However, reform is imperative, and the swifter the better. Thus, Wang Hao declared, "You shall tell them that I will cover the salaries of these 2 individuals. Should they still refuse, convey to the younger members of the family that I am prepared to offer 50 spirit stones annually to invite 2 female cultivators to join us. Their qualifications are irrelevant. The only requirement is that they possess beauty. Are you truly serious about this? It is a necessity. Very well, since your father will support it." Wang Yinfeng secretly believed that Wang Hao's viewpoint held merit, yet he felt that his personal beliefs were not aligned with such unconventional methods, especially since the elders of the family were all cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement. Chapter 29. The worn-out business tactics. Wang Yinfeng soon set off, while Wang Hao began to organize his schedule. Cultivation is of the utmost importance. Everything is geared towards enhancing one's cultivation. Thus, ensuring a minimum of 5 hours of practice daily is essential. Additionally, 2 hours must be allocated for physical training, as it directly influences the chances of foundation establishment. The ice skin and jade bone technique cannot be mastered merely through medicinal baths. It requires time to refine the body and transform the medicinal properties, akin to how one must circulate their vital energy for several cycles to fully absorb the effects of a pill. Furthermore, 2 hours should be reserved for rest. While qi refinement cultivators can endure a few days without sleep, prolonged deprivation can harm the body. This accounts for 9 hours of the day, leaving 3 hours available for receiving guests and refining elixirs. Wang Hao planned to occupy the front hall for merely half an hour each day, establishing a fixed time for guests to find him, while dedicating the remaining hours to alchemical pursuits. As for talisman drawing and spells, those would have to be temporarily set aside. Having contemplated his time allocation, Wang Hao commenced the transformation of the Wang family shop. The Wang family shop occupies a considerable area of 5 acres, featuring a row of 8 storefronts at the front. Regrettably, half of these remain unutilized, with 2 leased out, leaving only 2 for the family's grocery store. The sight of it is displeasing, and the sound of it is equally irksome. Wang Hao resolved to establish another shop, separating the grocery from the medicinal herb store, asserting that one should focus solely on groceries without any mingling with the herbs. He summoned Wang Wenxin and Wang Wenli, instructing them, "I have decided to reform the shop. My uncle has already reported this to the family, so you need not worry about that. Your task is to prepare the vacant shops in the coming days, as well as to craft tables, chairs, cabinets, and signage. 5th brother, may I inquire what this entails?" One of them began, but Wang Hao interjected, "I have told you not to concern yourselves with this. Simply follow my instructions." He brandished the management token, emphasizing his authority. With their limited aptitude and low cultivation, both men had no backing in the family and dare not oppose Wang Hao. Thus they accepted the order and set to work. 10 days later, the family finally responded. Upon seeing Wang Wenmei and Wang Wennin standing before him, Wang Hao surmised that the family had likely consented. As he took the letter and read it, it confirmed that the family had entrusted him with managing the shop in Qingyo Square, granting him the freedom to make any alterations he deemed necessary. However, it stipulated that the profits submitted by year-end must not fall below previous year's levels, should they decline. Wang Hao would either have to make up the difference himself or focus solely on alchemy, with the family sending someone else to assume management. Wang Hao chuckled softly. Does this mean I have effectively contracted it? 5th brother, what do you mean by contracting? In contrast to the more restrained Wang Wennin, Wang Wenmei, being well acquainted with Wang Hao, posed a question. There is no need for concern. You both have worked diligently. Please take some time to rest in the backyard. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of our elixir shop, and your assistance will be invaluable. Wang Hao extended his hand, presenting 2 boxes. These are new garments I have procured for you both. Remember to don them tomorrow. Wow, new clothes? Wang Wenmei eagerly opened the box, revealing a delicate light green water-sleeved ruchuan. Wang Hao had commissioned this exquisite ensemble a few days prior, classifying it as a mid-tier ceremonial robe. He even requested the tailor to incorporate a simple waist-cinching design, accentuating the feminine silhouette. A mid-tier ceremonial robe. How stunning! Wang Wenmei exclaimed, quickly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Fifth brother, Wang Wenyin, also chimed in with a cheerful thank you as Wang Wenmei eagerly pulled her to the backyard to try on the outfits. Wholly unaware of any underlying implications in Wang Hao's thoughtful design, Wang Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Women, even those who have transcended to immortality, possess an enduring love for beauty. On the following day, the new shop opened its doors right beside the old establishment. Wang Hao named the new store Miao Dange, while the original shop sign was replaced with the straightforward and widely accepted title, Wang Family General Store. Upon entering Miao Dange, one is greeted by a spacious grand hall. Wang Hao had dismantled part of the second floor to create a skylight, ensuring ample illumination. A waist-high bar counter effectively separated the patrons from the shop staff. Behind the counter, medicinal cabinets displayed an array of various elixirs, spiritual medicines, fine wines, and mystical fruits, among other related items. On the left side hangs a wooden board adorned with wooden plaques inscribed with elixir commission. Should patrons arrive at the Miaodong Pavilion and be unable to procure the desired elixirs, they may issue a commission at their own price, requiring only a deposit beforehand. Upon the completion of the transaction, the Wang family will deduct a portion as a service fee. To the right stands another board, this one detailing Daniel Weituo, exclusively for commissions to the Wang family, necessitating a discussion with them for specifics. The purpose of this board is to announce prices and inform patrons of the expected waiting time. As the new establishment opens its doors, it receives no guest to offer congratulations. However, Wang Hao remains unfazed by this. After a brief instruction, he dispatched all 4 attendants. The quartet hurried to the most frequented areas of Qingyo Square, vociferously proclaiming the messages Wang Hao had taught them. If they felt shy to shout, they were to distribute pamphlets to fellow cultivators. Gomewan, Gomeol, esteemed friends, the Wang family's Miaodong Pavilion is celebrating its grand opening with incredible promotions. Starting today, for every 100 spirit stones spent, receive an additional 10 spirit stones. Spend 200 and receive 25. 300 grants 40, and 500 yields 70. The more you spend, the more you receive. Friends, are you still troubled by the low purchasing prices of elixirs and the exorbitant costs of pills? The Miaodong Pavilion's grand opening offers a chance to commission the Wang family for alchemy, accepting all first-grade superior pills. Should there be any failures, we will reimburse 80% of the material costs. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. Miaodong Pavilion now offers group purchases for elixirs. The original price of the spirit gathering pill is 30 spirit stones per vial, but in a group, the price drops to 27. Simply invite 2 friends to form a group. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment, for hesitation yields only disappointment. Effective immediately, any patron who spends 50 spirit stones will be entitled to a lottery draw in the shop. Wang's family guarantees credibility. There will be no empty prizes. The lowest prize is a consumption voucher worth 1 spirit stone, while the highest could be a premium elixir, the Huanglong pill. Wang Hao's talent in alchemy is not particularly remarkable, hence he resorts to quantity to compensate. Currently, the output from his farm remains insufficient to meet his consumption needs. Excessive consumption would inevitably delay the development of his future fields, leading to a loss rather than a gain. Consequently, Wang Hao has opted to undertake alchemy commissions. He guarantees a success rate of 30% without charging additional fees. Should the success rate fall below this, he will compensate. Should it exceed, the surplus is his profit. In the event of failure, he will reimburse the client with a portion of spirit stones. This pricing strategy is remarkably fair. Taking the Huanglong pill as an example, a vial is priced at 80 spirit stones, while a single pill costs 8 spirit stones. The value of the medicinal herbs required to concoct a batch of elixirs is merely 20 spirit stones. A guaranteed 30% success rate translates to 3 Huanglong pills, valued at 24 spirit stones. Thus, solitary cultivators stand to gain significantly, and Wang Hao does not incur losses. As he continues to produce more elixirs, his success rate will inevitably improve. Upon reaching 60%, he will earn a substantial profit. Moreover, once he elevates the success rate of first-tier premium elixirs to 60%, he can venture into concocting second-tier inferior elixirs. By every calculation, he stands to gain. As for various commercial strategies, they are nothing new. He has heard them all before in his past life. As the 4 individuals shouted, the crowd of onlookers swelled, and the quartet endeavored to address the inquiries of the scattered cultivators. Before long, these gathered onlookers surged toward the Miaodong Pavilion. Chapter 30. A booming business. Wang Hao promptly called the 4 back. Wang Wenxin and another male cultivator maintained order, while Wang Wenmei and the other sold elixirs. Wang Hao attended to customers seeking alchemical products, creating a lively atmosphere. On merely the first day, they welcomed over 100 patrons, achieving a remarkable turnover of 2,000 spirit stones, which represented a 20% reduction in the Wang family's years of accumulated elixir stock. Primarily driven by the allure of a lottery, the scattered cultivators displayed remarkable acumen. If one individual could not gather enough spirit stones, several would pool their resources, later dividing the spoils, often leaving a stone or 2 remaining. Suddenly, Wang Hao realized the magnitude of his undertaking. It was only the first day, and he understood that the fervor of competition was contagious. The peak was yet to come. He felt a pang of frustration. How had such a simple business strategy attracted so many? If this continued, he would scarcely have time for cultivation. Had he foreseen this, he might have scaled back or offered less enticing discounts. Wang Wenyin and Wang Wenmei were novices at this endeavor, and compared to the 2 seasoned male cultivators, they felt far more exhausted. Wang Wenmei, with little regard for her appearance, devoured a table of food with remarkable speed. After finishing her meal, she exclaimed, "Fifth brother, at this rate, I feel I might work myself to death." Wang Wenyin, displaying far more elegance, perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with Wang Hao, softly remarked, "Fifth brother, our purpose in coming here was not only to earn some spirit stones, but also to seek your guidance on cultivation techniques. Yet now, where's there time for any practice? A boss who neglects the welfare of his employees cannot be deemed a commendable leader. The chaos that ensues is a consequence of his own making, and he must bear the responsibility." Brother 5 assures that the delay will not exceed 10 days at most. "Tomorrow, I shall dispatch Wenxin on my swift steed to inform the family, for such a lucrative venture is certain to garner their attention, and they will undoubtedly send aid our way." The Wang family has its roots in alchemy, boasting 2 second-tier alchemists, alongside a considerable number of first-tier practitioners. Presently, there are 2 distinguished first-tier alchemists, Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng, while nearly 10 apprentices are classified as middle and lower-tier alchemists. Mobilizing these individuals should alleviate the pressure we face. Moreover, the financial resources of independent cultivators are limited. Those who have previously made purchases will take a considerable time before they consider repurchasing. This regrettably places Wang Yinfeng at a disadvantage, as he has only just returned. Wang Hao's assessment was astute. Upon receiving news from Wang Wenxin, the Wang family indeed took the matter seriously. Several elders convened to deliberate and discern the potential within this situation. Although the profit margins may have diminished, the overall profits reflected in the account books sent by Wang Hao indicate an increase of more than tenfold. Crucially, this venture would also provide invaluable experience for the family's alchemists. However, the Wang family cannot support a large number of alchemists. Only those with notable talent, such as Wang Yinzhao and Wang Yinfeng, are sent to the market for practical training, allowing them regular access to materials for refining. In contrast, those of lesser aptitude often find themselves with scant opportunities to produce even a few batches of elixirs throughout an entire year. As Wang Hao astutely noted, action speaks louder than words. The leaders of the Wang family are well aware of the importance of swift action in critical matters. They have appointed Wang Yinzhao to carry a supply of the family's stock of elixirs to provide immediate support to Wang Hao, ensuring that the Miaodong Pavilion does not suffer closure due to a shortage of elixirs, thereby safeguarding their reputation. The foundational cultivator soared through the skies on his sword with remarkable speed, nearing 3,000 miles in just 1 hour. On the very day he received the news, Wang Yinzhao arrived at the marketplace, while the remaining members would be led by Wang Yinfeng, hastening their journey by carriage. Furthermore, the Wang family would swiftly gather the required spiritual herbs and ensure their safe transport under the supervision of the elders, with the allure of profit propelling them. It could be said that the entire Wang family sprang into action. However, the architect of it all, Wang Hao, found himself on the receiving end of a reprimand. Oomph. You consider yourself clever, yet have you contemplated the repercussions of your actions? Wang Yinzhao slammed the table with a resounding thud. While our Wang family's medicinal pills have seen a surge in sales, look at the other shops. Which one does not harbor an intense hatred towards us? Wang Hao remained unfazed. In his previous world, the commercial battles were far more intense. The capital market, after all, is a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. Besides, I am merely selling the low-profit first-tier pills. Do the Qingyuan sect and the Sihai Merchants Guild truly covet such meager gains? As for the smaller shops, does the Wang family not possess the strength to withstand them? Alone, they would dare not stir trouble. But what if they united? Wang Hao chuckled lightly. A rabble. What can they achieve by joining forces? The art of commercial warfare is one I can navigate with ease. With their scant resources, lowering prices would only lead to their demise. As for other matters, old Wang, you are not merely here to watch the spectacle, are you? Wang Hao had indeed pondered this issue. Yet these shops possessed the alchemical skills that were in high demand. How could they easily relinquish the once substantial profits? Many shops engaged in the practice of refining pills for others, yet their prices hardly undercut the cost of purchasing finished products. Only a fool would choose them over established offerings. It takes time for them to respond, and internal discord will only lead to further complications. By the time everything is negotiated, the Wang family will have already achieved economies of scale. Under comparable conditions, independent cultivators will undoubtedly opt to purchase elixirs from the Wang family. Arrogance. Wang Yinzhao was quite irked, yet Wang Hao's words contained a kernel of truth. Old Wang, spare the pretense. If the Wang family were truly apprehensive about such matters, would they allow you to bring all your inventory here? In the past, the profits from stores barely exceeded 1,000 spirit stones in a year, but now, despite the limited market at Qingyo Workshop, profits can maintain above 5,000. Wang Hao slammed the table. This amounts to 5,000 spirit stones. In 10 years, the Wang family could amass enough to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinzhao fell silent. It was indeed too tempting, and it seemed reasonable to pay a price for it. Wang Hao sat back, sipped his tea, and casually remarked, Old Wang, the Wang family has already 3 foundation establishment cultivators. The spiritual vein at Wang Family Ridge must be nearing depletion, yes? With this revenue, undertaking new ventures would be less cumbersome, wouldn't it? Remember, before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. How do you know this? That is a Wang family secret. Wang Yinzhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Hao was taken aback as well, swallowing a scalding mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, I was merely guessing. Could it be true? Wang Yinzhao nodded, letting out a sigh. Indeed, the family's spiritual vein is insufficient. If even you can surmise that actions will be taken, the other families must be. What do you mean by even you can surmise? Wang Hao could not help but scoff. Whether it be the treacherous Duanyuan mountain or the islands scattered across the sea, the presence of spiritual veins is abundant, yet equally perilous. The monsters of Duanyuan mountain have claimed dominion over its territory, while the islands, though sparsely populated with beasts, harbor even greater dangers from the vast ocean. How the Wang family intends to traverse this expanse poses a significant dilemma. I surmise they are still contemplating strategies concerning Duanyuan mountain. Wang Hao pondered. Wang Yinzhao shot Wang Hao a piercing glare and admonished him. Such matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Your primary focus should be on your cultivation. By your age, I had already achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement. How can you, with your dual spiritual roots, dare to compare yourself to me, a 5 spiritual root cultivator? Wang Hao sighed. It was indeed futile for him to fret over these issues. The Wang family would disregard any dissenting opinions. Only upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement and attaining the status of an elder would his words carry weight. Very well then, I shall leave matters in your hands for now. I have been tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk. It is time for me to rest and devote myself to my cultivation. Wang Hao resolved to return to a more routine existence. With Wang Yanzhao and Wang Yanfeng overseeing affairs, he no longer needed to attend to the shop. Instead, he could focus on honing his skills through alchemical tasks, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. Chapter 31. 7th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, it was time to prioritize the ice muscle jade bone technique. Wang Hao retrieved the prescription for the necessary medicinal concoctions and scrutinized it meticulously. The components were few and their properties rather mild for a novice. Potent remedies could be overwhelming. However, the preparation process was exceedingly intricate, requiring various methods such as steaming and boiling, with differing durations and temperature controls. A misstep could significantly diminish the efficacy of the elixir or even result in toxicity, necessitating utmost caution. Yet for one as seasoned in alchemy as Wang Hao, this presented no formidable challenge. It is quite easy to master, albeit a tad time-consuming. Gazing at a large vat of dark brown medicinal liquid, Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to test the water temperature, which was exceedingly hot. According to the teachings of his technique, the heat was essential for efficacy, allowing the medicinal properties to permeate the cultivator's body. Wang Hao shed his robe and cautiously immersed himself in the tub. "Ah, it's hot," he exclaimed involuntarily. The medicinal energy, aided by the warmth, seeped through his skin and pores, continuously flowing into his body. In an instant, Wang Hao's skin flushed crimson. The process of skin refinement had commenced. He began to circulate the ice muscle jade bone technique, and immediately the medicinal power seemed to be drawn in, surging wildly into his body and following the predetermined pathways, incessantly stimulating his skin. The refinement of the body is a stepwise process. It begins with the skin, then the bones, followed by the internal organs, and finally, the mind of the cultivator. Upon completing this comprehensive refinement, the cultivator's physique would be significantly enhanced, rendering ordinary spirit tools nearly ineffective against them. After an entire hour, Wang Hao could hardly endure the intensity and finally rose from the tub, observing the considerably clearer medicinal liquid. He estimated that he could soak for at most 2 more times. A 4th immersion might yield some effect. Yet the extravagantly wealthy Wang Hao could not tolerate such inefficient cultivation. While the medicinal energy still coursed through him, he continued to cultivate until he had absorbed all of it, only ceasing when the prickling sensation on his skin dissipated. He then rubbed his skin, finding it to be even smoother and more tender. The resilience and strength had notably increased, leaving him thoroughly pleased with the results. In just a month's time, Wang Hao completed the refinement of his skin and commenced the rigorous process of bone cultivation. For ordinary body refinement practitioners, this phase typically spans 1 to 2 years. However, their circumstances are evidently incomparable to those of Wang Hao. While they might scarcely manage to immerse themselves in 3 vats of medicinal liquid over a year, the remainder of their time is spent honing their strength like mundane martial artists or enduring lashes to enhance their skin's resilience. The inefficacy and prolonged nature of their efforts render the process all the more agonizing. In stark contrast, Wang Hao immersed himself in 10 vats of medicinal liquid within a mere month. His skin has become akin to steel, impervious to ordinary blades, leaving only marks from enchanted weapons, and his recovery ability has significantly improved. The duration for bone cultivation far exceeds that of skin refinement, with Wang Hao dedicating over a year to this endeavor. The upgraded medicinal bath is far more potent than the preliminary concoction, and as he sits within, his brow slightly furrowed, he appears to endure considerable discomfort. Nevertheless, he grits his teeth and perseveres with the operation of his cultivation technique, absorbing the medicinal essence. With his spiritual awareness, he introspects, observing the gradual refinement of his bones and meridians by the medicinal energy. The reason the ice muscle jade bone technique enhances the foundation establishment probability is due to its simultaneous reinforcement of the practitioner's dantian and meridians once bone cultivation commences. With each layer refined thereafter, the strengthening effect on the dantian and meridians intensifies. This process is exceedingly gradual. However, having practiced cultivation for many years, Wang Hao possesses ample patience. Moreover, since advancing to the second layer of the ice muscle jade bone technique, his capacity to endure has increased, thereby amplifying his ability to refine medicinal pills, which naturally accelerates his training speed. As the medicinal energy permeates deeper, he perceives that his entire body's meridians and bones are enveloped in this energy, faintly radiating a white luminescence. Amidst the flickering glow, even his dantian conveys a subtle sensation of tingling. As his consciousness swept across, he immediately discerned that the exterior of his dantian was gradually strengthening under the impetus of radiant light. Wang Hao was elated and promptly channeled more medicinal energy toward his dantian, which began to spread evenly across the surface of its outer wall. Once this transformation was completed, the pressure within Wang Hao's dantian diminished dramatically, and the previous sensation of distension caused by his cultivation expansion vanished. A success. He had completed the refinement of his dantian for the first time, and Wang Hao was filled with immense joy. Yet, he understood the importance of moderation, swiftly redirecting the medicinal energy to temper his bones. He observed as his calf bones began to take on a translucent quality under the refining power of the medicine. Ice-like skin and jade-like bones, he mused to himself, appreciating the meaning behind it. After cultivating for a while and exhausting the medicinal energy, Wang Hao slowly concluded his practice, leaped from the bathing tub, performed a cleansing spell, and donned a fresh robe before stepping out. Upon exiting, he noticed the moon still hung high in the sky, marking the depths of night. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought, "Well, I've lost track of time during my training, but I am not yet weary. I shall continue to cultivate." He was not far from reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement, and after strengthening his dantian and meridians, he felt a nascent opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to enter a brief period of seclusion and push forward with determination. Returning to his chamber, he activated the red lotus illusionary with scripture, gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as the technique unfolded. After refining his dantian and meridians, Wang Hao discovered that his capacity to withstand pressure had significantly increased. In the past, he would always feel a sense of distension in his dantian after absorbing spiritual energy. However, this time, despite seeming to absorb more spiritual force than before, there was no pressure felt in his dantian. Wang Hao took out a Huanglong Dan, a pill intended for use in the later stages of qi refinement, a pill he had previously been hesitant to consume. Now, however, he was prepared to give it a try. As the elixir entered his mouth, a surge of medicinal energy erupted within him. Wang Hao felt his dantian swell, and with the guidance of his cultivation technique, it continuously cleansed his dantian and various meridians. Some previously unexplored meridians began to receive spiritual energy due to the pressure, thereby expanding the network of spiritual energy within his body. Suddenly, a powerful wave of pressure uncontrollably surged forth as Wang Hao's body trembled, and he opened his eyes. He had reached the 7th layer of qi cultivation. After more than 7 years in this world, he had finally attained the late stage of qi cultivation. Joy illuminated Wang Hao's face. After sitting in meditation for another 2 days to consolidate his cultivation, he finally rose to his feet. He opened his status panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 26. Cultivation, Qi Layer 7-3-81 569. Technique, 3rd layer of the Red Lotus Illusory with Heart Sutra. Magic Power, 379 381. Skills, Alchemy, 1st Grade Superior Alchemy. Rune Creation, 1st Grade Inferior Rune Creation. Spells, Fireball, Constriction, Wooden Shield, Earth Escape, Traction, Lightness, and X-Ray Vision. Body Refinement, Second layer of ice skin and jade bone technique. Divine ability. You have yet to master a divine ability. The farm has developed to 20 plots, with 9 plots of red land, greatly enhancing Wang Hao's financial resources. Unfortunately, there is still no news of the Ming Yun Guo. Over the past year, the Wang family's Miaodong Pavilion had seen booming business, with customers waiting outside before opening each day. The Grand Hall of the Miaodong Pavilion had even become a gathering place for loose cultivators, many of whom relied on accepting commissions for spiritual herbs to make a living. This realization prompted Wang Hao to detach the entrusted business from the medicinal herb shop. He decided to expand beyond merely spiritual medicines, allowing any commissions to be posted as long as the price was agreeable. Consequently, he established a new shop to cater to wandering cultivators, providing them a place to conduct business or rest. However, with an influx of patrons, it was essential to offer some form of service. Some commissions were challenging, and when one person could not manage, they sought to form a team, often waiting several days. Would they merely sit idly by? Would they not desire tea or wine? As the team assembled, the leader would naturally be expected to treat everyone to a meal. Thus, the Wang family tavern was born. Wang Hao did not insist on extravagant dishes or costly spiritual ingredients, as they would be unaffordable for the wandering cultivators. The main feature was ample portions at affordable prices. Chapter 32. The Purple Light Furnace. With the combined revenues from the 3 establishments, the Wang family's profits surged more than tenfold. As a favorable reputation gradually developed, the earnings were set to increase further. This drew significant attention from the higher echelons of the Wang family, who dispatched a foundational cultivator to oversee the shop year-round, along with 2 elders to manage the newly opened establishments. Wang Hao's suggestions were also implemented, ensuring that all service staff were young and attractive female cultivators. When the Wang family could not find enough, they hired wandering cultivators. Currently, the 3 shops employed 20 staff members, 8 of whom were wandering cultivators. Of course, external pressures were mounting, with many envious individuals uniting to suppress the Wang family. Yet, in the face of their collaboration, Wang Hao would also forge alliances. The tavern required spiritual wine, which the Zhao family had prospered from. Thus, an invitation to the Zhao family for investment was made. With the commission business no longer limited to spiritual medicines, the demand for materials for talisman crafting and weapon forging emerged, paving the way for the Li and Lei families to join the venture. Moreover, families such as the Li and Lei clans, who specialize in talisman crafting and weapon forging, may indeed adopt the methods of the Miaodong Pavilion. Despite their late start and lack of experience, there is no cause for concern. Collaboration is possible. The Wang family could impart their knowledge, while these newcomers might establish themselves within the already thriving commission shops. After all, the Wang family lacks talents in talisman crafting and weapon forging. It would be more advantageous to share the market rather than let it go to waste. While they could certainly operate independently, joining an established commission shop that has already built a reputation would provide them with greater convenience and efficiency. As long as the 5 major families unite, the smaller Qi refining clans and rogue cultivators will find it impossible to compete. Ultimately, they would be forced to capitulate and engage in lower-tier industries, subsisting on the leftovers. In the future, Wang Hao even contemplated consolidating the 5 families to form a grand trading company, thus perhaps extending their influence beyond the Qingniu workshop. However, this endeavor is fraught with challenges. Although the families may form a superficial alliance, they cannot truly unite as one cohesive force unless the Wang family possesses capabilities far surpassing those of the other 4. You tend to overthink matters. If only you could dominate your adversaries like other protagonists, would you still be burdened by such trivial concerns? Shaking his head, Wang Hao tidied up and stepped outside. Today, he had arranged to meet with Manager Cui of the Sihai Merchants Alliance to acquire a premium alchemical furnace, as his current one was on the verge of collapse due to prolonged use. This was a reservation made some time ago. Initially, Wang Hao had intended to purchase a premium alchemical furnace from Qingyu Insect, but they refused to sell. The Sihai Merchants Alliance prioritizes profit and, provided one can offer spirit stones, there is little they would not sell. This premium furnace is merely a slight improvement over a standard furnace, a product born from a failed attempt using second-tier inferior materials, salvaged by the craftsman. No one would utilize such high-value materials to forge a premium alchemical furnace. The price, however, is more than double that of a superior-grade alchemical furnace. Alchemical furnaces are inherently much more expensive than other artifacts of the same tier. A superior-grade alchemical furnace can often reach the price of an inferior spiritual artifact, while an exquisite-grade furnace can soar to an astonishing 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Hao, now a notable figure in the Qingyo workshop, was greeted by numerous wandering cultivators along his way, to whom he responded graciously. Before long, he arrived at the Four Seas Trading Alliance. "Manager Wang, you have arrived. The proprietor is upstairs. Please proceed." Upon entering, the staff of the Four Seas Trading Alliance approached him with great courtesy. Wang Hao smiled in acknowledgement and ascended to the second floor. The proprietor, Cui Yuan, was engaged with other guests, so Wang Hao waited patiently until the latter concluded his business and approached him. "My dear brother Wang, forgive my delay," Cui Yuan exclaimed. "Not all, brother Cui. I have only been here a moment." Wang Hao replied, "I wonder if the alchemical furnace I requested has arrived?" "It has indeed. Please wait a moment, and I shall retrieve it," Cui Yuan responded before turning to the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a palm-sized, violet circular alchemical furnace. Cui Yuan placed the furnace on the table. "Brother Wang, what do you think of this violet radiance furnace?" Wang Hao picked up the furnace and infused it with his spiritual energy, causing the violet radiance furnace to expand dramatically, reaching the size of a water vat. And it gracefully flew from his palm, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he observed a vividly lifelike purple phoenix coiled around the body of the furnace, while the lid was adorned with billowing flames. Wang Hao lifted the lid to examine the interior, finding the purple inner wall to be exquisitely smooth and unmarred, nodding in satisfaction. Cui Yuan chuckled and said, "Brother Wang, this item is crafted from the second-tier spiritual material, purple cloud stone. If it were not for the lack of skill from the weaponsmith, it would surely be classified as a second-tier inferior-grade alchemical furnace. A fine item indeed, albeit rather costly. Fortunately, Wang Hao can bear the expense." "Thank you, brother Cui. This alchemical furnace is splendid, and I am quite satisfied." Wang Hao promptly produced 500 spiritual stones to settle the remaining payment. Cui Yuan accepted the stones with a smile, saying, "I'm glad you like it. I wonder how you have contemplated my previous suggestion?" He regarded Wang Hao with admiration. "It is a waste for you to remain confined within the small confines of Qingyo Workshop. By joining the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, with my father's endorsement, you could easily become a district manager. With your capabilities, doubling the income of a district's shops would be a trivial matter. At that time, attracting the attention of higher-ups would make acquiring foundational elixirs a mere formality." "Brother Cui's goodwill is appreciated," Wang Hao replied, "but I currently have no intentions of leaving Qingyo Workshop." After enduring for so many years, Wang Hao harbored a deep-seated resistance to the unknown. The resources of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance would undoubtedly surpass those of the Wang family, yet even the essence-gathering fruit would hold little value there. Ultimately, the cultivation world is governed by strength. As a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, he could at most become a manager of a small establishment like Qingyo Workshop. How much value could such a marketplace offer? As for making achievements and attracting attention, Wang Hao lacked a solid backing. There were numerous factions within such alliances, and competing with them would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Sai, my dear younger brother, since you have already made your decision, I shall refrain from saying much. However, I must still advise you," remarked Cui Yuan with a hint of regret upon his visage. "Given your talents, it seems quite improbable that you would receive a foundation-building pill from the family, even upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. It would be far more prudent to venture out and strive for your own success." Wang Hao performed a respectful bow. "I will forever cherish your considerations, dear brother." Nevertheless, Cui Yuan gestured dismissively. "Should you ever reconsider your choices, my door will always remain open for you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Hao rose to take his leave. Once Wang Hao had departed, A woman garbed in a yellow dress emerged from the inner chamber. Though her face was partially concealed by a veil, her graceful figure and clear, sparkling eyes ignited a sense of anticipation regarding her beauty. The woman in yellow gently parted her crimson lips. "Brother, is a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots truly worthy of your utmost efforts to court? This is no ordinary cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. The significant decline in sales of low-grade elixirs at our shops is largely due to him." In cui yuane seais. There was no trace of anger, only admiration, as he recounted the actions of Wang Hao over the past 2 years. If this individual's business acumen could be harnessed for the benefit of the Chui family, my father may very well have the opportunity for advancement. Upon hearing Chui Yuan's account, the woman in yellow nodded in agreement. His ideas are indeed novel. If he could establish a foundation, his potential would be boundless. Alas, it seems he is resolute in his stance, showing little inclination to join the merchant alliance. No matter, I shall remain in this Qingyo market for a few more years. There is ample time to win him over. Once he reaches the 9th level of qi refinement and finds it increasingly difficult to progress, I am confident he will find it hard to resist the allure of a foundation-building pill. Chapter 33. The Dan Manuel Wang Hao departed from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance and meandered toward his own shop. However, after a short while, he had an unsettling feeling that someone was following him. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly turned into a narrow alley. Behind him, a young man, around 20 years of age, hesitated for a moment before resolutely pursuing Wang Hao. Wang Hao did not conceal himself. Instead, he chose to wait at the end of the alley. "Having followed me this far, what is it that you seek?" he inquired, unperturbed by the idea that the young man would dare to cause him harm, for they were in the bustling heart of the market, where any commotion would surely attract attention. The young man's face betrayed a hint of trepidation, and in his fluster, his cultivation unexpectedly surged from the 3rd to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Concealing one's cultivation? Is it for sale? Wang Hao's gaze fixed upon the youth. "I offer 300 spirit stones." The young man exhaled a sigh of relief and clasped his hands in gratitude. The rumors were indeed true. Manager Wang is exceedingly generous. Noticing the passers-by in the streets, Wang Hao calmly remarked, "You must have other intentions in following me. If you trust me, we may discuss this further at the Miaodong Pavilion." I trust you," replied the young man. "Then let us proceed." Wang Hao led the young man swiftly to the Miaodong Pavilion, ascending the stairs to an empty room. Once inside, he activated a soundproof array. Turning to the young man, he said, "Please take a seat. Shall we begin?" After sitting down, the young man took a sip of tea to steady his racing heart. Wang Hao observed him closely, discerning that the youth had likely ventured out alone not long ago. A rogue who had long roamed the marketplace would not typically display such timidity. It was also possible he was merely feigning fear, in which case his acting skills were remarkably adept. "Manager Wang, I possess a Dan manual, and I am uncertain if you would be interested in acquiring it." Wang Hao's years of cultivation nearly faltered. Could one truly dare to sell the Dan formula? Raising an eyebrow, he mused that this might be an opportunity. Thus, he inclined his head slightly. Of course, he would accept it, but first, he needed to ascertain what the formula entailed. After all, the Wang family possessed quite an array of formulas. As for the price, it would naturally be based solely on those not held by the Wang family. The youth hesitated momentarily. After all, how could one sell a formula once it had been scrutinized? However, he had indeed heard of the Wang family's esteemed reputation, particularly that of Wang Hao, who was known for his generosity and was revered by independent cultivators. Upon encountering Wang Hao today, the youth recognized an extraordinary aura about him, distinctly unlike those unscrupulous merchants and bullies of the trade. Had he met Wang Hao a few years prior, the latter's reputation might have frightened him away. Nonetheless, the youth sought to negotiate. He slowly began, "The Wang family likely does not possess this. I visited your shop a few days ago and observed that you only sell a limited range of elixirs. Words alone are insufficient. Moreover, the absence of certain elixirs for sale does not imply the non-existence of their formulas." Wang Hao is not one to be easily swayed. Very well. The youth retrieved an ancient tome, gritting his teeth as he handed it over to Wang Hao. This is a treasured family heirloom containing over 10 second-tier formulas. I asked for merely 1,000 spirit stones. After speaking, he gazed at Wang Hao with hopeful anticipation. Wang Hao opened the tome, revealing an array of formulas. He briefly verified the authenticity of the known formulas and hastily glanced through the catalog before closing it again, all while scrutinizing the youth's reaction. I shall offer you 2,000 spirit stones in exchange for this alchemical compendium, along with a method to conceal your cultivation. However, you must solemnly vow, with your heart aligned to the path, that you shall not sell the formulas within this compendium to any other entities associated with the Qingyuan sect. Upon hearing the sum of 2,000 spirit stones, the young man initially rejoiced, but his expression faltered upon hearing the subsequent condition. My terms are not overly harsh. You are simply prohibited from reselling within the confines of the Qingyuan sect's influence. Should you venture elsewhere, there will be no such restrictions. Wang Hao then sneered, stating, "If you wish to sell to multiple buyers, I am not a fool. How does 200 spirit stones sound? 200 is far too little." The young man protested. Wang Hao retorted with a scoff, "If the formulas are as common as dirt, would they still hold value? Moreover, you ought to understand the peril of possessing something precious. With your current cultivation level, selling even one additional formula increases the likelihood of being hunted for your treasure." The young man felt a jolt of realization. His prior hesitance stemmed from such fears. Now, faced with desperation and recognizing Wang Hao's reputable name, he decided to take a chance. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall sell. However, Manager Wang must also vow not to disclose that I am the seller of this compendium." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao chuckled, recognizing the young man's cleverness and cunning. Thus, they each swore their oaths, after which Wang Hao produced the 2,000 spirit stones, while the young man handed over the compendium and a jade slip to Wang Hao. Immediately, Wang Hao pressed the jade slip to his forehead to inspect it. The concealment technique. It could alter one's aura and obscure one's cultivation, and when mastered, could deceive cultivators of a significantly higher realm. Excellent. The transaction is complete. May you proceed as you wish, my friend. The young man also wished to depart early. Thus he rose to bid farewell. Wang Hao, on the other hand, returned to his chamber, and, after calming his mind, he began to examine the Dan manual. This was undoubtedly his most significant gain to date, aside from the cultivation techniques. It was entitled the Xing Clan Dan Manual, encompassing a total of 25 formulas, 13 of the first tier and 12 of the second tier. The first tier formulas were rather commonplace, most of which Wang Hao was already familiar with, except for two that brought him delight. One was the Spirit Gathering Pill, of which Wang Hao had never heard. It could enhance a cultivator's spiritual perception by 30%, albeit only effective upon the initial consumption. The other was the renowned Nurturing Spirit Pill, used for cultivating first-tier spirit beasts. Wang Hao presently possessed 2 spirit beasts. His golden-eyed duck was not lacking in nourishment. Yet it took years to advance to the mid-tier of the first stage and still could not fly alongside him, growing far too slowly. However, with the Nurturing Spirit Pill, its growth rate would significantly accelerate. Within the second-tier formulas, there were 6 of the lower second tier, 3 of the middle tier, and 3 of the upper tier. Among them, the Qi Gathering Pill and 2 others were already cataloged by the Wang family. The Foundation Establishment Formula, while well known, is not particularly rare. It is true that the Foundation Establishment Formula is not precious in itself, though it is not difficult for larger factions to acquire knowledge of it. The true value lies in the primary ingredients, whether it be the Ningguo or the third-tier Demon Pill. Such resources are not easily possessed by common factions. A formula without its primary ingredients is of little utility. Nonetheless, the insights into the refining process are quite valuable. It is reasonable to assume that the ancestral figure of the Xing clan was at least a high-tier second-grade alchemist. Setting aside the formulas, the insights he provided are worth a fortune. Wang Hao's 2,000 spirit stones were not in vain. Should this knowledge be presented at an auction, its value would undoubtedly multiply. In total, there remain 8 valuable elixirs. Among them, for a classified as second-tier lower grade, the Barrier-Breaking Pill, the Chi-Replenishing Pill, the Pulse-Guarding Pill, and the Beast-Rearing Pill. The barrier-breaking pill aids foundational cultivators in surmounting the mid-stage bottleneck, a significant hurdle encountered not only during the Qi refinement phase, but also, and perhaps more so, during the foundation establishment phase. This particular elixir assists cultivators in refining their true essence, thereby enhancing the probability of breaking through. The Qi replenishing pill serves as a restorative remedy for foundation establishment cultivators, capable of replenishing a substantial 20% of true essence from a single pill, even for those in the later stages of cultivation. The pulse-guarding pill is notably precious. It is utilized not only by foundation establishment cultivators during their breakthrough, but also by Qi refinement cultivators striving to advance to the foundation establishment stage. It can increase the success rate of the latter by 10%, and, even in the event of failure, it safeguards the heart pulse, preventing fatality. The beast-rearing pill is designed for nurturing spirit beasts, facilitating second-tier demon beasts in enhancing their cultivation and overcoming obstacles. There are two second-tier mid-grade elixirs, the blood-burning pill and the pure melody pill. The blood-burning pill temporarily augments the power of foundation establishment cultivators, with effects varying according to their cultivation level. For instance, a mid-stage cultivator may experience a doubling of strength, allowing them to momentarily rival those in the late stage of foundation establishment. However, the cost is steep as it incinerates the cultivator's essence blood, resulting in varying degrees of damage to their meridians and dantian. Consequently, one must rest for several years post-consumption. If the essence blood is excessively depleted and not replenished in time, the consequences may be dire, potentially costing the cultivator their life. The Pure Melody pill is a detoxifying elixir for those in the foundation establishment stage, requiring little elaboration. The superior grade elixirs include the Spirit Consolidating pill and the Qi Replenishing pill. The Spirit Consolidating pill offers effects akin to the Gathering Spirit pill used during the Qi refinement stage, enhancing the spiritual awareness of foundation establishment cultivators. However, it may only be consumed once. The benefits of a powerful consciousness are manifold. Whether in alchemy, artifact forging, or combat training, consciousness plays an essential role. For instance, during the alchemical process, one must utilize their consciousness to finely manipulate the fluctuations of magical energy, achieving precise adjustments to the elixirs. A slight deviation can lead to catastrophic results. Thus, a robust consciousness simplifies this endeavor considerably. Similarly, in the realm of cultivation, a fortified consciousness enables superior control over the surges of spiritual energy within the meridians, particularly during the critical moments of breaking through a bottleneck. The internal pressure from spiritual energy can be immense, and a misstep can result in failure to break through, or worse, damage to one's foundational strength. Consequently, those with a powerful consciousness have a significantly enhanced probability of successfully establishing their foundation. Wang Hao, possessing the innate quality of 5 spiritual roots, originally had only a 20% chance of foundation establishment. Even with the consumption of a foundational pill, the success rate was merely 50%. However, by enhancing his consciousness, he could augment this probability by an additional half to 1%. Coupled with the ice skin J-bone technique and the meridian protection pill, his chances soared beyond 80%. Wang Hao felt increasingly confident in his foundation establishment. As for the recovery pill, its value is even greater, serving as a miraculous remedy capable of healing the dantian and meridians of cultivators. Should a practitioner have consumed the previous blood-burning pill, resulting in a depletion of essence and damage to the meridians, a single recovery pill could rectify such injuries, highlighting its immense worth. The young man did not exaggerate. This pill formula is indeed precious. Not only does the Wang family lack it, but even the Qingyuan sect possesses only a few varieties. Generally speaking, Qi refinement practitioners can at most attain the rank of a second-tier, mid-grade alchemist. Achieving the status of a second-tier, high-grade alchemist is nearly impossible due to the complexity of high-grade elixirs, which demand both formidable consciousness control and an abundance of magical energy, qualities that Qi refinement practitioners typically do not possess. Wang Hao's success rate for refining first-tier low-grade elixirs now exceeds 50%, allowing him to attempt the creation of second-tier low-grade elixirs. However, the path to success remains uncertain and may require several years. Consequently, these formulas are of little immediate use to him, but will undoubtedly benefit old Wang, who was once a second-tier low-grade alchemist. Having established his foundation for several years, he is likely approaching the rank of second-tier mid-grade alchemist. With this compilation of elixirs, the Wang family can compete for their next foundational elixir. Thus, Wang Hao made a copy of the elixir compendium, omitting the spirit-enhancing elixir and beast-enhancing elixir. This decision was not born from stinginess. Rather, the Wang family lacked the resources to nurture spiritual beasts, and they were not affluent enough to sustain them with elixirs. Moreover, if Wang Hao were to relinquish the entire collection, his own value would diminish significantly. It is far more advantageous for him to occasionally supply the Wang family with completed elixirs. Wang Hao proceeded to Wang Yinzhao's residence, entering without knocking. Upon seeing him, Wang Yinzhao shot him an irritated glance, but continued his focus on alchemy. Moments later, a delightful fragrance of elixirs filled the air. After tidying up, Wang Yinzhao inquired, "What brings you here in such haste? You nearly caused me to ruin a batch of elixirs." "It's merely a batch of qi-gathering elixirs. Not worth much," he replied, tossing the recorded elixir formulas towards Wang Hao. "Take a look at this. I bought it for 3,000 spirit stones. Remember to repay me. As a middleman, it is only reasonable to expect a profit margin," and Wang Hao felt no remorse. Thus, he was resolute that the Wang family would not receive a few thousand contribution points without due compensation. 3,000 spirit stones, you extravagant fool. Oh. A recipe. After flipping through it for a moment, Wang Yinzhao could hardly contain his excitement, his body swaying with fervor. Wang Hao nearly suspected he might have suffered stroke. "Old Wang, are you all right? It's just a few recipes. Have you never seen anything like this before?" Yet, Wang Yinzhao had no time for banter, completely engrossed in the alchemical texts, murmuring to himself, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Ha ha. I shall undoubtedly break through to a mid-grade second-tier alchemist this time." Goodness, the man is almost delirious after a good half hour. Wang Yinzhao finally regained his composure. Sitting in his chair, though he occasionally rubbed the alchemical text in his hands. "Rest assured, old Wang, if you happen to damage it, what can I do? Since I've given it to you, I can't very well take it back," Wang Hao said, reclining with his legs crossed, a cup of tea in hand. "Once you concoct the pulse protection pill, remember to prepare a vial for me." Wang Yinzhao's gaze towards Wang Hao softened considerably. Even as Wang Hao indulged in the precious spirit tea he had labored to acquire, his voice trembled as he spoke. "This alchemical text is the hope for the rise of the Wang family. Its value is immeasurable. However, I cannot provide you with the 3,000 spirit stones at this moment. The fewer people who know about this, the better. It cannot be accounted for through the shop's ledger. I will report to the family head upon my return to the mountain and then make a decision." Wang Hao remained unaware that the current family head, Wang Guangyan, was unable to take action due to damage to his dantian and meridians, which had also affected his lifespan. Otherwise, he might have understood Wang Yinzhao's urgency. With the recovery pill, even if Wang Guangyan could not regain his full strength from his prime, at least he would be able to take action, wouldn't he? The Wang family, with over 100 cultivators gathered at Wang Family Ridge, has long yearned to expand their horizons. Once Wang Guangyan recovers, the family's strength will significantly increase, thereby enhancing the chances of successful ventures. This is a matter of great import for the Wang family's fate, which explains Wang Yinzhao's palpable excitement. By the way, where has the seller of the elixir formula gone? How would I know? Once the transaction was settled, the individual is free to go wherever they please. Wang Yinzhao immediately lost his composure. How foolish. The formula is of utmost importance. If this information were to leak, our Wang family would be faced with a catastrophic disaster. Wang Hao gestured for him to remain calm. "I've already considered this aspect. We have both pledged a solemn vow to keep the transaction of the formula confidential." Only then did Wang Yinzhao feel reassured. He instructed, "I will return to Wang Family Ridge to report to the family head, and you must remain in the market without venturing elsewhere. Furthermore, instruct the shop to discreetly gather the necessary spiritual herbs for the replenishment elixir, but do so quietly, without drawing attention. As for the replenishment elixir, I will remember. Wang Hao nodded. In truth, what he desired most at present were the gathering spirit pill and the nurturing spirit pill. The latter was relatively easier to procure. He already possessed seeds for the spiritual herbs. However, the gathering spirit pill required a rare ingredient, the three-leaf concentration grass, which could only be sourced gradually. There was no conflict in this. It could simply be listed in batches at the commission shop. Chapter 35. Refining the nurturing spirit pill within a secret chamber atop Wang family ridge. 3 foundational cultivators of the Wang family sat in meditation. The elder among them slowly lowered the book he held, stroking his beard with a smile and exclaiming, Heaven blesses my Wang family. This elder was none other than Wang Guangin, the head of the Wang family. He fixed his gaze on Wang Yinzhao and remarked, You have indeed given birth to a fine son. Regrettably, due to past events, the family bears considerable indebtedness towards him. Wang Long, you spoke up, uncle. I am well aware of Wang Hao. Not only is he diligent in his cultivation, but he also possesses considerable acumen in commerce. Most importantly, he is universally esteemed and harbors no resentment towards the family. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man. Wang Guangin nodded in agreement. Given his significant contributions, I shall take it upon myself to ensure that if he reaches the 9th level of Qi training, he will have priority in exchanging for the Foundation Establishment Pill during our family's next acquisition. Wang Yinzhao was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Rise and speak, Wang Guangin said, assisting him to his feet. Rewards for merit are a tenet of the Wang family's code. There is no need for you to thank me. Rather, I should express my gratitude towards Wang Hao. Were it not for his acquisition of this formula, I would still be languishing atop this mountain, destined to become but a pile of dust. Yet, as if recalling something, his expression dimmed slightly. Alas, the primary ingredient for the recovery pill, the 9-her grass, is not easily found. Such is the nature of fate. Wang Longyu replied, Uncle, there is no need for lamentation. The Duanyuan mountain range is abundant in resources. With some effort, we may yet discover it. Even if it is not available in Qingyou Fong, there will be a grand auction in Qingyuan Fong in a year and a half. I shall personally ensure our attendance. Wang Yinzhao, however, disagreed. This is unwise. Although the patriarch is our ancestor, he has entrusted the management of family affairs to Uncle Lu in recent years. Venturing out recklessly is bound to attract undue attention. The fragile state of our Wang family's spiritual lineage is no secret, and the apparent tranquility among the 5 prominent families merely serves to unite against the demonic beasts. Yet, no one wishes for any one family to dominate entirely. The 3 fell into a brief silence. Wang Guangin pondered for a moment and remarked, Yinzhao makes a valid point. You must refrain from taking hasty actions. It will be better for Yinzhao to go instead. Let us use the pretext of acquiring a second-tier alchemical furnace. The child also wished to bring Wang Hao along. This lad had never ventured beyond Qingyou Square. It would be good for him to broaden his horizons and undergo some trials. Wang Guangin nodded in agreement. He chuckled lightly. Wang Hao is indeed fortunate. If he goes, there is a chance that the 9-her grass might truly be procured. Once Wang Yinzhao departed, Wang Hao began to cultivate the hidden spirit technique. This method was remarkably intricate, although he had previously mastered various cultivation techniques and spells. The comprehension had always come with relative ease. Yet, this hidden spirit technique was exceedingly obscure, as if it were not composed of ordinary characters, but rather translated from some foreign script. After a month of diligent contemplation, he could only manage a rudimentary application, and even the slightest misstep would result in failure. It was only then that he understood why the young man had revealed his vulnerabilities in a moment of panic. Fortunately, he had achieved a breakthrough in understanding, and with continued practice, he would undoubtedly avoid detection in the future. With a focused thought, he recited a few incantations, and his spiritual power began to coalesce. In an instant, his spiritual fluctuations were restrained at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Upon reciting the incantation once more, he lowered himself to the 3rd level. Satisfied with his progress, he picked up the alchemical compendium and resumed his studies. 2 months later, Wang Hao had thoroughly comprehended the process and was ready to concoct the spirit-nurturing pill. With a clap of his palm, a violet alchemical furnace soared forth, expanding gracefully in the wind before settling steadily onto the ground. He formed a series of hand seals to ignite the spiritual carbon, and the temperature began to rise to a searing heat. Following the prescribed method, he gradually introduced the spiritual herbs, and after half a day, a cauldron filled with a vibrant orange elixir was completed. Although it was his inaugural attempt at creating the spirit-nurturing pill, Wang Hao had long since internalized the procedure. Observing that the quantity of the elixir was ample, he decided against being conservative and divided the mixture into 7 portions, daring to attempt the creation of 7 spirit-nurturing pills at once. With a gentle flame, he simmered the concoction, his consciousness keenly attuned to the subtle transformations occurring within. As another hour passed, the elixir began to evaporate, and a grave expression settled upon Wang Hao's face. At this pivotal moment, the essence of the elixir was being refined into pill form. The notes of the Xing clan's ancestor are certainly superior to old Wang's. My alchemical skills have improved significantly, Wang Hao murmured with a faint smile, channeling his alchemical techniques to solidify the pills. Suddenly, amidst the 7 portions of elixir, one began to tremble violently. Despite his control, he found it unmanageable and had no choice but to guide that portion away from the other 6, directing it toward the furnace wall to dissipate. Disregarding any pangs of regret, he focused intently on solidifying the elixir into pills. At last, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, indicating that the remaining 6 portions had successfully transformed into pills. Raising his hands, he lifted the lid of the furnace and pointed, causing 6 crystalline, translucent pills to soar into the air. A success rate of 60%. I may very well attempt to advance to a second-tier alchemist. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. As for the ruined batch of elixir, such occurrences are commonplace in alchemy, and there is little to lament. It merely reflects a lack of control over one's spiritual consciousness. Were his awareness to be enhanced, such mishaps would be eliminated, and even the creation of 8 pills would pose no challenge. This is not mere self-aggrandizement, but rather an acknowledgement of his growing prowess in the art of alchemy. He pondered whether there was any news regarding the 3-leaf meditation herb. If he could consume the spirit-gathering pill, his breakthrough would be significantly simplified. Wang Hao mused to himself, tidied up, and made his way to the Miaodong Pavilion. Elder brother, what brings you here today? After more than a year of experience, Wang Wenyuan had become quite poised, her beauty captivating, earning her the title of Fairy Yin in the marketplace. Am I not allowed to visit? Rather, Fairy Yin, what has afforded you such leisure today? Wang Hao teased, glancing playfully behind her. Where is that Taoist Jew? Elder brother, why have you taken to jesting like one may? Wang Wenyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. She was indeed beautiful and possessed an amiable disposition, attracting numerous suitors among the wandering cultivators. Among them, one named Zhu particularly caught Wang Hao's attention. Of course, to win her heart, one must first integrate into the Wang family. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Has anyone taken on the commission for the 3-leaf meditation herb? Wang Hao inquired, his expression shifting. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Wenyuan replied, 3 teams have accepted the task, but there has been no word from them. Oh, by the way, a 6-layer chi refinement cultivator brought me a 5-year-old 3-leaf meditation herb. The age difference is substantial, so I took the liberty of offering him 10 spirit stones for it. A 5-year-old specimen? That is far too inferior. It should be at least 50 years old. Wang Hao maintained a facade of composure, yet inwardly he reveled in delight. First, hand over that 5-year-old tranquil heart herb to me, and as for the commission, raise the price by 5 spirit stones. Wang Wenyuan retrieved a jade box from the counter and presented it to Wang Hao. Upon opening it, he was pleased to discover a blue, tranquil heart herb, complete with 3 tender leaves. Noticing a small segment of its root system, a satisfied smile graced Wang Hao's lips. As Fairy Yin continued her tasks, 5th brother departed. In the farm, a patch of fertile black soil had been cultivated, with time flowing at a rate 40 times faster. Now that he possessed seeds, Wang Hao needed merely a little over a year to achieve mass production of the spirit-gathering pill. Chapter 36. The Surge of Consciousness. Unfortunately, this peculiar item could only be consumed once. Subsequent doses yielded no effect, rendering the cultivation of an entire acre a tremendous waste. It would be ideal if he could procure ready-made ones. Yet, how often do things go as one wishes? Upon returning to his residence, Wang Hao realized that in his fervor for the spirit-gathering pill, he had neglected to feed the refined spirit-nurturing pills to Yaya and Xiaobai. Yaya was the golden-eyed duck, while Xiaobai was, of course, the ice-eyed white tiger. Wang Hao tapped his spirit beast pouch, and a duck with golden eyes, larger than himself, materialized before him, quacking excitedly upon seeing Wang Hao. "No need to panic. Let us release Xiaobai first," he said, as he opened another spirit beast pouch to let out the ice-eyed white tiger. Though Xiaobai was a few years younger than Yaya, it had grown rapidly and was now nearly at Wang Hao's shoulder height. Observing its aura, it was on the verge of reaching the mid-tier of the first stage. "Oh!" The adorable white tiger let out a fierce roar the moment it emerged, only to be met with the disdainful gaze of the golden-eyed duck, as if to say it were staring at a simpleton. Indeed, it is a spirit beast capable of advancing to the third tier. Wang Hao exclaimed in admiration as he produced 2 spirit-nurturing pills to feed them. He was still a step away from reaching the first tier's upper echelon. 1 pill was insufficient for a breakthrough. In contrast, Xiaobai, after consuming the pill, became drowsy, an indication of an impending breakthrough. Wang Hao placed it into the spirit beast pouch, while you could frolic in the courtyard for a while. The intelligence of spirit beasts surpasses that of ordinary animals, and having been raised by Wang Hao since childhood, Yi was quite fond of the Wang family, causing no trouble at all. Thus, Wang Hao continued his training, honing his body and occasionally refining pills as the monotonous and tedious days slipped by for over a year. The commission for the San Yining Shun grass still yielded no news, prompting Wang Hao to withdraw it. His farm had matured, yet he found himself at a loss. Due to the complexity of the gathering spirit pill, he had only managed to produce 4 pills at a time, far below his average success rate of 60%. Throughout the year, he had attempted to refine the gathering chi pill multiple times, yet all efforts ended in failure. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, having reached the stage of pill refinement, confident that after successfully refining the gathering spirit pill, subsequent attempts would surely succeed. Old Wang had only become a second-tier lower-grade alchemist upon reaching the 9th layer of chi refinement. Unfortunately, when Old Wang arrived, he informed him that a trip to Qingyuan Fang Market was necessary, which meant Wang Hao's breakthrough would inevitably be postponed. "Are you prepared?" "What is there to prepare?" "Old Wang, you haven't absconded with my 3,000 spirit stones, have you?" Hearing this, Wang Yinzhao twitched. Although his son had become accomplished in cultivation, combat, and commerce, his tongue remained as infuriating as ever. With a casual toss, he handed over a storage pouch. "Here, take this. It's just right for your trip to Qingyuan Fang Market. You could buy some fine items." Wang Hao chuckled softly as he accepted the storage bag. Upon inspection, he discovered not only 3,000 spirit stones, but also numerous valuable items, including several spells from the Wang family collection and 2 second-tier spirit talismans. Wang Yinzhao elucidated. "Now that you're a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, relying solely on fireball technique is beneath you. The essence fire transformation allows you to manipulate flames into various forms for attack. It can even be utilized in the foundation establishment stage. Practice diligently. The 2 second-tier talismans are gifts from the ancestor for your protection." Wang Hao expressed his gratitude with a satisfied nod. Wang Yinzhao, opting not to elaborate further, produced a crimson flying sword and soared into the sky with Wang Hao. Foundation establishment practitioners can achieve speeds of 3,000 miles per hour while riding their swords. With Wang Yinzhao's foundation establishment cultivation at the 2nd tier, he could sustain flight for 3 hours. However, the distance from Qingyou Square to Qingyuan Bazaar spanned several 100,000 miles. Reluctant to consume precious medicinal pills to replenish his mana, he could only meditate gradually. The journey took them over 10 days before they finally arrived at Qingyuan Bazaar. Qingyuan Bazaar is vastly larger than Qingyo Square, boasting an area at least 10 times greater, with a permanent population exceeding 100,000. This figure represents the resident populace, as Qingyo Square only attracts a significant number of cultivators during the auction of foundation establishment pills, reaching up to 50,000. Typically, the daily population in the square hovers below 10,000, most of whom are temporary residents striving for success in Duanyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Bazaar is blessed with 2 third-tier spiritual veins and several second-tier veins, all relocated by the Qingyuan sex formations to support such a large number of practitioners. The Wang family owns a modest grocery store in Qingyo Square, but its business is dismal. The meager earnings barely cover the rent. Were it not for the family's need for a foothold, the shop would have closed long ago. The steward of the shop, Wang Yinji, ranked 10th, immediately seized Wang Hao's hand upon meeting him, exclaiming, "You must be the illustrious scion of the Wang family. Wang Hao, you must offer some guidance to your 10th uncle, who does not ask for much, only to achieve a balance in the shop's finances and no longer rely on the family for funds." Year after year, Wang Yinji had to depend on the family for spirit stones to pay the rent, which left him too embarrassed to return to Wang family rich. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he felt as if he had encountered a savior. Wang Yinjiao interjected, coming to Wang Hao's aid, "10th brother, we all understand the situation regarding the shop. It is indeed difficult to create a meal without rice, without a substantial inventory. How can one manage efficiently? The family has never placed blame on you." Sighing, Wang Yinji replied, "I am aware of that. Yet when I observe the bustling street and then glance at our desolate shop, I feel utterly ashamed. With such foot traffic, if managed well, we would not have fallen into such dire straits." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao responded, "10th uncle, are we not here now? With 2 alchemists present, how could we lack inventory? Are there any ready-made spiritual herbs in the shop? Hurry and bring them forth." "Yes, yes," Wang Yinji eagerly agreed. "Not long ago, we procured a batch. Though the quantity is limited, we can still refine a few furnaces' worth of elixirs." Wang Yinjiao reflected that the auction was still 2 months away, and since they had time on their hands, he suggested, "10th brother, spread the word to acquire more spiritual herbs. I intend to stay here for 2 months." Wang Yinji, filled with joy, thumped his chest and declared, "No problem. I will inform the familiar herbal gathering teams right away. You 2 rest while I fetch the spiritual herbs." The elixirs were scarce, and Wang Yinjiao took it upon himself to acquire them all, stating that he wanted Wang Hao to focus on honing his magical skills. Naturally, Wang Hao relished the leisure time. However, he did not hasten to practice the transformations of the primordial fire. Instead, he retrieved a spirit-gathering pill. With a strengthened consciousness, practicing spells would become significantly more efficient. The order of operations could not be reversed. The spirit-gathering pill, dark and glossy, was swallowed whole by Wang Hao. As the pill dissolved within him, he did not sense the medicinal power flowing into his dantian, but rather into his sea of consciousness. Initially, he felt a tingling sensation, which gradually transformed into a sharp pain, yet simultaneously, the cloud of mist in his sea of consciousness began to expand, nurtured by the pill's potency. This process felt lengthy to Wang Hao, though it might have been his discomfort that distorted his perception of time. Once the pain subsided, he discovered that the mist had grown by at least 1/3. Previously, his range of spiritual detection was 30 zhang. Now, it had extended to over 40 zhang. He drew forth the Gale Sword and confirmed that his control range indeed reached 40 zhang, although it was possible to send the sword beyond this distance. Retrieving it would not be feasible due to the limitations of his consciousness. In the following chapter, Cultivator's Gathering, similar principles applied to talismans. Wang Hao was now capable of detonating them within a range of 40 zhang. The increase in distance signified an expansion of his attack range, the advantages of which were self-evident. Having experienced the benefits of an enhanced consciousness, Wang Hao felt an insatiable yearning, pondering how wonderful it would be to possess the grand transformation technique of the old sorcerer Han. The next day, Wang Hao assumed the duty of overseeing the shop for Wang Yinjiao. In truth, there was little to occupy his time, even with the shelves stocked with elixirs. Their lack of renown rendered them untrustworthy in the eyes of potential customers, resulting in a dearth of visitors. In the span of half a day, only 2 wandering cultivators, both impoverished and seemingly lacking in wealth, had inquired, yet they did not make any purchases after much deliberation. This left Wang Hao feeling rather disinclined to serve them. Just as he was preparing to close up shop with the sun setting, 2 individuals donned in white robes of the Qingyuan sect entered the store. They appeared youthful, likely in their 20s. Wang Hao mused that given the Qingyuan sect's abundant resources, their disciples would enjoy greater purchasing advantages than outsiders. Thus, it was unlikely they had come merely to buy elixirs. Nevertheless, since they had entered, he felt compelled to offer his assistance. "Greetings, esteemed friends. How may I assist you?" The young man surveyed the modest shop with a look of disappointment, hinting at a desire to leave. The young woman, meanwhile, took a delicate sniff of the air and turned her gaze towards Wang Hao. "Are you an alchemist?" Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized there was little to obscure, so he acknowledged, "I am Wang Hao, the alchemist of this establishment. I am Chun Qing of the Qingyuan sect." She introduced herself, followed by the young man. "I am Chu He of the Qingyuan sect." Upon learning that Wang Hao was an alchemist, the man's demeanor warmed slightly. "Might I inquire, esteemed Wang, do you possess any elixirs that can heal injuries to the soul? I am willing to pay a premium for such a remedy." Chun Qing tentatively asked, though she had little hope for a positive response. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. The spirit-gathering pill might indeed bolster one's spiritual awareness and could potentially aid in healing soul injuries. However, given his unfamiliarity with these two, he deemed it unwise to disclose such information impulsively. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "I am merely an alchemist from a modest family, capable of crafting only common elixirs. I have not heard of any that can specifically heal injuries to the soul." Chun Shimi. Let us abandon this pursuit and seek our fortune in other establishments. Should our efforts prove futile, rest assured, Shi Xiao shall resort to any means necessary to procure a Yuanshan pill for you at the auction. Chun Qing's countenance darkened. The Yuanshan pill is a medicinal elixir intended for those in the foundation establishment stage. Its potency is far too overwhelming for someone of my cultivation level, and its cost is exorbitant, beyond the means of us Qi refinement practitioners. Wang Hao pondered, could it be that this lady had suffered damage to her spiritual essence? The Gathering Spirit Pill is not available for sale, as such potent elixirs capable of enhancing one's spiritual consciousness could drive some to desperate measures. Wang Hao had no desire to witness bloodshed over treasures. However, the 3-leaf Gathering Spirit herb was indeed available for purchase. While rare, it occasionally surfaced in the market. Thus, he remarked, "Esteemed Fairy Chun, I have recently acquired a specimen of the 3-leaf Gathering Spirit herb, which I believe may prove beneficial to you." As he spoke, he presented a jade box. Chun Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the box, opened it, and inhaled deeply, savoring its essence. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "It is effective. Thank you, Taoist Wang. I shall take this 3-leaf Gathering Spirit herb. How many spirit stones do you require?" Wang Hao, smiling, replied, "It is a fortunate coincidence to have made the acquaintance of 2 esteemed friends from Qingyuan sect today. Thus, I shall offer this herb at the price I acquired it for, which is 40 spirit stones. Consider it a gesture of friendship. How could we allow Taoist Wang to toil in vain? Please accept 50 spirit stones. Since I have declared the original price, I shall only accept 40 spirit stones. Do you perhaps look down upon me, not wishing to acknowledge this friendship? Not at all. We were once solitary cultivators ourselves, and we harbor no disdain for Brother Wang. Given your kind offer, I shall accept it. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall certainly lend my support." Chun Qing solemnly performed a bow. Brother Wang is a man of great generosity. I, Chu He, acknowledge this friendship. The day is waning, and my junior sister must hasten her recovery. Let us indulge in a hearty drink on a future occasion. Oh, I have recently arrived at Qingyuan Fong and am eager to learn about the marketplace. I eagerly await Chu's generous hospitality. Certainly, Brother Wang. We shall take our leave for now, Chu He said, clasping his fists in farewell. Do take care. Wang Hao rose to see them off. After sending them away, he closed the door of his shop. Forming connections with 2 disciples of the Qingyuan sect was merely a casual expansion of his network. He held no ulterior motives. Little did he anticipate that this casual act would bring him a remarkable surprise. Merely 3 days later, the 2 visited Wang Hao again. He clasped his fists and said, "Brother Wang, there is a gathering at the ascending Immortal Pavilion today. I would like to present this opportunity to you. Should you be interested?" "A gathering? Naturally, I am interested. As a newcomer, I am keen to make the acquaintance of fellow cultivators," Wang Hao replied, his face illuminated with joy. "I will be grateful if you could introduce me." "Not all. We too wish to attend. Bringing Brother Wang along is but a trivial task," Chen Qing remarked with a smile. "The gathering is about to commence. Let us make haste." The Ascending Immortal Pavilion is a relatively large tavern in Qingyuan Fong, renowned as a venue for cultivators to forge connections and gather intelligence. However, it is quite costly, and those without substantial means cannot even enter. On the second floor, over 20 cultivators congregated. Observing their robes, it became evident that most were disciples of the Qingyuan sect. With over 30,000 disciples, there was little familiarity among them. Thus, these tavern gatherings became commonplace, serving as a means to foster connections within the sect. In the realm of financial and legal partnerships, the term partner encompasses not only romantic companions, but also friends, relatives, and fellow practitioners who can offer guidance. Moreover, it includes both descendants of influential families and various solitary cultivators, whose demeanor and eloquence suggest they are not to be underestimated. When Wang Hao and his companion arrived, they were met with introductions from the crowd, who displayed a notably friendly demeanor, though not overly enthusiastic. Observing the cultivation levels of those present, Wang Hao realized he was among the least accomplished. They were primarily late-stage Qi practitioners, with a few having reached the pinnacle of that stage, while none were at the mid-level. "Brother Song, weren't there supposed to be inner disciples from the Qingyuan sect attending? Where are they?" inquired a solitary cultivator named Yi Feng. Dressed in the sect's robe, Song Yin shook his head. "Brother Sun and the others may have prior commitments. I'm not entirely certain, but Brother Sun is the direct descendant of Elder Sun, a key focus of training within the sect, and he values his reputation greatly. Since he promised to attend, he will undoubtedly keep his word." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of envy. Being a key trainee of the Qingyuan sect, coupled with the influence of a Golden Core grandfather, was a background that they collectively could not rival. "Junior Brother Song, you truly flatter me." At that moment, a cheerful voice resonated, and soon after, a young man clad in white, adorned with green stripes, ascended the stairs. This distinction indicated the difference between inner and outer disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Wang Hao cast a glance at the newcomer, noting his tall stature and handsome features, presenting an appealing countenance. A jade pendant hung from his waist, signifying his noble status, and he ostentatiously wielded a folding fan. Chapter 38. Insect eggs. The disciples of the Qingyuan sect, including Song Yun, promptly rose to greet him, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Brother Sun." I, having met Daoist Sun, along with others, rose to pay my respects. "I am Sun Jishuan, honored to meet all fellow Taoists." Sun Jishuan graciously returned the gesture, his demeanor gentle, unlike those who, relying on their status, look down upon others. This made Wang Hao regard him with newfound respect. Once Sun Jishuan took a seat, the crowd gathered around him. As cultivators, they primarily exchanged insights on their practices, and it was evident that Sun Jishuan possessed knowledge beyond theirs, coupled with his esteemed status. His popularity was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, Sun Jishuan remained unreserved in his discourse, speaking at a measured pace, ensuring that everyone could hear him clearly, particularly regarding methods to overcome bottlenecks in cultivation. Wang Hao, comparing this to his previous experiences, found it quite enlightening. Beyond cultivation, the conversation shifted to the myriad arts of immortality, with the most discussion centered on alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. A talisman master, in a moment of exuberance, animatedly demonstrated his skills, and Wang Hao observed the entire process, gaining substantial insights. Having only recently begun his journey in alchemy, he felt that, with guidance and diligent practice. Advancing to a mid-tier talisman master was within reach. Therefore, he decided to share some of his own alchemical insights, which revealed him to be a first-tier alchemist, prompting a warm response from the others. After a while, as the last talisman master concluded his presentation, Sun Jishuan proposed, "With so many elites gathered here today, especially in the fields of alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging, shall we host a small trading fair? What do you all think?" Brother Sun's suggestion is most astute. I wholeheartedly agree. I concur. Everyone else nodded in agreement, and Sun Jishuan, satisfied, remarked, "Since we are all in accord, let us commence. The rules are simple. We may exchange items or procure them with spirit stones, depending on the seller's preference. That is all." With a courteous bow, he declared, "Allow me to initiate this exchange." He then produced 4 items: a second-tier inferior spirit talisman, a golden sword talisman, a jade box, a long sword, and a sizable chunk of black stone. The second-tier inferior golden sword talisman, the first-tier superior artifact, the clear breeze sword. The black stone was a superior refining material, known as black iron stone, and within the jade box lay soul nourishing grass aged 80 years. I seek only to trade for materials for second-tier talismans. Talisman brushes, blood ink, and talisman paper will suffice. As for the soul nourishing grass, Wang Hao's gaze fixated on the delicate blue herb. According to Sun Jishuan's description, it possesses nourishing properties for the soul, and prolonged exposure to its aroma can enhance one's spiritual awareness. Regrettably, he lacked the materials for second-tier talisman crafting. He had sold the beast hides he had hunted with Uncle Ba last time, just as he contemplated inquiring whether he could exchange spirit stones or pills for it. Sun Jishuan spoke again. "My apologies, everyone. I have already traded this soul-nourishing grass to Sister Chun. There is no need for further communication on that matter. Let's examine the other materials instead." Upon finishing, he witnessed Qin Xing receiving the jade box containing the soul-nourishing grass with evident delight. In return, she offered a jade vial exuding a strong metallic scent, likely containing the blood of some second-tier demonic beast. With the soul-nourishing grass now in Qin Xing's possession, Wang Hao felt a sense of relief, for surely, with the favor of the tri-leaf concentrating grass, she would not refuse his request to borrow it for a closer examination. A wandering cultivator subsequently exchanged a beast hide for a spirit talisman, while a flying sword was traded away by an outer disciple of the Qingyuan sect. The black iron stone, deemed undesirable, was reclaimed by Sun Jishuan. Song Yin stepped forward, stating, "I too am a talisman master, though I cannot compare to Senior Brother Sunday. I possess only high-grade talismans such as the Fire Rain Talisman, Water Dragon Talisman, and Great Strength Talisman. You may exchange them for equivalent items or purchase them with spirit stones." Wang Hao approached, spending 200 spirit stones to acquire 10 talismans. He desired to purchase more, but feared attracting unwanted attention due to his wealth. Other cultivators took turns stepping forward, either buying or exchanging items. And soon the 50 or so talismans in Song Yun's possession were entirely traded away. Following suit, others began to present their items for exchange. Wang Hao traded 2 bottles of Huangyadan for a first-tier mid-grade talisman brush, recognizing the necessity of preparing materials for his talisman enhancement plan. He acquired 2 first-tier high-grade wolf fangs, a first-tier high-grade Xian Shui turtle shell, excellent materials for crafting, and 10 eggs of the illusion moon butterfly, ranked 78th among the spirit insects. When fully matured to the second tier, they could unleash a mesmerizing power that ensnares one in illusions. He sought to exchange them for elixirs that could enhance his cultivation, preferably Huanglong Dan. Another disciple from the Qingyuan sect approached, revealing a collection of items. Upon hearing about the illusion moon butterfly, Wang Hao's interest was piqued. He had already nurtured 2 spirit beasts, investing thousands of spirit stones without significant benefit, yet he understood that once Yayao and Xiaobai advanced to the second tier, it would be his moment of harvest. Thus, he aimed to acquire 2 of the butterfly eggs. The illusion moon butterfly, are you certain? Such a rarity would not easily surface. Sun Jishuan inquired with curiosity. The individual hastily clarified, "Senior Brother Sun, how could I, a junior, dare to deceive you? These items were acquired by me during my exploration of the cave, but due to prolonged storage, they have lost their vitality, making incubation quite challenging. May I take a look? Of course. As he spoke, he opened a jade box. Senior brother Sun, please. Why is it this color? Sun Jishuan exclaimed, holding a colorful insect egg the size of a chicken egg. Shouldn't the moonlight butterfly lay white eggs? Why does it have rainbow stripes? Well, I am uncertain. It was in this form when it came into my possession. Only upon reviewing the remaining records of the cave did I discover it to be the egg of the moonlight butterfly. Alas, only less than 20% of its vitality remains, rendering these eggs nearly impossible to incubate. Sun Jishuan gazed at the egg for a long while, a look of regret crossing his face. Yet if it were to hatch, you would be reluctant to part with it, as once fully developed, it could fetch 10 times the price upon sale. The man scratched his head awkwardly, offering no rebuttal. In the end, he exchanged the items for 5 moonlight butterfly eggs. Wang Hao, not daring to delay for fear of being outpaced by others, stepped forward and produced a vial of Huanglong pills. Friend, would you consider trading the remaining 5 eggs for this vial of elixir? After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, if you could add half a vial more, I would agree to the exchange. Very well, Wang Hao acquiesced, producing an additional half vial of Huanglong pills and securing the eggs. The man also gifted a jade slip, claiming it contained information regarding the moonlight butterfly and its care, all of which he had obtained from the cave. Wang Hao returned to his original position, examining the materials. The documentation indicated that the moonlight butterfly's eggs could generally hatch when placed in areas rich in spiritual energy. However, with only 20% viability remaining, it seemed that mere abundance of spiritual energy would not suffice. Indeed, the divine power was formidable. At the second tier, it would emit a natural glow, ensnaring the gaze of Qi refinement practitioners and plunging them into an illusion. The mesmerizing divine light could also ensnare high-ranking practitioners if they did not evade it. After another half hour passed without anyone stepping forward to barter, Chui suddenly spoke. Brother Wang, have you not yet produced anything for exchange? Wang Hao rose, apologetically clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the crowd. I apologize. I have only recently ascended to the rank of a first-tier high-grade alchemist, and my stock of elixirs is limited. I have already exchanged my few wares for the items of my esteemed friends, and I am unable to offer more. Thus, let us conclude today's gathering here, Sun Jishuan proclaimed, allowing everyone to disperse. Chapter 39. The Art of Symbol Drawing. Wang Hao, along with Chu He and Chen Qing, departed together. As they reached the moment of parting, Wang Hao suddenly recalled the matter of the soul nourishing grass. He hastily halted Chen Qing. Fairy Chun, please hold on. I have a modest request that I hope you might grant. Brother Wang, feel free to speak. I shall assist you if it is within my capacity, Chen Qing replied. Wang Hao, with a respectful bow, implored, I hail from a humble lineage. Though I am an alchemist, my exposure to rare spiritual herbs has been limited. Might I request, dear fairy, that you allow me to observe this soul-nourishing flower? I wondered what could prompt such seriousness from you. Brother Wang, Chen Qing laughed lightly, producing a jade box and presenting it to Wang Hao. If you wish to see, please do. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude repeatedly before opening the jade box. Upon inhaling the fragrance of the soul-nourishing flower, he felt a profound clarity envelop his mind, and his thoughts became remarkably agile. Indeed, it possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the spirit. After taking a deep breath, he closed the box, but not before discreetly touching the soul-nourishing flower with his finger, acquiring a seed in the process. Brother Wang, won't you linger a while longer? He was asked. I'm already thoroughly satisfied. I must take my leave. As he observed Wang Hao's retreating figure, Chui could not help but remark this Brother Wang exhibits a commendable passion for spiritual herbs. Yet there is no trace of greed in his gaze, which speaks volumes of his integrity. Chen Qing also commented, Brother Wang is an alchemist. Encountering rare spiritual herbs is bound to pique his curiosity, but it remains merely that, curiosity. One who can maintain such inner composure is destined for greatness. Alas, he hails from a modest family of cultivators, which limits his exposure. Were it otherwise, his accomplishments would surely soar higher. Chun-Chi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too shall endeavor to experience the effects of the soul-nourishing flower. Next time, I shall engage in a more extensive discussion with my senior brother. Farewell. Upon returning to his lodgings, Wang Hao retrieved the eggs of the illusionary moon butterfly for a meticulous examination. Having never encountered such a specimen before, he noted its lack of vitality and its unusual coloration compared to standard insect eggs. However, since Sun Jixuan was willing to purchase them, their value was indisputable. Wang Hao speculated that the peculiar hue of these eggs was not a result of the passage of time, but rather an inherent characteristic, suggesting a singular cause: mutation. A mutated spiritual insect does not necessarily imply a favorable transformation. Much like the breeding practices in later generations, there are both beneficial and inferior outcomes. The endeavor lies in discerning and selecting the favorable from within. The 5 colorful insect eggs exhibited nearly identical stripes, indicating a strong possibility that their progenitor had undergone mutation, thus sparing Wang Hao from the tedious selection process in the later stages. How to invigorate the insect eggs. Wang Hao possessed a modicum of knowledge on the subject. Placing them in an area rich in spiritual energy was merely the first step. Additionally, nurturing them with spiritual water or concocting a spirit elixir would suffice, essentially utilizing items imbued with spiritual energy to rejuvenate them. Although Wang Hao lacked the specific formulas for spirit elixirs, he did possess spirit nurturing pills, which were highly beneficial for spiritual beasts and insects. He merely needed to distill the spirit liquid from the formula of the pills and soak the eggs in it, which should yield effective results. Even in the event of failure, the loss would only amount to a vial and a half of yellow dragon pills. Thus, he set about the task of refining the essence of the medicinal herbs, a process that would not consume much time. In a brief moment, Wang Hao successfully created the spirit liquid and immersed the insect eggs within it. To prevent total annihilation, he took one egg and placed it atop a pile of spirit stones, allowing for a comparative observation of the differences in a few days. With the insect eggs set aside, Wang Hao turned his attention to the exchange-acquired talisman brush, preparing to draw talismans. The insights shared by individuals at the gathering greatly inspired him, prompting him to seize the moment and enhance his talisman-making skills. Wang Hao began to calm his mind and spirit, as there were many rituals preceding the drawing of talismans. Initially, he perceived these rituals as superfluous, akin to a form of fortune-telling, similar to drawing lots for luck back on Blue Star. What purpose did they serve other than providing psychological comfort? However, the talisman makers insisted that these rituals were indispensable, invoking concepts of fate and mysterious forces. This led Wang Hao to adopt a degree of belief in their significance. After all, if others adhered to such practices, why should he strive to be an outlier? Wang Hao had long comprehended the fundamental principles of talisman crafting. After meticulously completing the intricate rituals, he prepared to draw the talisman. To his surprise, it proved to be somewhat effective. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, devoid of any turmoil. The initial fears of failure had dissipated entirely. With renewed determination, he took a deep breath, unfurled the talisman paper, and uncorked a bottle of spiritual ink, dipping his talisman brush into it. Carefully, he channeled his spiritual energy through the brush tip, delivering it smoothly and evenly onto the talisman paper. He was about to inscribe a fireball talisman, one of the simplest first-tier mid-grade talismans, composed of merely 6 runes. He had practiced the relevant runes countless times, to the extent that he could draw them with his eyes closed. With the aid of muscle memory, the runes began to materialize on the paper, causing it to subtly vibrate as it absorbed the spiritual energy. Just as the final rune was nearing completion, a surge of joy welled up in Wang Hao's heart. However, this slight shift in his mental state caused the talisman paper to tremble abruptly. Alarmed, he cursed silently, realizing there was no time for regret, and hurriedly discarded the talisman paper. In an instant, a burst of flames erupted, reducing the paper to ashes. It seemed that the greatest taboo in talisman crafting was a fluctuation of the mind. Those rituals were designed to help the talisman maker attain composure. He mused, as if he had uncovered a crucial secret. Thus, he repeated the rituals and attempted the fireball talisman once more. This time, Wang Hao maintained a steadfast inner calm and smoothly inscribed the final rune onto the paper. A success at last. It appeared he had taken a misguided path previously. Wang Hao reflected that the art of cultivation could not merely be explained through scientific reasoning. Those seemingly trivial rituals were, in fact, the key to successful talisman crafting. In truth, it is not merely the ritual that led to his success on the second attempt. The essence of talisman crafting is multifaceted. His previous countless endeavors contributed significantly to this achievement. Had he attempted to create an unfamiliar first-tier mid-grade talisman at this moment, he would undoubtedly have encountered failure. With renewed calmness, Wang Hao meticulously crafted over a dozen fireball talismans, achieving a success rate of 50%. At this juncture, he had reached the late stage of qi refining, and crafting such low-level talismans did not deplete much of his spiritual energy, nor did it induce fatigue. After utilizing the last piece of talisman paper on the table, Wang Hao's face brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "From now on, I need not venture out to purchase first-tier mid-grade talismans. This will save quite a sum of spirit stones." Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Hao dedicated several consecutive days to talisman creation. Initially, he focused solely on fireball talismans, but soon began to experiment with earth wall talismans, water arrow talismans, and sword qi talismans. As he continued, his success rate in talisman crafting improved significantly, stabilizing at over 50%. A first-tier mid-grade talisman master only requires a success rate of 40% to turn a profit. Currently, Wang Hao's venture into the talisman business was indeed lucrative. However, he did not intend to sell them, preferring to keep them for personal use. After all, he lacked the time to produce an abundance of talismans. Yet, perhaps in the future, should he attain the ability to craft superior talismans, he might reconsider this stance. Wang Hao gathered the talismans on the table and glanced at the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly. He observed that the 4 eggs submerged in the spiritual liquid exhibited a vitality slightly stronger than the one placed on the spirit stone. Among them, 2 eggs stood out remarkably, their colorful patterns appearing even more vibrant. Chapter 40. A fortuitous find. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction and placed the remaining egg into the spiritual liquid. Noticing a significant decrease in the liquid's concentration, he proceeded to refine another batch for replacement. He did not seek the hatching of all 5 insect eggs. He would be content with the emergence of just 2 moonshadow butterflies, or even 1. After all, they ranked 78th on the celestial spirit insect list. In this world teeming with countless spirit insects, only those of exceptional quality could make it onto the list, and a ranking of 78th was quite respectable. Having settled the insect eggs, Wang Hao resolved to venture outside. He had been in Qingyuan Square for several days, attending a conference without truly exploring the area. Today, he decided to visit the marketplace where loose cultivators set up stalls. Perhaps he might stumble upon a hidden treasure. Qingyuan Square was well planned, with a designated area for stalls from loose cultivators concentrated in a small plaza conveniently located beside the north gate. As Wang Hao meandered through the stalls, he noticed that it was not vastly different from Qingyuan Square. However, this place was not solely populated by qi refinement practitioners. There were many foundation establishment cultivators present as well, offering a wider variety of goods, including even second-tier items. What is this delightful wine? Wang Hao paused at a stall run by an elderly man in the mid-qi refinement stage, pointing at a gourd in the man's hand. The stall had little to offer, just a few animal hides, some blank talisman papers, and a handful of magical artifacts. The old man, noticing a potential customer, eagerly began to promote his wares. This is Blood Brew, a spirit wine brewed from blood ginseng, known for its healing properties and ability to restore spiritual energy. He then produced a new gourd, asking, "Would you care for a taste?" Wang Hao shook his head, replying, "I am not interested in your wine, but I would like to know about your brewing recipe." With the produce from his farm, acquiring a brewing recipe would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The old man's expression darkened. "The recipe is not for sale. It is my means of livelihood. Dear friend, if you do not intend to make a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave and not to hinder my business," the elder vendor remarked. Nearby, another stall owner scoffed, "Old Zo, what business can you possibly conduct with your pile of junk? Your wine is even pricier than that of the taverns, and its quality pales in comparison. Who would buy it? This gentleman here is interested in your recipe. I suggest you sell it before you find yourself unable to afford even spirit rice and starve on the streets." The elder immediately retorted, "Bah, I would rather perish outside than part with my ancestral recipe like a foolish spendthrift." He continued, "The inferior quality of the Qishui brew is merely due to the low grade of the raw materials. My craftsmanship is beyond reproach." In his heart, Wang Hao mused, "Does refusing to sell imply a low price? But I haven't even made an offer yet." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao decided to press further. "Dear Zhou, please reconsider. We can negotiate the price. I have already stated my refusal to sell. This is a treasured skill passed down through generations. To sell it would make me a spendthrift." The elder was resolute. "Then, may I propose hiring you to brew wine for me?" Wang Hao suddenly recalled the Wang family shop in Qingyuan Square. He and Wang Yanjiao would eventually depart, and when that time came, the shop would be devoid of elixirs, reverting to its previous state of near ruin. Employing this elder to brew wine could provide a steady income. The elder's expression brightened at this suggestion. He was currently homeless and often went without food. If he could secure employment, at least his basic needs would be met. He inquired, "What salary can you offer? Will you provide lodging? Will you cover my meals?" "Rest assured, I shall not depart from Qingyuan Fangshe." Wang Hao replied with a smile, confident that the matter was settled. "I shall provide you with 30 spirit stones annually. That is the standard remuneration of my Wang family. Your accommodation and sustenance will naturally be taken care of, as you will work right here in Qingyuan Fangshe. As a scion of the Qingyuan Fang Wang family, should you consent, you may join us as a guest elder. Moreover," he gestured towards the stall before him, "if you vow with your heart that you shall not bring harm to my family and commit to working for at least a decade, I will cover everything on this stall as a token of employment. Within this collection lies the exquisite Fantiang seal, along with various other items that together are worth no less than 240 spirit stones. Are you truly prepared to purchase them?" The old man regarded Wang Hao with skepticism. Even for a family scion, such a sum was rare. The stall owner, unable to contain his laughter, interjected, "Young man, do not be deceived. That old fool's wares are nothing but refuse. Not even 100 spirit stones would entice anyone. And the Fantiang seal? Look at its condition. It is in such disrepair. Why not visit Qingyuan Pavilion and acquire a new premium artifact for a reasonable price? How can you dare to demand full value? Gia, do not overstep your bounds. Speak further, and I shall have no choice but to confront you. And what of it? Am I to fear you? I cannot abide your deceitful practices here, preying on unsuspecting friends. They have graciously taken you in, yet you repay them with such shamelessness. At your age, one would think you would possess a modicum of dignity." Wang Hao picked up the Fantiang seal, examining it with curiosity. Its hue was a muted yellow, seemingly crafted from some sort of earth attribute spiritual material, marred by a small crack. If one were to spend 100 spirit stones on this, it would indeed be a loss. However, many of the predecessors possessed this item. If Wang Hao were to lack it, he would not quite resemble a protagonist. For the sake of this peculiar whimsy, purchasing it would not be a bother. Clearing his throat, he declared, "I shall offer you 150 spirit stones. If you agree, come with me." 100 spirit stones seemed woefully inadequate. The elder contemplated raising the price, but before he could finish his thought, Wang Hao turned to leave. He hastily amended, "Friend, I agree. Let it be 150. Alas, the price has risen." Gu sighed, shaking his head. Wang Hao smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, my friend." "Not at all. It seems I'm the villain in this exchange." Gu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Wang Hao escorted the elder back to the shop, saying, "This shall be your workplace henceforth. Oh, I almost forgot to inquire your name, my friend." "I am Wang Hao." The elder surveyed the modest establishment, feeling slightly disheartened, yet it served as a refuge of sorts. He bowed respectfully. "I am honored to meet you. Master, my surname is Zhou, and my given name is Renhe. Others simply call me Old Zhou. Then I shall refer to you as Old Zhou." Xiao Renhe quickly protested. "I cannot accept. Your cultivation is far superior. Wang Hao waved dismissively. Nonsense. As you join the Wang family as a guest elder, we are now family. In my clan, we regard seniority over cultivation level. Given your age, the title is entirely fitting. Zhou Renhe humbly responded, in that case, I shall shamelessly accept it. He then cautiously inquired, might I ask where the materials for brewing are located? And as for the spirit stones, you shall receive them immediately upon your oath. Neither the materials nor the spirit stones will be withheld. Zhou Renhe hastily vowed with his heart, and Wang Hao, without further ado, handed him 150 spirit stones, along with 100 stalks each of 50-year and 10-year red blood ginseng. You may use these materials for now, and the shop will also accept relevant materials. He inquired, when will the spirit wine be ready? Chapter 41. The refinement of qi gathering pills. Zhou Renhe smiled as he tucked away the spirit stones and replied, brewing red blood wine is not particularly difficult. It will be ready for consumption in 2 months. However, as with any wine, its quality is contingent not only on the ingredients used, but also on its age. The longer it is allowed to mature, the more potent its effects. Wang Hao nodded. That is of no concern. As you can see, the shop's business is average. Once the wine is brewed, we shall place several jars on the shelves, allowing the rest to age gradually. Zhou Renhe acknowledged this, then produced the Fan Tian seal, presenting it to Wang Hao. Master, I assure you, I do not deceive. This seal was acquired by my grandfather during his exploration of ancient cultivation relics. At that time, it was still a spirit tool, but became damaged and somehow transformed into a magical artifact. However, my grandfather mentioned that if one could find earth attribute spirit materials for repair, it could be restored. Unfortunately, both my father and I lack the aptitude and have never managed to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. Without the strength or necessity to restore this Fan Tian seal, I now present it to you, hoping you will treat it kindly. Wang Hao mused silently, pondering the extraordinary nature of this artifact. Perhaps his peculiar interests might indeed lead him to acquire treasure. He maintained his composure and remarked, regrettably, earth attribute spirit materials are rather costly, and one would also need to seek a suitable craftsman for repairs. The expense could nearly rival that of purchasing a second-tier spirit tool. Zhou Renhe offered an awkward smile. He had been peddling this item for several years now. Yet despite his eloquent persuasion, no one seemed interested. To be candid, were Wang Hao to offer him 100 spirit stones, he would readily accept. He then introduced Zhou Renhe to Wang Yinji, delegating the subsequent matters to him before returning to his chamber to prepare for alchemy. Wang Hao had just discovered that a batch of spiritual herbs in his farm had ripened, allowing him to embark on the journey to elevate himself to a second-tier alchemist. He retrieved the purple light furnace, casting a spell that caused it to hum and expand, settling firmly on the ground. Alchemy had become second nature to Wang Hao. Yet the bitter lessons from numerous failed breakthroughs reminded him to approach this task with utmost seriousness. As he began to introduce the various spiritual grasses into the furnace, the volume of the potion increased. In previous attempts, at this stage, his consciousness would often strain under the effort, leading to failures when attempting to combine the liquid into a pill. Even when he had managed to progress to the next step, fatigue would often thwart his efforts. However, in this moment, he felt a significant enhancement in his consciousness, making the process considerably more manageable. Even during the critical phase of merging the potion into pill form, he felt little pressure, although he encountered some difficulties in controlling the final stages of pill formation. After 3 consecutive hours of alchemy, the immense drain on his magical energy and consciousness took its toll. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, unhesitatingly discarding the majority of the potion, retaining only a small portion to continue. As the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the air, Wang Hao extinguished the flames and opened the furnace, revealing a plump pill resting inside. It was indeed a gathering qi pill. A gentle sniff confirmed its purity with a rich fragrance. Yet the true test of its efficacy would only come upon consumption. However, he dared not experiment with the elixir. Even if he had reached a minor success in body refinement, he would still be unable to withstand the potency of a foundational stage pill. Thus, He sought the assistance of old Wang. He hastened to Wang Yinzhao's chamber, exclaiming, "Old Wang, look what delightful treasure I have brought you." Wang Yinzhao furrowed his brow, prepared to scold, but was taken aback as a plump pill soared toward him. He quickly caught it, and upon inspection, realized it was a qi-gathering pill. With a look of astonishment, he gazed at Wang Hao and asked, "Did you concoct this?" "Indeed. Do try it, and let me know the effects, so I can make adjustments." Wang Hao replied with a smug smile. At that moment, Wang Yinzhao had no inclination to reprimand Wang Hao. After a thorough inspection and finding no flaws, he placed the pill in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally opened his eyes and remarked, "Not bad. However, the timing is still somewhat lacking. This correlates with your cultivation level. Once you reach the 8th layer of qi refinement, your spiritual awareness and spiritual energy will enhance, allowing you to master the timing with greater finesse." Wang Yinzhao then meticulously inquired about Wang Hao's pill-making process, offering guidance until the late hours of the night, when Wang Hao finally returned to his own quarters, reflecting on the day's events before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Wang Hao awoke early and, as he stepped outside, encountered Chu He and Chen Qing. "Brother Chu and Fairy Chun, what brings you here so early? Is there something of great importance?" "Indeed, there is a matter we wish to discuss with you, Brother Wang," Chu He replied, gesturing for him to follow. "Let us move to that tea house for a more detailed conversation." Wang Hao had no pressing matters that day, so he nodded in agreement. The three of them made their way to the Wenshan tea house and requested a private room. Once the server poured the tea and closed the door, Chen Qing spoke up, "We have a request for you, Brother Wang, but it also presents a unique opportunity. Might I request both of you to clarify? How long have Wang Hao and the two of you been acquainted? If it is a trivial matter, he would undoubtedly assist. Yet if it poses significant danger, he would certainly refrain from involvement." Thus, Chen Qing began to recount the tale. The Qingyuan sect stores the fruits borne by the Ningshi fruit trees, and coupled with the occasional acquisition of third-tier monster cores, they managed to concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills for the disciples every 5 years. However, with so many disciples within the Qingyuan sect, the question arises, who receives the pills and who does not? Therefore, it was stipulated that in addition to needing 10,000 contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment pill, disciples must also complete a perilous task. This serves as both an assessment and a trial. Assistance may be sought, yet it is restricted to those in the qi refinement stage, and the number of helpers cannot exceed 4. The time for the quinquennial distribution of foundation establishment pills is fast approaching, and Wang Hao and Wang Yinzhao are preparing to participate in the auction that follows, which is one of the methods employed by the Qingyuan sect to attract individuals to the Qingyuan market. Each auction invariably features at least one foundation establishment pill. So, may I infer that Brother Chu wishes to exchange for a foundation establishment pill? Wang Hao glanced at Chu He, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have been at the 9th level of qi refinement for several years now. Hence, I kindly request your assistance, Brother Wang." Wang Hao hesitated slightly. Such tasks were far from simple, and the inherent dangers were substantial. He was on the verge of declining. "Wang Xiandi, do not be too hasty in your refusal. The target of this hunt is a poisonous python, classified as a low-tier 2nd rank. I have already prepared the 4 symbols formation, which poses minimal danger. I humbly request your assistance, offering a map in return. It leads to an ancient cultivation cave I stumbled upon by chance. At that time, I was alone and lacking the power to breach its defenses. Now, united, we can conquer it together. I promise that any rewards will be equally divided among us 4, with the honor of choosing first bestowed upon you." An ancient cultivation cave? Wang Hao did not take the map, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Given the passage of several years, who could ascertain whether that cave still exists? Even if it does, what treasures it may hold remains uncertain. Are you concerned about the potential spoils? I cannot guarantee anything. Chu He mused, furrowing his brow. Let us agree on this. Should there be no rewards, I shall compensate you with 2 low-tier 2nd-rank spirit talismans as remuneration. How does that sound? Wang Hao still refrained from hastily agreeing. 2 spirit talismans were merely worth a few hundred spirit stones. Instead, he inquired, "Might I ask why you have chosen me, Brother Chu?" We have only met twice, and our understanding of each other is limited. Given my modest abilities, why not enlist the help of other senior brothers within the sect? Chapter 42. Foundation Establishment Task. There is no need for such humility. Shindy. Chui fixed his gaze upon Wang Hao's collar, causing an unsettling sensation within him, as he wondered if Chu possessed some peculiar proclivity. This skin of yours seems to be beyond that of an ordinary person. I do have some knowledge, and such skin is likely the result of a certain body refinement technique. Chui smiled and remarked, yet at the same time, my dear brother, you possess the ability to concoct elixirs, which is quite puzzling. As is widely acknowledged, physical cultivators cannot refine pills. Thus, there exists but one possibility. You are a dual cultivator of both body and technique. Goodness, do you fancy yourself a detective? Wang Hao retorted, somewhat speechless. Is it truly necessary to scrutinize someone's collar? Chun Qing interjected with a compliment. Typically, physical cultivators are indeed stronger than their peers of the same level. Given that you, Brother Wang, practice both body and technique, your prowess must far exceed that of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. As for that venomous python, which dwells within the marshes, your identity as an alchemist grants you an advantage in dispelling poisons and avoiding miasma. However, when it comes to seeking assistance from fellow disciples, I must lament, she said with a wry smile, that few are willing to lend their aid based solely on our shared sect. Many are competitors for foundational elixirs. A moment's carelessness could lead to information leaking. The consequences I need not elucidate, for I trust Brother Wang can surmise them. Wang Hao gazed intently at them and replied, yet, I remain a mere 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Even with minor achievements in body refinement, I am still inferior to a 9th-level cultivator. Your unwavering faith in me truly evokes a sense of trepidation. Did you not mention there are 4 of you? Where's the 4th friend? Chu sighed lightly. My cautious brother, you are indeed acquainted with the 4th friend, who has fervently recommended you. It is none other than Fairy Li. May she reveal herself now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in red. Leader On, why are you here? Wang Hao exclaimed, astonished. Why should it not be me? Li Durong replied coolly after greeting the others. Last year, 2 of my family members joined the Qingyuan sect, thanks to the care of Brother Chu and Fairy Chun. Therefore, I have come to offer my assistance. Is there an issue with that? She held a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Hao. The information she gathered after their duel was difficult to appreciate. However, she acknowledged Wang Hao's strength. A few days prior, Chu approached the Li family, hoping they could provide 2 individuals to assist him. In return, he promised to accept 2 disciples from the Li family into the Qingyuan sect once he achieved foundational cultivation. Consequently, she decided to recommend Wang Hao upon learning of the connection between Chu He and Wang Hao. The reasons for her recommendation were twofold. Firstly, Wang Hao's superior strength, and secondly, the Li family's reluctance to send 2 individuals in order to avoid incurring losses. Chui then said, Brother Wang, should you assist me next time, beyond the promised remuneration, I shall owe you a personal favor. Currently, I am at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and such a favor may seem trivial. But once I establish my foundation, the favor of a foundational cultivator, especially one from the Qingyuan sect, holds substantial value. At this moment, Wang Hao found it difficult to refuse such an enticing offer. Very well, since you hold me in such regard, I shall accept. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, my friend. We shall set off in 5 days. I suggest you take this time to prepare. Chu exclaimed joyfully, before adding, I trust you will keep this matter confidential to prevent any leak of information. Wang Hao nodded. I am well aware of that. Then I shall rest easy. The 2 clasped their hands in farewell. As Wang Hao walked along the path, he reflected on his past experiences at Qingyo Square, where he had been invited to join in the search for spirit herbs and explore hidden caves, all of which he had declined. At that time, he believed that enhancing his cultivation was paramount, and thus chose to devote himself entirely to his improvement. However, now that he has reached the later stages of Qi cultivation, there has been no news of the being Yanguo. It is impossible to acquire the Yanguo while sitting idly at home. He must venture forth into the unknown. Only by exploring those uncharted territories can he hope to reap substantial rewards, as this is the immutable law of cultivation. Principles hold true, yet adventure is life. And they are not at odds. Since he must embark on this journey, his preparations must be thorough. He decided to exchange valuable spiritual herbs for the necessary resources. And thus, Wang Hao emptied the stock of first-tier talismans from his shop and commenced his grand undertaking of talisman crafting. 5 days later, Wang Hao gazed upon the more than 200 spiritual talismans laid out on his table, nodding in satisfaction. He stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks, tidied up his workspace, and summoned Yaya and Xiaobai. Xiaobai had successfully advanced, now standing at an adult height over 10 feet long, and was still growing. Conversely, Yaya seemed to be some time away from her own advancement. After feeding them both, he stowed them away once more. Next, Wang Hao examined the eggs of the illusory moon butterfly and discovered that one of them had inexplicably lost all vitality. The other two had also diminished in life force compared to before, while the final two had seen a significant increase in vitality, surpassing half. Wang Hao pondered whether the life essence from the other 3 eggs had been absorbed by the latter two. Nonetheless, there was nothing he could do about it now. He replaced the medicinal solution and sealed the eggs in the cabinet, leaving a communication talisman on the table to inform others of his whereabouts before stepping outside. Wang Hao reconvened with the other 3, and they gathered to discuss their plans. Chu surveyed the group and spoke. In fact, there are 3 tasks available to us. But since I practice earth-based techniques and junior sister Chun specializes in water-based techniques, we shall choose the water-based task involving the venomous python. Wang Hao contemplated that he was somewhat restrained by the firewood cultivation method, yet it was evidently impossible to have Chu change the task at this point. The 4 individuals each possessed distinct cultivation techniques, and it was inevitable that some would be at a disadvantage. Our journey leads us northward towards the Duanyuan mountain range, where a swamp lies. The lair of the venomous serpent resides within that swamp, which is enveloped in miasma, teeming with poisonous insects and snakes numbering in the tens of thousands. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Wang Hao inquired, "Do we know the habits of the venomous serpent?" This type of serpent thrives in places saturated with toxins, preferring the swamp over sunlight. Typically, during midday, it tends to remain in its lair, making it particularly vulnerable. It is advisable for us to act during the day. Otherwise, we may become the prey once night falls. Chun Xing articulated slowly. Li Daong nodded in agreement and asked, "Do snakes sometimes congregate? Are we certain there is only one venomous serpent this time?" Chu hesitated momentarily at the question. The sect's mission stated as such, but I cannot ascertain if a second serpent lurks nearby. However, as long as we successfully deploy the 4 symbols illusory formation, even a second-tier venomous serpent will be ensnared within it. At that point, we can concentrate our efforts on dealing with the primary second-tier serpent. Noticing the slightly diminished morale among the group, Chu declared, "The ancient cultivator's cave is adjacent to the swamp. After we hunt the venomous serpent, we shall take a brief respite before dismantling the formation. I assure you that the rewards promised to Wang Xian and Li Xianzi will be ample. Furthermore, in preparation for the successful hunt of the venomous serpent, I have procured several second-tier spiritual talismans. Even if circumstances turn unfavorable, escaping will not pose a challenge." Li Daong raised his hand to halt Chu He's words. "Brother Chu, since we are all here, we shall not retreat. Understanding the situation is merely to better prepare ourselves. Your words imply that we have come here solely for personal gain." Chapter 43. Confrontation with the venomous python. Wang Hao thought to himself that indeed, he had come for personal interests. Wasn't the Li family also seeking a stronghold for its descendants? However, such thoughts were best left unspoken, as voicing them would be too embarrassing for everyone involved. Chu He, with a look of contrition, replied, "I apologize. It is my fault. Since everyone agrees, let us depart swiftly." The group nodded in unison and proceeded towards the marsh. As Qi practitioners, they lacked the protective aura of true Qi and could not linger long in the marsh, where miasma was pervasive. Nonetheless, they had their methods. Whether through consuming elixirs or utilizing magical artifacts to traverse swiftly and they managed to navigate through without incident. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the venomous python's lair, the four became increasingly cautious. For cultivators, demon beasts were treasure troves. The materials harvested from them constituted vital resources for human practitioners. Conversely, for the demon beasts, the bodies of cultivators served as potent nourishment, with their essence capable of promoting the beast's evolution, thus driving the demon beasts to prey upon humans. Serpentine demon beasts, inherently lacking intelligence, instinctively sought to devour cultivators. Therefore, the four decided to first set up a formation near the venomous python's den, with Chu-He taking on the role of bait to lure the malevolent serpent. Chu-He had long been adept at cultivating earth-based techniques and excelled in evasion skills, making him particularly effective against the venomous python. Moreover, given that everyone was working for him, it would be unseemly for him to let others take risks while he remained in the background. As the sun climbed high in the sky, signaling the approach of noon, the group prepared to act. Chun-Xing handed 2 formation discs to Wang Hao and Li Durong, while she herself manipulated the main formation disc. Additionally, there were 8 other formation points that required the others to position themselves accordingly. Wang Hao examined the map, but regrettably, only a small area was unlocked, revealing little useful information. With everything in place, Chu-He nodded to the group, deliberately creating a commotion as they moved towards the venomous python. The 3 concealed themselves, quietly awaiting the python's arrival. Wang Hao suppressed his anxiety. He had previously confronted second-tier beasts and had successfully slain them. Now, with enhanced strength and numerous trump cards, he still clutched several spirit talismans tightly, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger, for life was precious. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Wang Hao looked into the distance and beheld a massive black python, over 10 zhang long and as thick as a vat, soaring into the sky. The creature shook its head, displaying a furious expression akin to one disturbed from a pleasant dream. Chu-He, a seasoned practitioner in the later stages of qi refinement, remained unflustered in the face of the venomous python. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of spells towards it, causing the newly awakened beast to stagger. Infuriated, the python let out several enraged hisses and spat a stream of ink-like venom at Chu-He. Remaining calm, Chu-He conjured several earthen walls in front of him before burrowing into the ground. The earthen wall, corroded by ink, collapsed instantaneously. Yet the figure of Chu-He was nowhere to be seen. The venomous python momentarily froze, bewildered, before unleashing a flurry of attacks upon the spot where Chu-He had vanished. However, Chu-He had long since fled to a distant location. Once he revealed himself, he hurled several spiritual talismans towards the venomous python. Enraged further, the python lashed its tail and charged ferociously at Chu-He. At that moment, Chu-He hastened toward the trap, thanks to the distance he had created in advance. Even though the venomous python was swifter, he managed to step into the formation first. As Wang Hao and the others infused their spiritual energy into the formation disc, a vast earthen yellow array erupted from the ground, launching relentless assaults upon the venomous python. Trapped within, the python let out a series of roars, its body enveloped in a layer of ink-like spiritual radiance, attempting to fend off the array's onslaught. This 4 symbols formation excelled in confining foes. While it could slay first-tier beasts, it struggled against second-tier ones. Thus, the 4 of them summoned their magical artifacts and collectively assaulted the venomous python. Chu-He continuously formed seals with his hands, unleashing powerful earth-based spells that crashed down upon the python. Li Durong wielded her long yellow silk, restricting the python's movements while occasionally striking it. This time, Wang Hao opted not to use his sword, but instead brandished the newly acquired Fan Tian seal. As he infused his magical energy, the 12 embedded spiritual orbs radiated brilliance, and the Fan Tian seal expanded in the wind to the size of a house, crashing down fiercely upon the venomous python. Meanwhile, Chun-Xing skillfully manipulated the formation to prevent the python from breaking through. Under the onslaught of the group, the spiritual shield surrounding the venomous python finally faltered. Its luminous aura dimmed, and the protective barrier of spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. However, success remains a distant prospect. The formidable physique of the second-tier demon beast renders it no easy task for the four to vanquish it, even in the absence of its protective aura. Seizing the opportunity, Li Daong swung his long silk, ensnaring the venomous python firmly by its vital point. Qin Qing produced a seed-shaped magical artifact, casting it towards the venomous python. The seed took root upon landing, manifesting a multitude of tendrils that entwined the python's tail. Meanwhile, Chu He and Wang Hao were not idle. Taking advantage of the python's entrapment, they unleashed a barrage of attacks upon it. Despite the second-tier demon beast's tough hide, the duo's relentless strikes drew blood. In a fit of fury, the venomous python let out a thunderous roar, opening its maw to expel a torrent of ink accumulated within. This toxic substance, highly corrosive, posed a grave threat. Even if it did not result in immediate demise, contact would swiftly incapacitate the victim. Fortunately, a formation was in place. Qin Qing directed his incantation towards the array, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as torrential rain poured down. The ink was diluted by the deluge and intercepted by the clouds, posing no threat to the quartet. With a sigh of relief, Wang Hao infused additional magical energy into the Fan Tian seal, which descended heavily upon the python. Overwhelmed, the beast's body sagged noticeably. Seizing the moment, Chu He launched a relentless assault on the python's wounds. The venomous python emitted a mournful cry, fear evident in its eyes, as waves of spiritual light erupted from its form. With a sudden burst of strength, it broke free from the grasp of the two magical artifacts, snapping the tendrils that bound it. Observing the dire turn of events, Li Daong hastily withdrew his long silk, narrowly avoiding the fate of the shattered vines. As the venomous python wriggled free from the vines, it was simultaneously struck multiple times by the crowd, causing its body to stagger even more. And under the suppression of the Fan Tian seal, it shrank in size. Li Daong sheathed his long silk, withdrew a flying sword, and directed it towards the python's vulnerable flank, carving a long gash across its delicate underbelly. "Dear brother, please retract your magical instrument. Otherwise, if the python is reduced to mere pulp, it will lose its value. The Qingyuan sect requires only that you slay the beast to fulfill the task. The carcass is of no concern, as cultivators may still exchange it for spirit stones." With that, Wang Hao stowed the Fan Tian seal, formed hand signs, and unleashed a fire dragon, a manifestation of his recent practice of the essence fire triad. However, as his training was still in its infancy, he could only conjure one form, and he intended to test its potency. The fire dragon encircled the venomous python, launching an assault, causing the creature's skin to emit wisps of white steam under the searing heat. Chapter 44. An unexpected turn of events, the venomous python let out a mournful howl. And seizing the opportunity, Li Daong directed his flying sword once more, delivering another strike to the wound. This blow pierced the python's belly, spilling forth its bloodied innards, clearly signaling its impending demise. The group continued to attack for a brief moment, and with a final, defiant hiss, the python crashed heavily into the mire, falling silent. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, their expressions illuminated with joy. Chewie produced his flying sword and severed the python's carcass into several segments, saying, "The remains of the venomous python must be examined by the sect. Later, I shall exchange them for spirit stones and distribute them among you all." This had been prearranged, and Wang Hao had no objections. Chu He continued, "The lair of the venomous python lies just below. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. Shall we explore? The thief does not leave empty-handed. Having arrived, he is certain to plunder." The crowd nodded in agreement, and thus they retracted their formations. Chu He took the lead, cautiously venturing towards the lair of the venomous python. Serpents typically dwell in nests, and within the lair, they encountered several first-tier venomous pythons and some unranked snakes. However, without their leader, these creatures fought individually and could not hinder the progress of the four. After a fierce battle, they managed to collect some first-tier materials. As they ventured deeper into the lair, the atmosphere grew cold and damp. The four found themselves in a vast cavern, towering over 100 feet high and stretching 200 to 300 feet in length and width. Chewie gazed at the blood-red cavern walls and slowly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these must be blood dragon stones, formed from the blood of third-tier dragon serpents. Consuming these stones can enhance the bloodline of serpentine beasts." Chun Qing chuckled. "No wonder there are so many venomous snakes here. It is indeed due to the blood dragon stones. Blood dragon stones can refine the essence of dragon blood, being a third-tier spiritual material, though extraction is quite challenging. Nevertheless, they are also rare second-tier materials for crafting. We should take some with us." Chewie nodded and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "I noticed that your treasure seal seems to be damaged. It would be ideal to repair it with these blood dragon stones. I know an artificer within the sect who could assist you in this regard." Wang Hao inquired, "Are these blood dragon stones of the earth attribute?" "It is hard to say. It depends on the attribute of the dragon serpent," Chewie explained. "If you find them unsuitable, you could sell them to acquire earth attribute spiritual materials, which are not difficult to find in the market." As the crowd scrutinized the blood python stone before them, a sudden, furious hiss resonated from the depths of the cave. Moments later, a colossal red python emerged before the four. "How can there be a second-tier giant python?" Chun Qing exclaimed in astonishment. However, the four had anticipated such an encounter and remained composed, swiftly gathering together, their vigilance directed toward the towering red serpent. This red python was larger than the venomous python, measuring an impressive 4 to 5 zhang in length. Chewie swallowed hard, contemplating, could it be a second-tier mid-grade demon beast? "Something seems amiss. Observe its skin." Wang Hao glanced over and indeed noticed that the python's skin appeared unusual, with remnants of molted skin still clinging to its body. It was evident that this serpent had recently shed its skin. Demon beasts undergo molting with each advancement in tier. This great python had evidently just completed its transformation. Recalling how Xiao Bai and Yi had required extended periods of slumber during their advancements, it became clear that this python had only just awakened from its slumber when they entered the cave. A newly advanced second-tier, mid-grade demon beast. It is still in a state of weakness. There is no need for panic, Chewie declared loudly, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks against the giant serpent. The python, seemingly indeed in a weakened state, moved sluggishly and was struck by Chu He's spells, though it sustained no injury. After all, it was a second-tier mid-grade demon beast. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent Chu He flying. A yellowish shield of light enveloped him, yet he still spat out blood upon hitting the ground. The four found themselves trapped in this subterranean cavern. It was evident that they could not escape without vanquishing this formidable python. The massive python struck with precision, letting out a disdainful hiss towards the four before resuming its assault. The group hastily employed their magical artifacts to defend themselves, while Wang Hao repeatedly cast spiritual talismans and fireball spells, regrettably inflicting minimal damage. Li Zhurong resorted to familiar tactics, wielding a flying sword that struck the great serpent multiple times, carving several gashes into its flesh. The crimson python had recently shed its skin, rendering it less resilient. Had it been a second-tier, mid-grade beast with a longer maturation period, Li Zhurong's sword would have been ineffective. Upon witnessing Li Zhurong's artifacts causing harm to the python, the others hastened to employ their abilities in an attempt to delay the beast, granting Li Zhurong a clearer shot. However, the fiery serpent was not to be trifled with. It swiftly pivoted, angrily lunging at the injured Li Zhurong. The four, initially believing the creature aimed to attack them, hastily invoked their skills to evade. Only after a moment did they realize the python had fixated on Li Zhurong. With Chu He wounded and his combat effectiveness severely diminished, the group pondered their fate should the most formidable among them, Li Zhurong, find himself in peril. Thus, Wang Hao produced a second-tier, low-grade golden sword talisman, activating it and hurling it towards the python while redirecting himself to aid Li Zhurong. Chu He and Chun Qing, recognizing the gravity of the situation, also halted, retrieving their most potent talismans to strike at the beast. Although second-tier, low-grade talismans were of limited efficacy against the second-tier, mid-grade creature, the python had only recently ascended in rank. After a cacophony of explosions, it bore several deep wounds, momentarily hesitating, yet it still remained unscathed at its core. The great python, stirred by a surge of ferocity, fixated its furious gaze upon Li Daong. With a swift and powerful twist of its body, it covered several zhang in an instant, arriving before Li Daong and Wang Hao, its massive jaws gaping wide, poised to strike at Li Daong. Confronted with such imminent danger, Li Daong's expression shifted dramatically. Escape was no longer an option. With a sorrowful smile, he raised his flying sword, determined to ensure that the beast would suffer, even at the cost of his own life. The second-tier low-grade talisman had proven ineffective against the great python, further underscoring Li Daong's significance in Wang Hao's mind. The sole ADC capable of breaching the beast's defenses must be preserved, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Resolutely, Wang Hao brandished the Fantian seal and the Lianfeng sword, charging fiercely at the python. In the face of life and death, terror loomed large, yet hesitation was not an option once a choice had been made. It was as if the courage embedded within Wang Hao was unleashed. He forcefully struck the Fantian seal into the python's maw, shattering 2 of its teeth, even as the seal's outer shell exploded into fragments. Without a moment to grieve, he pushed Li Daong away to safety and drove his sword deep into one of the python's eyes. The creature let out a mournful cry, violently shaking its head, sending Wang Hao crashing into the cave wall, where he lost consciousness. Brother Wang, Brother Xian, Chu He and Chen Qing cried out in despair, their eyes filled with rage. You vile beast, I shall fight you to the end. They hurled talismans and magical artifacts at the python without reservation. Regaining her composure, Li Daong cast a complex glance toward Wang Hao's direction, her eyes reddening with emotion as she directed her flying sword fiercely toward the python's other eye. Chapter 45. The earthly essence stoned the 3 combatants no longer held back. They engaged in a fierce exchange, trading injuries in their relentless struggle. With both of the giant python's eyes blinded by their strikes, its attacks became increasingly erratic and ineffective, significantly diminishing its power and providing an opportunity for the others. Moments later, a tremor reverberated through the ground as the massive red python collapsed heavily, its life extinguished. The trio, disregarding the condition of the beast, hastened to the side of Wang Hao, employing magical tools in their bare hands to excavate him from the wall. Wang Xiandi, wake up! Chu He exclaimed, vigorously slapping Wang Hao's face. Meanwhile, Li Zhirong and Chen Qing assessed Wang Hao's injuries, binding his wounds and applying ointments. They observed that despite numerous injuries, his heartbeat remained strong, alleviating their concerns. Wang Hao felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. Had he not practiced the ice skin and jade bone technique, he might have succumbed this time. With great effort, he managed to open his eyes and asked, "Is the beast vanquished?" "That vile creature is indeed dead. Wang Xiandi, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed." Chu He responded, his eyes glistening with tears. This reminded Wang Hao of the day when Chu He had gazed intently at his collar, causing a sudden shiver to run through him. He quickly broke free from Chu He's embrace, stating, "I am quite well, merely in need of some recuperation. You all should explore deeper into the cave to ensure no further dangers lurk." "Very well, your words hold wisdom. Chen Shimi and I shall investigate the surroundings. Li Xianzi, please stay behind to tend to Wang Xiandi." With that, they grasped their magical tools and cautiously ventured further into the depths of the cave. Li Daong produced a vial of medicinal pills, his tone no longer as cold as before. "I must sincerely thank you for saving me this time. This life-saving grace shall surely be repaid in the future. Here, take this healing elixir. It is exceedingly effective for physical injuries." Wang Hao, eschewing any pretense, accepted the pills and consumed 2, offering a wry smile. "There is no need for such formality, Fairy Li. Saving you is tantamount to saving myself. Had you met with misfortune, the 3 of us would inevitably have fallen victim to that vile creature." Li Daong shook her head. "Without your timely push, I would have long since perished at the jaws of the demonic beast. Speak less, and hasten to refine the elixir." Wang Hao nodded, falling silent as he began to cultivate and mend his wounds. Li Daong, also significantly injured, consumed 2 pills and sat beside Wang Hao, guarding him. After approximately half an hour, Chu He and Chen Qing returned, and upon seeing that Wang Hao was relatively unscathed, they smiled. Brother Wang, though this ordeal was perilous, it bore considerable rewards. We discovered a nest of second-tier python eggs deep within the cave, along with a plethora of herbs. Coupled with the corpses of these two demonic beasts, we could sell them for at least 6,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, he produced a piece of earthy yellow stone. Brother, were you not in search of earth attribute spiritual materials? This is a Wu-Tu essence stone, a second-tier low-grade material. Since your precious seal is broken, this material is perfect for forging a new one. This essence stone, roughly the size of 2 watermelons, if utilized wisely, could serve as the primary material to forge 2 spiritual artifacts, and at the price of second-tier materials, it could fetch at least 500 spirit stones. Wang Hao accepted the earth essence stone, noting that his Fantion seal had merely shattered its outer shell, revealing a smaller seal within. Unable to comprehend its significance at the moment, he hastily stored it in his pouch for further examination later. He remarked, "This essence stone is indeed useful. I shall shamelessly accept it. When we divide the spirit stones, simply deduct 500 for my younger brother. How shall this come to pass?" Chu He inquired, glancing at the other two, Chen Shimi and Li Xianzi. Chen Qing shook her head, stating, "Naturally, there are no objections. Had it not been for Brother Wang's selfless strike, we would not have so effortlessly acquired such treasures." Li Durong also shook his head, adding, "Do not decline. If you refuse, we would feel even more unworthy to take the other treasures." Seeing their sincere expressions, Wang Hao accepted the gift. After all, there had been cases where disagreements over spoils had led to violence. Given his current injuries, he felt compelled to test the waters. In this marshland, where demonic beasts roamed freely, they had already vanquished 2 high-level pythons, yet they remained wary of other high-level beasts drawn to the commotion. Therefore, the 4 of them took a brief respite before hastily departing the marsh. After 2 days of rest, they prepared to venture forth to retrieve the ruins. Chu He recounted his previous encounter when he was at the 7th layer of qi refining, thwarted by a formation that prevented entry. However, he was confident that the formation was not particularly formidable, and the 4 of them could surely break through. Arriving at a small hillock on the outskirts of the Duanyuan mountain range, where the spiritual energy was abundant, it appeared that at least 1 second-tier spiritual vein lay nearby. Right beneath us, we can delve into the earth using the earth escape technique and uncover it. Chu He indicated a patch of ground. The 4 individuals cautiously surveyed their surroundings, finding no trace of either humans or demonic beasts before commencing their descent. After descending several tens of feet, a faint green light curtain emerged before them. "This is the spot. Let us proceed," exclaimed Chu He, brandishing a magical artifact and striking the light curtain forcefully. Wang Hao and Li Durong exchanged glances, then joined in the assault. Chu He spoke the truth. The formation was indeed weak and lacked offensive capabilities, merely absorbing their blows. After an extended period of relentless attacks, the light curtain finally succumbed, shattering into fragments. Without the support of the barrier, Wang Hao felt his footing give way, and he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another person landed atop him. Instinctively, he reached out to push them away, but withdrew his hand in alarm upon realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Li Durong's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily rose to her feet. Meanwhile, Chu He and Chen Qing were absorbed in the scene before them, oblivious to the two. Before them lay a cavern, and the marks on the surrounding stone walls indicated it was clearly hewn by human hands. Wang Hao mused that while this place posed little danger, it likely held no substantial rewards either. Indeed, it wasn't long before the 4 discovered a skeleton. Its garments completely decayed, suggesting the individual had perished several centuries prior. At the waist of the skeleton hung a storage pouch. Chu He cautiously retrieved the pouch, shook it gently, and upon sensing no imminent threat, opened it to spill its contents onto the ground. A brilliant glow erupted, revealing a collection of items. There were approximately 4,000 spirit stones, 3 second-tier magical artifacts, including a red alchemical furnace, as well as several jade vials, jade slips, and a formation plate. Wang Hao picked up a jade vial and discovered it contained a type of elixir. However, due to the passage of time, upon pouring it out, it quickly turned to ash, scattered by a gentle breeze. Regrettably, this was a second-tier elixir, worth over 300 spirit stones. Wang Hao lamented. This esteemed elder must have been a foundational cultivator. It appears that after sustaining severe injuries, he fled here to recuperate, yet tragically perished in this place, Li Zhurong speculated. Chui nodded and pointed at the surrounding stone walls, remarking, "The marks here are uneven. They must have been hastily excavated. Let's first examine those jade slips. Perhaps there are messages left by the elder," Chen Qing suggested softly. Thus, the four individuals each picked up several jade slips to investigate. Wang Hao obtained a slip detailing a cultivation technique named the True Art of Thick Earth, which is capable of advancing to the golden core stage in earth-based cultivation. Another jade slip contained a record of a mental attack spell called the Spirit Shard, which condenses mental energy into a shard to assault an adversary's consciousness. The power of this spell is formidable. Should a cultivator's consciousness be breached, they become akin to a living corpse, utterly vulnerable. However, there is a prerequisite. One's mental strength must surpass that of the opponent. Otherwise, the attack not only fails but may rebound. Notably, this technique can enhance the cultivator's mental prowess, ensuring a high probability of success against opponents of the same rank. Wang Hao had previously consumed a spirit-gathering pill and, with the assistance of the soul-nurturing flower, he gradually nourished his consciousness, thereby increasing his mental strength beyond that of his peers. With this technique, it could serve as a trump card in his arsenal. As for myself, I specialize in alchemy. This individual was a mid-tier second-grade alchemist and possessed several formulas. Li Daong remarked. Chui followed, saying, "Here are some notes detailing the situation of the demon beasts in Duanyuan Mountain. However, after so many years, they have become rather obsolete. This esteemed elder is truly remarkable." Chen Qing sighed. "I practice talisman crafting, and, judging by the records, the elder must be at least a second-tier low-grade talisman master." Wang Hao also recounted the techniques and spells he had observed. Joy illuminated the faces of the four, as they initially anticipated minimal gains, only to discover that this elder was quite affluent. Of course, when compared to the foundation-building cultivators of the major sects, he could hardly be considered wealthy. A foundation-building cultivator possesses merely 3 spirit artifacts and several thousand spirit stones. While not destitute, wealth is certainly not a term that applies. Yet, the Rupture God Spike is a formidable trump card, worth its weight in gold, and not every intermediate sect can claim possession of such a treasure. Chui proposed, "Let us each make a copy of these insights into the techniques and divide the spirit stones equally. As for the remaining items, as we agreed, Wang Xiandi shall choose first." Wang Hao glanced at the alchemy furnace and replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing worth selecting. As everyone knows, I am an alchemist." "Very well. The alchemy furnace shall belong to Wang Xiandi." Chui then turned to Li Daong. "Fairy Li, what would you like?" "I desire that flying sword spirit artifact." Chui handed the flying sword to Li Daong, allocated the remaining defensive spirit artifact to Chen Qing, and claimed the formation plate for himself. After the four had divided the spoils, they hastened to bury the remains of the foundation-building elder and rushed back to Qingyuan Square City. Over a span of 10 days, they returned safely, parting ways at the city gate. Chui proposed that once they had resold the goods, they should reconvene to meet again. Merely over 1,000 spirit stones, Wang Hao did not regard it with much concern. The most significant gain from his journey was the divine splitting cone, which not only enhanced his mental prowess, but also allowed for unexpected assaults on adversaries. Currently, Wang Hao had 2 spells to master. He had merely scratched the surface of the 3 transformations of refined fire, and by his own assessment, he had yet to reach proficiency, let alone mastery. There was also the newly acquired second-tier talisman crafting technique to comprehend, which would require considerable time without venturing outdoors. Upon returning to the Wang family shop, Wang Hao sought out Wang Yinzhao. "I have obtained another formula for a foundational elixir. If you can master it, we shall never lack for foundational elixirs again." Wang Yinzhao, with a stern countenance, replied, "Where have you been off gallivanting this time? The Qingyuan market is rife with dangers. Even I must tread carefully, Yet you seem to vanish for days on end. Wang Hao retorted, I have managed to live nearly 30 years alone. If I had merely sat idle at home, would I have attained my current level of cultivation? He held a jade slip in his hand. Do you wish to have it? If not, I shall keep it for myself. Naturally, I desire it. As your father, I have provided you with so many valuable items. It is time to recoup some of the investment. Wang Yinjiao took the jade slip and began to examine it. After a brief moment, he set it down and remarked, it seems there are so many restrictions when using demon essence to refine foundational elixirs. The third-tier demon essence, in comparison to the condensing essence fruit, possesses a far more complex composition, requiring the alchemist to meticulously separate and eliminate various components. If separation is not feasible, corresponding auxiliary herbs must be employed to neutralize and suppress the unwanted elements. This process drains the alchemist's energy excessively, resulting in a significantly lower success rate. Achieving 3 or 4 elixirs in a single batch is already considered a high yield. Even so, foundational elixirs crafted from demon essence still cannot compare to those made from condensing essence fruit, with a success rate diminished by half. Even if one were to obtain the elixir formula, acquiring a third-tier demon pill is no simple feat. If it were so easy, wouldn't foundation-building cultivators be ubiquitous? Wang Hao remarked, a third-tier demon pill is certainly more attainable than a gunga. Perhaps this auction will have one available. Wang Yinjiao shook his head with a sigh. A low-grade, third-tier demon pill requires at least 50,000 spirit stones. This time, my father intends to purchase the 9 herbs grass and does not possess sufficient spirit stones to acquire a demon pill. It is not imperative to buy it immediately. Wang Hao replied with a light chuckle. Even if all the materials were at hand, you would still be unable to concoct a foundation-building pill. Only a second-tier high-grade alchemist could achieve such a feat. What kind of look is that? Are you belittling your father? Wang Yinjiao, incensed by Wang Hao's teasing gaze, exclaimed, Get out, get out. I still have alchemical preparations to make. He promptly ushered Wang Hao outside, reminding him not to wander aimlessly as the auction was imminent. What Wang Hao remained unaware of was that the Wang family possessed a second-tier high-grade alchemist, namely the current family head. Regrettably, due to injuries, he seldom engaged in alchemy. Nevertheless, a family with a legacy spanning several centuries still holds a measure of prestige. Even without Wang Yinjiao's admonition, Wang Hao would refrain from wandering. His time was exceedingly precious, and his recent gains had been sufficiently substantial. Upon returning to his chamber, he did not hasten to practice the secret arts. Instead, he retrieved the Fan Tian seal. After shattering its exterior, the seal diminished in size, yet its form remained largely unchanged. It continued to consist of 2 layers. The lower layer was square, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, and embedded with 3 precious orbs. The upper layer tapered inward, forming a grip suitable for a hand, and featured a single orb on each side. However, Wang Hao observed that the entire seal was still shrouded in some material, obscuring certain runes from view. Wang Hao attempted to refine it with flames and to attack it with magical implements, but to no avail. Even infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy yielded no results. Could it be that he needed to re-establish his ownership? A cultivator must acknowledge the ownership of any magical artifact to wield it effectively. For first and second-tier artifacts, this process is relatively straightforward, requiring merely a simple soul imprint. Wang Hao had previously recognized the ownership of the Fan Tian seal, yet upon reflection, he realized that the soul imprint he had left was merely on its outer shell, which had now disintegrated along with it. He endeavored to leave a new imprint, but after several attempts, he failed each time. This struck him as peculiar. His soul was robust, and even a superior spiritual weapon should yield to his recognition. Could it be that this artifact was of a higher tier? Wang Hao recalled that there was another method for recognizing ownership of advanced artifacts, by dripping the cultivator's essence blood upon it, provided that the artifact was unclaimed. The Fan Tian seal had been sealed within its shell for countless years, and its original master must have long since perished. Having deduced this, Wang Hao unhesitatingly sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence blood to escape. A single drop of vital blood fell, as if initiating a certain ritual, causing Wang Hao's wound to behave uncontrollably. The blood, drawn like threads, was pulled into the Fan Tian seal. A sense of dread washed over him. Could this be a sinister artifact crafted by malevolent cultivators? Wang Hao's complexion shifted dramatically as he endeavored to sever the connection with the Fan Tian seal, but alas, he could not staunch the flow of blood from his wound. As more and more of his blood was absorbed, the Fan Tian seal radiated a gentle golden light. 16 luminous orbs instantly blazed forth, and the Fan Tian seal expanded significantly, its power surpassing all prior manifestations, showing no signs of damage. Could it be that this had already ascended to the realm of low-grade spiritual artifacts? Upon closer inspection, Wang Hao discerned that it was an imprint within an imprint. He felt an obscure connection with the Fan Tian seal, only to realize that it was not the Fan Tian seal at all, but rather the Tu-Hun seal. It was indeed of a higher grade, yet the specifics remained elusive. It appeared he would need to eliminate the remnants of the outer shell to fully comprehend its essence. This unexpected discovery left Wang Hao momentarily speechless. However, it was not entirely extraordinary. The current potency of the Tu-Hun seal was merely sufficient for a low-grade spiritual artifact. Nevertheless, according to its rudimentary description, by integrating it with earth-attributed materials, its original power could be restored. Conveniently, Wang Hao possessed a piece of earth essence stone, the Wu-Tu essence stone. He meticulously carved out a chunk the size of a fist, ignited spiritual charcoal, and cautiously began the refinement process. Having engaged in alchemy for an extended period, this step was not particularly daunting for him. As he witnessed the essence stone melt into a pool of Wu-Tu essence, he gently brought the Tu-Hun seal closer. A remarkable event unfolded as the earthly seal seemed to sense the quintessence of the earth, emanating radiant glimmers that facilitated its absorption, visibly enhancing its potency. If it could previously be deemed a low-grade spiritual artifact at this moment, it had unequivocally ascended to that status. Thus, Wang Hao proceeded to refine the remaining earth crystals, and once fully absorbed by the earthly seal, its power reached the pinnacle of a low-grade spiritual artifact, far surpassing the typical standards of its kind. Wang Hao surmised that the issue lay not in the quantity of the earth crystals, but rather in their quality, for these crystals were inherently second-tier low-grade spiritual materials, which hindered the earthly seal's advancement to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. He felt a pang of regret over his substantial investment of 500 spiritual stones for a mere low-grade artifact. Had he known, he might have invested less. Henceforth, he resolved to pay closer attention to earth attribute materials, as his expenditures on spiritual stones had now increased. Wang Hao calculated his expenses. 2 spiritual beasts required close to 100 spiritual stones monthly, and he too needed a similar amount for his cultivation. Together, this amounted to 200 stones, not to mention the forthcoming moonlight butterfly, and now the earthly seal, a bittersweet burden indeed. Subsequently, Wang Hao retrieved the second-tier mid-grade alchemy furnace he had acquired. It appeared rather unremarkable, a simple alchemy furnace. Yet a quality furnace not only conserves a considerable amount of the alchemist's mana, but also marginally enhances the success rate of concoctions. Compared to his previous purple light furnace, this one was a significant improvement, adequately catering to Wang Hao's alchemical needs in the foreseeable future. As time flows, the day of the auction swiftly arrives. However, Wang Hao is informed that he is assigned to a separate session. The foundation-building cultivators are in one segment, while those in the Qi refining stage are in another. Wang Hao reflects that he has no need for items relevant to the Qi refining stage, thus losing interest in attending. He returns the 3,000 spirit stones given to him by Wang Yanzhao, intending instead to assist in locating second-tier mid-grade earth attribute spiritual materials. Unfortunately, it seems that Wang Hao's luck has been exhausted. According to Wang Yanzhao, there are available spiritual materials of gold, wood, water, and fire attributes, but none for earth. Nevertheless, even if he were to obtain the earth essence imprint now, it will be challenging for him to wield it with his late Qi refining stage prowess. Instead, it holds some utility for him at present. One must take life one step at a time. Wang Hao understands this wisdom, deciding to endure for a few more years. At the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, 3 individuals sit together. Chui raises his wine cup. Brother Wang, it is entirely due to your assistance that I, Chu, have secured the foundation building elixir. Come, let's drink to this. Brother Chu, you are being modest. I merely lent a helping hand. It was you who vanquished the demon beasts, and I have benefited greatly from this endeavor. Wang Hao tilts his head back and drains his cup. Regrettably, I must depart tomorrow. It will be difficult for me to return to Qingyuan Square before achieving foundation building, so I shall miss your foundation ceremony. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, dear brother. With your talents, I have no doubt you will eventually attain foundation building. When that time comes, we shall celebrate together. It is a promise. Wang Hao is disheartened by his inability to attend the auction, yet Wang Yinzhao is quite elated. He has successfully acquired the 9 herbs grass needed by the Wang family at this auction. Once the family head recovers, the Wang family can proceed confidently with their next steps. Upon returning to Qingnio Fong Market, Wang Yinzhao hurried back to Wang's Ridge, while Wang Hao completely delegated the matters of the shop, declaring a retreat. This time, he aimed to master the techniques of the divine splitting cone and the 3 transformations of pure fire. As time swiftly passed, 2 springs and autumns had gone by. Wang Hao, seated on the meditation mat, opened his eyes, reflecting on the bountiful harvest of these 2 years. He accessed his status panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement 600-854. Technique, 3rd layer of the Red Lotus Illusory Wood Heart Sutra. Body refinement, 3rd layer of the Ice Skin Jade Bone Technique. Organ refinement, mana, 599. Skills, alchemy, 2nd grade inferior alchemy, talisman crafting, 1st grade superior talisman crafting. Spells, fireball, binding technique, wood shield, earth escape, traction technique, lightness technique, x-ray technique. 3 transformations of pure fire, supernatural power, divine splitting cone. Now, his farm had fully developed 30 plots of land, comprising 14 red plots and 3 black plots. With full production, he earned 3 to 4,000 spirit stones each month. Even if he only allocated 1/10 of his income, it was sufficient to support himself and his 4 spirit beasts. Remembering the spirit beasts, it was time to feed them again. Wang Hao released them one by one from their spirit beast pouch. Yi remained at the 1st grade middle tier, while Xiao Bai advanced to the 1st grade upper tier, now exceeding 30 feet in length. The other 2 creatures are the ethereal moon butterflies, or more accurately, the ethereal moon larvae, as they currently appear as 2 plump, chubby worms adorned with vibrant, multicolored stripes, each the size of a pillow, endearingly rotund, yet utterly useless, spending their time solely on eating and sleeping. To nourish them, Wang Hao diligently cultivated an acre of spirit fruit. After feeding them, he allowed them some playtime before placing them back into his spirit beast pouch. This time, Wang Hao chose to enter seclusion not within his shop, but in his small courtyard. Thus, upon emerging, his first course of action was to glance at the shop. However, before he could reach it, he noticed Wang Wenmei rushing towards him. "Fifth brother, you have emerged. How wonderful. I was just about to seek you out," she exclaimed. "Your demeanor suggests urgency. Is there something pressing?" Wang Hao inquired. Wang Wenmei shook her head. "I am not entirely certain, but I received a directive from the family. All practitioners at the 5th level of Qi refinement must return to Wang Family Ridge immediately." Chapter 48. Returning to the family, all 5th level Qi refinement practitioners? Wang Hao pondered. It seemed the Wang family was poised for significant undertakings. In recent years, their spiritual vein had become insufficient, hampering their development. It was imperative to return to Wang Family Ridge to ascertain the situation firsthand. Upon arriving at Wang Family Ridge, Wang Hao's first visit was to find Wang Yinzhao. However, Wang Yinzhao was still in seclusion, refining pills. Wang Hao refrained from disturbing him. If it were an ordinary elixir, Wang Yinzhao would not be so solemn. The necessity for seclusion indicated the need for at least a 2nd-tier elixir, which should not be interrupted by others. Thus, Wang Hao waited for over 10 days. Finally, when Wang Yinzhao emerged from his retreat, he hurriedly invited Wang Hao inside. "Have you been here for several days?" he asked. "Just 10 days," Wang Hao replied. Wang Yanjiao scrutinized Wang Hao, noticing his further advancement in strength, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. Ah, you've actually reached the 8th level of qi refinement. When did you achieve this breakthrough? Wang Hao nodded and replied, I began my seclusion training upon returning from Qingyuan Fengshe. The breakthrough occurred not long ago. He then inquired, Old Wang, what kind of elixir have you been concocting that has taken you so long? It's nothing to hide, Wang Yanjiao said, a serious demeanor crossing his face. I was refining the blood-burning pill. Wang Hao gasped in shock. The blood-burning pill? What purpose do you have in concocting such a thing? Are you not aware of the dangers it poses as an alchemist? Consuming even one requires at least 2 years of recuperation. Why are you raising your voice? Wang Yanjiao sighed. There's no alternative. Our Wang family must expand into new territories. However, competing with demon beasts for land is no easy feat. The preparation of a batch of blood-burning pills is merely a precaution. The Wang family's foundation lies in alchemy, and their combat abilities are relatively weak. After all, they have devoted themselves to the art of alchemy, leaving little time to practice spells, which naturally leads to a certain deficiency in strength. You need not worry, he continued. The old patriarch has produced a batch of vitality pills, and we currently have 3 remaining, which can be perfectly paired with the blood-burning pill. Wang Hao furrowed his brow, choosing not to comment further. The decisions made by the Wang family regarding their foundational matters were beyond his influence. Were it not for his desire to obtain the follow-up techniques of the Red Lotus Illusion with Heart Sutra, he would hardly concern himself with these trivial matters. What is the target this time? The demon beasts of Duanyuan Mountain are densely clustered. Attacking any specific area seems quite challenging. Not only is it difficult to conquer, but maintaining a defense poses a significant challenge as well, as one would be thrust directly into the forefront of the 5 prominent families, constantly besieged by the harassment of demonic beasts. Wang Yanjiao pondered for a moment. Our target this time is Ruojuan Mountain, a prominent part of Duanyuan Mountain. Capturing it would facilitate the establishment of a defensive line. Ruojuan Mountain was originally the territory of the Shao family, but regrettably, over 2 centuries ago, during the Beast Tide, the Shao family could not withstand the onslaught and lost it to the demonic beasts. Ruojuan Mountain, you say? Wang Hao unfolded a map and examined the terrain. Indeed, it is a commendable choice. Securing it would allow for a continuous connection to the Wang family's former territories, while also providing mutual defense against the demonic beasts in conjunction with the Li family. However, the mountain remains shrouded in a pallid haze, and it has not been unlocked, which caused Wang Hao to furrow his brow. Have you investigated the demonic beasts of Ruojuan Mountain? They could be formidable opponents. Wang Yanjiao nodded. They consist of a group of long-armed monkeys. In comparison to other demonic beasts, they exist in numbers, exhibiting a certain level of organizational capability. With approximately over 2,000 individuals, of which more than 300 are of the entry-level rank, and there are 3 second-tier long-armed monkeys. Their leader is a superior second-tier long-armed monkey. Wang Hao calculated inwardly. The Wang family has 3 foundational cultivators and hundreds of qi refining clan members with comparable strength. If we leverage formation techniques and devise a strategy, we stand a considerable chance of success. Seeing Wang Hao so invested in the affairs of the Wang family, Wang Yanjiao felt a sense of relief and joy, laughing heartily. There is no need for concern. We will be well prepared this time. The elder patriarch is a late-stage foundational cultivator, and dealing with the long-armed monkey leader should pose no difficulty. I will join forces with your uncle to confront the other 2 second-tier demonic monkeys, while you merely need to hold off the first-tier monkeys. The territory of the gibbons hangs precariously outside the cliffs of Ruojuan Mountain, creating a cacophony that fails to reach other mystical beasts. Capitalizing on their numerical superiority, the gibbons frequently bully the surrounding creatures, resulting in a sparse population of mystical beasts in the vicinity. Even when under attack, they cannot summon formidable allies for support. Moreover, the elder of their clan has enlisted the assistance of the Li family, who are expected to send at least 1 foundation establishment practitioner and 10 qi refinement cultivators, significantly enhancing their odds of success. The Wang family has flourished over the past few centuries. If they do not seize this opportunity to expand and progress, Remaining stagnant in Wang family ridge, they will never achieve further development. Wang Hao's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of melancholy in his gaze. The pursuit of immortality. At its core is a contest for resources that can sometimes demand the ultimate sacrifice. Should June Mountain fall into their grasp, the Wang family would secure a century's worth of developmental potential. Conversely, if they fail to capture it or manage to do so at a grave cost, the Wang family will surely descend to the bottom tier among the 5 great clans of Qingyo Workshop, potentially requiring centuries to recuperate. A month later, all Qi refinement practitioners at the 5th level from various branches of the Wang family were summoned back to Wang Family Ridge, and the days leading to battle were imminent. Thus, clan leader Wang Guangin announced their departure. They journeyed tirelessly for nearly a month before finally arriving near Ruojuan Mountain. At the foot of Ruojuan Mountain, Wang Guangin established a concealment formation to avoid detection by mystical beasts, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Li family's practitioners. Within a few days, Li Yaozhu, a foundation establishment practitioner from the Li family, arrived with 10 of his kin, including Li Durong. Observing the weary cultivators from the Li family, Wang Longyu offered a bittersweet smile, expressing his sincere regret for the inconvenience caused to them by the affairs of the Wang family. There is no need for such words, Li Yaozhu replied, shaking his head. Our families are intrinsically linked. Thus, when the Wang family seeks to expand, it is only natural that the Li family lends its support. In the future, as the Wang family's influence grows, it will help alleviate some of the burdens borne by the Li family. Indeed, Wang Longyu agreed with a smile, their amiable conversation evoking the warmth of kinship. However, the sacrifices made by the Wang family were considerable. For instance, in their recent endeavor to eliminate the demonic beasts, the Wang family relinquished every second-tier beast to the Li family, and even provided more than 100 first-tier beasts, 3 second-tier beasts, and several hundred first-tier beasts, amounting to a value of no less than 15,000 spirit stones. Additionally, they offered numerous medicinal pills, and should the Li family consent to territorial expansion, the Wang family pledged to assist. Furthermore, in the event that any Li family cultivators sustained injuries, the Wang family would be obligated to provide compensation, with 1,000 spirit stones allocated for each injured Qi refinement cultivator. Such demands were indeed exorbitant. Nonetheless, the Li family's willingness to assist and mitigate the Wang family's losses was invaluable. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was engaged in welcoming the Qi refinement cultivators from the Li family alongside several young members of the Wang family. Although he was reluctant to take on this task, his current cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, making him the foremost among the literary generation. He could hardly hide from his responsibilities, having been conscripted by the elder Wang at dawn. Have you fully recovered from the injuries you've sustained over the years? Li Durong inquired coolly, her tone gentle yet distant. Wang Hao responded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Miss Li. My previous injuries were merely superficial. I have nearly fully recuperated since my time in Qingyuan Square. Indeed, that is well, Li Daong, a man of few words, merely inquired, and then returned to the company of his family. Wang Hao, having little to contribute, organized the Li family members, offered a few toasts, and took his leave. After a 3-day respite, the Wang and Li families resolved to take action. Their strategy was straightforward. To avoid being besieged by a multitude of first-tier demon beasts, they aimed to first eliminate some of the lower-tier long-armed monkeys. For efficiency's sake, they decided to operate in small teams, stealthily hunting down solitary long-armed monkeys. Wang Hao led a team comprised of familiar faces, including Wang Wenji and Wang Wenmei. The long-armed monkeys had occupied Ruojuan Mountain for over 2 centuries, exhibiting a notable level of intelligence, thus proving to be quite formidable. Fortunately, the map in his mind provided assistance, even if it only displayed a 5-mile radius ahead. This was sufficient for dealing with lower-tier demon beasts. Wang Hao sketched the local terrain in the dirt with a branch and addressed his companions. The long-armed monkeys are numerous and possess considerable strength. It would be unwise to confront them head-on, as a moment's carelessness could summon others to their aid. However, their intellect is ultimately limited, far inferior to our own. We can attempt to pick them off one by one. As he spoke, he circled a valley on the map with the branch and continued. We shall set a trap here, luring them in while sealing off their escape routes, thereby allowing us to eliminate them in successive waves. Wang Wenji and the others were elated. Post-battle, the Wang family would reward merit, and the more lower-tier, long-armed monkeys they dispatched, the greater their contributions would be. Then, let us prepare separately. With Wang Hao's command, the group dispersed, commencing the modification of the terrain and the establishment of their grand formation. After completing their preparations, they did not rush into action. Wang Hao instructed them to rest for the night to restore their magical powers. And only on the following day did they commence their endeavors, leading a few companions into the territory of the long-armed monkeys. They began to eliminate the solitary individuals foraging for food. The outskirts were populated by inferior and low-grade demon monkeys, which the group dispatched with ease. The low-grade demon monkeys were silenced before they could utter a sound. However, as they ventured further, they encountered mid-grade, long-armed monkeys. While a solitary one could be dealt with, these long-armed monkeys were social creatures, often foraging in groups of 3 or 5. Let us adhere to the plan, Wang Hao commanded. The group nodded in agreement, launching their assault on the long-armed monkeys without concern for the noise they generated. Once they had dispatched their foes, they swiftly retreated, leaving Wang Hao behind. The remaining long-armed monkeys, alerted by the commotion, beheld Wang Hao brandishing his sword at the fallen monkeys' carcasses, inciting their fury. They emitted cries and began summoning their kin. Soon, a group was gathered, led by a superior-grade long-armed monkey, accompanied by several mid-grade long-armed monkeys and over 20 low-grade ones. The superior monkey let out a furious roar at Wang Hao before charging forward with its comrades. Wang Hao unleashed several talismans, obliterating a few low-grade, long-armed monkeys. Observing that their numbers were manageable, he chose not to retreat, but instead summoned the earthquake seal. The earthquake seal expanded in the wind, growing to the size of a house, and crashed down upon the demon monkey horde. The superior long-armed monkey was reduced to mere pulp without even landing a blow. Wang Hao formed hand seals. From his left hand emerged a fire dragon, from his right a fire crow, while a phantom of a fire phoenix manifested around him. The fire dragon and fire crow relentlessly harvested the lives of the low-ranking demon monkeys. Whenever a long-armed monkey encountered them, its body would ignite, swiftly reducing it to a charred corpse. The spectral figure of the fire phoenix enveloping Wang Hao unleashed a flurry of fiery feathers, targeting those attempting to flee. In just a brief moment, over 20 long-armed monkeys were reduced to a solitary survivor, which Wang Hao spared to summon other demon monkeys. Indeed, the remaining long-armed monkey emitted a frantic, shrill cry. Soon after, several superior-grade long-armed monkeys, leading a throng of 30 to 40 companions, charged toward him. Wang Hao, cautious not to underestimate the situation, unleashed a few spiritual talismans and retreated swiftly. He was a mere 20 miles from his ambush point, a distance he could cover in a quarter of an hour. However, the long-armed monkeys were also remarkably swift. After running 15 miles, he was overtaken by a superior-grade, long-armed monkey. As the creature extended its claws, eager to seize him, Wang Hao abruptly turned, cleaving it in two with a single stroke of his sword. The physical might of the demon beast was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Wang Hao, who had cultivated the ice body and jade bone technique. Provocatively, he cast a glance at the other demon monkeys and continued his flight into the valley. The limited intelligence of the long-armed monkeys succumbed to primal rage, howling as they relentlessly pursued him. Fifth brother, hurry inside. Wang Wenmei beckoned urgently. Wang Hao nodded and swiftly stepped into the grand formation. Once all the long-armed monkeys had entered the boundaries of the array, he halted and called out to the ambushers concealed in the canyon. Act now. The group exchanged glances and promptly activated the fire-burning grand array. The formation flags fell into their hands, and in an instant, a roaring blaze engulfed the valley, transforming it into a hellish inferno. The terrain of the canyon had long been altered, its openings blocked, and both ends were guarded by the royal cultivators. The long-armed monkeys found themselves with no avenue of escape. Even the upper-tier long-armed monkeys were shrieking in agony. "Ha ha, this is our windfall. We shall each receive a vial of Huanglong Dan." proclaimed the royal cultivators with exuberance. Wang Hao bellowed, "Do not lose focus. Intensify your efforts and incinerate them." The crowd promptly composed themselves, concentrating on the long-armed monkeys trapped within the canyon. In an instant, numerous long-armed monkeys were obliterated by their spells. Suddenly, a first-tier, upper-grade, long-armed monkey emitted a piercing howl, prompting the other demon monkeys to abandon their attempts to evade the flames and recklessly charge towards one side of the canyon. Those at the front fell to the ground, while those behind trampled over their fallen brethren to advance. These demon monkeys. Witnessing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Indeed, demon beasts should not be underestimated, as their unity surpassed his expectations. The burning fire great formation was merely an offensive array, not a confinement one. The openings at both ends required the royal cultivators to maintain their defense. If the monkeys were to surge forth, it could very well result in their escape. The battle had been ongoing for quite some time, and the need to channel spiritual energy into the formation had taken a toll. Only Wang Hao, with his profound cultivation and abundant spiritual energy, remained unperturbed. The others had already turned pale. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Hao hastily retrieved a vial of recovery pill and tossed it to the crowd. "Quickly consume it." Recovery pill? Wang Wenmei's countenance brightened, and she quickly ingested one. Her internal spiritual energy instantly restored by 50%, her complexion regaining its vitality. She hastily distributed the remaining pills to the others. Wang Hao stood resolutely before the crowd, channeling half of his spiritual energy to conjure a colossal illusion of a fire phoenix, adorned with nearly 100 fiery feathers. With a mighty roar, the fire feathers were unleashed, striking down the advancing long-armed monkeys and halting their momentum. Once the group regained their strength, they joined the fray, and after a prolonged battle lasting half an hour, they succeeded in vanquishing all the long-armed monkeys within the canyon. With a sigh of relief after his first exhilarating combat, Wang Hao commanded, "You all attend to the remains of the long-armed monkeys while I stand guard over there." The others nodded in agreement. Wang Hao's prowess had earned their unwavering trust. Previously, they had followed his orders due to his rank as captain, but now it was a matter of willing loyalty. As Wang Hao examined the map, he noticed that all the long-armed monkeys visible on the display were converging towards the summit of Raojuan Mountain. It seemed that the leader of the long-armed monkeys had sensed an anomaly. If they pressed on to hunt, they would likely fall into an ambush. Thus, he instructed the group to tidy up before returning to the base camp at the foot of the mountain. Upon returning to the camp, Wang Hao observed several teams beginning to retreat. Inquiring further, he discovered that the long-armed monkeys had indeed grown wary. The Monkey King had summoned its kin to gather at the mountaintop, necessitating a direct assault. The Chi practitioners, having engaged in fierce combat for a day, required time to recuperate their magical energy and physical vigor. Consequently, it was not until the following day that Wang Guangyin issued the order to attack. However, as both sides positioned themselves, Wang Guangyin's expression darkened. The intelligence had been flawed. It turned out that within the ranks of the long-armed monkeys, there were 5 of the second tier, including 1 of superior quality, 2 of medium quality, and 2 of inferior quality. "Elder Wang, I can assist in detaining a second-tier mid-grade long-armed monkey. The rest must be managed by you all." Li Yaozhu spoke slowly, acknowledging that his cultivation was sufficient to handle a second-tier mid-grade long-armed monkey. Even if he could not slay it, he could at least hold it at bay. However, the Chi refining practitioners of the Li family would never dare to confront a second-tier beast recklessly. The Wang family had only 3 foundation establishment practitioners, and Wang Guangyin was a decisive individual. He promptly instructed a few elder clan members, their complexions turning ashen as they gathered together, fully aware of the sacrifices required for their family. With their vast combat experience and disillusionment with the path ahead, they were the most suitable candidates for such perilous tasks. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his companions faced a vast horde of long-armed monkeys. In truth, with Wang Hao's formidable strength, he could join forces with a few peak Chi refining practitioners to undertake the task of detaining the second-tier demon monkey. But this moment was not a one-on-one confrontation. It was a battle of numbers. For every ally, there were long-armed monkeys in equal measure, making this encounter far more treacherous than the previous assistance offered to Chuhi. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted into a fevered intensity from the outset, as the Wang family sought to conclude the conflict swiftly to minimize casualties, while the long-armed monkeys retaliated desperately. The entire Ruo Jun Mountain lay in ruins, riddled with deep craters from the spells unleashed, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. Individuals as powerful as Wang Hao, capable of dispatching a demon monkey with a few strikes, were ultimately a rarity. The majority of the clan members found themselves either stalemated or at a disadvantage against the long-armed monkeys. The situation was equally grim for the Foundation establishment practitioners. The elder patriarch Wang Guangin had just recovered, and his combat prowess was not formidable. Confronted by the leader of the long-armed monkeys, he could only strive to delay the inevitable. Li Yaozu harbored no desire to sacrifice for the Wang family, and similarly, he resorted to procrastination. The only advantages lay with Wang Yinzhao and Wang Longyu. However, even they would require a considerable amount of time to eliminate their adversaries. If this situation persisted, the Wang family might achieve victory, but it would be a Pyrrhic one, with significant losses among their kin. "Oh, grandfather!" Wang Wenmei exclaimed, her gaze fixed in alarm. Following her line of sight, Wang Hao beheld that one of the clan elders confronting the second-tier long-armed monkeys had already collapsed to the ground, his pale visage foreboding dire consequences. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wang Wenmei was about to rush forward, but Wang Hao swiftly intervened. "I will assist. Do not act recklessly." With her cultivation at merely the 6th level of qi refinement, her intervention would only lead to her demise. Despite her frequent endearments of brother, Wang Hao could not bear to see her put herself in danger. With a sudden surge of energy, Wang Hao unleashed his sword, vanquishing the 2 first-tier long-armed monkeys before hastening towards the elders in need of support. Observing their white beards and aged faces, still resolutely fighting for the family, Wang Hao was once again struck by the brutal reality of cultivation. He conjured a fire dragon with his hands, directing it at the second-tier long-armed gorilla. The addition of Wang Hao, a fresh force, significantly eased the burden on the elders, but their vitality had already waned, and under such intense combat, their days were surely numbered. The 3 transformations of fire were effective against the first-tier long-armed monkeys, yet they proved insufficient against the physically formidable second-tier adversaries. His spells merely grazed the surface of the beast's tough hides. The elders seized the opportunity to deploy their magical artifacts. But even several first-tier superior-grade artifacts could only pierce the skin of the demon monkeys, failing to breach their muscle. Even the esteemed elder's magical artifact, when struck against the body of the long-armed ape, produced a resonant clang akin to the clash of metal, showering sparks in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, many of the tribespeople could not help but display expressions of terror. This beast, with its body of steel and iron, was impervious even to superior-grade magical artifacts. Observing the stunned crowd, Wang Hao noticed the long-armed monkey charging towards them and promptly shouted, "Be cautious." In this critical moment, an elder summoned a low-grade spiritual artifact, proclaiming loudly, "I shall defend, gather behind me." As his words echoed, a massive illusory shield materialized before the group. The second-tier long-armed monkey lunged fiercely, crashing into the ethereal barrier. A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the very air as the collision occurred instantaneously. The shield shattered, and the elder was sent flying, landing with a spatter of blood, clearly rendered incapable of further combat. The second-tier long-armed monkey also bore significant damage. The immense force had propelled it backward. Despite its formidable physique, it could not rival the refined magical artifacts forged through countless trials in the furnace. Its grimace revealed the internal injuries it had sustained. "Now is our chance," Wang Hao shouted, invoking the Earth Seal and striking it towards the second-tier long-armed ape. At the same time, he tensed his muscles, exerting all his strength, wielding the gale sword with the intent to strike at its throat. The oppressive force of the same tier earthbound imprint rendered it incapable of withstanding Wang Hao's relentless assault. However, as a second-tier beast, It instinctively extended its long arm in a desperate attempt to deflect Wang Hao's strikes. Yet, Wang Hao, having honed his body for years, remained undaunted even against its dwindling strength. With a swift sidestep, he forcefully batted aside its arm and, seizing the moment, directed a piercing thrust of his sword towards the throat of the second-tier, long-armed monkey. The Gale sword sliced through the creature's skin, yet alas, being merely a first-tier superior flying sword, it failed to penetrate deeply. Inflicted with such a grievous wound, the second-tier long-armed monkey emitted a harrowing scream, finally betraying a flicker of fear as it turned to flee into the distance. We cannot allow it to escape. Witnessing this, the crowd's eyes widened in determination, unable to suppress the urge to pursue. I will chase after it. You all intercept the other first-tier, long-armed monkeys, Wang Hao shouted, brimming with confidence in confronting a severely injured second-tier low-grade, long-armed monkey. I'll assist you, Wang Yinfeng called out, stepping forth from the throng. Having reached the 8th layer of Qi cultivation at a relatively young age, he stood as one of the formidable warriors in the Wang family. Chapter 51. The cliff. Although the second-tier long-armed monkey was swift, its injuries and prolonged battle gradually diminished its speed. Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng pursued for a quarter of an hour, employing earthbound imprints and the Gale sword among other magical artifacts to harass the creature. Nonetheless, the second-tier beast, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, remained unscathed by any fatal blows. Yet it continued to bleed profusely, growing increasingly feeble. After pursuing for approximately 200 miles, the long-armed monkey bore several new wounds upon its body. However, it had now escaped the confines of Ruojuan Mountain and entered the Duanyuan mountain range. Its will to survive was remarkably strong, and it was aware that Wang Hao and his companions dared not venture deeply into the Duanyuan mountains, which spurred it to flee with great fervor. After several more hours of relentless pursuit, they had ventured over 1,000 miles into the mountain range, and Wang Hao was on the verge of giving up. Wang Yinfeng remarked, "If we do not eliminate this threat, it will surely become a calamity for the Wang family." A second-tier beast possesses a degree of intelligence and harbors deep grudges. The Wang family has encroached upon its territory and slaughtered its kin. Once it recovers, it would be a fool's errand to believe it will not seek revenge on the Wang family. If we do not take advantage of its current state of injury to finish it off, we may pay a price many times over in the future. At that moment, the long-armed monkey was nearing exhaustion. Realizing that Wang Hao and his companion were relentless in their pursuit, it let out a mournful cry and halted, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. However, Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng had no intention of engaging in a desperate struggle. They understood that this was merely a cornered beast fighting for survival. Instead, they adopted a strategy of evasion, ensuring that they would not allow it to escape while also avoiding its close-range attacks. For a time, the long-armed monkey found itself in a position of passive resistance. After a prolonged struggle of about 15 minutes, as the long-armed monkey's movements grew increasingly sluggish, Wang Hao sensed that the moment was ripe. He signaled to Wang Yinfeng to tighten the encirclement. When the long-armed monkey saw Wang Hao drawing near, its eyes glinted with hatred. It extended its long arm to grasp a branch and swung towards Wang Hao with great force. This was precisely what Wang Hao had been waiting for. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he had anticipated this maneuver. He was eager to test his physical resilience, so he did not evade the attack. Instead, he activated 2 defensive spirit symbols and braced himself to collide head-on with the long-armed monkey. Wang Hao took 2 steps back to steady himself, while the long-armed monkey was sent flying, landing on the ground and failing several times to rise. This was the end. Wang Hao wielded the Gale sword, aiming directly at the monkey's face. However, as the long-armed monkey struggled to get up, the Gale sword unexpectedly plunged into its chest. Just then, a distant call of other monkeys echoed. The long-armed monkey on the ground was jolted back to life, ignoring its injuries as it responded loudly. Despite Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng's swift attempts to eliminate it, they were still detected by the approaching long-armed monkeys. "This is bad. How could there be other long-armed monkeys coming to aid?" Wang Yinfeng inquired. Wang Hao shook his head. How would I know? Could something have gone awry at Ruojia Mountain? That shouldn't be the case. There are 4 foundational cultivators there. His suspicion was indeed correct. The one pursuing them was the leader of the long-armed monkeys. It turned out that after Wang Hao's departure, the absence of a second-tier long-armed monkey tilted the balance of victory towards the Wang family. Wang Longyu first slew the opposing second-tier middle-grade long-armed monkey and subsequently assisted Wang Yinzhao and Li Yaozu in dispatching their adversaries. Seeing the tide turn unfavorably, the long-armed monkey leader chose to abandon its kin and flee. Its escape route led directly towards Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng, not out of concern for them, but because it was the only path deeper into Duanyuan Mountain. The leader had no choice but to follow this course. Wang Yinfeng remarked, "A second-tier upper-grade demon beast. We are no match for it. Let us hide for now and wait for family reinforcements." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. They had pursued tirelessly, depleting much of their spiritual energy, and a single encounter could see them torn apart by the long-armed monkey leader. Yet, it remains a mystery what message the deceased gibbon left behind. The leader relentlessly pursued the two, causing Wang Hao considerable frustration. Fortunately, the gibbon leader seemed to have sustained injuries, rendering it only slightly faster than them, which allowed for their escape. Thus ensued a day of relentless chase and flight. Wang Yinfeng felt as though his legs were weighed down with lead. Although they possessed elixirs to sustain their spiritual energy, the exhaustion of their bodies was inescapable. Wang Hao fared somewhat better, forging ahead and vigilantly monitoring the map for indications of nearby beasts, striving to avoid stumbling into a den of monsters. However, the map had its limitations, and his choices were not infallibly correct. The path before them grew increasingly treacherous, and after fleeing for over 10 miles, Wang had despondently realized that their route had vanished. "Uncle 8, you truly are unfortunate," Wang Hao thought, genuinely contemplating breaking away from Wang Yinfeng to pursue his own course. Their last adventure had led them to encounter murderous treasure hunters, followed by a second-tier beast. Such dreadful luck. Wang Yinfeng was equally disheartened. "Can you blame me for this? At least the beasts haven't caught up to us. Otherwise, we will be forced to leap off a cliff." A roar from behind echoed ominously. Wang Yinfeng's expression immediately shifted. "Cough, cough, this cannot be blamed on me. The question is, what now? What now? Didn't you have a plan?" Wang Hao gestured toward the precipice before them. "Jump. I merely stated that in jest. How could I truly leap?" Wang Yinfeng replied, flustered. "That chasm is bottomless. Jumping down would surely turn us to mush." However, Wang Hao was contemplating whether the law of not dying from jumping off a cliff truly existed. Another reason that piqued his interest was that upon taking a step forward, a house icon suddenly materialized on the map, suggesting the possibility of some fortuitous encounter waiting for him in the valley below. As the monstrous beasts drew nearer, their forms became visible. It was the long-armed monkey leader, its body drenched in blood, the source of its injuries unknown. Regardless, it was evidently intent on approaching the two, holding a grudge against them. Given their current state, victory seemed unattainable. If they did not jump, they would simply await being devoured by the beasts. Wang Hao resolved that he would rather perish from the fall than be consumed by the creatures. With determination, he turned and leaped off the cliff. Wang Yinfeng, stamping his foot in resolve, followed suit. During the descent, Wang Hao attempted to employ his lightness and traction techniques to grasp the cliffside, but alas, the surface was too smooth. There were no trees or even blades of grass to grasp, plunging him into despair. After 6 years in this realm, he had prepared all the necessary resources for cultivation. Yet was it to end in such a manner? Just as despair enveloped him, the spirit beast pouch suddenly quivered. It was the golden-eyed duck, awakened by Wang Hao's emotions. A surge of joy washed over him. His efforts in nurturing the creature had not been in vain. Although he could not fly himself, the golden-eyed duck possessed wings. While it was not yet capable of carrying him for an extended flight, a safe descent seemed plausible. With that thought, he released the golden-eyed duck, which quacked twice before expanding to a size of about 10 feet. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared beneath Wang Hao and caught him. Chapter 52, The Valley Floor. "Save me. Before Wang Hao could steady himself, he heard Wang Yinfeng's cries for help. "Ah, I truly owe you one." Nevertheless, Wang Yinfeng still needed rescuing. Despite his lack of capability and being in a dire state, he had previously made substantial investments in elixirs and had often been considerate. This uncle was indeed a commendable figure. Wang Hao commanded the golden-eyed duck to save Wang Yinfeng, who, albeit reluctantly, complied with his order. It was only when Wang Yinfeng mounted the back of the golden-eyed duck that Wang Hao realized he had misjudged the creature. It was not a matter of unwillingness to assist, but rather an inability to do so. Carrying one person was already a strain, let alone two. Though the duck flapped its wings with all its might, the trio continued to descend. At such a rate, while Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng might survive with severe injuries, the golden-eyed duck would suffer dire consequences. Wang Hao had no desire to witness its demise, as it was striving to save itself. Turning to Wang Yinfeng, he exclaimed, "Uncle Ba, you are a late-stage qi practitioner. Do you not possess any hidden cards? I have been focused on alchemy in the market, and the next beast tide is still far off. What need have I for hidden cards? Wouldn't that be a waste of spirit stones?" Wang Yinfeng responded with unyielding conviction, which infuriated Wang Hao to the point of wanting to cast him aside. Recalling the scene of an emergency aircraft landing from his past life, an idea struck him. He commanded the golden-eyed duck to spread its wings and glide forward along the canyon. The descent indeed slowed considerably, converting into forward momentum conservation at play. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse aloud. If they were to collide with anything, all three would meet a similar fate. Fortunately, while the golden-eyed duck could not bear the weight of two, it could still maneuver, deftly avoiding the cliff walls and skimming close to the ground along the canyon. "Uncle Ba, when we reach a height of 100 zhang above the ground, you must leap," Wang Hao declared. The gorge was a staggering depth of 1,000 zhang, and they were currently endowed with immense potential energy, unable to halt their descent. If they were to slide down, the uneven terrain would undoubtedly turn the golden-eyed duck into a mere pulp, as it lacked wheels. The only course of action was to reduce their weight in advance, allowing the golden-eyed duck to take flight. For a cultivator in the late stages of qi training, a height of 100 zhang remained perilous, yet not fatal. Wang Yinfeng understood the gravity of the situation. The golden-eyed duck had saved his life, and he could not bear the thought of causing its demise. "All right, understood. I see some trees at the bottom of the gorge. I shall aim for one of them." In an instant, they reached the 100 zhang mark. With a knowing glance from Wang Hao, Wang Yinfeng sprang into action, utilizing his strength to leap towards a towering tree. The golden-eyed duck stumbled momentarily before regaining its balance. However, the speed was too great for it to take flight. Nevertheless, this velocity ensured that it would not meet its end. As they descended further, at the 30 zhang mark, Wang Hao too exerted himself and jumped, activating his protective shield as he crashed into a thicket. With a resounding crash, trees the width of a bowl were snapped cleanly in two by Wang Hao's impact. The protective shield shattered, yet fortunately below lay a soft surface. Although somewhat disheveled, Wang Hao sustained no serious injuries. The golden-eyed duck, now unburdened, flapped its wings vigorously and landed gracefully, swiftly approaching Wang Hao and affectionately nuzzling his arm. "I owe you my gratitude this time," Wang Hao said, stroking the golden-eyed duck before producing a golden-threaded spirit apricot. "Here, eat this. You must hasten your advancement. Otherwise, in such a deep gorge, I shall find it impossible to escape." With a croak, the golden-eyed duck responded, swallowing the golden silk apricot whole. "By the way, go fetch Uncle Ba. Let us hope he is unharmed." Wang Hao instructed the golden-eyed duck to seek Wang Yinfeng, while he himself settled down to tend to his injuries. The prior two battles, compounded by a fall from a cliff, had left him in a state of multiple ailments, necessitating urgent care. Otherwise, even if he were to recover, it would require considerable time to heal completely. After a brief interval, the golden-eyed duck returned with Wang Yinfeng, who appeared in poor condition, having suffered a broken leg and likely internal injuries as well. Nonetheless, in such dire circumstances, salvaging a life was a noteworthy achievement. Observing Wang Hao meditating to channel his energy, Wang Yinfeng opted for silence and sat nearby to commence his own healing process. As cultivators, their bodies possessed remarkable self-repair capabilities, and with an ample supply of elixirs, they could ensure that timely treatment would preclude any lasting disabilities. Wang Hao chose not to confine the golden-eyed duck to his spirit beast pouch. Instead, he stationed it atop a vantage point to keep watch. Thus, the two engaged in meditation for 5 consecutive days, during which Wang Hao's wounds healed significantly, leaving only minor remnants that would require time for full recovery. Wang Yinfeng's injuries were less severe, sustained only from the fall. Upon seeing Wang Hao rise, he too got to his feet and remarked, "This gorge is exceedingly deep. It will be challenging for your spirit beast to carry us aloft. What is our next course of action? Where there is a will, there is a way. We have no shortage of elixirs, and my storage pouch contains a substantial quantity of spirit rice, ample sustenance for a year or two. We shall devise a plan in due course." Wang Hao reassured, unperturbed by their predicament. With his farm at hand, he was confident that even if they remained here for several years, once the golden-eyed duck advanced to a superior tier, it would surely be able to lift them from this place. "It seems we have no other choice," Wang Yinfeng sighed. "I shall first scout the surroundings. There may be other exits." "Hold on." As I descended, I noticed what appeared to be a structure ahead, perhaps left behind by some predecessor. "We should investigate." Wang Hao observed that the building marked on the map was not far from their location and suggested they proceed. The building's indication was directly beneath where Wang Hao stood when he was above the canyon. Yet the golden-eyed duck had glided a considerable distance away, obscuring the ground from view. The map along their route had yet to unlock, now merely displaying 2 points, the structure and their current position. "Oh, is that so?" Wang Yinfeng chuckled, saying, "I knew misfortune could not persist indefinitely. Perhaps this time, what seems like a calamity might yield some fortuitous opportunity. The realm of cultivation is replete with numerous relics, and it is not uncommon for individuals to stumble upon them, subsequently altering their fates and achieving greatness." A notion that naturally crossed Wang Yinfeng's mind. Wang Hao summoned the golden-eyed duck and, following the canyon towards the marked location, observed the surrounding area. The canyon's widest point spanned 4 to 5 miles, while its narrowest was merely several dozen yards across, with neither end in sight. At the bottom, a stream flowed from north to south. This was promising news. The presence of flowing water indicated that this place was not a desolate wasteland. If they followed the stream downstream, there might be an escape route. However, that would be a last resort. The unknown is seldom welcomed. The downstream could lead to a mighty river or a perilous waterfall, and the dangers along the way could deter anyone. Wang Hao and Wang Yinfeng traversed the canyon, ever vigilant of their surroundings within 100 meters. Both clutched their defensive artifacts tightly, prepared to invoke them at the slightest hint of danger. This is not an exaggeration, but rather a guarantee of survival in the face of unknown dangers. These perils primarily stem from various highly venomous insects, the formidable beasts lurking in the canyons, and the tree demons that, while appearing no different from ordinary trees, can unexpectedly launch stealthy assaults on any cultivator who trespasses into their attack range. Both individuals are merely novice chi refiners, possessing limited means. Thus, it is prudent for them to exercise utmost caution. Just before their departure, Wang Yinfeng was bitten by a centipede measuring a foot in length, and within moments, the area around the wound began to swell. Had they not prepared the clear spirit pills in advance, it would have been left to Wang Hao alone to seek out the ruins. This minor incident served to awaken the two from their prior excitement, prompting them to approach the journey ahead with heightened vigilance. As for the ranked beasts, at least the map indicated none were present in the vicinity. What lay ahead, however, remained uncertain. He still had not located the core node and could not unlock the surrounding map, limiting his understanding to the conditions within a 5-mile radius. At such a distance, a second-tier beast could reach them in a mere charge. As for the spirit creatures of the flora, their rarity made it unsurprising not to encounter any. Chapter 53. Fortuity. This canyon, long untouched by human presence, despite its dangers, harbors a plethora of rare spiritual herbs seldom seen in the outside world. The first-tier herbs are to be expected, but within a short span of time, the two discovered several varieties of second-tier herbs. Should they develop this area, it could serve as an excellent family herb garden. Nonetheless, even if development proves unfeasible, Wang Hao possesses a farm. Acquiring seeds would still yield profit. Apart from the primary ingredient, the Ming Yang Guo, he managed to gather all the necessary spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pill, along with a number of herbs suitable for the initial stages of foundation establishment, specifically those for the gathering Qi pill. In addition to the spiritual elixir, the two encountered second-tier spiritual wood. Unfortunately, the second-tier spiritual wood was exceedingly hard. With a single stroke of Wang Hao's sword, he could only inflict a wound barely an inch deep. Felling one of these trees would take no less than 3 days, a luxury they could not afford at the moment. However, should they find themselves unable to leave, they would have ample time to gather these spiritual woods. Presenting these items to their family could yield thousands of contribution points, which were pivotal in determining the allocation of foundation-building pills. This was a reason Wang Hao, despite already possessing seeds, was eager to acquire second-tier spiritual wood. Every additional avenue to obtain foundation-building pills was invaluable. If he failed to locate the Ging Yunguo, the family would be his last hope for foundation establishment. Alas, he lamented the inadequacy of his jade boxes for gathering the spiritual herbs, regretting not having brought more. After rounding a bend, Wang Yinzhao gazed at the ground littered with blood qi grass, exclaiming in awe. The blood qi grass was a crucial ingredient for crafting healing elixirs and held considerable value. In the patch before them, there were over 100 mature specimens, worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. It would be prudent to harvest some of the mature ones directly. Even with jade boxes, their storage bags were insufficient in size. Nonetheless, the items were right there, and they could always return when the opportunity arose. Wang Hao possessed a farm, yet its yield was predominantly utilized for developing and upgrading the farmland, leaving him with limited resources at his disposal. Besides, who would ever complain about having too many spirit stones? If the two could transport all the spiritual herbs and woods from the entire canyon, they could easily secure a foundation-building pill at the next auction, eliminating the need to exhaust themselves searching for the Bingyang Ge. After traversing the canyon for over a day, Wang Hao and his companion filled their storage bags to capacity. Consequently, when they encountered rare or valuable spiritual items, they were compelled to discard less significant possessions, even parting with the golden-eyed duck that was burdening their backs. A glance at the map revealed that the ruins were now within reach, prompting Wang Hao to signal Wang Yinfeng to disregard the spiritual herbs on the ground and hasten forward. However, with hope comes disappointment. When they stood before a wooden cabin, they exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Yinfeng, who had previously faced ridicule from Wang Hao, seized the opportunity to retort with a smile. "Is this the structure you envisioned? How was I to know it would appear thus? I merely caught a fleeting glimpse from above." Wang Hao replied, hastily surveying the cabin. "This must be the remnant of a cultivator who, like us, unwittingly fell into the abyss." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfeng's expression grew grave. "If that is the case, our escape may prove challenging. The very fact that someone constructed a cabin here suggests they have resided for a considerable duration." "Uncle 8, do not be so pessimistic," Wang Hao urged. "The preservation of this dwelling indicates the absence of ferocious beasts. Is that not encouraging? Moreover, it is possible that this individual has already departed. If we search for traces, we shall surely find a way out." "Indeed, you are correct. Let us first investigate whether this person left behind any information." Wang Yinfeng began to rummage through the cabin. The space was modest, consisting of merely 2 rooms, and it did not take long for them to discover a significant clue. Inscribed on a black stone beside the bed in the bedroom were numerous characters. The aforementioned owner of the wooden cabin is a solitary cultivator named Lan Mu. During his pursuit of demon beasts alongside a demon hunting team in Duanyuan Mountain, he encountered a formidable second-tier demon beast, which forced him to scatter in flight. In a moment of desperation, he leaped into this valley. It was also mentioned that his spirit beast perished while attempting to rescue him, prompting a moment of poignant reflection. Subsequently, it was noted that this valley is teeming with spiritual flora, devoid of high-tier demon beasts. As long as one remains cautious of venomous insects, it poses little danger. He has lived here for a decade, attaining the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet he has still been unable to find an escape. However, fortune favors the bold. On one occasion, he resolved to traverse to the end of the canyon, journeying nearly 10,000 miles, where he discovered a vast pond, several miles in size. At the center of the pond lay a small island, upon which stood a condensation fruit tree, igniting a spark of exhilaration within him. Though the act of devouring the condensation fruit carries inherent risks, it could potentially enhance his foundation establishment probability by 20%. If Lan Mu could establish his foundation, he would be able to soar from this valley. Yet, upon investigation, he found that beneath the pond lurked a second-tier mid-grade fish demon safeguarding the condensation fruit, rendering him no match for it. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he returned grievously wounded. Ultimately, he observed signs of ripeness in the condensation fruit, realizing it was his final opportunity. He resolved to gamble his life. Should he miss this chance, he would be doomed to remain at the valley's depths for eternity. Thus, he inscribed his life's tale upon a stone, vowing to destroy it if he succeeded, whilst hoping that if the stone remained, any future passerby might inter the remains of his body. It appears that Lan Mu has met with failure. Wang Hao sighed softly. The information regarding the condensation fruit exhilarated him, yet the presence of the guardian demon beast filled both men with despair. Wang Yinfeng's countenance also reflected defeat, and after a prolonged silence, he suggested, "Let us first investigate the situation and seek a way out. If all else fails, we shall adopt Lan Mu's approach, cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and then together attempt to stealthily acquire the condensation fruit. Perhaps we might succeed." Recalling that neither of their spiritual roots could be deemed exceptional, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "This place is rich in resources. Perhaps the golden-eyed duck has already advanced to the upper tier before us. At that time, we too shall be able to venture out. The Ginyan Gor can summon the family to assist in foundation building. This is indeed a feasible solution, and for now, it is the only course of action we can take." Fortunately, Wang Hao carried with him alchemical furnace, and both were alchemists. Abundant spiritual herbs lay within the valley, and with Wang Hao's farm, they would not be lacking in cultivation resources. With just a few years, they could both reach the 9th layer of Qi training. Though the old house left by Mulan had not yet collapsed, it was uninhabitable. They constructed 2 wooden cabins nearby and built a larger shed to store their living supplies. Situated close to a brook, they had no shortage of drinking water, and the mountains were abundant with wild fruits. Mulan had survived here for over a decade, and with Wang Hao's farm, their survival was assured. As they settled into life here, the two practiced their spells regularly. When they ran low on elixirs, they would venture out to gather spiritual herbs for refinement. In instances where a particular herb was elusive, Wang Hao would discreetly procure some from his farm to replenish their supplies. Time flew by, and 2 years had swiftly passed. Wang Hao remained at the 8th layer of Qi training, but his magical power had significantly improved, enhancing his strength. Wang Yinfeng was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer. Free from mundane entanglements, his cultivation speed had accelerated considerably. Wang Yinfeng had often expressed sentiments akin to the joy found here makes one forget their homeland. "Come, let us sample the Huanglong Dan that uncle has newly refined. The spiritual herbs here are of excellent age, and the elixirs produced are superior to those available in the market," Wang Yinfeng exclaimed, holding up 2 jade bottles and calling out to Wang Hao with a smile. "I predict that within a year, uncle will certainly advance to the 9th layer of Qi training. In just a few years, one can achieve the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. Soba. I still have plenty of elixirs here. Keep them for your use." With a fully developed farm, Wang Hao is certainly not lacking in resources. He now possesses 6 plots of fertile land. The scions of noble families and disciples of sects enjoy various benefits and privileges. Yet they must also dedicate at least half of their time to serve their families and sections. Their cultivation speed may not surpass that of free cultivators who are not resource deficient. However, one must ponder how many free cultivators truly lack resources. "I nearly forgot that you're also a first-tier high-grade alchemist now." "Very well. Uncle Ba will accept them, should you find yourself in need. Do not hesitate to ask me again." Today, Wang Yinfeng was in high spirits. He gestured towards the table laden with food and wine, saying, "Come, let's share a couple of cups, for the elixirs have already been refined. I am preparing to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. It may be years before we meet again." Chapter 54. The arrival on the table lay a roasted fish caught from the nearby stream, accompanied by some spiritual fruits. The wine was concocted by the two of them, brewed in containers fashioned from bamboo joints. Its quality was rather ordinary, and from the perspective of a master brewer specializing in spiritual wines, it could be deemed a waste of resources. Nevertheless, they used it purely for leisure. After several rounds of drinking, the two men did not restrain themselves from the effects of intoxication and found their conversation flowing more freely. Wang Yinfeng raised his bamboo cup, squinting his eyes, and remarked, "Both of us, as uncle and nephew, cherish our lives. Yet when the situation demands it, we must be prepared to fight." The two had already embarked on an exploration based on Lan Mu's description, seeking the location of the Ning Yuan fruit. They discovered a serene, azure pool, which they named the Jade Pool. Upon careful investigation, they indeed found the fish demon, peacefully slumbering at the bottom of the pool. Besides this second-tier fish demon, several smaller demons lingered in the water, seemingly kept as prey by the fish demon. The fish demon's strength exceeded Lan Mu's account, having reached the pinnacle of mid-tier second rank. However, as demonic beasts mature slowly, it required a fortuitous opportunity to ascend to the upper tier of the second rank. This opportunity lay in the Ning Yuan fruit. In the center of the Jade Pool, they encountered a Ning Yuan fruit tree, standing approximately 10 feet tall, resembling a tomato plant, adorned with 3 vibrant red Ning Yuan fruits, which appeared to be nearing maturity within 3 years. At that moment, Wang Hao and his companion realized that the fish demon was undoubtedly awaiting the ripening of the Ning Yuan fruit to consume and advance to a higher tier of demonic beast. Once the fish demon ascended, they would have no chance of acquiring the Ning Yuan fruit tree. After all, the fruit only bore once every 50 years. If it were consumed by the fish demon, their efforts would be in vain. While Wang Hao possessed a farm, Wang Yinfeng did not, so he was understandably anxious. Wang Hao could not divulge the secret of his farm to Wang Yinfeng. If he lost his compelling reason to stay, he too would be unable to obtain the precious seeds, a notion Wang Hao found unacceptable. There was still time. Waiting a while longer before taking action would not be too late. Moreover, there was still the golden-eyed duck, Wang Hao reassured himself, as the golden-eyed duck served as their contingency plan. However, the golden-eyed duck showed no signs of advancement as of yet. Would they be able to act before the Ning Yuan fruit matured? Naturally, that would be ideal, as the two could venture out to seek assistance, effortlessly obtain the essence fruit tree, and perhaps, owing to such a merit, each could exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Wang Hao might also seize the opportunity to acquire the seeds of the essence fruit. However, it is prudent not to harbor excessive hopes, lest disappointment ensue. As for sending the golden-eyed duck alone to convey the message, the risks are far too great. The myriad of beasts in Duanyuan Mountain pose a significant threat. The moment the golden-eyed duck ventures out of the valley, it runs the risk of exposure, leaving the two with no retreat. It is wiser to keep the golden-eyed duck, for in a few years, it will be able to leave the valley. After a satisfying meal, Wang Yinfeng bid farewell to Wang Hao and retreated to his seclusion for cultivation. Wang Hao then found himself by the brook, having just completed his own seclusion. He intended to rest for a while, as the gorge offered little else to occupy his time, and fishing by the brook seemed a fitting pastime. The gorge stretched predominantly in a north-south direction, with sunlight gracing it only for a brief period at noon. On that day, as Wang Hao lay beside the brook in a state of half-slumber, his fishing rod resting beside him, he was suddenly startled by a distant cry. Awakening with a jolt, he surveyed his surroundings but detected no unusual activity. Uncle Ba was in seclusion, and the voice did not belong to him. Wang Hao's curiosity piqued, and his expression shifted. Could it be that someone has arrived? Upon glancing upwards, he noticed a dark figure moving along the gorge's edge. Indeed, there was someone. Wang Hao murmured to himself, though his mind was preoccupied with weighing the pros and cons. Should this individual discover them? One could only speculate whether it would herald fortune or calamity. The gorge, desolate and devoid of life, is a natural arena for treachery and treasure hunting, and judging by the speed of the figure's movement, it did not seem to be a mere fall into the gorge. It was likely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Fearing what may come, the individual appeared to have discerned Wang Hao, gliding directly towards him. As the figure drew nearer, Wang Hao discerned that she was a woman clad in crimson, her feet treading upon a lengthy silk ribbon. However, she did not resemble a foundational cultivator. The swaying silhouette before him prompted him to widen his eyes in disbelief. For even an injured foundational cultivator would not falter in flight so clumsily. As Wang Hao had anticipated, when the woman soared to an altitude of 100 feet directly above him, she could no longer sustain her form and plummeted headfirst. To save her or not, this posed a dilemma. The greater quandary was that before Wang Hao could ponder further, the woman had already acted. With a fierce clap of her hands, she unleashed a series of spells. How bizarre it was, having no enmity, yet she struck upon their first meeting. Wang Hao swiftly evaded, only to realize that she was not targeting him. Rather, she seemed to be utilizing the rebound force of her spells to mitigate her fall. Yet, this strategy evidently proved ineffective, for in the blink of an eye, she crashed with a resounding thud into the stream below. Wang Hao winced at the sight. The stream was scarcely 2 meters deep, and the velocity of her descent would surely lead her to the bottom. Indeed, crimson water surged forth, and moments later, the woman resurfaced, motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. After waiting a while longer, and still witnessing no sign of movement, Wang Hao approached and called out, "Miss, I am here to rescue you. If you are awake, I implore you not to resist." After a brief pause, he employed his magic to drag the woman ashore. Lying on the bank, her head tilted to one side, Wang Hao stepped closer and was taken aback to discover that this person was none other than Li Daong. In that instant, he was rendered speechless. What a remarkable coincidence. However, both families are situated near King Niafang, frequently venturing into the Duanyuan mountain range, where the likelihood of encounters among clan members is quite substantial. Yet, the probability of descending into the same valley is exceedingly rare. Could this be fate? Gazing at Li Daong's pallid yet endearing visage, Wang Hao couldn't help but ponder. Given their acquaintance, and, aside from the familial ties, they had fought side by side on numerous occasions. Wang Hao, unwilling to merely observe, attempted once more to rouse Li Daong, but upon failing, he carried her back to his wooden abode, gently placing her upon the bed and using his mystical powers to dry her garments. It was then that he noticed the wounds on her arm and abdomen. For a cultivator conscious and capable, staunching the bleeding would pose little difficulty. Yet in her current state, without proper bandaging, the risk of excessive blood loss, and even death, loomed ominously. I shall remain unperturbed. A cultivator ought not to be shackled by mundane conventions. Wang Hao mused to himself, shaking his head in self-deprecation. He retrieved clean clothing, torn into strips, and tenderly dressed her wounds with salves, administering a few healing elixirs. "Miss Li, this is all I can do for you. Please rest well. I bid you farewell." Wang Hao was wary of lingering in the wooden dwelling, fearing that upon her awakening, an unfortunate misunderstanding might ensue. When Li Daong regained consciousness 2 days later at noon, she found herself in an unfamiliar room, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding her being. She was elated to be alive, but bewildered as to her whereabouts and the identity of her savior. During her descent, she had noticed someone below, yet in her desperate bid for survival, she had paid little heed to their features. After inspecting her garments and finding no signs of violation, she felt a wave of relief, concluding that her rescuer must be a benevolent soul. Thus, she resolved to venture forth to express her gratitude. As she rose from the bed, a sharp tug on her wound caused her delicate brows to furrow, leading her to realize that her injuries had been tended to. She had vaguely perceived that the person responsible was likely male, and an icy demeanor enveloped her. Possessing considerable talent, and having worked diligently from a young age, she had become the foremost Qi practitioner of the Li family at merely 20, and by 27, she had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Typically, not only her juniors, but even her peers held her in great esteem, with few daring to approach her closely. Yet today, she had been touched by a man. Chapter 55. A heroic rescue, though her injuries were grave. The circumstances remained unclear, and she could not afford to rush the healing process. Struggling to her feet, she ventured outside and espied someone by the riverside. Approaching, she found a figure perched on a stone at the water's edge, bare feet submerged, leisurely holding a fishing rod while basking in the sun. Despite her anger at being touched, she recognized the individual was attempting to assist her. Suppressing her ire, she spoke, "I am grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed friend. I am Li Durong. May I inquire your name?" Wang Hao had long been aware of her arrival, patiently waiting for her to speak first. Setting down his fishing rod, he rose and turned to face her. "Fairy Li, you have awakened. What brings you here?" "Indeed, it is I," she replied, her teeth clenched as she managed to utter a few words. During their previous encounters, she had believed he had changed for the better. Yet she now realized that his fundamental nature remained unaltered. Recalling how her niece had been left in disarray by him during their duel at Wang S Mountain, coupled with the rumors she had heard about his reputation in the marketplace, Li Durong could not help but suspect that he might have taken advantage of her vulnerability while tending to her wounds. Upon hearing the unusual tone in her voice, Wang Hao furrowed his brow and hastily clarified, "Li Xianzi, have you perhaps misunderstood something? At that time, I was merely tending to your wounds and did not." However, Li Durong paid no heed to his explanation and retorted angrily, "You are well aware of your own character. Though I, Li Durong, am not one to repay kindness with enmity after being saved by you twice, I shall let you off this time. Should we meet again, I shall certainly seek to exchange a few moves with you." Wang Hao was at a loss for words, pondering how he had never perceived Li Durong as such an unreasonable individual before. What had caused this transformation? Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently struck a nerve. Had he not been foolishly assisting others with their bandaging, his attitude would surely have undergone a complete reversal. "You have been missing for 2 years. Have you remained here all this time?" Li Durong, reluctant to engage in further discourse with Wang Hao, felt compelled to ascertain the circumstances of the situation. Wang Hao nodded. "Indeed, I've been trapped here since 2 years ago. But what of you, Li Daoyu? How do you come to be in this place?" "There are reasons of my own, which you need not concern yourself with." Thus, the conversation came to an impasse. Initially, he had intended to inform her about the Ningyuan fruit, believing that with Li Durong's formidable strength as a ninth-layer Qi practitioner, the three of them would stand a considerable chance against the demon beasts of the Baiyutan. Even if they could not defeat them, obtaining the Ningyuan fruit was still within reach. Unfortunately, given her current state of agitation, revealing this information would not only hinder any potential collaboration, but might also lead to further complications. Wang Hao realized he must secure the seeds of the Ningyuan fruit and could not afford such risks. "Let us set that aside for now. Li Daoyu, you appear to be quite injured. It would be prudent for you to focus on your recovery first." Wang Hao spoke calmly, noting the cold demeanor of the other party. He was not one to fawn over others. They could each go about their lives independently. Once Wang Yinfeng emerged from his retreat, negotiations with her would surely be far more favorable than his own attempts. Li Daong had initially intended to probe deeper into the situation while she recuperated, but the mere thought of her body being touched left her feeling repulsed. Coupled with Wang Hao's indifferent attitude, she was in no mood to engage further. With a bitter retort of not needing the other party's concern, she stormed back to the wooden cabin, slamming the door shut in a fit of frustration. "That was my room," Wang Hao murmured. "What is this nonsense? Do cultivators also indulge in unreasonable tantrums?" Sighing in resignation, he decided to construct another dwelling. Wang Hao set about building a new wooden cabin and resumed his seclusion. The maturation of the Mianguo would take several years, and with the canyon map already recorded, there was no escape route. He was not particularly worried about Li Daong leaving. He could afford to give her some time to cool off. Although he was in seclusion, the lack of soundproofing in the cabin made it impossible to ignore her movements. Over the following months, Wang Hao noted that Li Daong occasionally ventured out, sometimes returning within a few days, other times not for half a month, likely unwilling to remain trapped in this place as she sought an escape. On her last excursion, however, she had been absent for a month. "This is bad. She hasn't gone to the Biu pool, has she?" Wang Hao suddenly sprang to his feet. They had already explored the other side of the canyon. Well, they had found no path after only a few thousand miles. With Li Daong missing for a month, it was most likely that she had headed toward the Bu pool. She truly knows how to stir up trouble. Wang Hao sighed, realizing he must search for her. If anything were to happen to her, it would be exceedingly difficult for him and Uncle Ba to deal with the fish demon. Wang Hao stepped outside and noticed that Wang Yinfeng was still in seclusion, seemingly intent on breaking through to the 9th level of Qi training before emerging. Deciding not to disturb him, he summoned the golden-eyed duck, and together they headed towards the Bayou Pond. Although the golden-eyed duck could not soar over the towering canyons, it was capable of short, frog-like leaps in flight. After a while riding the duck, Wang Hao stowed it away in his spirit beast pouch and continued on foot, alternating between resting and walking, which proved to be considerably faster than relying solely on his own legs. Leader Roan was unfamiliar with the terrain and lagged behind Wang Hao. He calculated that with half a month's time, he should be able to catch up with her. Approaching within 500 miles of the Bayou Pond, Wang Hao suddenly halted, sensing an urgent need to summon the golden-eyed duck once more. His map indicated unusual activity from the boss at the pond, and it was clear who was responsible. Leader Roan, do not underestimate yourself, Wang Hao thought, fully aware that some formidable Qi practitioners could slay beasts of higher rank. Leader Roan was indeed impressive, but the fish demon she faced was 2 ranks above her. Could a mere clan practitioner truly defeat an enemy 2 ranks higher? It was laughable. Meanwhile, Leader Roan was locked in a fierce battle with the fish demon. Her attire was disheveled, and faint traces of blood marred her skin, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she had suffered considerable injuries. After completing her recovery a few days prior, she had set out only to find Wang Hao in seclusion, prompting her to explore a way out on her own. Initial attempts had yielded no results, but she had ascertained that the canyon was relatively safe, and the other end was swiftly approaching its conclusion. After making adequate preparations, she ventured towards this side. After more than a month of relentless pursuit, she found herself on the brink of surrender. Yet the thought of returning to question Wang Hao and witnessing his expression renewed her determination. Today, she finally arrived at the water pool and, upon discovering the Bu Yungue, was overwhelmed with joy. Without a second thought, she waded through the water, unaware that her movements had already alerted the second-tier fish demon. Caught off guard by its ambush, she sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the second-tier protective talisman bestowed by her family, that strike could have claimed her life. Now, the prospect of not only harvesting the Yungue, but also escaping this perilous water pool seemed an extravagant dream. Meanwhile, Wang Hao sped along on the golden-eyed duck, faintly hearing the sounds of battle. It appeared she was still alive. Indeed, she was formidable. Her pride was well-founded. Wang Hao yearned to make a dashing entrance and play the gallant hero, but his disheveled appearance from the journey rendered him anything but graceful. And the golden-eyed duck could not soar to great heights with a passenger. He even entertained the thought of witnessing Li Durong plead for his assistance. However, upon their meeting, the sight of Li Durong's crimson robes, stained and vivid with blood, eclipsed any personal grievances he harbored. With a commanding voice, he bellowed, "You audacious demon! Dare to harm others before me? Take this." He projected an aura of authority and, with reckless abandon, unleashed a flurry of talismans that indeed captured the fish demon's attention. Yet, the first-tier talismans were merely an annoyance to a second-tier mid-level beast, failing to even break its skin, rendering evasion unnecessary. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of mist erupted. Li Durong, no fool, recognized Wang Hao's successful diversion and promptly exerted all her strength to flee. As the mist dissipated, the fish demon realized it had been deceived. Wang Hao stood at a distance, never approaching. Meanwhile, another prey attempted to flee, inciting the demon's fury. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a massive water sphere aimed at Li Durong. If struck, she would either perish or be gravely injured. Chapter 56. I must address you as Annie truly. This was a debt owed to you. Wang Hao activated his would escape technique, scattering a plethora of talismans before him. With a swift leap, he seized Li Durong and turned to shield her. The tremendous force nearly rendered him unconscious, causing him to cough up blood. Fearful of looking back, He burrowed underground with Li Durong in his grasp. As a water demon, the fish creature could not remain far from water for long, especially before reaching its transformation stage. It could only howl in frustration at the sight of the two vanishing underground, for its awakened powers were solely water-based attacks, rendering it powerless against Wang Hao's subterranean escape. Wang Hao utilized his earth escape technique, traveling 100 miles before daring to surface. Upon emerging, he glanced at Li Durong, discovering she had succumbed to unconsciousness, though her breath remained, indicating she was still alive. Ah, truly a fragile woman. Recognizing the perilous situation, Wang Hao dared not linger. He administered several medicinal pills to Li Durong and consumed a few himself before hoisting her onto his back and resuming his hurried journey. The following day, Li Durong regained consciousness, only to find herself being carried by Wang Hao, their bodies pressed closely together. Instantly, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, prompting her to struggle against him. "Put me down. Do not test my patience, woman. If you wish to perish, I can oblige." Wang Hao retorted, equally irate. After saving her twice, her attitude was intolerable. He jostled Li Durong once more to secure her on his back. Li Daong, gravely injured and devoid of any strength, found herself incapable of contending with Wang Hao. She was not the type of woman to create unnecessary turmoil. Witnessing Wang Hao selflessly shield her from a blow and recalling their fierce battle against the second-tier giant python in the underground cavern stirred her heart, rendering her silent. She had long since come to terms with the fact that Wang Hao had merely bandaged her wounds that day. Any perceived intimacy was a consequence of circumstance. Her resentment, therefore, felt unjustified, prompting her to seek an exit to apologize to Wang Hao, only to find herself once again saved by him. The two traveled in silence for over 1,000 miles before pausing. Wang Hao located a relatively spacious area to gently set Li Daong down, yet as he rose, darkness enveloped his vision and he collapsed to the ground. Goodness, even a cultivator like myself can suffer from low blood sugar. It dawned on him that he had journeyed tirelessly for 3 days without a morsel of food. "Are you all right?" Li Daong inquired with concern as she noticed Wang Hao's fainting spell. "I'll survive. And you?" he thought, inwardly reflecting. This woman is finally speaking more rationally. It seems that saving her once again has had some effect. Yet, dismissing her injuries as merely superficial was an understatement. "Come now, stop pretending. I sustained internal injuries from a strike by a fish demon, and you fought it for so long, yet you claim it's just external wounds?" Wang Hao shook his head, perplexed by her arrogance. Li Daong cast a sharp glance at him. She was not one to overlook kindness, yet she found it unbearable to endure Wang Hao's frivolous demeanor. However, given their current circumstances, it was futile to conceal the truth. There were indeed some internal injuries that would likely take a year or two to heal. She inquired, "Having been trapped here for 2 years, have you found any other means of escape? Would I have remained here for over 2 years had I found an exit?" Wang Hao retorted with irritation. Yet, upon noticing the impending fury on Li Daong's face, he continued, "Once you recuperate, perhaps there will be an opportunity." With Li Daong, a formidable practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, their chances of defeating the beasts of the Baiyutan were significantly enhanced. Even if they could not vanquish them, acquiring the Gingyang Guo would certainly be within reach. As you have observed, that place harbors Guo. If we unite our efforts, seizing several should not be impossible. Once one of us establishes a foundation, we can depart from here. Isn't that a matter of waiting several years? Li Daong's expression shifted slightly, as she noted that the Guo had yet to mature. What then? Harvesting them now would be futile. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. By the time you recover, my uncle should also have reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If you two can hold off the fish demon for a moment, I shall procure the Ming Yun Guo. By the way, you never mentioned how you ended up here last time. Could you enlighten me this time? Wang Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. My past reputation was far from pristine. Yet does that preclude one from changing for the better? I ask you, dear Fairy Li, during your 2 fainting spells, did I ever take advantage of your misfortune? On the contrary, I rescued you twice during your peril. We now share the trials of adversity. Let us trust one another. Li Durong's complexion flushed slightly. Indeed, Wang Hao was quite proper in his demeanor. As for physical contact, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Thus, she recounted her own experiences to Wang Hao. Nothing particularly novel. Merely tales of seeking rare herbs and becoming separated from her kin, as well as an unfortunate fall while battling a beast. She also shared some tidings regarding Wang Hao, mentioning how the Wang family had mobilized numerous individuals over the past 2 years to search for the uncle and nephew. Wang Yanjiao, in particular, had ventured deep into the Duanyuan mountain range several times, suffering severe injuries on one occasion, truly embodying the essence of a devoted father. In truth, I possess a means to deal with the second-tier fish demon. My initial intent in entering the mountains was to confront the beasts, so I had prepared a Sankai demon-trapping array, which should be capable of restraining that creature for a time. However, her expression darkened as she continued. Regrettably, I was too focused on the Ging Yun Gua, allowing it to ambush me and inflict grievous wounds. With the combined strength of the three of us, we should manage the second-tier array without issue. Seeing a glimmer of hope for escape, Wang Hao solemnly advised, "You should first tend to your injuries. My 8th uncle is also in seclusion. Let us wait for him for a while. The air here is abundant, which will not hinder our cultivation." 3 days later, Wang Hao's body had nearly recovered, though some internal injuries would require gradual recuperation. He lifted his gaze to find Li Zhurong sitting cross-legged by the stream, still clad in her tattered robe, suggesting she had no replacements. Some rips had been mended, yet the hem was shorter than before, exposing a small section of her leg, reminiscent of a lotus root. The surface of the water shimmered, making it difficult to discern clearly. Nonetheless, her skin appeared more radiant than the water itself. Observing her gentle and tranquil demeanor, he hesitated, fearful of disturbing her serenity. Shaking his head to dispel certain thoughts, he cleared his throat and said, "Let us first return and reunite with Uncle Ba. The alchemy furnace is over there, and lingering here for too long is rather inconvenient." Li Daong hesitated slightly and replied softly, "Why don't you return first? I still need some time to heal. Without any medicinal aid, how long will it take for your recovery?" Wang Hao suddenly regained his composure and could not help but glance at Li Daong's calves, a teasing glint in his eyes. "But is it truly impossible to traverse? I shall carry you." Li Daong felt a shiver under his intense gaze and stammered, "You should go ahead." "I refuse." As she spoke, she tugged at her shortened dress to cover her calves. "What am I afraid of? It's not as if I have never been carried before. I have not only been carried, but also embraced." Li Daong's expression turned frosty. "If you continue to speak so indiscreetly, I shall fight you with all my might." All right, my apologies, but you know I harbor no ill intentions. Although there are no beasts here, there are plenty of toxins. Given your current state, how can I feel at ease leaving you alone?" Wang Hao's expression grew serious. "As cultivators, we prioritize the greater path. We should not be concerned with such trivialities. As long as our hearts are untainted, it matters not, especially since no one is watching us here. Moreover, if we truly consider our standings, we are separated by generations. I ought to address you as aunt." Chapter 57. The stealing of the spirit fruit, though it is said thus, they do not belong to the same clan. The hierarchy is not so strict. The De family of the Li clan and the Wen family of the Wang clan can be considered peers. When the two families intermarry, they do not strictly adhere to lineage, especially since cultivators enjoy extended lifespans. It is quite common for someone to have children in their 100-plus years of foundation building, leading to a natural muddling of generational distinctions. Consequently, among the two clans, only age and cultivation are considered, and only in the presence of direct elders is the younger generation expected to observe the customary respects. Enough of this discourse. Li Zhurong furrowed her brow, feeling that Wang Hao's explanations were becoming increasingly convoluted. Her restraint only served to reveal her own insecurities. As they set off once more, their conversation flowed more easily, fostering a warmer rapport. "Fairy Li, if you were to directly consume the Ningyuan fruit, what would be the probability of successfully reaching the foundation stage?" Wang Hao mused, feeling that his own experience with the fruit had been rather disappointing. Without old Wang's healing elixirs, the situation could prove perilous, making it a gamble not worth taking. "Perhaps around 70% certainty," Li Zhurong responded, her thoughts turning serious as she contemplated the significance of foundation building. Yet there is no need to rush into consumption. I possess a golden-eyed duck spirit beast that will soon be ready to advance. Once it does, I shall soar across the valley, Wang Hao asserted with a grave expression. Li Dirong's delicate brows knitted together. Advancing a spirit beast is not such an easy feat. The black feather eagle I raised in the Li family took 2 centuries to reach the second tier of excellence. Wang Hao thought to himself, that is merely because you are reluctant to invest in its nourishment. With my feeding regimen of several hundred spirit stones a month, even a rock could transform. These are matters to consider later. Li Xianzi took the lead in recuperating, and the two spent over 10 days returning to the wooden cabin. Wang Hao diligently refined several healing elixirs and fasting pills, which he presented to Li Dirong, saying, Li Xianzi, these medicinal pills should suffice for your needs for an entire year. Li Dirong accepted the jade vial and replied calmly, thank you. Once we are out, I will settle the account with spirit stones. Wang Hao, with a smile, declined, you are too kind. These are merely herbs gathered from the valley, of little value. Besides, we must work together to obtain the Ningyuan fruit. Such calculations are unnecessary. Li Dirong said no more, accepting the elixirs and beginning to heal in solitude. Wang Hao also seized the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Approximately 6 months later, a surge of spiritual energy resonated, followed by Wang Yinfeng's hearty laughter. 9th layer of qi refinement. Ha ha ha. At just 42 years old this year, with 18 years until he turns 60, it is not impossible for him to establish a foundation. Wang Hao did not step outside to offer his congratulations, for he was nearing the same accomplishment. He needed to focus on his training, having already left a communication talisman for Wang Yinfeng, rendering a personal visit unnecessary. Another 6 months passed, and Li Dirong completed her recovery, while Wang Hao remained in seclusion. Li Dirong calculated the ripening of an Ningyuan fruit and chose not to disturb Wang Hao. 3 months later, Wang Hao concluded his meditation, and a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. I too have reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Li Daoyu is truly a hidden gem. To achieve the 9th layer of qi refinement at such a young age with 5 elemental roots is remarkable. The praise from Li Dirong reached Wang Hao, who hurriedly opened the door. Li Xianzi, you yist. My progress is merely the result of accumulating medicinal pills. It cannot compare to the purity of your magical power. Wang Hao, now merely 31 years of age, has ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement far more swiftly than he had anticipated. This rapid advancement is attributable not only to the dual attribute cultivation method, but also to the enhancements provided by the spirit gathering array, elixirs, spiritual fruits, and the ice muscle jade bone technique. Our strength has significantly increased, and the Ginyan goal is nearing maturity. It is time to take action. Wang Yinfeng, equally delighted, inquired with a smile, how is your spirit beast faring? The golden-eyed duck has entered a state of slumber for the past month and is beginning its ascension. Having been nurtured by Wang Hao for over a decade, receiving the finest care, its progression has been notably sluggish. Wang Hao speculates that this may be linked to its bloodline, suggesting that the golden-eyed duck may only attain the 2nd rank of spirit beasts. In contrast, the ice-eyed white tiger, which arrived a few years later, has already reached the 1st rank of high quality, while the illusionary moon butterfly progresses even more swiftly. As long as Wang Hao continues to provide spiritual fruits, they function almost as a waste-producing machine. In just 3 or 4 years, they're already entering their 2nd slumber, surpassing the golden-eyed duck in cultivation level. Wang Yinfeng pondered for a moment and suggested, should we not wait for the golden-eyed duck to ascend? Li Dirong, however, was not in agreement. Wang Daoyu, we possess only 3 Nyangua. The next harvest will not occur for another 50 years. Are you certain you wish to forfeit this opportunity? Although she is the pride of the Li family, destined to receive the next foundation establishment pill, she too must wait over a decade. The sooner one establishes their foundation, the greater their chances of forming a core. Any aspiring cultivator would not let such an opportunity slip away. Wang Yinfeng chuckled awkwardly, indeed. How could one possibly let it pass? I, Wang, am also a seeker of the Tao. Since there are no objections, let's embark on our journey. The 3 of us tidied up and set forth towards the jade pool. In the serene and tranquil valley, Wang Hao and his companions stood beneath a towering ancient tree, their eyes fixed intently on a mist-laden pool 1,000 meters away. More precisely, their gaze was directed at the central tree bearing the elusive essence fruit. Not daring to blink, Wang Yinfeng swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with avarice. Fairly, what do you propose we do? Wang Hao pondered briefly before replying. While we do possess a formation, engaging in a direct confrontation would clearly be unwise. I suggest that the two of you distract the fish demon while I stealthily approach to procure 3 fruits. As for the tree, we could have our family's foundation cultivators transplanted. He continued, in terms of division, naturally each of us would receive 1 fruit. The tree, previously belonging to the Wang family, now largely under Li Durong's stewardship, as he has provided the formation, will likely be contested by the Li family. As for any disputes that may arise, that will be a matter for the current family heads to resolve, with no bearing on the 3 of us. Logically, before acquiring sufficient strength, the essence fruit tree is akin to a hot potato. Whoever possesses it risks the annihilation of their clan should word of it leak. Thus, the trio agreed to maintain strict secrecy, divulging the matter only to the heads of their respective families. Li Durong nodded. Very well, I shall set up the formation. Then turned to Wang Yinfeng. I will trouble you to lure out the fish demon. Me? Wang Yinfeng pointed to himself in disbelief. This, Uncle Ba. It must be you who does it. I need to conceal myself first. If you're unwilling, we can switch roles. You can go and procure the spiritual fruits. Wang Yinfeng shook his head vigorously, conceding, then let it be. It is far better for you to pilfer the spiritual fruit, compared to luring the demon. Infiltrating the depths of the pond is undeniably far more perilous. I question my own capabilities in this regard. The trio made their preparations. First, establishing the focal point of the 5-element reversal array and ensuring their spiritual energy was fully replenished before embarking on their mission. Prior to their undertaking, Li Daong produced a stick of incense, informing Wang how that igniting it would cloak his magical fluctuations. As long as the fish demon could not perceive him, it would be unable to detect him through its divine consciousness. Wang Hao, having practiced the concealing spirit technique, found that with his dual approach, not only were his magical emanations obscured, but his physical presence was also veiled from the realm of divine perception. Silently, with all preparations in place, Wang Hao cautiously approached the jade pond. 5 miles, 2 miles, 500 meters. Upon entering the 500-meter radius, Wang Hao deliberately paused for a moment. Given the fish demon's second-tier mid-grade peak range of divine perception, it would typically be able to sense him. Yet, as it scanned the water surface, all remained tranquil with no signs of anomaly. A wave of relief washed over Wang Hao as he utilized the thicket by the pond's edge to continue his slow advance. Eventually, he reached the rear of the pond, less than 20 meters from the waterline, where he remained utterly still, concealed from view. Chapter 58. The acquisition of the condensed yuan fruit upon Wang Yinzhao's arrival. Wang Hao immediately enacted their prearranged plan. He directed his magical prowess towards the tranquil pool, which erupted with a resounding blast before settling once more into stillness. Suddenly, however, it roiled violently as if boiling, and from its depths emerged a fish demon the size of a shark. Upon perceiving merely a cheerifying human before it, the creature gaped its cavernous maw, capable of swallowing a human whole, and emitted a roar filled with wrath. The fish demon unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Wang Yinfeng had already made his escape, evading the strikes. Exercising caution, the demon lingered briefly, and upon sensing no further commotion, it pursued Wang Yinfeng along the creek. Wang Yinfeng occasionally released spirit talismans to deliberately provoke the demon. Noticing the demon had departed, Wang Hao stealthily submerged himself, striving to minimize noise as he gradually approached the small island at the heart of the pool. When he was a mere 10 meters from the condensed yuan fruit tree, he halted, for this distance was sufficient for him to pluck the fruit. Wang Hao summoned the fierce wind sword and, with a swift motion, severed 3 condensed yuan fruits from their branches. Employing a summoning technique, he drew them into his storage pouch. Observing the seeds in the farm illuminate, He turned and swam back to the shore without a backward glance. During his passage, several first-tier demon beasts detected his presence in the lake. Yet Wang Hao's speed was unparalleled. Before they could close in, he had already reached the land. Once ashore, he harbored no fear of the few first-tier fish demons, dispatching them with effortless precision, one sword stroke for each. Wang Hao, uninterested in lingering combat, swiftly neutralized the pursuing beasts, signaled his companion to retreat, and departed without claiming the corpses of the fallen demons. On the other side, Wang Yinfeng lured the fish demon into the formation, and the two of them frantically infused spiritual energy into the array, hoping to contain the creature for a moment longer to buy time for Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's endeavor proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Naturally, they would not engage in a prolonged confrontation with the fish demon. They forsook their positions, hastily collecting the formation plate and retreating. Without their manipulation, the array was soon breached by the fish demon. However, the three had already escaped 100 miles away. Bound to water, the fish demon glanced at the yuan condensing fruit hidden by the pond, let out an unwilling cry, and ultimately sank back into the depths to slumber. As a second-tier demon beast, its lifespan was remarkably long, merely 50 years. It could afford to wait. Phew, that was truly perilous. Fortunately, the effect of Fairy Li's hidden fragrance was remarkable. Otherwise, I would never have approached the yuan condensing fruit so easily. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and distributed the fruit among them. Wang Yinfeng cautiously cradled the yuan condensing fruit, given his aptitude. He had no priority for his family's foundation-building pills. Now that the opportunity to establish his foundation lay before him, he longed to consume and refine it immediately. Li Durong, however, remained considerably calm. She glanced at Wang Hao and inquired, "Do you intend to establish your foundation in this valley?" Wang Hao chuckled wryly, "I shall pass. With my 5 elemental roots, I cannot compare to you all. If I recklessly consume the yuan condensing fruit, I fear I might burst. It is better to take it back and refine it into a foundation-building pill." "You can refine foundation-building pills?" Li Durong asked, astonished. Wang Hao shook his head. "Of course I cannot, but old Wang is currently a second-tier mid-grade alchemist. Perhaps with a few years' time, he might be able to." At this moment, Wang Yinfeng also came to a realization. Given his 3 spirit roots, the likelihood of directly consuming the Mingguo to establish a foundation was rather slim. Thus, he said, "As far as I know, the old patriarch is a second-tier high-grade alchemist. Perhaps we could solicit his esteemed assistance in refining some elixirs. However, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Li Fairy, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Aside from the patriarch, I shall not utter a word to anyone else." As he spoke, he returned the Mingguo to Wang Hao, adding, "My family will provide the other necessary medicinal herbs. We only ask for 2 foundation establishment pills. Is that acceptable?" Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the Mingguo back. "I shall do my utmost to facilitate this matter, but the ultimate decision rests with the patriarch. Li Fairy, it would be prudent for you to return and invite the head of the Li family to discuss this further." Li Durong interjected, "There is no need for that. This location is closest to your Wang family's Ruojuan Mountain. Once we exit, I shall accompany you to seek the opinion of Elder Wang. Yet how shall we make our exit? Should we wait for the golden-eyed duck?" Wang Hao chuckled at the mention, slapping his spirit beast pouch to release Yaya. "Just by the pond, I sense some unusual movements from the golden-eyed duck, and indeed, it has successfully advanced." The two were overjoyed upon hearing this. After spending several years in the valley, they were finally able to depart. In truth, the golden-eyed duck had awakened long ago. But Wang Hao had chosen to withhold this information from them in hopes of acquiring the seeds from the Mingguo tree. After advancing to a first-tier, high-grade spirit beast, Yaya had significantly increased in size, now capable of carrying both individuals aloft. Wang Hao took turns sending Wang Yinzhao and Li Durong out. And just as he was contemplating a swift return to Ruojuan Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him. The 2 individuals obstructed the path of Wang Hao and his companions. Initially, Wang Hao intended to mock them for courting death, but upon sensing their aura, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. These 2 were actually Foundation establishment cultivators. One of the cultivators, clad in black, spat out the grass he had been chewing and laughed. Well, brother, today fortune smiles upon us. A plump sheep has delivered itself right to our doorstep. Judging by their attire, they belong to the Leaf family of Qingyo Workshop and the Wang family. Offspring from such families tend to be rather affluent, and indeed, we are fortunate. The other cultivator, dressed in gray, fixed a piercing gaze upon the trio. Have you consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards to dare lay hands on members of the Wang family? Wang Yinfeng could not help but scold. Ha ha ha. The two Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances. A mere Foundation establishment family, how grandly arrogant. Junior, even if your ancestor were present, I would still scrape off a few tails of his oil. While Wang Yinfeng continued to engage in verbal sparring with the adversaries, Wang Hao swiftly sent a message to Li Durong. Fairy Li, do you have confidence in diverting one of the Foundation establishment cultivators? As a potential seed of the Li family, Li Durong undoubtedly possessed hidden cards, and thus she replied, if it is only one, it would be no problem. Very well. We shall split up to escape. You confront the gray-clad Foundation establishment cultivator, while I deal with the black-clad one. My eighth uncle's combat prowess is insufficient. It would be more of a hindrance for him to remain. Let him ride my spirit beast to Ruo Jun Mountain to send word. Understood. We will meet at Ruo Jun Mountain. With that, Li Durong immediately directed her yellow silk ribbon to attack the gray-clad cultivator, leaving Wang Hao astonished. Were you so hasty for? He thought, urging Wang Yinfeng to ride away quickly. Meanwhile, Wang Hao brandished the earth seal to confront the black-clad Foundation establishment cultivator. The gray-robed cultivator swiftly countered, these two youngsters seem eager. In that case, I shall send you to your demise. The black-robed cultivator's eyes brightened upon seeing Wang Hao produce a second-tier artifact, the earthly seal. What a plump target we have here. Boss, be careful not to kill that girl. It's been months since I've had a proper meal. The gray-robed cultivator replied, understood. A glance to the side revealed Wang Yinfeng unleashing a golden-eyed duck to make his escape, prompting an immediate intervention. Where do you think you're going? This momentary distraction allowed Li Durong's fierce assault to strike the burly man's back, leaving a glaring wound. The gray-robed cultivator stumbled, his spell going awry, and Wang Yinfeng seized the opportunity to distance himself and flee. Furious, the gray-robed cultivator exclaimed, "You seek death, young one." Wang Hao, meanwhile, fought while retreating. If they split into three directions, the enemies could only pursue two, leaving Wang Yinfeng relatively safe. Brother, let us first deal with these two before chasing that one. After all, it's merely a first-tier spirit beast and cannot fly too swiftly. Agreed, let's make this quick. As Wang Hao fought and fled, his spirits plummeted. Just moments after acquiring the condensing essence fruit, he found himself beset by bandits. Who could he complain to about this? He had managed to survive thus far. Convinced he had not wronged anyone, even the unfriendly demeanor of some members of the Wang family had been met with a smile. Why was fate so relentless? Chapter 59. Encountering bandits again. Ultimately, the Qi refinement stage could not compare to the Foundation establishment stage. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain from the map, Wang Hao fled with haste. Yet the Foundation establishment cultivator remained hot on his heels, and the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Wang Hao discovered a fissure in the rock ahead and swiftly took refuge within. He needed to consume some elixirs to restore his magic, and upon entering the crevice, he found it relatively spacious, approximately 100 square feet in size. The entrance, however, was quite small. Perhaps he could employ a hidden tactic to outsmart the Foundation establishment. Wang Hao retrieved a few healing pills and hastily consumed them. As they slid down his throat, he felt invigorated, his dantian brimming with energy, and his body considerably lighter. Indeed, the elixirs he concocted were remarkably effective. In that brief moment, the cloaked figure of the Foundation establishment cornered him. Sniffing the air, he seethed. The scent of spiritual elixirs. You dare squander my elixirs, brat? Wang Hao could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of these bandits. Come out quickly. With your meager abilities, you think you can escape? Hand over your storage bag obediently, and perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life." Wang Hao had no intention of believing his deceitful words and retorted, "The storage bag is right here in my possession. Why don't you come in and take it?" It seemed that he would have to teach this rogue a lesson. The cloaked figure forcefully struck the stone wall, causing the cave to tremble violently. Wang Hao silently regretted his choice. If this continued, he would be buried alive. He contemplated using earth escape techniques, but instead collided headfirst into the stone wall. Bewildered, he heard the sound of mocking laughter above him. "I told you there was no escape. You brought this upon yourself. Come out obediently, or do you want me to incinerate you?" Wang Hao had no choice but to step outside. "Senior, we have no grievances from the past, nor enmities in recent days. Your actions seem merely driven by the desire for wealth. I shall present you with this storage bag, and I hope you will show mercy." Despite his words, Wang Hao harbored no belief that his opponent would let him off easily. He tightly gripped the earthly seal in his hand, simultaneously preparing to unleash Xiao Bai for a desperate fight. Fortunately, the black-clad cultivator, somewhat overconfident, refrained from attacking when Wang Hao revealed himself. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Boy, hand over that storage bag, quickly. I advise you not to conceal anything, or you will learn what it means to desire life, yet find it unattainable." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao mused that this individual seemed well-versed in the art of highway robbery. There was no principle that allowed one to grant their adversary a moment's respite. As he ran, he discerned that the black-clad Foundation cultivator's methods were rather mediocre, akin to someone who had only recently established their foundation and had yet to fully acclimate to their own magical powers. What was he thinking? Shouldn't he hastened to produce the storage bag, instead of forcing me to take action? The black-clad cultivator had no intention of sparing Wang Hao, yet the latter was indeed a formidable opponent. The earthly seal in Wang Hao's possession surpassed any artifact the cultivator held. Were it not for the cultivator's status as a Foundation practitioner with superior magical power, he might have already met his downfall. Therefore, he resolved to feign a demeanor of gullibility, hoping to deceive Wang Hao into relinquishing the earthly seal before making his move. Wang Hao produced a low-tier storage bag, containing only a few spiritual herbs, and tremblingly handed it to the hulking figure, pleading, "Junior gathered these spiritual herbs on Duanyuan Mountain. I implore you, Senior, to spare my life. I would never dare forget your great kindness." The black-clad cultivator eagerly accepted the storage bag, impatient to inspect its contents. Wang Hao contemplated that an opportunity had arisen. At the moment the dark-clad cultivator of Foundation establishment opened his storage pouch, Wang Hao's consciousness surged, triggering an explosion of several spirit talismans contained within. However, the outcome deviated entirely from Wang Hao's expectations. The dark-clad cultivator adeptly evaded the onslaught of the talismans, and those that struck him were effortlessly deflected by his protective spiritual light. With a mocking expression, he taunted, "Kid, I anticipated your treachery. How dare an ant in the chi refinement stage attempt to ambush a Foundation establishment cultivator? It seems you are intent on resisting until the end. Do not presume that you alone are stalling for time to restore your spiritual energy. Do you think I haven tea replenish mine?" With that, the burly man drew a blue longsword and slashed at Wang Hao. Eager to assess this man's strength, Wang Hao promptly affixed 10 defensive talismans to himself, only to have 3 of them severed by the attack. He truly is weak, or perhaps I'm simply too formidable. Why would I need to flee? Wang Hao scoffed, realizing that even if he were to strike, he could easily break through 4 defensive talismans. Thus, he brandished his wind blade and engaged in combat with his opponent. With an abundance of talismans at his disposal, he had no concern for defense, while his adversary was forced to rely solely on his protective spiritual light. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Wang Hao had only expended over 200 talismans, yet he had left the dark-clad Foundation establishment cultivator panting for breath. Gasping, the cultivator exclaimed, "How many talismans do you possess, kid? Is this never-ending?" Wang Hao replied with a smile, "If you allow me to depart, I can gift you a few. How dare you look down upon me?" The cultivator seethed. "Today, I shall ensure your demise." With that, he resumed his assault, swinging the sword toward Wang Hao once more. Wang Hao weaved left and right, his heart racing with anxiety. Though his opponent could not easily vanquish him, he found himself equally powerless against the other. In the realm of qi refinement, he was virtually invincible, his numerous techniques mastered to perfection. Yet, his adversary was a foundation establishment cultivator, possessing extraordinary speed and agility, effortlessly evading his attacks. When cornered, the opponent could withstand his assaults with a protective spiritual light without much difficulty. Could he exhaust the opponent? It was not entirely implausible. But the other possessed far greater reserves of spiritual energy. Thus far, the adversary had not consumed any elixirs to restore their power. And Wang Hao dare not gamble on that. A qi refinement cultivator's body fatigued more easily than that of a foundation establishment cultivator, and even his own body, honed through physical cultivation, would not withstand a strain. Should he contemplate employing that technique? A thought crossed Wang Hao's mind, recalling the divine splitting cone he had cultivated. However, the use of this technique hinged upon the condition that the opponent's spiritual consciousness was weaker than his own. Given that his opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator, failure would be tantamount to death for him. He resolved to probe a little longer. Thus, he unleashed a flurry of spiritual talismans while simultaneously releasing little white to deplete the opponent's spiritual energy, all the while observing the adversary's capabilities. The sword wielded by the black-clad foundation establishment cultivator was merely a first-tier superior flying sword, indicating that he was not particularly affluent. The absence of elixirs and the lack of talismans further substantiated this observation. Most of the spells employed were also first-tier, suggesting that the opponent had not cultivated any second-tier techniques. There were two possibilities. Either the opponent had no means to acquire such techniques, or they had recently established their foundation and had yet to cultivate further. Judging from the aura, the opponent was not as formidable as Old Wang, making the latter scenario more likely. This implied that apart from possessing richer spiritual energy, the opponent's other skills were comparable to, if not inferior to, his own. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a twinge of regret for allowing Wang Yinfeng to depart ahead of him. Had he not done so, with Wang Yinfeng and Yaya's assistance, dispatching this foe would have been significantly easier than it was now. A first-tier superior spirit beast is capable of restraining the opponent, significantly easing Wang Hao's burdens. Not to mention the addition of two more allies. It is perplexing who granted him the audacity to venture forth and rob. The black-clad foundation establishment cultivator found himself at a loss, feeling an insufferable frustration. A mere qi-refining junior, possessing a second-tier spiritual weapon was one thing. But the inadequacy of a qi-refining practitioner's spiritual energy meant it could not be wielded for long. Thus he harbored little fear. Yet, the presence of seemingly endless spiritual talismans, albeit all first-tier, was still of little concern. However, the existence of another spirit beast was troubling. Dealing with a first-tier superior spirit beast was already a challenge, let alone in a 1-against-2 scenario. At this juncture, the black-clad foundation establishment cultivator began to regret his decision to engage in robbery. His name was Zhao Kuang, a former wandering cultivator who, by a stroke of fate, acquired a fragment of inheritance and fortuitously established his foundation. Yet, post-establishment, he found himself devoid of techniques and resources. What was he to do? He could only resort to dubious schemes. Thus, he conspired with several fellow foundation establishment cultivators to ambush some qi-refining juniors at the edge of Duanyuan Mountain, hoping to seize some resources. They devised a plan to refrain from attacking those entering Duanyuan Mountain, instead targeting those departing, as these cultivators often carried harvested spiritual herbs and materials from slain demonic beasts, which could yield considerable profit upon sale. Just days prior, they had easily slain a few, acquiring a wealth of valuable items. Today, however, they anticipated a similarly effortless encounter, only to unexpectedly confront Wang Hao. As the battle progressed, Zhao Kuang felt his internal spiritual energy depleting rapidly, and thoughts of fleeing began to surface. The humiliation of a foundation establishment cultivator needing to escape from a qi-refining practitioner was almost unbearable. Zhao Kuang panted heavily, resembling a dog in the sweltering summer heat, nearly sticking out his tongue in exhaustion. Upon beholding Wang Hao gazing at him with a sly smile, he was instantly consumed by rage. The impulse to flee was temporarily suppressed as he resolutely swallowed a spirit pill, indeed a recovery pill, as he lacked any foundational elixirs and could only restore a fraction of his magical energy. Nonetheless, he deemed this sufficient to contend with Wang Hao. At the very least, it would facilitate his escape. Channeling his spiritual energy, he feigned nonchalance, striving to maintain an air of confidence. Wang Hao could hardly suppress a smile. This senior is truly a master of theatrics. Were he to pursue acting, accolades would surely follow. You little brat, still so defiant. Do not presume that a mere first-tier spirit beast can thwart me. Zhao Kuang spat vehemently. You are utterly ignorant of a foundational cultivator's prowess. Hand over your storage bag, and I shall grant you a swift end. Feigning fear, Wang Hao glanced at the arrayed, ice-eyed white tiger beside him. Little White, what shall we do? A foundational cultivator. How terrifying. His performance was so inept that even Little White rolled its eyes, opening its mouth to roar, as if to say, this rookie foundational cultivator is no match for me. How dare you provoke me, you insolent brat? Prepare to face the consequences. Enraged, Zhao Kuang launched into a fierce assault, while Wang Hao deftly sidestepped, observing Little White engage in combat with Zhao Kuang. With Zhao Kuang's magical energy nearly depleted, he found himself evenly matched with Little White. Recognizing the opportunity, Wang Hao resolved to unleash the spirit-cleaving spike. Even if he could not prevail, Little White would ensure his safety. First, he cast a spiritual talisman to divert attention, then concentrated his consciousness into a long, piercing spike aimed directly at Zhao Kuang's sea of consciousness. The distance was so close that one could calculate the uncalculated. The attack on the mind was both intangible and formless. Zhao Kuang had not yet registered the situation when the divine, piercing cone penetrated his consciousness, causing a sudden, excruciating pain in his brain. As if it were about to split open, he stared wide-eyed at Wang Hao, disbelief etched across his face. In an instant, Xiao Bai lunged forward, a single claw shattering his skull into a pulp, rendering him undeniably dead. The frailty of his consciousness was astonishing. It appeared that after reaching the 9th level of Qi training, my mental prowess had surpassed that of an average early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Hao observed Zhao Kuang's predicament, murmuring to himself, those who kill are inevitably killed in return. Alas, why resort to such means? Where can't a foundation establishment cultivator make a living? Why engage in such a fruitless endeavor? Wang Hao's words seemed somewhat hypocritical, for there were few as affluent as him. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator lacking skills could only serve as a guest elder in a family or sect, earning a mere 200 spirit stones a year, while a single bottle of Qi gathering pills cost at least 300 spirit stones, hardly sufficient. Furthermore, was serving as a guest elder genuinely safe? Accepting others' benefits required one to pledge their life in return, which was indeed less advantageous than banditry, where the rewards were higher and freedom intact. After a brief pause, seeing Zhao Kuang remain motionless, Wang Hao delivered a final strike with the fierce wind sword to ensure his demise, then cautiously approached the corpse. After all, caution is the key to longevity. One could hardly predict if Zhao Kuang possessed any hidden cards. The final strike of a foundation establishment cultivator is not something a Qi training cultivator could withstand. Valuing one's opponent is essential for survival. Wang Hao held Zhao Kuang's storage bag, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Yet, in an instant, his expression hardened. This was utterly impoverished. Even the Qi refining cultivators of the Wang family surpassed you in prowess. The entire storage bag was filled with a heap of worthless debris, merely a few dozen spirit stones, 2 magical artifacts, both of the first rank, and the most valuable item was a collection of first-tier spiritual herbs. It seemed that those 2 artifacts might not even belong entirely to him. They were likely obtained from the ambush of some herbal gathering cultivator. To encounter me right as he launched his venture, what fortuitous misfortune! Wang Hao unleashed a fireball spell, incinerating Zhao Kuang's corpse and the surrounding evidence. He harbored no fears of retaliation. From the information gleaned from the storage bag, it was evident that Zhao Kuang was merely a somewhat fortunate loose cultivator. lacking any significant backing. Although he had a few companions, Wang Hao did not believe they possessed the strength to assault the market or the Wang family's residence. After a brief meditation to replenish some of his magical energy, he affixed a swift movement talisman and traversed several hundred miles. Upon encountering a mountain stream, he summoned a water escape talisman, submerging himself within the water, flowing downstream in an easterly direction. Among the various escape techniques, earth escape is the most practical, as land is ubiquitous. Fire escape is the swiftest yet most conspicuous, for a large fireball soaring through the air is visible to all. Wind escape offers agility, but requires a cultivator with a wind spiritual root to execute, whereas water escape is the hardest to trace, as water is in constant motion, and the traces left by the water escape technique flow along with the current, making them impossible to track after a short while. With a swift maneuver through the currents, Wang Hao emerged onto the shore, for he knew well that the waters harbored monstrous beasts, and lingering was unwise. Casting a glance towards his destination, he resolved to hasten his journey. Within 3 to 4 days, he would reach Ruojuan Mountain, and thus he set forth with determined speed. On the outskirts of the Duanyuan mountain range, Wang Hao encountered Li Durong. Observing her demeanor, she appeared far more at ease than himself, which elicited a chuckle. What extraordinary beings had they both encountered along their paths? Clearly, they had ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar. Were you merely waiting for me? Wang Hao inquired. Li Durong nodded. That foundation establishment cultivator was rather mediocre. After a brief skirmish where he could not subdue me, he retreated. I surmised that the other individual would not pose a threat to you either, so I chose to await your arrival here. Excellent. Let's proceed to Ruojuan Mountain. I shall do my utmost to facilitate matters concerning the Foundation Establishment Pill. Ruojuan Mountain had transformed significantly since his last visit, adorned with numerous new structures. An attractive spiritual fields had been cultivated. Members of the Wang clan were bustling about, creating a vibrant and flourishing scene. Before reaching the mountain gate, Wang Yinzhao appeared, swiftly approaching them. It seemed Wang Yinfeng had returned even before them. You have reached the 9th level of qi refinement? Wang Yinzhao had initially intended to reprimand Wang Hao, but upon seeing both of them return unscathed and with improved cultivation, coupled with the presence of Li Durong, he tempered his anger. Elder, Durong has a request to make this time. Li Durong bowed respectfully. This is not a suitable place for discourse. Follow me, he commanded, leading the two to soar to the mountain peak and enter the grand hall, where Wang Yinfeng awaited. Upon their arrival, Wang Yinfeng greeted them with a smile. I anticipated that with your combined abilities, you would surely be unharmed. The audacity of that person is remarkable, although it was suggested that he depart first. He truly left without a backward glance. Nonetheless, Wang Hao had grown accustomed to it. Wang Yinfeng, despite his timid nature, possessed no significant faults. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us discuss the circumstances of the past 3 years. After Wang, Yinzhao took a seat and activated the formation to shield their conversation from outsiders. He realized he had only heard snippets from Wang Yinfeng regarding Wang Hao's situation, which raised concerns about his safety. Thus, Wang Hao succinctly recounted the events of the past 3 years, including the matter of the Binyan Guo. In Chapter 61, titled Foundation Establishment Pill, Li Durong implored Wang Yinzhao once more to refine the Binyan Guo into a foundation establishment pill. Esteemed elder, might the Wang family acquiesce to my request? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yinzhao considered that with the Li family providing the auxiliary herbs, they were not at a loss. 3 cauldrons of auxiliary herbs were worth nearly 20,000 spirit stones. The Wang and Li families shared a close bond. It was indeed thanks to the Li family's assistance that they managed to conquer Ruojuan Mountain. Hence, I can certainly agree, but the specifics must be discussed with the head of the Li family at Wangji Ridge alongside the ancestor. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall return to the mountain to inform the family head immediately. With the approval granted, Li Durong felt no desire to linger and hurriedly took her leave. Wang Yinzhao intended to privately converse with Wang Hao, so he escorted her out and subsequently sent Wang Yinfeng away, before remarking, you, daring to share the Ginggok tree, a treasure, with the Li family? Can you blame me? They discovered it themselves. Moreover, without her assistance, how could Uncle Ba and I have easily acquired the Ming Yun Gua? Wang Hao retorted with a smirk. I say, old Wang, isn't Li Zheron your sister-in-law? Are you truly reluctant to part with a single Yungle? Oomph. Wang Yinzhao's expression turned grave. The Ningyuan fruit tree is an extraordinary treasure, and the Qingyuan sect possesses but a single specimen. It is inconceivable to share such a gem with others. Even if he were to Shi's cousin, it would be unacceptable. Alas, the matter has reached this point, so old Wang refrained from grumbling. In comparison to the Ningyuan fruit tree, Wang Hao was more preoccupied with the issue of refining foundation establishment pills. Can our ancestor truly concoct such elixirs? Wang Yinzhao shot him a stern glance and replied, naturally, there is no doubt. Our ancestor is exceptionally gifted. He established his foundation at the tender age of 30 and reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment by a century. His alchemical skills are already unparalleled. Were it not for the injuries sustained during the recent beast upheaval, transcending the golden core would have been well within his grasp. Such prowess? Wang Hao was taken aback, yet a question arose in his mind. How could a cultivator on the verge of achieving the golden core sustain such grave injuries? It is worth noting that Wang Guang'an alone is far more significant than all other members of the Wang family combined. Even if the Wang clan suffered losses, it would not warrant Wang Guang'an risking his life unless the family faced the imminent threat of annihilation. Therefore, he speculated, could our ancestors' injuries be part of a conspiracy by the Qingyuan sect? With merely 3 golden core cultivators, they would surely not desire the emergence of another within their ranks, as it would not only release this force from their control, but also diminish their share of benefits. Wang Yinzhao regarded Wang Hao with appreciation, saying, it is commendable that you have considered this point. However, the intricacies of the situation are rather convoluted, and you are not yet qualified to know. In due course, once you establish your foundation, the truth shall become clear. Henceforth, remain vigilant and do not place your trust too readily in outsiders. As anticipated, Wang Hao sighed, acknowledging the perilous nature of the cultivation world. It appeared that even after establishing his foundation, he must continue to remain inconspicuous, hiding whenever possible to avoid drawing the attention of the Qingyuan sect. The most urgent matter at hand was, indeed, the foundation establishment pill. His alchemical skills were only at the second-tier low grade, and he could not fathom how many years it would take to reach the high grade. Thus, he inquired old Wang, could you possibly provide me with 2 foundation establishment pills? Do you think foundation establishment pills are as common as cabbages? How could I possibly give you 2? Wang Yinzhao retorted, somewhat irked. However, rest assured, I shall concoct a batch of pulse protection pills for you, coupled with the family's insights on foundation establishment. Your chances of successfully establishing your foundation with 1 pill are quite substantial. But I possess 5 spiritual roots. Wang Hao lamented with a wry smile. Yet, you are cultivating the red lotus illusory with sutra, which renders your magical energy significantly purer than that of an ordinary 5 spiritual root cultivator. Your probability of success is not inferior to that of a 3 spiritual root practitioner. Wang Yinzhao seemed to see through his little ruse and offered words of comfort. Moreover, your contributions this time are considerable. Along with your previous offering of the alchemical formula, should you encounter a setback, it would not be difficult for your father to procure another pill for you. He then advised, I noticed that your breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refinement has not been long. You still have a way to go before achieving completeness. During this period, immerse yourself in the insights of foundation establishment to ensure you are well prepared. Ultimately, you are far more fortunate than I. I squandered a decade waiting for the foundation establishment pill. Fortunately, those 10 years allowed my magical power to become considerably purer, enabling me to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. That cannot be compared. My foundation establishment pill was acquired in exchange for the being a Yunguo. If you, old Wang, possessed such fortune, wouldn't you have established your foundation long ago? Sigh, 1 is sufficient. Fortunately, I have cultivated the ice muscle jade bone technique, which indeed offers a rather favorable success rate. Wang Hao has no intention of returning to the market, All his wealth is with him, regardless of location. Old Wang has treated him well, granting him a residence near the mountaintop. The spiritual veins of Ruojuan Mountain and the market are both of the second-tier superior grade. Yet the distinction lies in Wang Hao's ability to cultivate in the most spiritually enriched area atop the mountain, yielding superior results compared to the market. Given his contributions to the family, no one would reproach him for years of inactivity. Naturally, some younger individuals may harbor their whispered grievances, but Wang Hao pays them no mind. It is not that he is indifferent, but rather he considers himself on a different level, deeming it a waste of time to dwell on such matters. While it may feel gratifying to flaunt oneself, it is crucial to choose the audience wisely. What satisfaction is there in boasting before mere ants? Upon arriving at his residence, which is quite spacious, he finds a small courtyard at the front, serving as his living space, while the back leads to the cave he has carved within the mountain. This cave connects to the spiritual vein below, with tendrils of spiritual energy emerging from the guiding channel, forming a delicate mist. Wang Hao is quite pleased with this setting. The courtyard is exceptionally secluded. Once the array is activated, outsiders cannot intrude, ensuring his solitude remains undisturbed. Thus, he releases Yaya and Xiaobai, allowing them to frolic in the courtyard. He also lets out 2 moonlight worms, which have grown quite plump, though regrettably lacking in intelligence, unlike Xiaobai and Yaya, who are capable of communication. They have grown to nearly 3 feet in length and are usually kept in spirit beast bags. However, their enormous consumption has led Wang Hao to assume the role of a professional caretaker. The spirit beast bags are cumbersome to clean, so Wang Hao sought a large barrel, placing them inside for easier maintenance. He also retrieved some spirit fruits from the farm, stacking them within the barrel. Upon catching a whiff of the fruit's aroma, the 2 illusory moon worms swiftly climbed atop the pile, munching voraciously. Before long, a corner of the mountainous heap of spirit fruits had vanished. Observing the scene, Wang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. Aside from me, few could afford to care for you. Despite the fact that the 2 worms consume several times more than Yi and Xiaobai, Wang Hao is nonetheless pleased with their growth rate. They have now reached the first tier of high quality. He doubts his own foundation building speed could rival theirs in advancing to the second tier. Once he possesses 2 second-tier illusory moon butterflies, all his years of effort would finally bear fruit. Thus, Wang Hao feeds the spirit beasts every few days, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. Occasionally, he practices spells in the open areas of Ruojuan Mountain. A year swiftly passed, and one day, Wang Yinzhao approached Wang Hao, presenting him with a jade bottle. "This is a foundation establishment pill. Keep it safe," he said, before producing another jade bottle along with several jade slips. This contains the 4th level of the Honglian Illusory Wood Heart Sutra, insights from our family's foundation building cultivators, and a bottle of protective pulse pills prepared by your father. I had hoped you would refine your magical powers a bit more before establishing your foundation. But the once-in-a-century beast tide is approaching in 2 years. It would be prudent for you to establish your foundation beforehand. This way, our Wang family will be better equipped to withstand the oncoming tide. Wang Yinzhao sighed softly, and Wang Hao furrowed his brow. The beast tide was perilous, teeming with numerous first- and second-tier monsters, and even the occasional third-tier beast could appear. Although the Qingyuan sect planned to bolster its ranks, the incident involving Wang Guang'an's injury revealed the sect's unreliability. It was possible that they would seek to suppress the Wang family as it expanded towards Ruojuan Mountain. Chapter 62. Preparing for Foundation Establishment. I see, Wang Hao replied as he accepted the jade vial and jade slip, carefully placing them into his storage pouch. He then inquired, "By the way, old Wang, how many Foundation Establishment pills did our ancestor manage to refine this time?" "Only 6 in total," Wang Yinzhao responded. "But there were 3 condensing origin fruits, right? How come there are only 6 pills?" The success rate for Foundation Establishment pills with condensing origin fruit as the primary ingredient is quite high, unlike the third-tier monster cores which are rife with impurities and waste the alchemist's efforts. Wang Yinzhao's expression was tinged with regret as he explained. "Our ancestor has rarely refined pills since his injury, and over the years, his skills have somewhat atrophied. Although foundation establishment pills are classified as high-quality second-tier elixirs, their complexity rivals that of typical low-quality third-tier pills. Consequently, one batch failed entirely, while the other two only yielded a mere 30% success rate. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. He was familiar with the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, having discovered it himself, and was aware of the inherent challenges. Major sects typically employed alchemists of third-tier rank or higher to maximize their success rate. Thus, Wang Guangin's achievement of 2 successful batches was commendable. He then asked, "What do the Li family have to say about this?" Wang Yinjiao recounted, "The Li family received 2 pills this time, and both families have decided to keep the secret of the condensing origin fruit. From now on, every 50 years, the Li family will provide the auxiliary herbs while the Wang family will be responsible for pill refinement, with the resulting foundation establishment pills shared equally between us. Are they planning to transplant the condensing origin fruit tree? Though the location is concealed, it is inevitable that, over time, it will be discovered. The gorge poses no challenge for foundation-building practitioners, and it is abundant in spiritual herbs. Once uncovered, individuals will undoubtedly venture along the gorge, thereby revealing the fruit trees. The Li family, having reaped the benefits, must naturally exert some effort." Wang Yinjiao stated with conviction that the Li family is responsible for deploying the formations and guarding the Bengoa trees. However, this task will not demand much time. After the next upheaval of the beast horde, both families will commence the transplantation. Wang Hao realized that the Wang and Li families had indeed formed a complete alliance. In previous years, it might have taken 20 or even 40 years to obtain a single foundation-building pill from the Qingyuan sect, but now, within 50 years, they could secure at least 2 at a significantly reduced price. Such temptation is difficult for anyone to resist. With a distribution of 6 foundation-building pills, if all goes smoothly, both families could produce 6 foundation-building practitioners, establishing themselves as the dominant force in the Qingyo workshop region. The subsequent choices, whether to encroach upon the interests of other families or to expand towards the Duanyuan mountain range, are firmly backed by strength. Wang Yinjiao further instructed Wang Hao to go to the mountaintop cave when he decides to build his foundation, as it is where he usually cultivates, rich in spiritual energy, and serves as a safeguard for Wang Hao. Wang Hao naturally agreed. After bidding farewell to Wang Yinjiao, he began to delve deeply into the insights of foundation building. As each individual possesses unique spiritual roots and varying levels of magical power, their experiences will naturally differ. The wisdom of predecessors serves merely as a reference and cannot be blindly replicated. According to the experiences of those who have come before in the cultivation realm, there are 3 formidable trials in foundation building: the trial of consciousness, the trial of magical power, and the trial of the physical body. The trial of consciousness may also be referred to as the heart of inquiry. The spiritual consciousness during the Qi refinement stage is but a mere whisper. It begins to flourish and reveal its boundless potential only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, provided that the strength of one's spiritual consciousness is formidable and the resolve unwavering. Surmounting this threshold is not an arduous task. However, should a cultivator's heart be impure, a multitude of illusions may arise within their mind, ensnaring their consciousness in confusion. If they fail to discern the truth in a timely manner, they may ultimately perish within these endless phantoms, devoid of suffering. Yet this demise is one that all cultivators dread. Overcoming the barriers of spiritual consciousness relies solely on the cultivator themselves. The foundation establishment pill proves ineffective in this regard. Yet, based on experience, as long as one is not inherently weak-willed or burdened by past misdeeds, they can easily navigate this challenge. After all, the spiritual consciousness during the foundation establishment stage is merely in its infancy, lacking the maturity found in the nascent soul stage. With the benefits reaped and the risks encountered being commensurate, Wang Hao possesses a spiritual consciousness that far surpasses that of the average cultivator, and he is confident that he has committed no acts contrary to his resolve. Thus he fears not this trial. Upon transcending the challenge of spiritual consciousness, the next hurdle is that of magical power. A powerful foundation establishment cultivator wields magical power that is several times greater than that of a chi refinement cultivator. The magical energy within a chi refinement cultivator's dantian exists in a gaseous state, even at the apex of the chi refinement stage. The magical energy is merely slightly denser than that of the first level, remaining within the gaseous realm. In contrast, the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator is liquid, and anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of physics can grasp the inherent difference, even if one lacks such knowledge. It is evident that a bottle of water outweighs a bottle of air. Therefore, for a chi refinement cultivator to transition into foundation establishment, they must condense their gaseous vital energy into liquid true essence. The purer and more profound the magical power, the easier it becomes for cultivators to achieve this transformation, which elucidates why those with heavenly spiritual roots can establish their foundation without the aid of foundation establishment pills. This process is perilous and serves as the most formidable obstacle for practitioners in the foundational stage of cultivation. Simply put, the transformation from gas to liquid signifies an increase in pressure, posing a significant test to the strength of a cultivator's meridians and dantian. Any inadequacy in strength could result in a catastrophic rupture of these vital channels. The foundational elixir is consumed at this critical moment, primarily to enhance the strength of the cultivator's dantian and meridians, while also replenishing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, thereby augmenting the internal pressure and facilitating the conversion of gaseous true energy into liquid true essence. During this process, the use of spiritual consciousness is imperative, as the tumultuous flow of such immense spiritual power within the body can be perilous, necessitating guidance and control for compression. In this regard, alchemists, weaponsmiths, and talisman makers, who frequently harness spiritual consciousness, possess a distinct advantage. Once a droplet of liquid true essence has been refined within the body and allowed to circulate around the meridians, fortifying their strength, this phase is successfully completed. The final hurdle, pertaining to the physical body, is less a mere checkpoint and more a foundational requirement. Only with a certain level of physical strength can one effectively navigate the challenge of magical power. At this stage, the condensation of gaseous spiritual energy leads to a depletion in the cultivator's meridians and dantian, resulting in a significant influx of external spiritual energy, a phenomenon known as spiritual energy infusion. Insufficient strength in the dantian, meridians, or physical body presents the risk of being overwhelmed by this influx. Most cultivators possess adequate physical strength. However, after the age of 60, the body begins to deteriorate. Conditions such as aging or physical disabilities can diminish the likelihood of establishing a solid foundation. Once this probability falls below a certain threshold, such as after the age of 80, the possibility of foundation establishment becomes virtually impossible. Nevertheless, the realm of cultivation is replete with wonders. There exist certain spiritual herbs capable of restoring a cultivator's physical form, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. Yet, such rare and miraculous substances are elusive and hard to come by. In summary, the earlier one establishes a foundation, the better, the stronger the body, the greater its capacity to accommodate spiritual energy. This allows for more effective absorption of spiritual energy during the process of infusion, refining true essence, and enhancing both the physical body and meridians, enabling one to achieve in a short time what would otherwise require years of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. Furthermore, undergoing such a vigorous tempering of spiritual power significantly increases physical strength. The longer the duration, the more benefits accrue. However, if the physical strength is insufficient, even if one halts the infusion of spiritual energy before being overwhelmed and successfully establishes a foundation, their capabilities will still lag behind those of other practitioners by a considerable margin. This is akin to the foundational practitioner who was swiftly dispatched by Wang Hao. Evidently lacking experience, he prematurely terminated the infusion, resulting in a marked deficiency in both physical and cultivation prowess. It is no wonder that the gathering spirit pill and the ice muscle J-bone technique can enhance the probability of establishing a foundation. This is indeed the reason. Wang Hao opened his eyes and smiled contentedly. His physical strength and the intensity of his meridians and dantian far surpassed those of practitioners of the same level. Coupled with the enhanced mental strength from the gathering spirit pill and the cracking spirit spike, the likelihood of failure was almost non-existent, allowing him to reap even greater benefits during the infusion of spiritual energy. The primary danger he faced was the impurity of the spiritual energy within. Should he lack sufficient purity when breaking through the bottleneck, a successful breakthrough would be unattainable. This issue necessitated the use of foundation-building pills, which he possessed. Chapter 63. Illusion. Wang Hao's confidence surged to its zenith, prompting him to set aside his insights on foundation establishment and commence his cultivation. He aimed to maximize the capacity of his dantian during the qi refinement stage. Whether in gaseous or liquid form, a larger dantian naturally accommodates a greater volume. Some cultivators believe that their magical power is sufficient for a breakthrough, convinced that a slight discrepancy is inconsequential. They often abandon the tedious process of expanding their dantian, unaware that even a minor gap can magnify as their realm advances. This is particularly true for those with superior spiritual roots, as their magical energy is more refined. Thus, the pressure within their dantian surpasses that of cultivators with multiple roots. Consequently, they may succumb to temptation and break through prematurely, often resulting in inferior combat prowess compared to those who gradually advance. In the early stages, cultivators emphasize spiritual roots and talent, but post-golden core, even the most exceptional roots lose their advantage. The potential to become a nascent soul cultivator hinges on an individual's fortune and patience. After a year, Wang Hao finally expanded his dantian to its utmost limit of 1281. With this capacity, he could unleash 256 fireballs and was ready to commence his foundation establishment. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yinzhao's demeanor turned serious. He remarked, "Since you are prepared, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. However, remember two crucial points. Maintain a steadfast heart on the path, and remember that excess can be detrimental." Wang Hao acknowledged the gravity of the situation and responded earnestly. Wang Yinzhao firmly patted his shoulder, executing a hand seal that caused a thunderous sound to echo as the stone door to the finest secluded chamber in the entire Ruojuan mountain opened. He entrusted Wang Hao with the array disc that controlled the chamber, advising him to activate the silent formation to prevent external disturbances, while refraining from activating other formations. Before he could finish, Wang Hao understood that he would personally guard this space, ready to provide timely assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. With a smile, Wang Hao reassured him, "Rest assured, my luck has always been splendid." Wang Yinzhao opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, merely gazing at the door of the seclusion chamber, standing still for a prolonged period. Inside the chamber, Wang Hao sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, brimming with unwavering conviction of success. He did not immediately commence the foundational cultivation. Instead, he revisited the insights on foundational establishment he had previously studied, meticulously reviewing the key points once more. Once assured that he had overlooked nothing, he began to meditate and cultivate his spirit. As 3 days elapsed, Wang Hao's physical condition reached its zenith, and he initiated the foundational cultivation. At the onset of his endeavor, vivid illusions, as foretold by his ancestral kin, materialized within his mind. These illusions were primarily crafted from the myriad experiences of his past, temptations, threats, and guidance, each designed to instill doubt in his heart, to make him question the very reality of cultivation, urging him to believe that success was beyond his reach. However, Wang Hao continually reassured himself that all of these manifestations were but fabrications. He was destined to succeed, and he steadfastly held onto his resolve, enduring the trial. Just when Wang Hao believed he had surmounted the barrier of perception and could ingest the foundational elixir to enhance his magical prowess, yet another illusion emerged. This time more vivid than the last, not drawn from this life, but from his previous existence. Figures from his past, leaders, colleagues, parents, classmates, friends, and even the object of his unrequited affection, began to appear, set against a backdrop of modernity. Buildings, automobiles, and electronic devices, all of which evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. He recalled the daily ritual of squeezing onto a crowded bus for work, the security guard at the entrance, the receptionist's cheerful demeanor, the familiar faces of colleagues in the office, the stern gaze of his superior, and the insipid fare served in the cafeteria. Everything felt strikingly real, as if he had been transported back to a time long cherished. In the twilight, indulging in skewers at a roadside stall, and later engaging in late-night gaming with friends, Wang Hao found himself entranced by dreams of his unattainable goddess. Despite the voices around him urging him to awaken and focus on reality, reminding him that deities are mere figments of fiction, Wang Hao was aware that the goddess he once adored would never grace him with such tender words. Realizing the illusory nature of his surroundings, he swiftly extricated himself from this enchantment. With each illusion he shattered, his consciousness grew stronger. The correlation between effort and reward was evident. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered far more illusions than the average cultivator, resulting in a greater frequency of mental fortification. Consequently, his spiritual awareness transcended that of ordinary practitioners. Upon pushing through the frail forms of his aged parents from a previous life, he emerged from the final layer of illusion, achieving a successful breakthrough in his spiritual awareness. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a surge of power that exceeded 5-fold its previous strength, while according to Wang Yinzhao's foundational insights, the latter's spiritual power had only increased by a little over 2-fold. This disparity was attributed to Wang Yinzhao's status as an alchemist. An ordinary cultivator would likely experience an increase of merely a little over 1-fold. The foundational stage marks the inception of spiritual power enhancement, and by the late foundational stage, a cultivator's spiritual strength can surpass that of early-stage practitioners by several tens of times. Wang Hao's spiritual consciousness had long been enhanced by the spirit-gathering pill, spirit-nourishing grass, and the spirit-splitting cone. His cultivation level at the 9th layer of qi refinement was already twice that of an ordinary person, and now it had increased 5-fold. His spiritual power surpassed that of typical cultivators by more than 5 times, rendering even mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners inferior to him. If the rate of spiritual growth remained consistent, his spirit-splitting cone would become an invincible force at the foundation establishment stage. Wang Hao cautiously utilized his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings, astonishingly covering an area exceeding 500 zhang, a significant increase from the mere 100 zhang he could manage at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Outside, Wang Yinzhao sensed Wang Hao's spiritual probe and, with a frown, remarked, "Has he truly only passed the spiritual consciousness threshold in 10 days? That is more than double the time taken by ordinary cultivators." Concern began to gnaw at him. However, he dared not disturb Wang Hao and could only rely on him to navigate this challenge alone. Within the stone chamber, after Wang Hao had slightly acclimated to his enhanced spiritual power, he prepared to refine his magical energy. He retrieved 2 jade vials, one containing a foundation establishment pill and the other a pulse protection pill. He first consumed the pulse protection pill, which dissolved in his abdomen, releasing its medicinal essence that surged like countless tadpoles through his meridians, enveloping the primary pathways of his energy. Subsequently, he picked up the vial containing the foundation establishment pill. A pill the size of a longan appeared before him, exuding a rich aroma. Wang Hao pinched the foundation establishment pill between 2 fingers and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body. Unlike other pills, the foundation establishment pill exhibited a sustained release effect reminiscent of extended release analgesics from his previous life. Establishing a foundation is not an endeavor that can be completed in a single day. It necessitates a prolonged supply of medicinal potency. The immense quantity of true essence contained within the Mingor can instantaneously restore half of a cultivator's true essence, even at the nascent stage of foundation establishment. The consequences of such overwhelming medicinal power erupting within a foundational cultivator's body are dire indeed. It is evident that the failure of Lan Mu in the canyon was preordained. Even the formidable Li Daong dared not recklessly consume the Biangua. Even with a gradual release, Wang Hao still sensed the onset of a violent surge of medicinal energy. A quarter of an hour later, he felt a searing flame emerge from his dantian, while his limbs grew intensely cold, not due to genuine chill, but rather because the dantian was ablaze, distorting his sensory perception. This sensation was short-lived, as he soon felt the inferno coursing through his meridians, scorching them, causing his countenance to contort in agony. Taking a deep breath, he endured the pain and swiftly channeled the medicinal energy forward, aware that this was the foundational elixir enhancing his dantian and meridians in preparation for the subsequent refinement of true essence. Yet, he had clearly underestimated the forthcoming torment. After his meridians had been fortified, an even more excruciating pain erupted from his dantian, akin to being pierced by countless needles. Despite Wang Hao's formidable willpower, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he could not suppress a muffled groan as his complexion rapidly paled, beads of sweat cascading down his temples. Chapter 64. Foundation establishment is the process of strengthening the dantian and meridians. Truly so agonizing? Wang Hao gritted his teeth and muttered, first the dantian, and then the meridians. How much more painful could it possibly be? As anticipated, when the excruciating pain in his dantian subsided, his meridians began to endure pressure anew. Yet this was not a sensation of pain, but rather an indescribable tingling itch, as though he had been afflicted by a paralyzing toxin. With countless ants gnawing at his meridians, the discomfort was not overwhelming, yet it incessantly tormented him. As the medicinal properties permeated deeper, this peculiar sensation extended beyond the meridians, affecting his muscles and skin as well. Wang Hao resisted the urge to scratch, gritting his teeth as he persevered through the ordeal. After an hour, the pervasive itchiness finally dissipated, and a warm, soothing sensation enveloped his body, evoking a desire to exclaim in relief. Wang Hao wiped away the sweat from his brow, only to discover his hand coated in a dark, viscous substance, which filled him with revulsion. Upon examining his body, he found that his skin was covered in this foul matter, exuding an intensely repugnant odor. Is this the process of cleansing the sinews and marrow? He mused, grimacing slightly. He promptly enacted a purification ritual to rid himself of the noxious stench, and after a moment, he resumed his meditation with utmost seriousness. For what lay ahead was the pivotal stage of foundation establishment, refining his magical essence. Wang Hao endeavored to harness his spiritual consciousness to manipulate the pure spiritual energy released by the foundation establishment pill, compressing it alongside the magical essence within him. The pressure required for the transformation from gas to liquid was substantial. At this moment, the advantages of his formidable spiritual awareness became apparent. What would ordinarily take a typical cultivator hundreds of attempts and nearly half a month to achieve, Wang Hao accomplished in merely 5 days, failing over 50 times before successfully condensing a droplet of liquid true essence within his dantian. When this droplet fell into the dantian, he even heard the crisp sound of a water droplet echoing through the silence. Having refined the true essence, the next step involves controlling it as it circulates throughout the body, allowing the meridians to acclimate to the potency of the essence, thus serving as a secondary refinement of the meridians. Although Wang Hao had prepared himself in advance, when the highly compressed and refined magical essence surged from his dantian into his meridians, he was still overwhelmed by a pain akin to being pricked by needles and scorched by fire, causing him to grimace and break into a cold sweat. However, thanks to the protective effects of the pulse-protecting elixir he had taken beforehand, as well as the inherent strengthening properties of the foundation-building elixir, despite the excruciating pain, he experienced no unforeseen mishaps. The most crucial and challenging step of foundation building was successfully completed, and Wang Hao's taut nerves were finally able to relax for a moment. After a brief respite, he resumed his cultivation practice, discovering an unprecedented sense of ease. As he guided his technique, the dantian and meridians, which had been in a state of thirst, began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The dense spiritual energy, forming a mist, seemed to respond to some kind of summons, rushing towards Wang Hao at an extraordinary speed. From a distance at Rujuan Mountain, one could observe the clouds and mist appearing to flow backward, swiftly ascending toward the summit. The infusion of spiritual energy into his body was a success. Wang Hao had triumphed. Outside the stone gate, Wang Yinzhao noticed the unusual flow of spiritual energy and abruptly rose, his face alight with excitement and joy as he gazed toward the interior of the stone gate. Meanwhile, the clan members laboring in the spiritual fields in the distance halted their activities, astonished and bewildered, staring at the mountaintop, many of them utterly at a loss. What is happening? Why is this spiritual energy flowing back up the mountain? I have no idea. Could it be that our family's foundation-building ancestor is practicing some secret technique? As Wang Yinfeng, who was also immersed in seclusion, opened his eyes, he swiftly exited to ascertain the situation. Is someone establishing their foundation? A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed his face. He had long been capable of foundation establishment and had also received a foundation establishment pill. Yet he remained apprehensive and dared not consume it, thus continuing to refine his magical power in isolation. It seemed to be Wang Hao. If he could succeed with even a 5-element root, why should I hesitate? Wang Yinfeng's gaze flickered as he clenched his fist, his confidence beginning to solidify. He resolved to borrow the cave dwelling of the mountain peak from Wang Yinzhao after Wang Hao emerged from his seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. With renewed determination, he hastened his steps toward the summit, eager to extend his congratulations and inquire about the challenges Wang Hao had faced and the solutions he had found. Insights into foundation establishment are always welcome. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Wang Yinfeng saw Wang Yinzhao standing at the entrance. He slowed his pace and softly congratulated him. Congratulations, second brother. Now that both father and son have established their foundations, this will surely become a cherished tale within our family, passed down through the ages and revered by future generations. Haha, eighth brother, you jest. I see your magical power is already complete. Do you have any plans? Wang Yinzhao laughed heartily, not denying it, while simultaneously expressing concern for Wang Yinfeng's state. Thank you for your concern, second brother. I have my reservations, contemplating further refinement of my magical power while young. However, seeing Wang Hao bravely forge ahead with a 5-element root, what reason do I have to remain stagnant? Wang Yinfeng replied earnestly, I hope you can lend me the cave dwelling for a while. Wang Yinzhao nodded with satisfaction. He had studied alchemy alongside Wang Yinfeng since childhood, fostering a deep bond between them. Naturally, he wished for his brother's successful foundation establishment. Indeed, pure magical energy greatly facilitates the establishment of foundations. However, the core lies in the determination of one's heart. If your resolve is steadfast, your success rate in foundation establishment is already halved. As for the remaining half, as long as you remain cautious, free from fear and greed, you shall surely prevail. Regarding the cave dwelling, it is certainly permissible. Once Wang Hao emerges, I shall entrust it to your use, and my second brother will also provide you with protection. Wang Yinfeng expressed his gratitude, then stood quietly to the side, fully aware that this was a critical period for Wang Hao. It was best to wait for him to emerge before speaking further. Wang Hao spent approximately 5 days refining the influx of spiritual energy into genuine magical essence. At this moment, the quantity of magical essence in his dantian had transformed from a mere drop into a small puddle, and then into a small pond, solidifying his foundation at the first layer of cultivation. Although the qi refinement stage is the initial realm for cultivators, its lifespan is limited to merely 120 years, a duration that mere mortals can also attain. In contrast, foundation establishment signifies a substantial increase in lifespan, marking a definitive separation from the mundane. Wang Hao felt an inkling that his current magical essence surpassed that of average cultivators. likely due to the insights he had gleaned regarding foundation establishment, as the quantity and duration of spiritual energy absorption had been vastly different from his own experience. As he moved his body, he felt rejuvenated compared to before. He then conjured a water mirror before him, and upon examination, he was indeed astonished to find that his appearance had reverted to that of a 20-year-old. Coupled with the cultivation of the ice skin and jade bone technique, it was not an exaggeration to say he resembled a refined gentleman of unparalleled distinction. Wang Hao was not particularly concerned with his appearance. Yet who would truly disdain being handsome? In the foundational stage of cultivation, it is common to generate the true fire of foundation, which varies in attributes and potency depending on the cultivation technique and spiritual roots. The fire produced by Wang Hao is known as the Red Lotus True Fire, a flame of intense heat renowned for its fierce and domineering nature, making it one of the most suitable fires for alchemy and artifact forging. This Red Lotus True Fire possesses a yang attribute, which effectively counters yin attributes. For instance, many demonic cultivators can, upon mastering it, transform it into a blooming red lotus for attack, incinerating all in its path, far surpassing the standard true fire of foundation wielded by ordinary practitioners. Furthermore, Wang Hao could absorb various celestial spiritual fires to enhance the Red Lotus True Fire, and according to the descriptions in his cultivation technique, the matured Red Lotus True Fire could easily scorch mountains and boil seas. With such formidable power, he wondered if it could fully unlock the earthly turbid seal. Ever since he discovered the secret of the earthly turbid seal, he had been consumed with curiosity. However, the residual materials on the seal were of a rather high grade, making it impossible for him to cleanse them entirely. Now, equipped with the Red Lotus True Fire, he was eager to experiment. Chapter 65. Self-Foundation. Wang Hao extended his finger, and as the mana surged within him, a flickering flame materialized. Though the flame was diminutive, the temperature it radiated was terrifying, surpassing that of second-tier spiritual carbon by several multiples. He retrieved the earthly turbid seal from his storage pouch and summoned the Red Lotus True Fire to encircle it in a process of refinement. Gradually, the residual outer shell adhering to the seal began to dissolve. Was it working? A look of delight crossed Wang Hao's face as he intensified the power of the true fire. Much of the adhering material melted into a viscous black liquid. Yet some remnants still clung to the earthly turbid seal. Wang Hao continued his attempts to elevate the Crimson Lotus True Fire to its maximum potential. Yet he found himself at an impasse. Reluctantly, he chose to surrender. However, the partially revealed Tu-Hun seal brought him immense delight. It was adorned with intricate golden inscriptions, indecipherable to him. Wang Hao understood that the more extraordinary an object, the greater its worth. Had it been inscribed with ordinary characters, it would imply that the Tu-Hun seal was merely a talisman of limited capability. Yet the fact that he could not comprehend a single character and felt a sense of dizziness from prolonged observation indicated that this seal was likely a treasure of 4th tier or higher. Perhaps it was an ancient relic of the same rank, but regardless of its classification, Wang Hao clearly had not suffered any loss. Although the Crimson Lotus True Fire could not yet unveil the true form of the Tu-Hun seal, he believed that with the advancement of his cultivation, the day would come when he could glimpse its full splendor. Now a month had passed since he entered the secret chamber, and Wang Hao recalled that Wang Yinzhao was still waiting outside, prompting him to prepare to exit. Upon seeing Wang Hao emerge, Wang Yinzhao hurried over to inquire about his condition. Wang Hao briefly recounted his experiences, noting that aside from some enhanced illusions due to his mental perception, there was little difference from the tales of the Wang family's ancestors. Observing that Wang Hao was unharmed, Wang Yinzhao dismissed the details, attributing them to Wang Hao's extensive experiences in the market. After exchanging a knowing glance with him, he turned to Wang Yinfeng and said, "Eighth brother, see, establishing a foundation is not such a formidable task. You possess a foundation-building pill and are endowed with 3 spiritual roots, making you far superior to Wang Hao. What do you think? Shall we venture in? I will safeguard you." Wang Hao received a hint and immediately interjected, "Eighth uncle, old Wang is right. As long as one possesses a steadfast heart in foundation establishment, success is assured." with the impending chaos of the demonic beasts. Facing it with your current qi refinement stage cultivations would be exceedingly perilous. Wang Yinfeng nodded and replied, I understand. I will surely succeed. Seeing his nephew, Wang Hao, surpass him in cultivation, Wang Yinfeng felt a stir in his heart. Given the hierarchy of cultivation levels, he would now have to address Wang Hao as senior. Indeed, it is essential to possess such confidence. After exchanging a few more words of encouragement, they sent Wang Yinfeng into the cave abode. Wang Hao turned back and inquired, Old Wang, surely we Haven Tea exhausted all 4 foundation establishment pills from the family? No, 2 others remain in the clan's treasury. Wang Yinzhao explained with a shake of his head. Without rules, there can be no order. The foundation establishment pills for our father were also earned through contributions over many years of alchemy. While several members of the family are suitable for foundation establishment, their contributions fall short. Wang Hao perceived that while such practices may be justifiable for a large family or sect, the current Wang clan would benefit more by utilizing the resources to assist those with better talents rather than hoarding them. Each additional successful foundation establishment would enhance their collective strength. Presently, the Wang clan must remain stationed at the Spirit Mountain, unable to venture out for hunting, thus missing out on practical experience and further gains. Without profit, resources cannot be acquired, and without resources, how can a family develop? Thus, Wang Hao shared his thoughts. Wang Yinzhao responded, You are correct, but we only have 2 foundation establishment pills, while many are suitable for foundation establishment. Who shall receive them, and who shall not? Improper handling can indeed jeopardize family unity. Furthermore, should the family accumulate an excessive number of foundational cultivators, it is inevitable that the news will reach Qingyuan Gate, and the secret of the Ningyuan fruit tree may be compromised. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us utilize the current turmoil caused by the demonic beasts as an assessment opportunity. We shall release word that the family's next procurement of foundation-building pills from Qingyuan Gate will prioritize those clan members who perform exceptionally well. As for Qingyuan Gate, my recommendation is that once we have dealt with the beast tide, the family should promptly select a portion of our members for a discreet relocation to develop outside. Simultaneously, suitable candidates for foundation building should also be sent out to cultivate externally. As long as we execute this discreetly, Qingyuan Gate will not uncover it for the time being. Wang Yinzhao contemplated this for a moment before responding, This is indeed a viable plan. Now that you're also a foundation-building cultivator, you can participate in family decision-making. We shall discuss this thoroughly with our ancestors and 6th uncle later. Now, the commotion you caused earlier has alarmed many clan members. I have already disseminated the news of your successful foundation building. You should go and meet the clan members to reassure them. The disturbance Wang Hao had caused was too significant to conceal. Wang Yinzhao's handling of the situation was sound. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators at Qingyuan Gate, not all had acquired their foundation-building pills solely from the sect. So for the moment, he would not draw attention from Qingyuan Gate. The 2 proceeded to the Grand Hall on Ruojuan Mountain, where the Wang family awaited news. Wang Yinzhao announced the good news of Wang Hao's successful foundation building. Naturally, many had already speculated this outcome, but it was merely conjecture until now. With Wang Yinzhao's formal confirmation, the Wang family celebrated the addition of another foundation builder, leading to immense joy among the clan members, with several elder members even moved to tears. Within a family, it is inevitable that there will be some sordid matters. Nonetheless, the members still aspire for the enhancement of the family's strength, hoping for a more prosperous development. When the family flourishes, the members naturally bask in its glory. Although they may feel that their own paths are devoid of hope, they still hold aspirations for their descendants. Thus, the cohesiveness of the family is unparalleled by any sect. Due to the necessity of concealing the news regarding the essence-gathering fruit tree, the information about the foundation establishment pill must also remain undisclosed. Consequently, Wang Yinzhao proclaimed that Wang Hao had achieved foundation establishment independently, without the aid of the pill. This revelation instantly ignited a fervor among the clan members. The notion of self-initiated foundation establishment is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, with perhaps only 1 or 2 among hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators having attained it through their own efforts. Over the years, many from the Wang family had attempted this feat, yet all had met with failure. Now, the success of one has incited those at the 9th level of Qi refining, who had lost hope of acquiring the Foundation Establishment Pill, to gather around Wang Hao, fervently inquiring about the intricacies of his experience, seemingly eager to take a chance themselves. Wang Hao found himself in a rather awkward position, even with his thick skin. He felt a flush creeping onto his face. Clearing his throat, he emitted a simple cough, which instantaneously silenced the crowd, their demeanor shifting to one of earnest attentiveness. What could he do but fabricate a tale? He had to make it sound challenging. Should he imply that it was too effortless? The entire clan would rush to attempt self-foundation establishment, and he would become a pariah within the Wang family. Thus, he wove his narrative, intertwining his experience with insights gleaned from others on the subject of foundation establishment, elucidating the difficulties he encountered. In conclusion, he remarked, "Although I achieved self-foundation establishment, I did consume a vitality protection pill. Otherwise, during the process of refining true essence, my meridians could have succumbed to the pressure and ruptured, leading to certain demise. It is true that I sustained some injuries and will require time to recuperate. Hence, I implore you all to proceed with utmost caution." The crowd nodded in agreement, and someone inquired, "May I ask, Elder, can the pulse protection pill be exchanged from the clan treasury? And what is the required contribution?" Wang Yinjiao replied, "The pulse protection pill is a second-tier elixir, yet the spiritual herbs utilized are quite precious and hold significant value. Each pill necessitates 200 spirit stones or an equivalent contribution." Chapter 66. Divine Powers. He also sensed that Wang Hao's claims were somewhat exaggerated, with the impending beast tide. The loss of several key members of the family, due to self-initiated foundation building, would be a tremendous blow. He promptly added, "Our clan has recently expanded into Ruojuan Mountain, greatly increasing our income. The next time Qingyuan Gate offers foundation building pills, we will be able to amass the necessary spirit stones. Furthermore, this beast tide presents an opportunity to earn contributions." The implication was clear. Within a decade, new foundation building pills would be available. So it would be wise to remain prudent and focus on contributing to the clan. Many clan members exchanged thoughtful glances, some shaking their heads in wry amusement, while others appeared indifferent, their low cultivation levels rendering such considerations a mere waste of thought. Wang Yinjiao encouraged the assembly for a few more moments before sending them on their way. He then produced a blue short sword and handed it to Wang Hao, saying, "Hao, having just established your foundation, it would be prudent to enter seclusion for a time to comprehend the foundational techniques of the Red Lotus illusionary with scripture and solidify your realm. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within you are rather intense, which is not ideal. Additionally, you are now capable of wielding second-tier magical artifacts. This is a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Ashen Gray Sword. Begin by refining and utilizing it." Wang Hao agreed, taking hold of the blue short sword, which measured approximately 3 feet in length and emanated a soft blue glow from its blade. It was a commendable low-grade spiritual weapon. For a foundation establishment cultivator to soar through the skies via sword flight, an appropriate spiritual tool was essential as an aid, while a first-tier magical artifact could suffice. Its speed paled in comparison to that of a second-tier spiritual weapon. Is there only one divine ability in the Red Lotus illusory with scripture during the foundation establishment stage? Given that old Wang's cultivation level surpassed his own, and he had already comprehended the techniques, Wang Hao resolved to seek his guidance. Wang Yinjiao explained, "During the foundation establishment stage, there are 2 divine abilities. In the initial phase, one can only refine the true fire of the Red Lotus. Upon reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, another divine ability can be learned. It requires reaching the 5th layer of the scripture to cultivate, known as the illusory with shadow technique. This technique serves both offensive and defensive purposes, allowing one to conjure 2 identical phantoms of oneself. Upon attaining the 6th layer, the number of phantoms can increase to 6, primarily for self-preservation, confusing the enemy during an escape. Naturally, it can also be employed for offensive maneuvers, obscuring the line between reality and illusion for adversaries." Wang Yinjiao spoke earnestly, Your foremost priority now is to solidify your foundation and enhance your cultivation. You are soon to engage in battle against demonic beasts. You must also refine your magical artifacts. Our family is not affluent. We can only provide newly established cultivators with one second-tier magical artifact. As for defensive artifacts, you must devise your own solutions. Wang Hao nodded, acutely aware of the pressing time constraints. With less than a year to accomplish so much, he would need to postpone his cultivation of divine abilities for the time being. However, he recognized the necessity of becoming proficient with the true fire of the Red Lotus, as it would be essential for alchemy. Wang Yinjiao contemplated for a moment before retrieving the subsequent techniques of the Honglian illusory with true scripture. He remarked, although this deviates from the established conventions, your contributions to the Wang family are significant enough to merit an early exchange for these techniques. After you ponder upon the subsequent methods, they will undoubtedly benefit your current cultivation. With that, he added, now, I must attend to your eighth uncle's protective duties. You may proceed to enter seclusion. Upon departing the Grand Hall, Wang Hao returned to his secluded abode. Prior to embarking on his foundational cultivation breakthrough, he had prudently secured all his spirit beasts within his home, providing them with ample sustenance and instructing them to remain within the confines of the cave. Having spent considerable time with Wang Hao, Yaya and Xiaobai were quite obedient. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's ascension to the foundational stage, they joyfully bounded towards him. He affectionately patted their heads and engaged in playful antics for a while, subsequently offering them fresh fruits to enjoy. Later, when he approached the large water tank housing the illusory moon butterfly, it came as no surprise that the spirit fruit mountain he had previously piled there had been completely devoured, leaving the tank replete with their waste. This perplexed Wang Hao. After all, these were first-tier high-grade spirit insects, yet they exhibited such untidiness, seemingly incapable of self-sustenance. How, then, did they survive in the outside world? Resigned, he gathered them up, rinsed them with clean water, and tidied the tank, replenishing it with fresh fruits. It was only when he returned the illusory moon butterfly to the tank that he noticed a layer of short, colorful fuzz adorning their bodies, which had initially escaped his attention. However, after examining them for a while, he found no discernible purpose to this peculiar growth. Having settled his spirit beasts and insects, Wang Hao proceeded to the secret chamber, placing the jade slip against his forehead to delve into its contents. The Red Lotus illusionary with scripture truly deserves its reputation as a dual attribute cultivation method. However, even after 5 days of contemplation, Wang Hao could merely arrive at a basic understanding, and this was under the guidance of old Wang's notes. In reality, even old Wang himself might not fully grasp it, as he has only reached the 3rd level of foundational cultivation, just like Wang Hao, who remains limited to the 4th level of the technique. The notes can serve as a reference, but should not be entirely relied upon or accepted without skepticism. Setting aside the Red Lotus illusionary with scripture, Wang Hao commenced his exploration of another cultivation method, namely his body refinement technique, the ice bone and jade muscle art. Indeed, even during the foundational period, Wang Hao was unwilling to abandon body refinement. The ice bone and jade muscle art not only enhances the probability of establishing a foundation, but also increases the likelihood of forming a core. The rationale is the same. When the meridians and physical body are strengthened, the control over true essence improves, thereby elevating the threshold for endurance and mitigating the risk of bodily explosion. Unlike the first phase, which required medicinal baths, the second phase of cultivation necessitates the aid of spiritual water or elixirs. During the qi refining period, Wang Hao had already refined his skin, flesh, bones, organs, meridians, and dantian. The second phase does not involve segmentation, but rather simultaneous enhancement, requiring spiritual water to nourish the entire body. The 4th level of the technique calls for a type of spiritual water known as Xian Yin True Water, a naturally occurring inattribute spiritual water of the 2nd tier, which can also serve as material for alchemy and artifact crafting. It is exceedingly rare, found only in areas of extreme yin and cold. Should this particular spiritual water be unattainable, other yin-attribute spiritual waters may suffice for cultivation, and alchemists can concoct it using spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, This requires a primary ingredient known as xianyin fruit, a second-tier spiritual fruit, which Wang Hao currently lacks. The xianyin fruit tree requires 300 years to mature, and only after a century does it bear fruit. Even with Wang Hao's black soil achieving an astounding 80-fold time acceleration, it would still take 5 years to yield the first batch of spiritual fruits. Yet, at present, he lacks even the seeds, let alone the prospect of cultivation. A sigh escaped Wang Hao's lips. He had initially believed that with the foundation he established and the assistance of a developed farm, he would usher in a period of significant growth. However, the reality proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. The Red Lotus True Fire demands the infusion of earthly spiritual fire for its advancement. And the body refinement similarly necessitates rare, earthly, spiritual water or the concoction of spiritual liquids to create elixirs. To endure for a millennium and ascend directly to the heavens is simply unrealistic. Resources must ultimately be earned. The farm serves merely as an auxiliary tool, rather than a miraculous entity capable of conjuring something from nothing. Wang Hao initially intended to exchange techniques with the Wang family without the intention of binding himself to them, as he did not consider himself noble enough to drag an entire clan into the realm of cultivation. Yet, it has become evident that the family holds value. His recent foundation building heavily relied on the assistance of the ancestral elders who provided foundation building pills and a wealth of insights. He was even presented with a gray robbery sword. Of course, he too has contributed significantly to the Wang family, with his previous alchemical formulas and the Bing Guosu, which if converted into contribution points, would place him among the few who surpass even the elder Wang, who has spent decades refining pills. In theory, this constitutes a fair exchange. However, such transactions hinge upon a fundamental condition: trust. Wang Hao could potentially exchange information about the Minyan Guosu for foundation-building pills from the Qin Yuan sect. Yet can he truly place his trust in them? Moreover, after obtaining the foundation-building pills, he must guard against the risk of information leakage that could lead to being hunted for treasures, as the Qin Yuan sect would not safeguard his secrets. In the Wang family, circumstances are indeed different. At the very least, a stable foundation has been established, has it not? Consequently, Wang Hao has begun to entertain the notion of integrating himself within the Wang family, as mutual support is a commendable option. With wealth at his disposal, the other three pillars, partners, law, and land, are all readily provided by the Wang family at present. Chapter 67. Journey to the Qingyuan Gate, gathering his thoughts. Wang Hao commenced the cultivation of his techniques. A month swiftly passed, and his cultivation level stabilized. He had now essentially acclimated to the foundation stage of cultivation. Previously, he often felt that everything moved at a sluggish pace. This was due to the substantial enhancement of his consciousness, rendering all events akin to slow motion in his perception. Wang Hao resolved to seek out Wang Yanzhao, primarily to inquire about the xianyin fruit. The practice of physical cultivation must not be delayed, as it pertains to his path and is equally essential for bolstering his strength. While spiritual liquids and other auxiliary medicinal herbs can be found in various markets, they are not particularly rare. Indeed, several varieties are already being cultivated in his own farm. Additionally, he wished to ascertain if there were any tasks the Wang family required him to undertake. Regarding the xianyin fruit, Wang Yanzhao furrowed his brow and replied, "The xianyin fruit is a second-tier spiritual fruit. The Qingyuan Gate does possess it, but the price is exorbitant, 500 to 600 spiritual stones for a single piece. Moreover, without internal connections, it cannot be obtained." Wang Hao's complexion brightened at the prospect. As long as it exists, it can be procured. He thought of Chu He and Chen Qing, noting that Chu He had already reached the foundation stage and should have no difficulty exchanging for a xianyin fruit. He then stated, "I require the xianyin fruit for the preparation of spiritual liquid and intend to visit the Qingyuan Gate." Yet, the turmoil caused by the demonic beasts has only persisted for less than a year. What urgency compels such haste? Wang Hao elucidated, "The physical cultivation technique I discovered in my youth has long been submitted to the family. Old Wang, you might find it worthwhile to practice." So it was. Wang Yanzhao sighed. "That body cultivation technique is indeed remarkable, but alas, the cost is exorbitant. As a father, I must provide for a large family and cannot afford such expenses. Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. His younger brothers were indeed his true siblings, possessing similar spiritual roots. Yet they lacked diligence in their cultivation. In their younger years, the costs were minimal, but now, as they entered their teenage years, they were at a critical juncture for laying a solid foundation, and the demand for cultivation resources was naturally substantial. If that is the case, it is best for you to make a swift return. Last time, your eighth uncle brought back a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, and I trust you have acquired quite a few as well. They can be sold in the Qingyuan market for a few second-tier magical artifacts. Wang Yinjiao suggested. Storing spirit stones in a storage bag is futile. Only by exchanging them for resources can one enhance their strength. Wang Hao nodded, saying, Indeed, I shall keep that in mind. I should be able to return in 2 months. Old Wang, do you have anything you wish to purchase? I can procure it for you as well. Currently, he possessed only a Jihui sword and a Tuhin seal, both offensive artifacts, and was in need of some defensive ones, thus requiring a substantial purchase. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yinjiao recalled the impending chaos of the beast turmoil and produced 2 bottles of elixirs. These are several pulse-guarding pills. They should fetch over 2,000 spirit stones. Please choose a second-tier defensive artifact for me, and also procure a first-tier mid-grade artifact each for your younger siblings. Wang Hao accepted the elixirs, bade farewell to Wang Yinjiao, and then summoned the Jihui sword to soar into the skies. With his foundational cultivation at the first layer and wielding powerful consciousness and magical power, he managed to sustain his flight for 4 consecutive hours before his power ran dry, even surpassing Wang Yinjiao, who was at the second layer of foundation establishment in terms of strength, a smile inevitably gracing his face. Wang Yinjiao is no less formidable than other foundation establishment cultivators, which significantly bolstered Wang Hao's confidence. 10 days later, a tall figure clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, appeared at the city gate of Qingyuan Fangshi. It was none other than Wang Hao. After paying the entrance fee and suppressing his aura to control his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, he made his way directly to the Wang family shop. Unlike the previous dismal state, the Wang family shop now thrived with the assistance of the brewer Zhou. Wang Yinji was not devoid of business acumen. Previously, he was like a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. Now, the shop's business was decent. After standing at the entrance for a while, Wang Hao noticed several cultivators arriving to purchase spirit wine. Upon entering, he observed Wang Yinji busily attending to the counter. Isn't this my nephew Wang Hao? What brings you here? Wang Yinji greeted him warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Hao mentioned that the family had sent him to procure some magical artifacts, then proceeded to the backyard. There, he found Zhou Renhe lazily basking in the sun, drinking wine straight from a gourd. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Friend Zhou, while everyone is busy, you seem to be quite at ease. Have the spirit herbs arrived? Without spirit herbs, how can I brew wine? Why should I exert myself? Zhou replied, only to glance at Wang Hao afterwards. The sight of him jolted him into a semblance of awareness, causing him to leap to his feet, inadvertently dropping the gourd. Oh, it's the young master who has arrived, he stammered. Wang Hao, uninterested in his rambling, raised his hand to silence him and inquired, how can you be short of spirit herbs for brewing? The shop's business seems robust. Surely, there are sufficient spirit stones for purchases? Other spirit herbs are manageable, but the Qishue ginseng requires over 50 years of growth, making it difficult to acquire in bulk. Having grasped the situation, Wang Hao produced a collection of precious blood ginseng, sufficient to keep you occupied for quite some time. Numerous families cultivate blood ginseng, yet their market channels remain firmly established, predominantly growing according to demand. The Wang family store finds it challenging to procure large quantities of goods without prior notice. Upon seeing Wang Hao unveil a substantial array of blood ginseng, Zhou Renhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these elixirs, I can at least brew 300 jars of spirit wine, ample supply for the store over the next 5 to 6 years. This individual, albeit somewhat indolent, possesses no significant flaws. Wang Hao, relying on him for the winemaking, chose not to elaborate further. After a day of recuperation in the marketplace, he inquired about Chu He at the Qingyuan sect's establishment, learning that Chu He was within the sect. Without delay, Wang Hao hastened towards Qingyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Mountain stretches for thousands of miles, characterized by its perilous terrain and countless exotic flowers and herbs. It houses a low-grade, fourth-tier spiritual vein and several second-tier spiritual veins, with the Qingyuan sect nestled amidst them. Atop a several hundred-foot tall peak on the mountain's periphery stands a magnificent red palace, soaring over 10 feet high. A gilded plaque hangs above the entrance, adorned with the flamboyant characters "Welcome Pavilion." As the dominant force in the region, countless cultivators yearn to forge connections here, frequently visiting to seek friends or relatives. The Welcome Pavilion is responsible for accommodating those who come to reconnect with loved ones or for visits from subordinate families. As Wang Hao stepped into the grand hall, he discovered it to be exceptionally spacious, surrounded by numerous seats. In the center stood a table upon which lay account books, while two lower-tier disciples clad in Qingyuan sect robes engaged in casual conversation behind it. Wang Hao clasped his hands and inquired, "Esteemed friends, may I ask how one goes about seeking someone at the Qingyuan sect?" Fearing that the gatekeeping disciples might regard him with disdain due to his humble status, Wang Hao chose not to conceal his cultivation level. Upon recognizing him as a Foundation establishment cultivator, the two individuals promptly returned his greeting and gestured toward a register on the table, stating, "Esteemed senior, you must first register here. Please provide the name of the individual you seek, your relationship to them, and a brief account of your background." Wang Hao responded to each query, yet observed that the two merely proceeded with the registration process without displaying any enthusiasm. Understanding the difficulty of dealing with obstinate individuals, he presented them with 30 spirit stones, saying, "I have urgent matters to discuss with your esteemed sect's Taoist Chu He, and I hope you might relay my request promptly." Upon receiving the spirit stones, the two beamed with delight and quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. The Qingyuan sect spans a vast area, and some peaks are quite distant. As mere qi refining cultivators, it may take several days to deliver your message. You may wait in the guest room nearby. Please follow me." Wang Hao accompanied one of them to the rear of the main hall, where they opened one of the modest rooms, approximately 50 square meters in size. It was furnished simply, lacking in elegance, yet remained clean. After the welcoming disciple departed, Wang Hao began to meditate with his eyes closed, patiently awaiting the arrival of Chu He. Chapter 68. The transaction. Perhaps it was the ample spirit stones that hastened the process, for within just 2 days, Wang Hao found himself in the presence of Chu He. At 40 years of age during his Foundation establishment, Chu He had not changed much in appearance since then. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, you have actually established your foundation. How remarkable! I recall your unwavering confidence back then. Now you have realized your aspirations. The path to greatness surely awaits you." "Not at all. I merely fortuitously established my foundation. How can I compare to my esteemed brother?" Wang Hao replied with polite humility. "Dear brother, you must have come for a purpose. Speak freely, and I shall assist you in any way I can." Chu He responded warmly. "Indeed, there is a matter for which I require your assistance." Wang Hao nodded and conveyed his need for the xianin fruit. Upon hearing this, Chu He relaxed his demeanor. The xianin fruit is easily obtainable. It can be exchanged with contributions to the sect. I shall procure one for you as a token of congratulations on your Foundation establishment." Wang Hao quickly interjected, "I initially sought your help. How could I impose upon you for the spirit stones? I am quite well off." He produced 500 spirit stones and presented them. Chu He furrowed his brow, feigning anger. "Do you look down upon me, dear brother?" Reluctantly, Wang Hao retracted the spirit stones, but then produced 2 jars of crimson blood brew, saying, "Brother, you need not worry about the spirit stones. However, this wine is no trouble at all. It is a spirit brew produced by my Wang family, which can restore magical energy. Allow me to treat you to a drink for your assistance." After a moment's hesitation, Chu He accepted the spirit wine, but seemed to recall something and inquired, "Can you refine second-tier elixirs?" Previously, he was aware that Wang Hao could concoct first-tier elixirs, now that he had established his foundation. It was plausible he could also refine second-tier ones, hence the question. Is it that you require a spiritual elixir for cultivation? I just happen to have a bottle of gathering chi pill, which I shall give to you. Wang Hao generously offered. Chui declined the gathering chi pill presented by Wang Hao. It is not for my need, but for junior sister Chen Qing. She suffered damage to her spirit in her early years, and the risk of failing to establish her foundation is significant. She remains at the 9th layer of chi refinement. Indeed, Wang Hao contemplated for a moment. Having shared life and death experiences with Chu He and the others, a foundation of trust had been established. The Xianin fruit was of paramount importance to him, and he was determined to acquire it. Thus, he presented a spirit-gathering pill and a pulse-guarding pill, saying, "Brother, these 2 vials of elixirs should aid Sister Chun. Please deliver them to her on my behalf." Chui opened the vial, glanced inside, and quickly closed it again, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, you are truly a timely benefactor. With these 2 elixirs, Sister Chun will have a solid chance at foundation establishment." He added reassuringly, "Do not worry. I shall procure the Xianin fruit for you in a few days. Is there anything else you require?" Wang Hao smiled and replied, "As long as they prove useful, I have no other needs. However, some of my younger siblings in the family are in need of certain magical tools. I wonder if you might assist in procuring them?" "That is simple enough," Chui responded. "I am acquainted with several artifact smiths, and they possess a considerable array of magical tools, eager to trade. The sect's artifact smiths must fulfill a specific quota each year, yet they are reluctant to sell excess inventory to the sect, as the prices offered are far too low. Trading among themselves proves to be far more lucrative." Wang Hao produced the remaining pulse-guarding pills along with 2,000 spirit stones, stating, "Then I would trouble you to acquire for me 3 first-tier, mid-grade magical tools, 2 second-tier low-grade defensive tools, and if possible, an additional second-tier mid-grade tool would be splendid." Within the territory controlled by the Qingyuan sect, the majority of magical tools were crafted by its disciples. Wang Hao knew that purchasing internally would yield lower prices than those found in external shops, allowing the smiths to profit more. After all, middlemen have never been favored in any era. Upon seeing an entire bottle of the precious pulse protection pill, Chu He was filled with joy. For this item is akin to hard currency. Even if sold at a high price, it would be a matter of goodwill. He repeatedly assured that everything would be taken care of by him. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude profusely, rising to escort him out of the guest hall. Merely 6 days later, Chu He returned to the guest hall, this time accompanied by Chun Qing and another female cultivator. The 2 Chi refinement disciples responsible for welcoming guests were taken aback upon seeing Du Xiandai, realizing their oversight in not recognizing such a prominent figure. Fortunately, they had not offended Wang Hao. They had only accepted slight favors, which they now felt compelled to return. With a sense of urgency, they led the trio to seek out Wang Hao. Arriving before Wang Hao's chamber, the 2 prudently withdrew. Upon meeting Wang Hao, Chui promptly introduced, "Brother Wang. This is the esteemed weapon refiner, Master Du Xiandai, a second-tier high-grade refiner. She possesses all the magical tools you desire." After Chu He had departed previously, he had been peddling the pulse protection pill within the sect, inquiring which weapon refiners had magical tools readily available. Du Xiandai, being a relative of a Golden Core elder, held a high status that Chu He could seldom approach. However, it turned out that Du Xiandai was in need of the pulse protection pill. Regrettably, he had sold most of his stock and was left with only one, which could not meet her demand. Thus, he introduced her to Wang Hao. Though Du Xiandai was related to a Golden Core elder and ostensibly lacked resources, she had a family to support and thus had a significant need for life-preserving pills like the pulse protection pill. Wang Hao, eager to befriend a high-grade refiner, promptly greeted her, "I am Wang Hao. Honored to meet you, Miss Du." Du Xiandai scrutinized Wang Hao and directly stated, "Wang Dao Yu, I have heard that you possess the pulse-guarding pill." Wang Hao replied, "I have already given all the pulse-guarding pills to senior brother Chu, but I still have the materials on hand. In a while, I will be able to refine a batch." He had long collected the spiritual herbs required for the pulse-guarding pill from old Wang, and there was a batch of mature materials in the farm. Although he had never refined them before, having advanced to a second-tier low-grade alchemist for many years and now successfully established his foundation, he was confident that with a few attempts, he would surely succeed. How long will it take? About a month. Wang Hao had faith in his alchemical skills. Upon hearing this, Du Xiandai was delighted. Very well. I need 3 vials of the pulse-guarding pill. I will come to collect them in a month. Let me know what magical tools you require, and if they're not readily available, I will immediately refine them for you. Not an issue. I am looking for a mid-tier, first-grade magical tool for the refining family members, so I am not particular. Any few items will suffice. I need 2 low-tier, second-grade, defensive magical tools, preferably of fire and wood attributes, with one being somewhat smaller. Additionally, I desire a mid-tier, second-grade magical tool with speed attributes. By the way, do you happen to have a flying boat that can accommodate several people? Wang Hao expressed his needs and inquired. He had previously suggested to old Wang that the Wang family should conceal some of its members to develop elsewhere, and he himself planned to leave Qingyou Fang for training. Having a flying boat would greatly facilitate his journey. Du Xiandai looked at Wang Hao in astonishment. Flying boats are not inexpensive. Are you prepared with sufficient spirit stones? Upon hearing her inquiry, Wang Hao sensed an opportunity and replied, I am a pill master, and naturally, I possess some wealth. May I inquire about the price of the flying vessel, Miss Du? I have a second-tier upper-grade flying vessel that can accommodate up to 20 individuals, reaching a speed of 4,000 li per hour. It requires medium-grade spirit stones or energy from cultivators, and is equipped with a simple protective formation capable of defending against attacks from second-tier lower-grade beasts. As for the price, she glanced at Wang Hao and replied, You are aware that such flying vessels are generally much more expensive than ordinary second-tier upper-grade magical artifacts. How does 8,000 spirit stones sound? Chapter 69. Crafting the pulse-guarding pill, 8,000 spirit stones is indeed quite a favorable offer. The price for second-tier lower-grade magical artifacts typically ranges from 300 to 1,000, while medium-grade ones fall between 1,000 and 2,000. Upper-grade artifacts start at 3,000 and can even reach 10,000 spirit stones depending on their quality. Although the speed of this vessel is not particularly remarkable, comparable to that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flying on a sword, its capacity is substantial, perfectly meeting Wang Hao's needs. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. I shall take this flying vessel, and I hope that next time, Miss Du will bring it along. Then it is settled. I shall return in a month for the transaction. Farewell, my friend Wang. Farewell. Du Xiandai cupped her hands in salute and nodded to Chu He and Chen Qing before taking her leave. As soon as Du Xiandai departed, Chen Qing remarked with a chuckle, I didn't realize Brother Wang was so affluent. Wang Hao laughed lightly, not at all. I am merely purchasing on behalf of my family. Chen Qing and the other individual harbored no doubts as they produced a storage bag, extracting 4,500 spirit stones and a xianin fruit, presenting them to Wang Hao. Brother Wang, this is the profit from selling the pulse-guarding Dan and the spirit stones you provided last time. It was evident that Du Xiandai had personally come to transact with Wang Hao, thus the spirit stones did not require passing through their hands. Wang Hao, taken aback, glanced at the two of them, astonished that the spirit stones were in Chen Qing's possession. Could it be that they had already? Sister Chen, you have been overly generous. A bottle of pulse-guarding Dan costs merely 2,000 spirit stones, Wang Hao remarked, returning 500 spirit stones and accepting only 4,000. And let's not forget the soul-gathering Dan that Brother Wang provided, which has proven immensely beneficial. Wang Hao jested, I couldn't partake in the joyous occasion of your wedding. So consider this soul-gathering Dan as a congratulatory gift. The two made no objections, indicating that they were indeed together. Chui chuckled. I told you Brother Wang would not accept it. Look, we are all friends. How can one act so distant? Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Elder Brother Chu speaks wisely. We have shared life and death together. What is a mere soul-gathering Dan in comparison? Besides, I did pay for the xianin fruit you gave me, did I not? Only then did Chen Qing relent. Then I must thank Brother Wang. With that, she retrieved 2 first-tier magical artifacts from her storage bag. Since Brother Wang has gifted us a congratulatory present, allow me to offer some gifts for your younger siblings. These 3 mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts were ones we used in our early years. I hope you will not decline. Chu He also urged, Brother Wang. We did not attend your Foundation establishment ceremony, please do not refuse gifts for your younger siblings. Wang Hao reluctantly accepted the offering, expressing gratitude on behalf of the two for the kindness shown by the elder brother and sister-in-law. The two engaged in a conversation with Wang Hao, sharing their experiences from recent years, before enjoying a simple lunch together and taking their leave. No sooner had they departed than the two disciples assigned to welcome guests approached, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Esteemed Wang, we regret our previous shortcomings in hospitality and hope for your understanding. One of them remarked. The other added, indeed, we were unaware of your acquaintance with Elder Du. Had we known, we would not have dared to accept your spirit stones. With that, they presented Wang Hao with 30 spirit stones. Despite Wang Hao's repeated refusals and assurances that he bore no grievances, their insistence left him no choice but to accept the offering. Elder Wang, there are superior chambers further ahead. Please allow us to guide you, they said, leading him to a secluded courtyard where the arrangement of several rooms far surpassed that of the previous modest dwelling. The aura of spiritual energy was abundant, even suitable for foundation-building cultivators to practice. Wang Hao was naturally pleased. With the increased spiritual energy, his recovery would hasten, enabling him to concoct elixirs more swiftly. After bidding farewell to the two, he began to focus intently on alchemy. After only 3 attempts, he succeeded in producing a batch, yielding 4 elixirs. The process of crafting a single batch required a little over 2 days, and Wang Hao calculated that he had ample time. Indeed, this proved true. The subsequent batches of elixirs yielded a success rate of around 50%, and within less than 20 days. He had prepared 3 vials of pulse-protecting elixirs for Du Xiandai, along with 3 additional ones. He did not send anyone to notify Du Xiandai, as she needed time to refine her magical artifacts. Waiting a few days was of little consequence. Thus, he resumed his studies on the method of concocting the Xian-Yin spiritual liquid. After approximately 5 days, Wang Hao successfully prepared a batch of this ethereal liquid. The Xian-Yin spiritual liquid was colorless and transparent, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Hao extended his right hand, pouring a small amount into his palm. The liquid released an unusual fragrance, and upon tasting it, a wave of coldness surged within him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Soon after, he felt the medicinal properties coursing through his entire body, imparting a refreshing chill. Indeed, the effects matched the descriptions in the cultivation texts. Satisfied, Wang Hao decanted the Xian-Yin spiritual liquid into a gourd. This supply would suffice for several months of practice. The next opportunity to refine it would not arise until the Xian-Yin fruit matured in 5 years. Another 5 days passed, and Du Xiandai arrived as promised, immediately presenting a collection of items. Pointing to a foot-long, azure-hued, elongated vessel, she introduced, this azure flying boat is called the Feiyun boat, capable of carrying 30,000 pounds of cargo and accommodating 20 cultivators. It is crafted from a piece of bark from the void tree, combined with feathers from the black feather eagle and other materials. Additionally, it is equipped with a canley formation for basic protection. The price remains as previously agreed, 8,000 spirit stones. She then held up a small azure mirror, stating, this is a low-grade spiritual artifact, the true fire mirror, intricately carved from lihua wood, adorned with flame patterns. It can form a fire shield and launch fireballs as an offensive measure. Its value is 700 spirit stones. A piece of azure chainmail. This is the mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the azure soul armor, crafted from azure soul or infused with a small amount of mithril, effectively capable of resisting magical attacks. It is valued at 1,300 spirit stones. A pair of azure boots. These are the second-tier mid-grade spiritual artifacts, the pure source boots. Replicas of the treasured footwear of the true monarch of pure source. With the enhancement of magical power, they can double the escape speed of foundation establishment cultivators. Priced at 1,800 spirit stones. He then pointed to an azure hat. This is the low-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Azure Ming crown, crafted from Azure Ming silk, boasting commendable defensive capabilities while enhancing the perception of Inchiq. It is valued at 600 spirit stones. Lastly, there is an azure jade pendant. This is called the Soul Stabilizing Pendant, a mid-grade spiritual artifact infused with a small piece of soul-stabilizing jade, which can prevent spiritual attacks and, with prolonged wear, offers a slight nurturing effect on the spirit. It is valued at 2,000 spirit stones. As for the several first-tier magical artifacts, Du Xiandai could hardly be bothered to introduce them. Fellow cultivator, feel free to select a few items. First-tier magical artifacts are not particularly valuable. These 4 pieces were merely practice items from my early years, and I shall gift them to you. Wang Hao, gazing at the array of azure artifacts, couldn't help but ponder how much Du Xiandai favored the color azure, resulting in a uniform hue for all the artifacts. The total amounts to 14,400 spirit stones, and 3 bottles of pulse-protecting pills offset 6,000 spirit stones, leaving Wang Hao to pay Du Xiandai over 8,000. Even though Wang Hao was relatively affluent, he still felt a pinch. Yet, the items are indeed of high quality. Purchasing them at the market would cost at least 20% more. Missing out on this opportunity would mean no second chance, as other artifact smiths cannot compare to Du Xiandai, who has the backing of a golden core ancestor. Firstly, certain rare materials are unattainable, such as the soul-fixing jade pendant, which is a third-tier spiritual material, exceedingly scarce, and even more elusive than some fourth-tier spiritual materials. Wang Hao is determined to acquire this item, as it would complement his god-splitting cone, and he could also wear it daily to nurture and enhance his spiritual consciousness. Wang Hao produced 3 bottles of pulse-guarding pills and then presented 3 more. Fairy Dew, I have an additional 3 pulse-guarding pills. Would you like them? Fairy Dew smiled lightly. Of course, let us settle on a price. Very well. The total is 6,600 spirit stones. I shall also offer you an additional 8,000 spirit stones. I desire all of these items. Wang Hao reluctantly handed over the 8,000 spirit stones. Chapter 70. Spiritual consciousness destroys the enemy. I mentioned a first-tier artifact as a gift for my friend. How could I possibly charge more for my friend's spirit stones? I still possess 3 mid-grade spirit stones, which are perfect for powering the flying cloud boat, so I shall include them as well. Fairy Dew handed a collection of artifacts to Wang Hao and then produced 3 mid-grade spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy and a faint reddish hue. Mid-grade spirit stones vary in attributes. Some are colorless and attribute-less, while others are colorful and multi-attribute. As Wang Hao was in need of these, he accepted them, saying, "Then I shall not be courteous in this matter. If you ever return to Qingyuan Gate to sell pulse-guarding pills, you may still seek me out. Custom artifacts are also available." Fairy Dew replied with a smile and a courteous gesture. Certainly, certainly. After bidding farewell to Fairy Dew, Wang Hao hurriedly departed from Qingyuan Gate. Having already procured the artifacts, he avoided the hassle of returning to Qingyuan Square Market and soared directly towards Ruojuan Mountain on his sword. Wang Hao advanced at a steady pace, having traversed tens of thousands of miles, when he found himself momentarily devoid of magical energy. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted across his path, as a cloaked figure shrouded in black stood before him, with an expression devoid of emotion. Wang Hao cast a glance at the figure and spoke lightly. "What is your intention, friend? Why do you obstruct my path?" The man blocking his way revealed a sinister grin, coldly retorting, "Haha, my motives are quite simple. You hail from the Qingyuan sect, and no doubt possess some valuable items. If you are wise, you will surrender your storage bag. Perhaps I shall grant you mercy and allow you to escape with your life." In his eyes, Wang Hao was surely a disciple from one of the families affiliated with the Qingyuan sect. He had followed Wang Hao for some time, waiting for the moment when he would be alone, believing this encounter might yield a substantial gain. His gaze burned with eagerness. Wang Hao's face displayed a look of trepidation. "Friend, you are merely at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. In a desperate struggle, you will find it impossible to subdue me. It will be best for you to depart now." As he spoke, he feigned a retreat. "Haha, I advise you not to struggle in vain, otherwise you shall endure further torment." The black-clad man exuded confidence, convinced that Wang Hao was merely a newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivator, lacking the time to cultivate any profound techniques, making him an easy target. The black-clad man unleashed a white flying sword from his mouth, a weapon nurtured in his dantian, hurtling towards Wang Hao with lethal intent. This initial strike was executed with all his strength, aimed at swiftly extinguishing his adversary. The black-clad man was exceptionally cautious. Had it been anyone else, death would have been inevitable. Ha! Let us see where you can flee. The man clad in black believed that Wang Hao would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his full-force strike. His vigilance diminished to an all-time low. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the black-clad cultivator. Startled, the man felt an abrupt tremor in his pupils. But before he could react, he sensed his consciousness being violently pierced, as if by an iron awl, causing his awareness to vanish instantaneously. He spat out a mist of blood, his body swaying before plummeting to the ground. The flying sword, now bereft of its master, lost all potency, quivering momentarily before descending before Wang Hao. "Is this how you wish to play?" Wang Hao chuckled lightly. The man had acted swiftly, unlike the typical verbose villains, forcing Wang Hao to hastily retaliate with the shattering god spike. Fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. After collecting the man's storage bag and flying sword, he tossed a fireball onto the corpse, reducing it to ashes before burying the remains, and then departed in a flash of light. This locale was ill-suited for further exploration. One could easily encounter other bandits. Wang Hao could only lament his misfortune. Having ventured out only a few times, he had already encountered 3 waves of banditry. Upon returning to Ruojuan Mountain, Wang Hao stirred no one as he made his way back to his cave dwelling. He retrieved a storage bag belonging to the man who had attempted to kill him, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the seals, dumping its contents onto the ground. A cursory glance revealed that the individual was not particularly affluent, merely 2,000 inferior spirit stones and a dozen or so middle-grade spirit stones. The finest item was his life-bound spiritual sword. Regrettably, it could only unleash its full potential when wielded by its bound cultivator, while others could only harness a maximum of 30% of its power, rendering it inferior to some high-grade first-tier artifacts. There exists a mid-grade spiritual artifact, a set of inner armor, whose material remains indiscernible. However, it is valued at least over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the elixirs, they are rather mundane. Wang Hao, being an alchemist, finds no merit in such trifles, and collectively they do not amount to more than 500 spirit stones. Ultimately, what remains consists of a few talismans and 2 jade boxes. To his surprise, there are 3 second-tier lower-grade explosive talismans and 2 second-tier middle-grade water needle talismans, which are indeed an unexpected delight. Wang Hao does not possess any second-tier middle-grade talismans, and the water needle talismans are area of effect spells. Upon activation, they unleash tens of thousands of water needles, densely packed and difficult to defend against. While they may not easily breach a cultivator's defenses, they are exceptionally effective against beast tides, capable of decimating low-tier demonic beasts across a wide area with a single talisman. Wang Hao holds high hopes for the jade boxes, as items stored within are typically deemed exceedingly precious by cultivators. He cautiously opens one of them, revealing an exceedingly peculiar talisman. Unlike other talismans adorned with intricate runes and spiritual energy fluctuations, this one features merely a small golden sword, rendered with remarkable vividness and nothing else. Could this be the fabled talisman treasure? He holds it in his hand, carefully sensing its essence, but finds no particular anomalies. Initially intending to channel his spiritual energy into it for experimentation, he hesitates, fearing unforeseen consequences, and decides to store it away for further study. The second jade box contains only 2 jade slips. Wang Hao surmises they likely pertain to cultivation techniques. Upon inspection, he discovers that one is a method called the Xian Yuan sword technique, indicating that the individual it belonged to wielded a flying sword as their innate spiritual weapon, thus revealing them to be a true sword cultivator. This technique is commendable. However, Wang Hao would not alter his cultivation. The path of the sword emphasizes relentless progression, breaking through with a single strike, which is fundamentally incompatible with Wang Hao's cautious approach. He picked up another jade slip and placed it against his forehead, revealing the 2 characters for array path, detailing the methods of arranging formations, crafting array flags, and array instruments. The text progresses from simplicity to complexity, ultimately reaching the intermediate level of the second tier. This knowledge likely holds greater value than all other skills combined. Among the 4 disciplines, array masters are the rarest and most challenging to cultivate, requiring not only exceptional comprehension, but also a complete lineage for study. Moreover, the initial stages yield little profit. It is only after reaching the second tier that one can sell basic formations for spirit stones. In contrast, array masters of the 3rd tier and above are highly sought after, especially for the protective formations of prominent families, sects, and strategic strongholds, which are all immensely valuable. The profit from a single formation can rival the annual earnings of an alchemist's elixirs. Having already learned alchemy and talisman crafting, must I also delve into formation arrangement? Wang Hao thought with a wry smile as he gazed at the jade slip in his hand. The 4 disciplines are indeed interconnected. Both alchemy and weapon forging require fire control, while talisman crafting and formation arrangement necessitate the inscription of runes. Furthermore, higher-tier elixirs also utilize runes. Wang Hao has already mastered 2 of the disciplines, granting him a foundational understanding of the remaining 2. Yet, his time is scarce. He cannot afford to neglect his cultivation, which must include body refinement alongside alchemy and talisman crafting. For over a decade, he has been so occupied that he scarcely has time to pursue romantic interests. If he were to add formation arrangement to his studies, would he even survive? He decided to set it aside for now, hoping that in the future he might find the time or discover a suitable individual to inherit this knowledge. Wang Hao carefully placed the jade slip down, pondering the unusual nature of this recent calamity. Not long after he departed from Qingyuan Gate, he encountered a bandit. Could there be a connection to Qingyuan Gate? As for Chu He and Chen Qing, although their interactions have been infrequent, they have shared life and death experiences, and their characters do not seem inclined towards such nefarious deeds. Might it be Du Xiandai? After all, a mere display of his wealth, amounting to over 10,000 spirit stones, along with the numerous magical artifacts he possesses, could easily provoke avarice in others. However, Du Xiandai is no ordinary cultivator. He is quite affluent himself. Could it be those 2 qi refining cultivators who received Wang Hao? Yet, they were unaware of Wang Hao's considerable wealth. All these individuals are suspects, but for now, he must remain vigilant and seek to investigate further. Wang Hao rose, preparing to meet Wang Yanzhao and present him with some of the magical artifacts he had acquired. He intended to keep the Qingyuan boots and the soul binding pendant, along with the inner armor obtained from the enigmatic black-clad cultivator, for his own use, while bestowing the remainder upon old Wang, which amounted to nearly 3,000 spirit stones. For the time being, Wang had decided to keep the black-clad cultivator's possessions under wraps. He would wait a while, and if there were no developments, he would address their fate later. Old Wang had treated him well over the years. It was time to show some gratitude. Chapter 71. Selecting the clan leader upon reaching the summit, he displayed 3 magical artifacts and 7 first-tier talismans before Wang Yanzhao, who was taken aback by their presence. However, his expression soon turned pensive. These items are of good quality. Their value must be considerable. Not quite 3,000 spirit stones, Wang Hao clarified. I obtained these directly from an artisan within Qingyuan Gate, securing them at a price 20% lower than the market rate. This is not a frivolous expenditure. Such an opportunity to acquire magical artifacts at such a bargain is rare. Besides, they even included several first-tier, mid-grade artifacts as a bonus. Wang Yanzhao concurred, contentedly caressing the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Qinghun armor. It is worth noting that as a distinguished alchemist, he should possess far greater wealth than other foundation-building cultivators. Who could have anticipated that he has yet to acquire even a single mid-grade spiritual artifact? The burdens of providing for a family are indeed daunting. Your return is timely. Your 8th uncle has nearly stabilized his cultivation during this period. Let's make a trip back to Wang Family Ridge together. With the addition of 2 foundation builders to our clan, it is only fitting to bring some joy to the ancestors. While it is true that we seek to please our ancestors, the primary purpose lies in strategizing. The sudden emergence of 2 new foundation builders in the Wang family is rather conspicuous. Fortunately, Wang Yinfeng has not attracted much attention. The clansmen are still unaware of his advancement. However, as time passes, it will be impossible to conceal, necessitating proactive measures. Accompanied by Wang Yinzhao, Wang Yinfeng had just returned to Wang Family Ridge when the clan leader, Wang Guang'an, summoned all the elders remaining at the ridge to the council hall. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Guang'an began, "Now that all are present, let us commence our deliberations. This matter pertains to the future direction of our Wang family, its rise and fall, as well as the forthcoming strategies to address the impending beast tide. We must proceed with utmost caution, and I am convening this assembly in my capacity as clan leader." The assembly was enveloped in concern. They were aware of the clan leader's injuries, yet he appeared to have recovered. During the last expedition to Luojun Mountain, no signs of his wounds were evident. They voiced their apprehensions, urging him to reconsider. In response, Wang Guang'an reassured them, "There is no need for concern. My previous injuries have healed. However, I am now 210 years old, with only a few years left to live. The younger generations of our family have matured, and it is time for me to relinquish my position." Looking toward Wang Hao and the others, he smiled and said, "Stepping aside as the clan leader is not necessarily a bad thing. Although I suffered severe injuries in my early years, and my cultivation has stagnated for nearly a century, I still possess a heart devoted to the Tao. My intention is to focus on my cultivation in the time I have left, striving to achieve the Golden Core stage." While attaining the Golden Core is no easy feat, Wang Guangyan, with his extraordinary talent, may indeed succeed. As for Wang Hao, all I can do is wish him well. Should he succeed, that would be splendid. But given his age, he may not be able to safeguard the Wang family for many more years. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt reassured and fell silent. In truth, for many years, the affairs of the clan have been managed by Wang Longyu, and it is highly likely that he will be appointed as the new leader. Wang Guangyan continued, "Since we are discussing the clan leader, let us proceed to select one, after which the new leader can oversee the subsequent matters. 3 individuals are suitable for the position of clan leader: Wang Longyu, Wang Yinzhao, and Wang Wenhao. Longyu has diligently managed clan affairs for hundreds of years during my injury. You are all familiar with his capabilities. Yinzhao has also progressed steadily to his current position, possessing excellent cultivation talent. He has honed his skills in a market during his youth and now oversees Ruojuan Mountain, where everything is managed with great efficiency. As for Wang Hao, you may not be as well acquainted with him, but his character, abilities, and cultivation are commendable. He has spent over 30 years independently, establishing his foundation and achieving the status of a second-tier low-grade alchemist, making him the foremost figure in the Wang family in nearly a century. His contributions are also noteworthy. Under his leadership, the profits of Qingyo Market have multiplied tenfold, and now our Wang family stands as the most profitable establishment, surpassed only by Qingyuan Pavilion and the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. The shops in Qingyuanfang have also turned a profit thanks to his success, no longer relying on the family support. And over the past 2 years, they have contributed thousands of spirit stones to the family treasury. His contributions to the family's techniques are notable, and he is also the one who captured the family spirit beast, the eye-eyed white tiger. Furthermore, during the expansion of Ruojuan Mountain, he rescued several elders of the clan and defeated a second-tier long-armed monkey, securing victory. Other contributions must remain confidential for now, known only to a few Foundation establishment members. However, I must emphasize that none of you present here have matched his contributions collectively. Even my recovery from injury is thanks to Wen Hao. Wang Hao, who was seated below, felt bewildered upon hearing these words. What was Wang Guangyan trying to achieve? He had only visited Wang Jialing twice over the years. How had he suddenly become a candidate for clan leader? He had never intended to assume such a position. Yet, Wang Guangyan continued to extol him with various accolades. It could be said that the family's assistance to him pales in comparison to his contributions to the family. If he were to exchange his contribution points for resources, he could nearly deplete half of the clan's treasury. I mention this in hopes that everyone will not be biased against him due to his youth and his prolonged absence from Wang Jialing. That concludes my remarks. If anyone has any opinions, feel free to express them. The crowd exchanged glances, genuinely unaware of Wang Hao's impressive achievements. However, Upon reflecting on the clan leader's words, they realized that these were indeed his accomplishments. The prosperity they now enjoyed, with salaries no longer in arrears and an annual increase in spirit pill rewards, was all thanks to Wang Hao. What further objections could there be? Even if there are dissenting opinions, they are now foundational cultivators, backed by a foundational patriarch. It can be said that even if they cannot become the clan leader, their influence will not be diminished. Speaking ill of them at this juncture would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, a sure path to self-destruction. Upon realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Hao understood that if this continued, the position of clan leader might indeed descend upon him, a fate he wished to avoid, lest it entangle him with mundane matters and hinder his cultivation. He promptly exclaimed, "Clan leader, esteemed elders, I am not suited for this role. I believe it would be far more appropriate for Uncle Liu to take on this responsibility. While I may possess a modicum of cleverness and can offer some insights in business, my capabilities are woefully insufficient for leading a family. Just look at those present. Many of them I do not even know by name. How can I possibly ensure that everyone is utilized to their fullest potential? If I were to make an erroneous decision, it would spell disaster for the entire clan." The crowd, witnessing Wang Hao's reluctance, could not help but stifle their laughter. A junior taking the role of clan leader was not something they were particularly eager for, yet they dared not voice their objections. Now that he himself was unwilling, it was indeed a situation where all parties could find satisfaction. "Brother Wu, your words are rather misguided. Back at the Miaodong Pavilion, you were just as unfamiliar with us, yet you managed to establish it successfully. It is merely a matter of recognizing a few individuals. Can that truly confound you? When it comes to utilizing people effectively, I believe I possess the most authority to speak on this matter." The individuals sent by the Miaodong Pavilion were not particularly distinguished members of their families. Yet I ask you to consider, is there anyone among them who does not occupy a suitable position? Have they not contributed to the family as much as those who remain in Wang Jialing? Seated in the back, Wang Wenmei suddenly spoke up. Over the past few years, under Wang Hao's guidance, she had accumulated thousands of spirit stones from commissions alone. Coupled with her sweet tongue, Wang Hao occasionally gifted her a few Huanglong pills, leading to her remarkable advancement in cultivation. She had now reached the 9th level of Qi training and had become an esteemed elder of the family. With Wang Hao as the clan leader, her support was unwavering. This girl, why is she assisting at this moment? Wang Hao chuckled bitterly to himself and quickly declined, saying, "I truly am not suited to be the leader. Everyone knows I possess 5 spirit roots, and my ability to establish a foundation is solely due to diligent study and hard work. Even back at the Miaodong Pavilion, I delegated all matters to Wen Mei and Wen Yan, retreating to my cave for cultivation. Who would accept a leader that shirks responsibilities? Moreover, I previously suggested to the family that a portion of the clan members should venture out for development. Once the beast tide subsides, I intend to personally lead an expedition. How could I possibly take on the role of clan leader?" Wang Hao disregarded the chatter around him. Aside from 5 foundation establishment practitioners, there were only 7 or 8 elders present, all of whom were seasoned members of the family, unlikely to betray their kin. He then produced a Feiyun boat, stating, "Look, I have even prepared the flying boat." Wang Guang'an pondered for a long time before replying, "I initially believed you could lead the clan to prosperity, but seeing your lack of ambition, it appears that this small realm of Qingyo Workshop cannot confine you. Thus, according to clan regulations, the family cannot claim your contributions without acknowledgement. From now on, the clan treasury shall be entirely open to you. You may take whatever you wish without needing anyone's consent." He then glanced at Wang Longyu and the others, asking, "Do you have any objections?" The value of just the Minggusu alone could outweigh the entire clan treasury, leaving them with no grounds for dissent. Moreover, Wang Hao had not sought assistance from the clan treasury for many years. Could he still hope to deplete its resources in the future? Indeed, there were hardly any items within the treasury that were of use during the foundation establishment period, prompting many to shake their heads. Wang Guang'an nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then let us choose between Wang Longyu and Wang Yinzhao for the position of clan leader." Chapter 72. Determination of the clan leader position. Wang Longyu replied, "Uncle, I have managed the family for several decades and wish to enter seclusion to enhance my cultivation. Let Yinzhao take on the role of clan leader. He is now over 140 years old and has only reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. If he remains entangled in worldly matters, he will lose his hope of achieving the golden core stage. Every cultivator aspires to reach that pinnacle, does he not? Wang Yinzhao, still under 60, was in the prime of his life and thus the most suitable candidate. Consequently, Wang Guangin declared, "Let Yinzhao assume the position of clan leader, and long you shall oversee Ruojuan Mountain." He then turned to Wang Hao. "Though you do not wish to become the clan leader, you must still take on some responsibilities. Choose a position within the family." Wang Hao had no desire for any position, yet given Wang Guangin's insistence, he felt it was inappropriate to refuse, as it would imply a rift with the Wang family. Thus, he replied, "I'm not suited for any management role. I lack the time and aptitude. I can only offer suggestions and guide reforms." For instance, Wang Guangin inquired. For instance, the selection of management positions within the family or sect should prioritize merit based on cultivation levels. It is unjust that those lacking sufficient cultivation cannot ascend to elder status and thereby oversee matters. Many possess high cultivation but lack the skills or willingness to manage, while others excel in management yet do not meet the cultivation requirements. I believe a transformation is necessary, assigning the right individuals to appropriate tasks, thereby ensuring the prosperity of the family business. Furthermore, a corresponding evaluation system could be established. For instance, the steward of Miaodong Pavilion could be deemed satisfactory if the shop's revenue matches that of the previous year, thus allowing their retention. If the earnings exceed the previous year by a certain amount, they will be classified as exemplary and eligible for promotion. Conversely, should the revenue fall below the previous year, an investigation into the cause would ensue. If it were due to unavoidable circumstances, such as disturbances caused by demonic beasts, a second chance could be granted. However, if a decline stemmed from personal incompetence, dismissal would be warranted. Having initiated this discussion, Wang Hao intended to articulate his thoughts in full, as he wished to prevent Wang Yinzhao from becoming ensnared by mundane matters. The management of the family predominantly rests upon the clan leader, which is far from ideal. The clan leader, being a foundation-building cultivator, should prioritize their cultivation and not squander time on trivialities. I propose the establishment of separate halls for various family affairs, with elders serving as hall masters. Minor decisions could be made by the hall masters, while only significant matters would necessitate the intervention of the clan leader or a council of elders. It is impractical for every issue to require collective deliberation. Taking Miaodong Pavilion as an example, elders unfamiliar with business and alchemy should not be involved, as their participation would merely waste time. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there were indeed instances where they lacked understanding of the matters discussed, rendering their contributions erroneous. How should we categorize these tasks? Please elaborate, inquired Wang Guangin. Wang Hao responded, "We could initially divide the responsibilities into several major halls, such as the transmission hall, which would be tasked with instructing young disciples in martial arts and the foundational skills of cultivation. Additionally, a general affairs hall could be created to manage the family's daily operations, including the distribution of salaries, hospitality, task assignments, and the exchange of contributions, among other responsibilities. The financial hall is entrusted with the management of family wealth, overseeing the comprehensive auditing of accounts across various halls. The enforcement hall is responsible for adjudicating unlawful clan members, which can be divided into internal and external divisions, each addressing distinct concerns. Furthermore, based on the diverse arts of cultivation, additional halls may be established for alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, beast taming, and spiritual agriculture, as well as for mining, commerce, and transportation. This arrangement ensures that each elder is assigned specific responsibilities, rather than wasting time in endless meetings. Under each hall master, several stewards will be appointed to manage the daily affairs and oversee specific clan members' tasks, while the hall master will make decisions and the stewards will execute them. Major matters will be deliberated by the clan leader and the elders. In cases of significant disagreement, the clan leader will have the final say, retaining the highest authority in decision-making. Consequently, many issues will be resolved swiftly, enhancing operational efficiency. Simultaneously, a corresponding evaluation system will be established with a 5-year term for elders and stewards. If they do not meet expectations, replacements will be made. The halls will also be compared, ranking them from 1 to 5, with the highest scoring hall receiving collective rewards, while the lowest will face public criticism and potential reductions in benefits. Internal comparisons will be conducted as well. For instance, in the spiritual agriculture hall, the one managing the most productive spiritual fields will be deemed the best, receiving the highest rewards, while the last will only receive a basic salary. Additionally, clan members will have a point system established from birth, where they can earn points based on the completion of tasks, which will be exchanged for rare resources such as foundation building pills. However, redeeming these items will require both contribution points and a personal score that exceeds that of others. The specific regulations can be gradually discussed and refined by all. In any case, it is all about the competition. How can one progress without it? The previous company had exhausted this approach, and Wang Hao could readily adopt it. However, would the clan members have any objections? Someone inquired. Wang Hao chuckled. With just a slight modification, I believe every member of the clan will have their tasks, and they will strive to excel. The family's income will significantly increase, and naturally, the resources allocated to each individual will also grow. How could there be any dissent? The more exceptional one is, the greater the benefits received. If one receives little, one can only blame oneself. If, in the future, anyone feels there is a flaw, adjustments can certainly be made. Another elder voiced a differing opinion. I am not entirely in agreement. If the clan members are all competing to work, will it not affect their cultivation? After all, cultivation is fundamental. That is easily addressed, Wang Hao replied. We can encourage the clan members to enhance their cultivation levels by offering rewards of spirit stones and elixirs for each level attained, with a time limit. Say 3 years for one level or 5 years, establishing different standards based on spiritual roots and cultivation stages. As long as the rewards for improving cultivation are comparable to those for working, how could anyone neglect their training? Wang Hao continued, my current cultivation level is not insignificant. Is it? Besides, I am also refining pills and crafting talismans, and I have managed the Qingyo market for several years. With diligence, anything is achievable. If one cannot accomplish it, it simply indicates a lack of effort. Wang Hao's display of confidence left the elders feeling somewhat ashamed. Their spiritual roots were superior to Wang Hao's, and they received more resources, yet their cultivation and achievements fell short in comparison. Little did they realize that Wang Hao's journey was entirely reliant on elixirs. Without his farm, could he have even established his foundation? It was likely that reaching the late stage of qi refinement would be a struggle for him now. Furthermore, the number of cultivators in the Wang family is still rather insufficient. It would be prudent to encourage those members of the clan who find themselves without hope on the path of cultivation to marry and take concubines early, thus begetting children with spiritual roots. To incentivize this, we could offer a reward of spiritual stones, and the clan would also cover the costs of raising these children. In this manner, in less than a century, the Wang family is destined to evolve into a prominent lineage boasting thousands of cultivators. Population is the foundation of any clan or sect. Without a sufficient populace to support endeavors, many pursuits remain unattainable. Only with an expanded population can we hope to witness the emergence of prodigious talents, ensuring stability, rather than relying on the lottery-like chance of producing a dual-rooted cultivator once every few decades. Wang Yinfeng rose and inquired, wouldn't this significantly increase the family's expenditures? Wang Hao responded, what is the current state of the family's income and expenditures? Wang Longyu replied, since you took charge of the Qingyo workshop, the family's revenue has seen a remarkable increase. In recent years, we acquired Ruojuan Mountain, which allowed us to cultivate numerous spiritual fields, further augmenting our income. Presently, our annual total revenue is approximately 20,000 spiritual stones. On the expenditure side, the stipends and welfare for clan members amount to around 10,000 spiritual stones, while the costs for hospitality require 2,000 spiritual stones. Additionally, we spend 3,000 spiritual stones annually on purchasing magical tools, talismans, and other necessities, alongside miscellaneous expenses that exceed 1,000 spiritual stones. Thus, we have nearly 4,000 spiritual stones in surplus each year. The current profits of the Wang family are quite satisfactory. Wang Hao nodded in approval, smiling as he remarked, with his surplus of 4,000 spiritual stones. Whether to incentivize cultivation or encourage procreation, it should not pose a problem in the short term. With an increase in population and strength, we can naturally expand our territory and secure greater benefits. Surely, this is far more advantageous than allowing spiritual stones to languish in the clan's treasury. Indeed, Wang Guang'an realized that with the establishment of the Yinyuanguo tree, the Wang family's foundation building pills would have a stable source, eliminating the need to exhaustively accumulate spirit stones for external purchases. He nodded in agreement, declaring, "Let this matter be settled." He then inquired, "Do you have any opinions regarding the establishment of the halls?" Yin Zhao, as the clan leader, do you have anything to say? Wang Yinzhao shook his head, responding, "Elder, Yin Zhao has no objections." Wang Guang'an turned his gaze to the others, who similarly expressed their approval. Wang Hao's actions effectively redistributed the clan leader's authority, granting the presiding elders of each hall some power. Naturally, they would not voice dissent given the benefits they would receive. Very well, this matter is also settled. Now, who shall assume the role of managing elder for each hall? We must delineate the specific duties and the rewards associated with them, addressing each point methodically. He then looked at Wang Yinzhao. As the clan leader, you are familiar with the family members. You shall determine the first presiding elder. Long Yu is well versed in the family's finances. You will decide the amount of rewards and the specific resources. He turned his gaze to Wang Hao. Since this proposal originated from you, you shall establish the specific framework and delineation of duties. Let the three of you finalize these details first, and then we shall discuss. Any unsuitable aspects can be brought forth for collective revision. In less than an hour, the three individuals, utilizing their superior intellect as cultivators, successfully organized and compiled these matters into a comprehensive document. Wang Guang'an, upon reviewing the situation, expressed his satisfaction with a smile, stating, "I entrust the family to you all. I am quite at ease. From now on, I shall take no further interest unless there are urgent matters. You esteemed elders may convene among yourselves." As he spoke, he retrieved several tomes, a few jade slips, and a white flying sword from his storage bag, presenting them to Wang Yinzhao. "Yinzhao, this is the family genealogy, the family's secrets, essential techniques, and the Luyun sword, which only the clan leader may wield. From this moment forth, you shall be the clan leader." With that, he laughed heartily and exited the council hall. The others promptly rose and bowed, saying, "We bid farewell to the esteemed elder." Wang Yinzhao then took his seat as the clan leader, and all present bowed again, declaring, "We salute the clan leader, having been groomed as the heir to the family." Wang Yinzhao found himself adept at these responsibilities. "I have already drafted a list of candidates. Let us discuss it," he proposed. Currently, there are more positions than elders, and numerous halls cannot accommodate elder management. With everyone assured of their roles, objections were scarce. This is merely the beginning. In a few years, once the operations are fully underway, adjustments can be made as necessary. After an hour, Wang Yinzhao arranged matters satisfactorily and allowed the elders in the qi refinement stage to depart. He then remarked, "As the family embarks on this reform, we may encounter quite a few disturbances. I will need your assistance, sixth uncle." Wang Longyu nodded in agreement. "Naturally, we are soon to face the demonic beasts, and it is not the time for me to enter seclusion." He then turned to Wang Hao, inquiring, "Hao, are you truly intent on implementing the external development you mentioned?" Wang Hao stated earnestly, "We must implement this plan. In King Niafeng, we are surrounded by constraints and subjected to oppression from the Qingyuan sect, leaving us with no possibility for development. Venturing abroad is our only path forward. I intend to take 10 practitioners at the later stage of qi refinement overseas to establish a branch for our family. Additionally, hunting sea monsters will also provide a source of income." Wang Longyu replied, "For a foundation establishment practitioner like you to go overseas while also caring for qi refinement clan members is exceedingly difficult. Let Yin Feng accompany you. After a moment of thought, he added, I believe the Li family could be a valuable ally as well. They, too, fear the Qingyuan sect's scrutiny. It would be prudent to invite them to join us. Our combined strength will be significantly enhanced. Wang Hao pondered and remarked, however, my flying vessel can only accommodate 20 people, meaning each family could only send 10. Wang Longyu responded, 10 is still a considerable number. Although the outer seas are abundant, it is said that some deserted islands are teeming with spirit herbs, yet the dangers are also greatly magnified. Our Wang family cannot afford to lose so many members. If the Li family also sends 2 Foundation establishment practitioners, the 4 of you will be stronger than an ordinary monster hunting team. Wang Yinzhao concurred. Uncle Lu is correct. Our Wang family's cultivators number barely over 100. Dispatching 10 elite members entails substantial risk. Since our 2 families are already bound together due to the matter of the Ningyuan fruit trees, it seems only fitting to unite for this venture as well. Wang Hao considered this, realizing that only those at the later stage of qi refinement could accompany him abroad. And he reflected on how few practitioners the Wang family truly possessed. This time, it appears that a significant portion of the later stages of qi cultivation may have been taken away by Wang Hao. Should unfortunate losses occur, the Wang family may face a disruption in their lineage. The group convened once more to discuss strategies against the beast tide, reaching a consensus before commencing the allocation of tasks and preparations. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. The beast tide at Duanyuan Mountain arrived later than anticipated. The news was relayed from Qingyuan Gate, indicating that the Golden Lion Demon King had amassed an army of nearly 400,000 demon beasts, advancing directly towards Qingyuan Mountain. However, the decision of the demon beast army to assault Qingyuan Mountain did not imply that the Qingyo workshop region was safe, as the beasts would also divide their forces. Thus, the 5 great families would not be spared from considerable pressure. Another piece of news cast a shadow of deep malice from Qingyuan Gate over the 5 families, as they refused to dispatch cultivators to support Qingyo Workshop under the pretense of overwhelming pressure, providing only a token supply of low-tier spiritual pills and talismans. It appeared that Qingyuan Gate intended to exploit this situation to weaken us. Wang Guangyan emerged from his closed-door retreat, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Each upheaval caused by demon beasts inevitably heralds a calamity. This time, without any support, one could only speculate on the extent of losses the family would endure. Considering the terrain, Wang Family Ridge was relatively secure, with only Qingyo Workshop, the Li family, and Ruojuan Mountain on the front lines. Qingyo Workshop, being the prime target with the longest defense line, would see the Cheng, Lei, and Zhao families come to its aid, collaborating with the scattered cultivators of the marketplace to resist the demon beasts, while the Wang and Li families could only defend themselves. The distance between the 3 locations is not particularly great. A Foundation establishment cultivator can provide support within a day or 2. Should Mount Rujuan come under siege, other families would not remain indifferent, for without the Wang family's protection, the demonic beasts would advance unchecked, posing a threat to their ancestral lands. Wang Guangyan resolved to lead 70% of the clan to guard Mount Rujuan, leaving only 30% at Wang Family Ridge, with the recently established Foundation cultivator, Wang Yinfeng, remaining behind. Before departing, he summoned Wang Yinfeng and solemnly instructed him, for our family, the most vital location is Wang Family Ridge. You are responsible for defending this place, and under no circumstances are you permitted to leave. Do you understand? Wang Yinfeng hesitated for a moment, but could not restrain his curiosity. What if Rujuan Mountain and King Niafeng request assistance? No, Wang Guangyan shook his head, his expression grave. If we cannot hold Mount Rujuan, your presence there would only lead to demise. It is far better to remain here, utilizing the formation to fortify our position. At the very least, it will preserve a thread of our lineage. Moreover, Wang Guangyan's gaze flickered momentarily as he lowered his voice, adding, you must be wary of the tactics of drawing the tiger from its mountain. Wang Yinfeng, not being naive, understood the implications and nodded earnestly. Elder, I comprehend. I will remain at Wang Family Ridge. Wang Family Ridge is protected by a second-tier superior fire formation, which, under the management of Wang Yanfeng and the family's qi refining practitioners, can withstand assaults from two late-stage Foundation establishment experts. Its formidable power poses little challenge against mindless demonic beasts. Upon the arrival of the group at Ruojuan Mountain, Wang Guangyan commenced the establishment of defenses. He, alongside Wang Longyu and Wang Yanzhao, took charge of guarding Ruojuan Mountain, while Wang Hao was tasked with leading several members of the Qi Refinement clan to the mortal town for its protection. The mortal realm holds significant importance for the clan. Although the probability of cultivators emerging from mortals is exceedingly low, less than 1 in 1,000, an abundant population of mortals can yield a substantial number of cultivators. The Wang family boasts over 300,000 mortals, the majority of whom reside near Wangjiling. Given that the development of Ruojuan Mountain has been delayed, fewer than 30,000 have migrated here thus far, all concentrated in a small town named Linghu. Linghu lies 500 miles to the south of Ruojuan Mountain, a distance not deemed excessive. Even for those of the Qi Refinement clan, it would take merely 2 to 3 hours to reach, while foundational cultivators could traverse it in less than a quarter of an hour. Adjacent to Linghu is a first-tier spiritual vein, which increases the likelihood of mortals giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots when residing in an area rich in spiritual energy. If pregnant women consume spiritual items, such as spiritual rice, this probability rises significantly. However, the Wang family has yet to indulge in such luxuries. Wang Hao, accompanied by Wang Wenmei and Wang Wenyang, journeyed forth, traversing predominantly flat plains, with the few mountains encountered resembling small mounds. They exercised utmost caution when passing through areas imbued with spiritual energy. For although these locales have been cleared of beasts, new creatures from the Duanyuan mountain range occasionally emerge to claim territory, some of which were first-tier beasts deliberately left by the family. This strategy allows the family's younger members to undertake hunts as tasks for honing their skills and gathering materials. Moreover, the demonic beasts possess a territorial instinct. These low-tier creatures can serve as a bulwark for the Wang family, causing a modicum of inconvenience when intruders, be they human or beast, attempt an assault, thereby fulfilling a warning function. Consequently, low-tier spiritual veins that yield no spiritual resources are typically neglected by families, allowing these lesser beasts to claim dominion over them. Chapter 74. Mortal City. Why did Wang Hao refrain from using the flying cloud boat? The journey was not extensive, rendering it unnecessary.